Chapter 1. The Grand Wedding and the Awakening System. In the southern region of Eastern Wilderness, within the Lu family of Tianqi, the divine island floats serenely, and silver waterfalls cascade like ribbons. Everywhere is adorned with festive decorations, enveloping the atmosphere in jubilance. Occasionally, luxurious carriages arrive, radiant divine light cascading down, creating a scene of unparalleled revelry. Among the guests are several high-ranking figures from the prominent sects and immortal sanctuaries of Eastern Wilderness, arriving with lavish gifts. The Gu and Lu families extend a warm welcome, showcasing a grand spectacle, truly a moment of splendor. Isn't it the young man seated over there, the saint body of the Lu family, Lu Yuan? Many newly arrived guests cast their gazes toward the same direction, their eyes fixated. Before them sits a young man, perhaps in his 20s, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders and strikingly handsome features. Dressed in a resplendent red robe adorned with golden embroidery, he embodies the essence of a scion from a prestigious family. However, he, the protagonist of today's joyous event, sits alone, quietly sipping his drink, starkly contrasting with the surrounding merriment. His appearance is indeed extraordinary. Alas, he was born in the wrong era. Several elders from the sects withdrew their gazes, shaking their heads with a sigh. The ancient saint body, in the times of antiquity, was a supreme physique endowed with the potential of an emperor. With an unparalleled physical form and unmatched combat prowess, it has left numerous legends in the annals of cultivation history. Yet for reasons unknown, this constitution fell victim to the jealousy of the heavens, burdened by dozens of celestial shackles. Merely embarking on the path of cultivation is exceedingly arduous. The resources required for subsequent advancement are unimaginably vast, beyond the means of even ancient families. Thus, this physique has been relegated to that of a waste body, falling into complete obscurity. Though the saint body cannot cultivate, its bloodline power remains formidable. The union this time must have cost the Lu family dearly, remarked one elder, his eyes shimmering as he communicated telepathically. That is only natural. Without substantial benefits at stake, the Gu family would not have married their divine daughter to a mere waste body. However, for the Gu family, this is an audacious gamble. Should they successfully bear a divine offspring, it would be a joyous occasion for both families. If not, they would suffer a considerable loss. The others nodded in agreement. The Gu family's divine daughter, Gu Qinghuang, is renowned far and wide, often regarded as one of the most beautiful women in Eastern Wilderness. Young and talented suitors pursue her incessantly, akin to fish crossing a river. Beyond her beauty, Gu Qinghuang possesses extraordinary cultivation talent, endowed with an innate Daokai physique, naturally inclined towards the Tao, and exhibiting exceptional comprehension at the tender age of 20. She has already reached the cave heaven realm, making her the strongest candidate for the title of the contemporary saintess of the 10,000. Primordial sacred land. The combination of the innate Daokai and the ancient saint body holds a certain probability of producing an innate saintly offspring. Such a physique is unparalleled in its might. Ancient texts recount that eons ago, an emperor possessed such a constitution. In a mere 500 years, he ascended to the rank of emperor. He dominated the realm, vanquishing all rivals and establishing an era of supremacy. Ultimately, he transcended and ascended to immortality. Should these two unite, the possibility of birthing such an offspring is indeed compelling. As time flows, the lively wedding banquet draws to a close. At the subtle prompting of several elders from the Lu family, Lu Yuan rises slowly and makes his way toward the wedding chamber deep within the hall. A moment later, Lu Yuan halts, takes a deep breath, and enters through the door. An ancient and fragrant wedding chamber greets his eyes. Crimson drapes hang low, and the soft flicker of candlelight creates an ethereal ambience. Before him, on the bed, sits a woman adorned in a red satin wedding gown, crowned with a golden phoenix tiara. Her beauty is unparalleled, her skin fair and radiant. Her aura is transcendent, embodying a divine essence that evokes feelings of inadequacy in those who behold her. At this moment, Gu Qinghuang lifts her gaze, and their eyes meet. Lu Yuan finds himself momentarily entranced. He had long heard of his bride's enchanting beauty, a name that resonates throughout the Eastern Wilderness. Now, witnessing her in person, he is even more captivated. It's getting late, she murmurs, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she withdraws her gaze. Her lips part gently, delivering her words in a voice that is delicate and ethereal, devoid of any discernible emotion. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly reverberates within Lu Yuan's mind. Beep, detecting that the host is experiencing a significant turning point in life, awakening the system. System. Lu Yuan's pupils constrict sharply at the sound of the notification. After so many years since his arrival, has the system finally awakened? In his previous life, he was an ordinary office worker, a model citizen of society. After attending a class reunion, he had whimsically engaged with a game, only to find himself inexplicably transported to this fantastical realm. He was born into the Tianqi Lu family, albeit as a distant relative of little noble stature. Furthermore, he bore the ancient sacred body, which rendered him incapable of cultivation. From a young age, he endured derision and scorn, akin to a waste of potential. Little did he expect that on the eve of his wedding, his system would finally awaken. Beep, system loading complete. Congratulations to the host for awakening the life choice system. B. Why following the options presented by the system? Rewards can be obtained. Option 1. Refuse to consummate the marriage, refusing to be manipulated by the family. Reward. Solar Tao body. Option 2. Successfully marry, indulging in the Bowtie's favor. Reward. Chaos body. The two options echo in his mind, causing Lu Yuan to focus intently. Born into a family of cultivators, he is familiar with these two rare physiques, despite his inability to cultivate. The Solar Tao body, embodying the utmost yang and strength, grants mastery over unparalleled offensive power, paving the way to imperial ascendance. The Chaos body, equally illustrious, is a physique favored by the heavens, unbound by the laws of destiny. It allows for the fusion with myriad paths, capable of innate evolution and destruction of all things, by harnessing the primal essence of chaos to seize the vital energies of the world. One can unleash profound techniques with terrifying efficacy. The chaos body he contemplates, unconstrained by the laws of destiny, perhaps it can ultimately shatter the shackles of my sacred body. Lu Yuan stood in place, lost in thought. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang, who was beside him, noticed his hesitation and the fact that he had yet to make a move, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. Since I have promised the Lu family my hand in marriage, I shall adhere to the duties of a wife. There is no need for you to worry, she declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was taken aback. It seemed that his betrothed had come to terms with their situation. There would be no click plot twists preventing intimacy. If that were the case, he would opt for the chaos body. But do not misunderstand that matters of the bridal chamber were of little consequence. His main objective was to leverage the characteristics of the chaos body to unlock the shackles of the sacred body. With that thought, Lu Yuan ceased his contemplation, slowly shedding his outer robe as he approached the bed. Chapter 2. The Shackles of Heaven, Shattered. The following morning, when Lu Yuan awoke, Gu Qinghuang's figure had vanished, akin to a fleeting dream. Only a striking crimson pattern on the bed remained, whispering of the enchanting spring night that had passed. He sat up, steadying his mind. After confirming that no one was outside the door, he silently called out in his heart, "System, claim the reward, ding. Congratulations, host, on completing option 2. You have acquired the chaos body." In an instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. Endless chaos energy surged within Lu Yuan, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones like a mystical serpent. It then began to wash over his entire skeletal structure, flesh, meridians, and internal organs in an unfathomable manner. Lu Yuan grimaced in pain, unable to restrain a low cry. His fists clenched, and he gritted his teeth, striving to endure. This agony was akin to having bones excavated and blood replaced. It felt as if countless insects were gnawing at him, an unbearable torment. Yet Lu Yuan understood that this was the necessary path to transform into the chaos body. There was no alternative but to endure. As moments ticked by, his entire being became enveloped in the dark and enigmatic chaos energy. The surrounding void collapsed and shattered, forming a vacuum. Faintly, the roars of myriad pathways echoed, the heavens and earth lamenting in a terrifying symphony. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lu Yuan, seated on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying beam of chaos light. I could see that moment. He felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. He could distinctly sense the celestial essence drifting in the void around him, as if directing it with ease. With a thought, he could instantly devour it all, drawing it into his body and embarking on the path of cultivation. Let me first attempt to unravel the shackles of his sacred body. Lu Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. In the next instant, he summoned all his strength, directing it towards 3 inches below his navel. The bitter sea, the first realm of cultivation, the source of a cultivator's power. As a sacred body, he had long sought to establish this sacred ground, yet had always been bound by the shackles of heaven. These shackles remained steadfast, an immovable obstacle. Bang! Countless strands of chaos energy surged like furious waves, crashing down relentlessly. Moments later, a crisp crack resonated from within Lu Yuan that it sounded as though an invisible chain of order was being ruthlessly crushed by the primal chaos, crumbling inch by inch. Immediately, a torrent of formidable vital energy surged. Forth, enveloping his exterior. Bring it on. Lu Yuan's expression brightened as he continued to break through barriers. Crack! The second lock shattered. Then came the third, the fourth, until the 9th lock was finally obliterated. The ocean of suffering within Lu Yuan had at last opened. A brilliant radiance erupted from the area 3 inches beneath his navel, golden and resplendent like a great sun ascending in the sky. Within the ocean of suffering, myriad divine lights intertwined with thunder, waves roared, and tsunamis surged, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that was nothing short of extraordinary. Ultimately, all the wondrous phenomena coalesced. The entirety of Lu Yuan's ocean of suffering transformed into a vast expanse of gold, teeming with vibrant life, surging with astonishing vigor. Is this the power of the primordial sacred body? Lu Yuan spread his palms, his face alight with exhilaration, shedding the shackles of the past. Today, I truly understand who I am. This sentiment couldn't be more fitting. All previous celestial suppressions had vanished without a trace. It felt as if he had been reborn. Every inch of flesh contained an explosive, terrifying divine power, far exceeding mere thousands of June. Just as Lu Yuan reveled in this joy, a series of gentle footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and a swirl of chaotic energy surged from his palm, enveloping his ocean of suffering to prevent any leakage of his aura. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking arose. Young master, are you awake? I am the young lady's maid, here to assist you with bathing and changing. A slightly youthful female voice came from outside. Gumin. As the words fell, the door swung open. A maiden clad in a dark green gown, her countenance strikingly beautiful, stepped inside. She appeared to be in her teenage years, brimming with vitality and youthful exuberance. Upon entering, her bright, sparkling eyes scrutinized Lu Yuan without pause. What is it? Lu Yuan queried, touching his face in confusion. It's nothing. The young master is quite handsome. It truly contradicts the rumors circulating outside. The maiden stuck out her tongue, giggling. Oh, what do they say about me? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Just some idle gossip. Better not to listen. The maiden did not elaborate further, instead introducing herself with grace. I have grown up in the Gu family, serving the young lady. You may call me Ling. Lu Yuan nodded silently in response. Gu Qinghuang's devoted maid had a rather pleasant disposition, devoid of the haughty airs typically associated with arrogant servants. She was instead a lively and innocent young girl. Where is your lady? Lu Yuan inquired. She should have gone to pay respects to the 2 family patriarchs. Perhaps she will return in a short while the Esmu Linger tidied the disheveled bed. She responded. Upon noticing a streak of crimson on the bedding, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly rolled it up, replacing it with a fresh set. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. According to ancient customs, after the wedding, the younger generation should pay their respects to the elders. However, within the Lu family, he held a lowly status, merely a collateral descendant. Naturally, one does not possess the qualifications to meet the sacred lord of the Lu family. In everyday matters, both trivial and significant, it is typically a few clan elders who convey instructions. Therefore, it is understandable that Gu Qinghuang did not summon him, considering this aspect. Son-in-law, Please bathe, Mu Ling gestured, summoning a flicker of spiritual light that a wooden tub, warm water, towels, and other bathing necessities materialized out of thin air, revealing her considerable prowess as a practitioner. This caused Lu Yuan to inwardly marvel at the Gu family, a venerable ancient clan of the southern region. Even a maid possesses formidable cultivation. Subsequently, Lu Yuan did not hesitate. Under Mu Linger's attentive care, he commenced his bathing ritual. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan donned a brand new dark robe, accentuating his tall physique, enhancing his distinguished presence. This bestowed upon him an air of extraordinary elegance, causing Mu Linger's beautiful eyes to sparkle with admiration, prompting her to offer a few compliments. Then, Lu Yuan pushed open the door, stepped outside, and inhaled a deep breath of the crisp air, feeling refreshed and invigorated. At that moment, a resplendent divine rainbow suddenly descended from the heavens, landing directly in the courtyard. The figure was one Lu Yuan recognized. It was Lu Zhengming, the esteemed elder of the Lu family's third lineage. Not only was he of high rank and influence, but his cultivation was also exceedingly formidably a true deity. Cultivation realms: bitter sea, spirit nurturing, divine palace, cave heaven, Dharma form, nirvana, divine communication, true God, celestial God, monarch, sage, holy king, great sage, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Each realm comprises 9 celestial heights. Chapter 3: Departure. Having met with the clan elder, Lu Yuan maintained a serene expression and offered a respectful gesture. Meanwhile, Mu Ling also slightly bowed in acknowledgement of the elder of the Lu family. Lu Zhengming's face remained expressionless as he nodded indifferently. His gaze soon settled on Lu Yuan, lingering for a brief moment before he stated, "Follow me. I have matters to discuss with you." As soon as the words left his lips, a withered arm shot out like lightning, seizing Lu Yuan without regard for his consent and whisking him away into the distance. After a dizzying whirlwind, the two arrived atop a mountain peak. "How was last night? Did that Gu family girl cooperate?" Lu Zhengming inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone measured and calm. Lu Yuan, seemingly having anticipated that the higher-ups of the family would send someone to inquire, felt no surprise. He merely replied in a composed manner, "It was satisfactory." "What does satisfactory entail? Be more specific." Lu Zhengming turned to regard him, his eyes narrowing slightly, a sharp glimmer flashing within. "How can I provide details about what transpired in the room? Should the clan elder expect me to recount the entire affair from beginning to end?" Lu Yuan retorted, furrowing his brow. Lu Zhengming was taken aback, evidently not expecting such audacity from a mere side branch member, especially one deemed a waste. It seemed that after the alliance with the Gu family, Lu Yuan had gained a newfound boldness. However, Lu Zhengming understood that this matter was not one to probe deeply, and thus refrained from pursuing it further. Once Gu Qinghuang returned from her greeting, she would be departing for the Wanshu sacred land. "When you see her, be sure to express your desire to accompany her, understood?" Lu Zhengming instructed in a commanding tone. "I, too, am to go to the Wanshu sacred land? Why was I not informed of this earlier?" Lu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "What difference does it make whether you know or not? The price our family has paid to forge an alliance with the Gu family is beyond your imagination. Just the source stones alone amount to hundreds of thousands of pounds. Therefore, you must spend time with Gu Qinghuang and strive to conceive a divine offspring as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Lu Zhengming remarked with a cold smile, his words unyielding. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. How utterly disheartening it was that the clan's higher-ups regarded him merely as a breeding tool, devoid of any semblance of human rights or dignity. To marry a chicken is to follow the chicken. To marry a dog is to follow the dog. In his case, however, it seemed reversed. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from the world. Yet, it was evident that the Lu family cared little for the reputation of a so-called waste. Their sole concern lay with whether Gu Qinghuang could produce an innate sacred body. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. He could thereby extricate himself from the Lu family's grasp. With the dual supreme physiques of the chaos body and the ancestral sacred body, coupled with the assistance of a system for cultivation, once he took this step, he would soar freely, unhindered by the constraints of his lineage. Lu Yuan mused silently, making no outward response. Let us proceed. Gu Qinghuang will be returning shortly. Remember my words. With that, Lu Zhengming waved his hand, once again enveloping Lu Yuan as they soared into the sky. Not long after, a graceful figure appeared outside the hall. Gu Qinghuang, adorned in a flowing purple gown, had skin as luminous as jade, glimmering under the sun's embrace like the most exquisite masterpiece of art, resplendent in beauty. Ah, the young lady has returned, Mu Lingye exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she sensed the familiar presence, rushing forward to greet her. The two exchanged laughter and chatter, their relationship seemingly more akin to that of sisters than a mere master and servant. After a brief conversation, Gu Qinghuang strolled into the chamber alone. You've returned, Lu Yuan remarked, touching his nose as he offered a semblance of a greeting. Indeed, I want to pay my respects, Gu Qinghuang replied with a slight nod. As a newlywed couple, having weathered the storms of the previous night, their reunion was inevitably tinged with awkwardness, given that their marriage had been arranged and they were still strangers to one another. Following a moment of silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable. Lu Yuan wore a hesitant expression, contemplating how to broach the subject at hand. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang took the initiative to speak. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said in a calm tone, "Now that the wedding is concluded, I intend to return to the Wanshu sacred land. Given your circumstances, it would be prudent for you to accompany me, as your situation in the Lu family may not be favorable." Lu Yuan was taken aback, gazing at her intently before asking, "Is this the will of the Lu family patriarch?" The patriarch had merely mentioned it in passing, but the implication was clear. You lack the means to travel alone to the Wanshu sacred land, and arranging for a safe escort would be cumbersome. It would be far simpler for you to join the Wanshu sacred land directly and reside there, thus avoiding any potential gossip. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes remained tranquil as she spoke candidly. "Very well. When shall we depart?" Lu Yuan inquired, no longer hesitating. "Today," Gu Qinghuang replied. So soon Lu Yuan expressed his surprise, as he had intended to return to his childhood family and bid farewell to several relatives. It seemed time was no longer on his side. Not wishing to delay Gu Qinghuang's journey, he refrained from further comments. Half an hour later, a colossal spiritual vessel materialized above the main island of the Lu family. "Qinghuang, let us set sail," announced an elderly man in gray robes aboard the vessel, a smile gracing his features. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Gu Qinghuang replied with a graceful bow. She then turned to Lu Yuan and Mu Lingye, saying, "Shall we?" As her words fell, a soft, radiant divine light enveloped Lu Yuan and Mu Lingye, lifting them effortlessly into the air, ascending onto the spiritual vessel amidst the gazes of countless onlookers. In a short while, the vessel departed, sailing toward the horizon. Its expanse was vast, comparable to that of a small town, adorned with peculiar ancient trees and spiritual springs, partitioning dozens of luxurious chambers within. The exterior was decorated with intricate patterns that effectively muffled the surrounding noise and the howling winds, creating a serene atmosphere. Lu Yuan stood on the deck, gazing down at the swiftly retreating mountains and rivers beneath him, his expression tinged with a sense of melancholy. After so many years, he was finally departing from this land. The shadows that had long accumulated in his heart seemed to dissipate, replaced by a surge of ambition rising from the depths of his being. In the past, he had no choices to make. Now, the shackles had all but vanished, as if he were reborn anew. This path of cultivation towards the heavens. Let's see how far I can traverse. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with a terrifying, chaotic brilliance, sharp and imposing. Chapter 4. The sacred land of Wanshu, the spirit vessel, traversed the vastness of the void with remarkable speed. In merely 2 days, it had arrived at the sacred land of Wanshu. Beneath them, majestic peaks rose in unison, shrouded in mist, with ethereal lights flowing gracefully, creating an enchanting atmosphere that obscured the true view. Amidst the myriad mountains and valleys stood clusters of grand palaces, towering and magnificent, exuding an imposing aura. Occasionally, the air was filled with the haunting calls of celestial birds and extraordinary beasts, their voices ethereal and melodious, resonating through the valleys, painting a picture of a paradise. "Esteemed elder, please let us part here," Gu Qinghuang said, offering a respectful bow to the elder in gray robes. "Indeed," the elder replied. "Qinghuang, the selection of a saintess of the sacred land is about to commence. Though you have just recently wed, you must not neglect your cultivation. Do you understand?" The elder's serious demeanor conveyed a clear message. He wished for Gu Qinghuang not to become overly engrossed in matters of romance. "Yes, I understand," Gu Qinghuang nodded gently. Subsequently, the elder of the Gu family made no further delay, steering the spirit vessel to change direction and hastening away. Moments later, Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, and Mu Linger arrived at the outer hall. At this time, there were few disciples present, only a handful of figures. In the center of the hall sat an elderly man with graying hair, who was none other than Su Rong, the elder of the outer sect of the sacred land. Upon seeing Gu Qinghuang's arrival, he could not help but exclaim, "Ah, Qinghuang, did you not return home to wed? Why are you back so soon?" Gu Qinghuang smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Su. With the grand competition of the sacred land approaching, I need to prepare early. Hence my swift return." "I see. That makes sense," Su Rong nodded thoughtfully. "The position of saintess is of great significance. It is indeed wise to prepare diligently. I have come today to request Elder Su to assist in facilitating my entry process. I wonder if it aligns with the sacred land's recommendation procedures?" Gu Qinghuang inquired softly, casting a glance at Lu Yuan. "Oh." Su Rong's gaze shifted to Lu Yuan. Although this young man possessed an extraordinary demeanor, there was no hint of spiritual energy emanating from him, suggesting he was merely an ordinary mortal. However, Su Rong had heard of the union between the Gu and Lu families and quickly deduced Lu Yuan's identity. The ancient sacred body of the Tianqi Lu family had arrived. "Since you personally recommend him, it shall certainly be permissible. Young friend, come with me," Su Rong replied with a smile, readily agreeing. "Thank you, Elder Su. Your assistance is greatly appreciated." Gu Qinghuang expressed her gratitude, then signaled to Lu Yuan with her eyes. Lu Yuan nodded and promptly followed the elder into the outer hall. Before long, a token symbolizing the identity of an outer disciple of the sacred land was engraved and presented to Lu Yuan. In addition, he was given a corner array plate and a guidebook for entry. At this juncture, Lu Yuan had officially joined the Wan Chu sacred land. He stepped out of the grand hall, scrutinizing the angular array disc with a puzzled expression. This disc was used to unlock the cave dwelling. In the Wan Chu sacred land, external disciples each possessed their own independent abodes. However, the internal facilities were rather rudimentary, which might prove uncomfortable for him. Thus, there was no need to concern himself with that matter. He should follow her to reside at Qixia Peak. Seeing his confusion, Gu Qinghuang patiently elaborated. Just then, a notification chime echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. Please choose. Option 1. Accompany Gu Qinghuang to reside at Qixia Peak, reward of 10,000 pounds of source. Option 2. Decline to accompany her and reside alone in the outer sect, reward of an ancient imperial scripture. The system had triggered rewards. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The 10,000 pounds of source versus the imperial scripture, the weight of their value was self-evident. Moreover, during his journey, he gathered considerable information about the Wan Chu sacred land from Mu Linger. Gu Qinghuang was a disciple of a prominent female elder within the Wan Chu sacred land. Qixia Peak served as the sanctum of that esteemed figure. In terms of cultivation level, she likely surpassed even the formidable Lu Zhengming of the True God realm. Possessing both the chaotic body and the primordial sacred body, cultivating under such a powerful figure as watchful, I would undoubtedly present numerous challenges. Therefore, residing alone in the outer sect was undoubtedly the wisest choice at this moment. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan turned to Gu Qinghuang and smiled. It's quite all right. I am accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, so I shall stay in the outer sect. Besides, with the grand competition of the Wan Chu sacred land approaching, my presence might distract you from your cultivation. Upon hearing this, both Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger were taken aback, clearly astonished by his response. Young master, residing in the outer sect means no one will attend to you. Have you thought this through? Mu Linger up links, Ofling her I am merely a collateral member of the Lu family. I have always been self-reliant and am not some pampered young master in need of care. Lu Yuan gently declined Mu Linger's kind offer, shaking his head. Miss, this Mu Linger glanced at Gu Qinghuang, hesitating to speak. Very well. Since you are resolute in your decision, so be it, Gu Qinghuang replied. Although her exquisite visage bore a tranquil expression, a peculiar sentiment began to stir within her heart, altering her perception of Lu Yuan. Then, as if struck by a thought, Gu Qinghuang elegantly flipped her fair hand, revealing a beautifully crafted token radiating with purple brilliance. Upon my return, I will likely enter seclusion for a while. With this token, you may freely access most areas of the sacred land. Should you require any assistance, seek out Linger at Qixia Peak. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded, accepting the token without hesitation. Immediately thereafter, Gu Qinghuang sensed the coordinates recorded on the array disk and conjured a divine rainbow, carrying Lu Yuan as they soared into the sky. Moments later, the three individuals arrived at the foot of a mountain. Infusing their spiritual energy, the formation glimmered with light. The entrance to the cave at the edge gradually opened. The interior was modest, roughly the size of 50 to 60 square feet. However, it was furnished with stone tables, stone chairs, and stone beds, providing a satisfactory refuge. Well, we shall return now, you take care, Gu Qinghuang said, casting a glance at Lu Yuan, a complex expression flickering in her beautiful eyes. Take care, Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile. As his voice faded, Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger no longer lingered, a flash of divine light beneath their feet. They vanished from sight. System, claim the reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient imperial scripture, a volume of Taoist texts. Chapter 5. The Hidden Dragon Gorge. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, retrieving a sheet of golden parchment from the confines of the system space. As he focused his gaze, he discovered it was densely inscribed with ancient characters. Merely casting a glance at it evoked a grand symphony of Tao sounds within his mind, resonating like the booming of great bells, deafening in its clarity. Truly, it was the heart of the imperial scriptures. Indeed, it was profound beyond measure. Lu Yuan's expression brightened with joy as he quickly activated his vision, diligently studying the contents of the golden paper. Yet within mere moments, he felt a dryness and piercing pain in his eyes, rendering further observation impossible. The comprehension proved quite challenging. Undeterred, Lu Yuan summoned a stream of chaotic energy from his fingertips, gently brushing it across his eyes. With a thunderous roar, the blinding radiance emitted by the golden parchment dimmed significantly. Even the ancient Tao rhythms flowing above it gradually settled into tranquility. The chaotic body, capable of merging with myriad paths, inherently evolving all laws. This was certainly no mere boast. The intricate, obscure, ancient texts swiftly decomposed, rearranged, and recombined before Lu Yuan's eyes, revealing a remarkable power to transmute the miraculous into decay through a heavenly reverse deduction. Then, Lu Yuan entered a deep meditative state, immersing himself wholly in his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. A tall figure remained steadfast, as the resounding echoes of the grand Tao reverberated within him. It was akin to surging waves crashing against the shore, relentless and thunderous, an awe-inspiring force. Another hour elapsed before Lu Yuan finally emerged from his profound training. He suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance shooting forth, akin to a golden lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Now, I must truly be embarking on the path of cultivation. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring to himself. He had practiced throughout the night, sitting motionless as a statue. Far from feeling fatigued, he instead felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with energy, surging forth like a gushing spring, utterly astonishing. Moreover, at this moment, he had birthed a faint spark of spiritual consciousness, allowing him to conduct initial introspection, surveying the depths of his inner turmoil and observing his internal organs with extraordinary clarity. My inner turmoil is tenfold greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Even if the shackles of the heavenly path were released, the resources required for advancement would far exceed those of others. To swiftly elevate my cultivation, a source is indispensable. Lu Yuan mused inwardly. Subsequently, he perused the introductory guide he had obtained from the outer hall. Upon encountering the description of the hidden dragon gorge, his gaze sharpened, igniting a flicker of interest within him. The Wanchu Holy Land is a renowned top-tier power in the eastern wilderness, and naturally, it offers ample benefits to its disciples. The hidden dragon gorge is one such treasure. It is said that beneath it lies a winding dragon vein spanning tens of thousands of miles, cultivated over countless eons. There, the essence of heaven and earth is exceptionally dense, regarded by the disciples of the Wanchu Holy Land as a sacred ground for cultivation, a rare opportunity for transformation. However, the hidden dragon gorge is not a place one can visit at will, freely entering and exiting as they please. The regulations of the Wanchu sacred land are clearly stipulated. Outer disciples are permitted to cultivate only in the outermost layer, and may stay for merely 1 day within a month. Inner disciples have access to the second underground level, allowed to remain for 3 days each month. Core disciples can venture into the third underground level, granted 5 days of stay monthly. The deeper one descends, the closer one approaches the dragon vein of heaven and earth, where the essence becomes increasingly potent, rendering cultivation significantly more fruitful. As for the true transmission disciples, stewards, patrons, elders, and other higher-ranking members, no explicit records exist regarding their limitations. However, it can be presumed that reaching such a level entails no restrictions on time. Currently, I am also regarded as an outer disciple of the Wanchu sacred land, and it is not excessive to absorb a modicum of the dragon vein's essence. Let me first utilize what is allotted for this month. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated. He abruptly rose and proceeded towards the entrance of the cave dwelling. The Wanchu sacred land spans an immense area, even surpassing the entirety of the heavenly pool. Furthermore, the number of disciples within is considerable. As he traversed the path, brilliant celestial rainbows occasionally pierced the sky, as numerous as the stars, dazzling all who beheld them. After an hour, Lu Yuan arrived at the location of the long vein gully as indicated by the entrance guide. On either side of the gully stood towering mountains, seemingly reaching for the clouds. From a distance, it indeed resembled a profound mountain ravine. At this moment, a clearing outside was gathering a significant number of sacred land disciples, each holding a token in hand, forming a serpentine queue at the entrance. Lu Yuan surveyed the scene and casually chose a line to join, quietly awaiting his turn. The long queue advanced slowly, and while the crowd was sizable, few dared to cut in or act disorderly. Clearly, the stewards at the forefront were not to be trifled with. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. "Sister Lu Hong! Sister Lu Hong has arrived!" exclaimed a group of disciples, their gazes converging in unison towards the same direction. A woman in blue, riding a majestic celestial crane, gracefully descended amidst the clouds. Upon her appearance, she instantly became the focal point of the gathering, indicating her esteemed status and popularity within the Wanchu sacred land. Unlike other disciples, Lu Hong did not adhere to the queue. Instead, she directly landed at the forefront, exchanged greetings with the stewards, and effortlessly entered the gully. "Ah, Sister Lu Hong's crane can freely enter the long vein gully for cultivation. Truly, it is said that one surpasses the crane, which is infuriating. If only I could become Sister Lu Hong's mount, her loyal companion," lamented one individual with envy in his expression. Fellow disciple, do not indulge in such fantasies. Take a look in the mirror before you venture out. A mere outer disciple, a practitioner of the bitter sea realm, struggles to even fly. What could you possibly offer? Let alone to someone like Sister Lu Hong, one of the 7 true transmission disciples, retorted another with disdain, adding, "Oh wait, perhaps in 3 months. You might have to address her as Your Highness, the Holy Maiden." "Humph, not necessarily," came the skeptical response. "Although Sister Lu Hong is formidable, the other 2 are certainly not to be underestimated. Sister Gu, possessing the innate Tao and intimately connected to the great Tao, is already nearly invincible on this account alone. The disciples each have their own opinions regarding the selection of the holy woman. Soon, someone spoke up in rebuttal. Sister Gu, it seems she is only just married and is likely still at the heavenly pool. Alas, what a pity! How could such a remarkable woman end up married to a useless man? Truly, it is like a beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung. It is so unjust. So unjust. The topic initiated by Lu Hong quickly fermented and spread among the crowd. Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, paid it no mind, merely smiling in response. For he believes that one day, his name shall resonate throughout the eastern wilderness and echo across the 5 domains. The chaotic sacred body shall reach its pinnacle, ruling over all. Chapter 6. A frantic ascension after the passage of half an hour. It was finally Lu Yuan's turn. He presented the token that symbolized his status as an outer sect disciple to the steward of the sacred land. The steward merely lifted his eyelids, scanned with his spiritual sense, and, finding no discrepancies, granted him passage without delay. Subsequently, Lu Yuan stowed the token and swiftly joined the throng, entering the ravine. As soon as he stepped inside, an immensely rich aura of heavenly and earthly essence surged forth to greet him. It was impossible not to feel invigorated, as if one were immersed in a vast ocean of spiritual energy. Truly, this was the Yulong Ravine. To cultivate here would undoubtedly lead to rapid progress and extraordinary results. Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, silently marveling at the scene. Without further ado, he made his way to an open space, settled into a cross-legged position, and began to cultivate using the Taoist scriptures. Boom! In an instant, Lu Yuan's golden sea of suffering erupted from its tranquil state. Waves of tumultuous energy surged forth, creating a cacophony of sound. Concurrently, myriad strands of heavenly and earthly essence, seemingly drawn by a mysterious force, rushed toward his position with astonishing speed. As the energy entered his body, it flowed like a gentle stream, coursing through his limbs and bones, nurturing his flesh and blood, and fortifying his physique. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan halted, a frown creasing his brow. Although the heavenly and earthly essence here was abundant, the methodical cultivation was still progressing at a sluggish pace. After a full day, he feared he would barely achieve a minor elevation in realm. Such an outcome was not what Lu Yuan desired. Deciding to cast aside his reservations, he resolved to commence devouring the energy. In this world, there existed countless domineering techniques for gathering energy, yet few would think to apply them to the chaotic body. With myriad distractions cast aside, Lu Yuan focused his thoughts and immediately activated the chaotic essence within him. From the depths of his golden sea, a pitch-black void emerged, rising gradually, swirling rapidly, and trembling violently. In that moment, a remarkable transformation unfolded. Centered around Lu Yuan, torrents of immense heavenly and earthly essence began to converge frantically toward him. The originally pale, yellow energy visibly deepened in hue at an astonishing rate. Ultimately, it transformed into waves of golden torrents that seemed on the verge of solidification, sweeping outward. What is this? At that moment, several outer sect disciples nearby sensed something unusual. They simultaneously opened their eyes and gazed in the same direction. Hiss! Such a tyrannical gathering technique. I have never witnessed such a speed of absorption before. The grade is undoubtedly high, far exceeding what an ordinary outer sect disciple could cultivate. Some gasped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a flicker of disbelief. Clearly a naive newcomer, to dare seize heavenly and earthly essence in the Yulong Ravine. Is he not afraid of bursting from overindulgence? Not far off, a young man clad in a green robe scoffed disdainfully. Yet, he quickly diverted his gaze, returning to his meditation, choosing to disregard the spectacle. Among the outer disciples of the One, true sacred land, there are indeed individuals hailing from prestigious families of cultivators, possessing remarkable backgrounds. Thus, it is not surprising to find someone equipped with a high-tier qi gathering technique. However, the energy emanating from the subterranean dragon vein, while abundant, is ultimately not the pure energy sealed within source stones. It remains exceedingly volatile. For cultivators to harness this energy, they must undergo a meticulous process of refinement before it can be utilized. Yet, This particular individual, seemingly of modest cultivation, dares to absorb such a vast amount of energy all at once. One cannot help but wonder if it is boldness born from skill or a reckless pursuit of quick success that has clouded his judgment. Most likely, it is the latter. After all, outer disciples are permitted to cultivate in the Yun Dragon Gorge for only a single day each month, making time exceedingly precious. Those with such ambitions have never been in short supply. Half a stick of incense has passed. He continues to absorb. Is he risking his life? Some outer disciples, their eyes wide with astonishment, are utterly captivated by the scene. Oh well, let him be. Time is of the essence. I must focus on my own cultivation. Right, I should keep my distance from that reckless fellow, lest I be caught in an explosion and end up drenched in blood. With a cold snicker of schadenfreude, someone quickly rises and moves to a more distant spot. At this moment, Lu Yuan sits with closed eyes, resembling a monk in deep meditation, utterly motionless. The torrents of celestial energy flow into his body without even stirring a ripple, being forcefully subdued by the primordial chaos. The myriad strands of chaotic energy wash over him, transforming instantaneously into gentle and pure celestial energy, which he swiftly absorbs. This exemplifies the formidable advantage of the chaos body in cultivation, refining the essence of the heavens and earth for personal use. Such dominance is unparalleled. Time continues to elapse. The day swiftly approaches its end. With each passing minute and second, Lu Yuan's cultivation ascends. First layer of the bitter sea realm. Second layer of the bitter sea realm. Third layer of the bitter sea realm. Waves of fury surge, intertwining with bolts of lightning. Within Lu Yuan's bitter sea, golden light radiates as intricate divine patterns are crystallized. Concurrently, his physical body is being nourished from all angles. The essence within his flesh surges forth, continually fortifying his physique. His organs, bones, and meridians experience a qualitative leap, becoming astonishingly resilient and immensely powerful. As Lu Yuan voraciously consumes energy, the surrounding celestial essence diminishes at a visibly rapid rate. Initially, few paid any heed. However, as time went on, an increasing number began to sense something amiss. Suddenly, upon opening their eyes, they discovered that the practitioner of the high-tier spirit gathering technique had not yet ceased. It was as if a bottomless pit resided within him, relentlessly devouring the energy of the heavens and earth. Goodness, he is truly a madman, a freak. Many outer disciples muttered curses under their breath before hastily rising and retreating from the area as if fleeing from a plague. Yet, this action also ignited a sense of indignation in some observers. A series of malevolent gazes swept across Lu Yuan's face, seemingly intent on imprinting his visage in their memories, planning to settle the score once they exited the Yulong Gorge. However, the young man clad in a blue robe remained steadfastly rooted in this area, unwilling to concede defeat. Engaging in a fierce contest with Lu Yuan, he too summoned a formidable gathering technique, zealously vying for the essence of heaven and earth alongside Lu Yuan. Yet, the outcome was all but certain. Not only did he fail to match Lu Yuan's prowess, but under Lu Yuan's relentless and domineering absorption, even a mere sip of the spiritual essence proved exceedingly elusive. What audacity! The young man seethed with rage, his countenance dark as stormy waters, abruptly rising to his feet. His fingers swiftly coalesced, emanating a flicker of divine brilliance as he directed a strike toward Lu Yuan, who was not far off. With a whoosh, a piercing beam of light shot forth, akin to a bolt of lightning, its velocity astounding and its lethality formidable. At that moment, Lu Yuan sensed the impending danger, his eyes snapping open as he clenched his fist, delivering a thunderous blow downward. Chapter 7. The First Battle Boom. The fierce beam of light was shattered by Lu Yuan's punch, transforming into scattered divine brilliance that dissipated into the void. Who are you? Why do you disturb my cultivation? Lu Yuan rose, frowning as he spoke coldly. It seems I underestimated you. You possess some skill. The young man cast a disdainful glance at him, his demeanor haughty and indifferent. Do you think this Yulong ravine is meant solely for you? To occupy a territory and forcibly seize the essence of heaven and earth, Do you understand the rules? Each cultivates by their own ability. What rules are there? If you cannot contend, you may simply relocate like others. Lu Yuan replied with an impassive expression, his tone calm. I cannot contend with you? How laughable. Do not think that obtaining a high-tier gathering spirit technique grants you the freedom to rampage in the outer sect. To speak plainly, you are still far from it. As your senior, allow me to discipline you properly. The young man laughed in anger, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he stepped forward, pressing closer. At this moment, within the outermost layer of the Yulong ravine, several disciples were drawn by the commotion, casting their gazes in this direction. TSK, TSK. This reckless youth has indeed offended Lu Mu. This is fortunate. We won't have to intervene. Let us enjoy the show. A few sneered, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Having had so much essence of heaven and earth snatched away, anyone would feel discomfort. If it were a well-known tough character in the outer sect, it would be one thing, yet it is a face that none have seen before, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Meanwhile, the onlookers among the disciples regarded Lu Yuan with a hint of sympathy. Lu Mu, at the 7th level of the Bitter Sea realm, was quite formidable in the outer sect. Few dared to provoke him. Once targeted by him, one was bound to suffer. What? Are you going to make a move here? Lu Yuan maintained his calm demeanor as Lu Mu approached. After a day of cultivation, his power had surged tremendously. There was nothing to fear. And so what? This will serve as a lesson for you. Lu Mu revealed a cold smile. In the next instant, he launched his attack. His hands swiftly formed seals, and the divine energy from the bitter sea surged forth, suddenly manifesting dozens of condensed divine patterns that transformed into sharp, lethal little swords, sweeping forward. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the full force of his vitality, his steps shifting with astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Encircled by resplendent golden light, Lu Yuan moved with an incredible velocity, navigating through the storm of swords as if traversing an uninhabited realm. In the blink of an eye, he had evaded all attacks. Then, with a stamp of his foot, a terrifying force seemed to shake the earth, and he shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, charging toward Lu Mu. What? Lu Mu's expression changed. He had never anticipated Lu Yuan's speed to be so astonishing. This was not merely a technique of movement, but an incredible feat achieved through sheer physical strength. In a moment of desperation, Lu Mu gritted his teeth and once more condensed several divine patterns, launching a fierce assault. Boom! Boom! Lu Yuan did not evade. Instead, he braved the attack, shattering all the divine patterns with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, advancing towards Lu Mu. Then he swung his right hand, delivering a powerful punch directly to Lu Mu's chest. This strike was overwhelming, imbued with immense force. The physical power of the ancient sacred body was beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Once one was closed in upon, survival was a mere fantasy. With a splatter of blood, Lu Mu was sent flying several dozen meters away, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking bones. He lost count of how many ribs were broken as he crashed heavily to the ground. How could this be possible? Lu Mu, at the 7th level of the Bitter Sea realm, was utterly outmatched by this individual. When did such a fearsome figure appear in the outer sect? The onlooking disciples were all frozen in place, their mouths agape, as if they had witnessed some incredible spectacle. You! Lu Mu clutched his chest, struggling to rise, his eyes burning with fury. Being reduced to such a pitiful state by an unknown assailant was intolerable to him. You claimed you would teach me the rules? With such meager skills, how could you instruct me? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lu Yuan's lips. After a brief display of his prowess, he felt increasingly confident in his current strength. Seeking death, Lu Mu, consumed by rage, summoned a long sword-like magical artifact with a flick of his hand. Infusing it with divine power, it instantly radiated a sharp, piercing aura. Too slow, Lu Yuan, his expression impassive, spoke with indifference. As he spoke, he activated his speed once more, transforming into a streak of light, appearing before Lu Mu in the blink of an eye. Smack! Lu Yuan raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap that sent Lu Mu flying once again across several meters. His head spun, his ears buzzed, and his face swelled grotesquely with bruises, a sight too painful to behold. I will kill you. Lu Mu felt a stinging pain across his face, humiliation washing over him. Oof. It seems you could take a hit. Again, I shall strike you until you submit. Lu Yuan approached with a chilling demeanor, step by step. Initially, had it not been for his swift reflexes, that surprise attack could have severely injured an ordinary disciple. He felt no compassion for such a ruthless adversary. As Lu Yuan advanced, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Mu's face, as if he had been cast into the shadows of despair. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from outside the mountain ravine. What are you all doing loitering here instead of training? A supervising elder, alerted to the commotion, descended upon the scene. The gathered disciples, upon seeing the newcomer, scattered like birds, too frightened to linger any longer. What is going on? The elder of the sacred place shot a glance at the two, frowning as he inquired. Before Lu Yuan could utter a word, Lu Mu, the villain, resorted to slandering first, accusing Lu Yuan of usurping his cultivation position and inflicting harm upon him, thus leaving him in such a wretched state. Is that so? The elder of the sacred land turned to Lu Yuan, inquiring icily. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Lu Mu would prove to be so spineless as to report him to the elder. However, he was disinclined to offer any explanations. Instead, he produced the token bestowed upon him by Gu Qinghuang and waved it deftly. The purple gold token. The elder's gaze sharpened instantly. This token was exclusively granted to true disciples. It was astonishing that it had been conferred upon an outer disciple, suggesting a significant connection. In fact, there were only 7 true disciples in the Wan Chu sacred land. Not only would a mere elder tread carefully in their presence, but even the elders themselves would act with utmost caution. After all, no one could predict which of the 7 true disciples would one day ascend as the holy son or holy daughter, or who would become the future master of Wan Chu. What is your name? The elder scrutinized the swollen-faced Lu Mu beside him, attempting to discern his identity for a considerable time, yet failing to recognize him. Disciple Lu Mu, apologize. Chapter 8. The Chaotic Steel Apologies? Lu Mu was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. He had been subjected to such brutal treatment, yet he was expected to apologize. What kind of logic was that? Just as Lu Mu was about to argue his case, he was abruptly silenced by a chilling glare, the warning unmistakable. Lu Mu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, but dared not express it. After all, he was in the presence of a deacon from the sacred land. To crush him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Mu, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body, forced himself to bow deeply to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. To his surprise, the purple gold token proved quite effective. Even a deacon from the sacred land would grant it a measure of respect, allowing for certain rules to be overlooked. Subsequently, Lu Yuan lost interest in further deliberation, turning on his heel and striding away. A day spent in the Yulong Gorge had enabled Lu Yuan to break through several minor realms, reaping substantial benefits. He was not far from reaching the 4th level of the Bitter Sea realm. The scroll of the Emperor's scripture had laid an exceptionally solid foundation for him. With his current physical strength, transcending several minor realms in combat was as effortless as eating or drinking. First, I should return to consolidate my cultivation, Lu Yuan mused inwardly. Then made his way directly to his residence. A short while later, he passed a peculiar peak. At that moment, the chaotic essence within him began to circulate involuntarily, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Lu Yuan halted, gazing intently at the summit. He could distinctly sense that the source of this force emanated from the peak itself. What could possibly resonate with his chaotic body? Just then, a notification chime echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host as current experience detected, triggering option rewards. Option 1. Ascend to the peak and investigate. Reward of 500 pounds of essence. Option 2. Ignore it and return directly. Reward of a superior magical artifact. Rewards triggered. 500 pounds of essence and a superior magical artifact. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily. In the realm of cultivation, Various weapons and magical treasures were distinctly classified by their levels. Magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, communicative artifacts, divine weapons, sacred weapons, and extreme imperial weapons. Superior magical artifacts were formidable in power, often unattainable even by ordinary inner sect disciples. In terms of value, they far surpassed 500 pounds of essence. However, after triggering several system rewards in succession, Lu Yuan had begun to discern a pattern. Only experiences that significantly impacted his life trajectory would trigger the system's notifications. Therefore, the summit must harbor something extraordinary, worthy of exploration. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan altered his course and made his way toward the nearby peak. The mountain was steep and riddled with bizarre rock formations, leaving hardly a trace of a proper path. Despite the formidable physique of Lu Yuan, after an extensive period of climbing, he felt a sense of fatigue. Fortunately, after half an hour, he finally reached the summit, and the chaotic essence within him became increasingly vibrant. Before him stood an ancient stone tablet, entirely cloaked in darkness, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Though it appeared rather unremarkable, it emanated an intense sense of oppression, as if even the flow of blood within his veins had slowed considerably. At that moment, beside the stone tablet stood a man in white, tall and poised. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a face as refined as jade, exuding an otherworldly grace. Huh? An outer sect disciple? The man in white turned to look at Lu Yuan, exclaiming softly, seemingly taken aback. Come closer, since you have managed to find this place. It indicates a connection with this artifact, and perhaps you may receive a significant blessing. The man smiled gently, his words calm and soothing, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. May I inquire what this is? Lu Yuan approached the stone tablet, his eyes reflecting a look of confusion. It is an inscription made from chaotic stone. The man in white explained. Chaotic stone. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression tightened. No wonder he felt an inexplicable kinship with the stone tablet. This chaotic stone is an unparalleled treasure, comparable to materials of celestial gold grade. Countless ages ago, a great emperor crafted an imperial weapon of extreme power from this material, which shook the universe, underscoring its rarity. Moreover, given its considerable size, its value is undoubtedly incalculable. What exactly do you mean by a significant blessing? Lu Yuan pondered briefly before inquiring further. With such a large piece of chaotic stone here, the prominent figures within the Wanchu Holy Land would certainly sense it. There must be some hidden mystery, the man in white replied softly. The inscription. Our Wanchu Holy Land has established its sect for over several 100,000 years. The most profound secret techniques are derived from these 9 chaotic stone tablets. However, the scriptures inscribed upon them are exceedingly obscure. Disciples without a connection to them would be unable to comprehend them, merely wasting their time. Thus, these 9 chaotic stone tablets have been sealed away by the prominent figures within the sect using supreme methods. Their appearance and location are uncertain. Only those with an affinity for the stone tablet, like you and me, can sense and find our way here. I see. Thank you for enlightening me, senior brother. Lu Yuan responded, his expression reflecting understanding. Make haste and delve into your comprehension. The stone tablet may vanish at any moment, the man urged. Understood. With that, the two took their respective positions, beginning to contemplate the chaotic stone tablet. Lu Yuan focused his gaze, unblinking, as he looked upwards. In an instant, everything around him became blurred. The myriad symbols of the Tao inscribed upon the chaotic stone tablet seemed to come alive, each exuding an ancient resonance of the Tao. In Lu Yuan's eyes, they intertwined, rearranging and recomposing endlessly. Boundless principles and profound sounds of the Tao resonated within his heart, a truly extraordinary experience. Thus, the two individuals sat cross-legged, each delving into profound contemplation. Time became indiscernible. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air. The chaotic stone tablet emanated a radiant glow, as if it had awakened a consciousness of its own, soaring from the mountaintop and vanishing into the void. Regrettably, the man in white emerged from his meditation, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his features. It seemed he had not fully grasped the esoteric scriptures inscribed upon the tablet. In contrast, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his demeanor vibrant, suggesting he had gleaned much from the experience. At that moment, both rose and exchanged a glance. Lu Yuan sensed that this man in white was no ordinary being. His strength was formidable, bordering on terrifying. "May I inquire your name, senior brother?" Lu Yuan asked. The man in white smiled and replied, "With your innate talent, we shall meet again soon. At that time, you will naturally know." With that, a divine rainbow flickered and the man in white gracefully departed. Chapter 9. The Abyss of Suffering, a person of unfathomable depth. Lu Yuan gazed in the direction of his departure, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, he chose not to linger any longer in that place and began his descent down the mountain along the same path. Before long, Lu Yuan returned to his secluded abode. "System, claim my reward." A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for completing option 1. You have received 500 pounds of source." With the sound of the prompt, a multitude of pristine source stones, resembling amber, materialized within the system space. These stones were infused with the rich essence of heaven and earth, an essential element for any cultivator's practice, as well as the fundamental currency for trade. This journey had yielded significant rewards. 500 pounds of source, once fully refined, should elevate my cultivation to the latter stages of the abyss of suffering. Furthermore, I had acquired a formidable method for refining the spirit. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered momentarily. This technique, known as the chaotic divine demon visualization method, was derived from his observation of the scriptures inscribed on the chaotic stone tablet. Although its rank remained unknown, the very name hinted at its extraordinary nature and its rarity as a method for refining the spirit. Typically, cultivators would only establish their consciousness, see, and give birth to their primordial spirit upon reaching the divine palace realm. If I could cultivate my spiritual awareness earlier, it would undoubtedly benefit my future endeavors to solidify my divine palace. With these thoughts, Lu Yuan resolved to act. He waved his hand, summoning a corner of an array plate into his grasp. Infusing it with his magical power, a simple protective formation materialized outside his abode, shielding it from prying eyes of outside cultivators. Having completed his preparations, Lu Yuan laid out over 100 pounds of source stones on the ground and immediately activated the chaotic qi, beginning the process of melting and absorbing them. Crack, crack, as each source stone shattered. The entire cave was soon enveloped in waves of pure and rich essence of heaven and earth, swirling like mist, nearly liquid in form. Lu Yuan channeled his Taoist scriptures, resuming his cultivation. As time passed unnoticed, half a month slipped by. Lu Yuan emerged from his profound cultivation, slowly rising to his feet and stretching his joints. A series of crackling sounds resonated throughout his body, akin to the popping of beans. In this moment, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. His blood surged with vigor, and every fiber of his being was imbued with explosive strength, transforming him into a figure almost unrecognizable from before. He had officially stepped into the 7th level of the abyss of suffering. However, despite his rapid progress, the resources consumed in his cultivation were astonishingly considerable. In total, he had refined over 400 pounds of source. For other cultivators, this amount would likely suffice to achieve complete mastery of the abyss of suffering. It was no wonder that the ancient sacred body was deemed arduous to cultivate, with even ancient families unable to sustain it. The initial stages alone required such substantial quantities. In the later stages, it would likely become an insatiable abyss. Yet, Lu Yuan paid little heed to this. With the system aiding his cultivation, he merely needed to trigger a few more choices, and any resources would be easily within reach, leaving no cause for concern. Soon after, Lu Yuan commenced his practice of the chaotic divine demon visualization method. Gradually, his mind became vacant, and his consciousness receded inward. He recalled the ancient scriptures inscribed upon the chaotic stone tablet, which swiftly reassembled in his mind. Lu Yuan's divine awareness transcended into an abyssal void, devoid of light, time, or any reference point. Chaos surged all around, tumultuous and unpredictable. Time became indeterminate. Suddenly, this void trembled violently, and the fabric of space began to collapse. Here, colossal phantoms of deities and demons manifested, emanating an aura of primal terror that was both ancient and savage. This spectral form was unfathomably vast, nearly filling the entirety of existence. Its body was adorned with a myriad of mysterious runes, shimmering like a constellation, encompassing all things. Lu Yuan focused intently, using his own divine consciousness to envision the various runes imprinted upon the bodies of these deities and demons, honing his willpower. In this realm, the concept of time was rendered meaningless. A fleeting moment could stretch into a century, and a century could be but a fleeting moment, prolonged and insubstantial. For those with wavering resolve, it would not take long before the vision drove them to madness and utter collapse. After an hour, Lu Yuan's divine awareness became chaotic, forcibly withdrawing from the visualization. At this moment, his eyes were already bloodshot and weary. This technique was indeed extraordinary. Just a brief period of practice had significantly enhanced his divine consciousness. At this rate, establishing a sea of consciousness seemed far from an insurmountable task. A flicker of joy ignited within Lu Yuan. After adjusting his state, he resumed his visualization. Meanwhile, Lu Mu, who had been grievously wounded by Lu Yuan, had long since healed. Unexpectedly, he found himself benefiting from this misfortune, successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm, greatly amplifying his strength. However, the scene of him bowing in apology to that individual in the Yunlong Gorge lingered in his mind, haunting him like a nightmare, a constant reminder of his humiliating past. Should this thorn remain unextracted, it might become a heart demon on his path of cultivation in the future. Thus, Lu Mu expended considerable effort and finally gleaned Lu Yuan's name and residence from the outer sect hall. Yet, even with this information, he remained uncertain of his ability to defeat Lu Yuan. This individual had evidently practiced some form of body refinement technique, possessing astonishing physical strength. Not only was he extraordinarily swift, but he could also shatter divine runes with his bare hands, rivaling low-grade magical artifacts. Moreover, it appeared he had some background within the sacred grounds, compelling Lu Mu to proceed with caution. After much deliberation, Lu Mu ultimately decided to hire an assassin and resolutely ventured to the inner and outer sect black market, known only to a select few disciples. At this moment, within a modest wooden cabin, 3 individuals gathered. At the forefront sat a youth with a delicate appearance, exuding a formidable aura, his eyes occasionally flashing with a fierce glint that deterred direct gaze. Beside him lounged a captivating woman, clad in revealing attire, her voluptuous figure suffused with an alluring air. Lazily reclining in the youth's embrace, inadvertently exposing a generous expanse of flawless skin, stirring the heart. "Who does junior brother Lu intend to kill?" she inquired languidly. "Lu Yuan." Lu Mu gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Lu Yuan? I have not heard of such a figure within the outer sect. What is his cultivation level?" The effeminate man raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Perhaps around the 5th level of the Sea of Suffering," Lu Mu pondered, though he was not entirely certain. 200 pounds of essence, the effeminate man stated outright. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's expression instantly shifted, exclaiming, "How exorbitant!" "Elder brother, I was referred by an acquaintance." The effeminate man cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly replied, "And what of that? I recognize essence, not people. Provide me with the essence, and I shall assist you. However, since you have sought me out, you must compensate regardless of whether the task is completed. Think carefully before you respond." Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's complexion grew even graver. Fan Yun and Qin Ping were both prominent figures within the outer sect, each possessing a consummate mastery at the pinnacle of the Sea of Suffering. They were ruthless and would resort to any means to achieve their ends. To offend them would mean sleeping with one eye open. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Mu's thoughts darkened, and he directly tossed his storage pouch forward, stating, "Inside are over 80 pounds of essence, along with a low-grade magical artifact. This is all my savings." Fan Yun accepted the pouch, opened it, and glanced inside, a smile spreading across his face. He then approached Lu Mu, patting him on the shoulder and remarked, "Junior brother Lu, with your cultivation at the 8th level of the Sea of Suffering, you cannot possibly contend with someone at the 5th level of the Sea of Suffering. This individual must either possess extraordinary strength or enjoy a significant background within the sect. Such a fact cannot deceive me. Do you think your 200 pounds of essence is a loss?" Lu Mu was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and he quickly shook his head, saying, "Not a loss, not a loss. Very well, tell me, where can I find him?" Chapter 10. Deception and Duplicity. 5 days later, Lu Yuan gradually opened his eyes, his gaze shining with brilliance, flickering with an extraordinary light. After a period of concentrated cultivation, he had successfully ventured into the realm of consciousness, honing his senses to an astonishing degree. No longer reliant on sight or sound, he could perceive everything in his vicinity, as if the universe itself had become animated, revealing an extraordinary essence. Rising to his feet, Lu Yuan stepped out of his cave dwelling, eager to explore the myriad applications of his newfound awareness. At that moment, his gaze sharpened, detecting the presence of 2 cultivators hidden not far away, who appeared to have lingered in the area for quite some time. One of them, upon noticing his emergence, hastened towards him with determination. Who could it be? Lu Yuan pondered briefly, remaining still and awaiting the encounter. Moments later, a captivating woman emerged before him, her waist swaying like a serpent in water. This junior sister seemed somewhat familiar. Had she recently moved into this cave? Qin Ping approached Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she spoke in a melodious tone. "I just joined the outer sect not long ago. And you are?" Lu Yuan nodded, a hint of curiosity etched on his face. "I am Lu Yuan." "Qin Ping," she replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering. "I entered the sect 2 years before you. I reside on the neighboring peak, so we are practically neighbors." Understanding dawned on Lu Yuan. "I see now. You are quite striking for a junior brother. May I inquire how to address you?" "Lu Yuan," he responded, and Qin Ping's eyes glimmered knowingly. It seemed she had indeed found the right person. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Ping gradually revealed her intentions. "Junior brother Lu, despite your youth, your cultivation is commendable. I wonder if you could assist your senior sister with a small task?" "What task?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a sense of caution creeping in. "Well, it's rather simple. There is a rare spirit herb, over 100 years old, located in an ancient forest outside the sect. However, it is guarded by a formidable beast, and I cannot handle alone. I thought we might collaborate. I could distract the beast while you retrieve the herb. What do you think, junior brother Lu?" At this point, Qin Ping added, "Of course, I won't ask you to do this for nothing. There will be a reward once the task is completed." "Oh, what kind of reward?" Lu Yuan feigned interest, curiosity piqued. "Well, that could be negotiated," she replied with a charming smile, leaning closer, her breath whispering in his ear, her intentions unmistakably alluring. Just then, a notification from the system echoed within Lu Yuan's consciousness. "Beep! Host current experience detected, triggering option rewards. Option 1. Agree to proceed. Reward of mystical arts. The 5 elements Great Hand Seal. Option 2. Refuse to accompany. Reward of a century-old spiritual herb. System notification." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan finally confirmed in his heart that this woman harbored ill intentions towards him. She sought to employ the beauty trap to lure him out of the sect and then act against him. Hidden several hundred zhang away, another aura likely belonged to Qin Ping's accomplice. "Junior brother, what hesitation plagues you? Are you truly afraid that I might harm you?" Qin Ping said with a charming smile. Half jokingly, "The reward, is it truly negotiable?" Lu Yuan feigned nonchalance, grinning, his bold gaze swiftly traversing her form. "Indeed," Qin Ping assured, patting her ample bosom. "Very well. When shall we depart?" Lu Yuan inquired without further hesitation. Delays could bring unforeseen changes. "We must set forth immediately. It would be unfortunate to have another seize the initiative," Qin Ping urged, her lovely face lighting up with excitement. "Then please lead the way, Sister Qin." Lu Yuan responded with alacrity. "Please." With these words, Qin Ping moved swiftly ahead. Lu Yuan followed closely, his formidable spiritual sense probing the surroundings. As expected, the hidden cultivator also made a move, deliberately maintaining a distance from the two. However, This did not escape Lu Yuan's mental perception. The two possessed similar cultivation levels, both at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. Though they stood 2 minor realms above Lu Yuan, he felt no fear, confident in his ability to overpower any adversary within the Bitter Sea realm. Thus, he decided to turn the tables and discern who was orchestrating this scheme against him. The Wanchu Holy Land, concealed amidst towering mountains and deep valleys, is surrounded by ancient forests and vast wilderness, teeming with numerous rare, spiritual herbs of considerable age and powerful beasts lurking in the shadows. It has gradually become a training ground for many disciples of the Holy Land and wandering cultivators. Here, slaughter and death are commonplace, yet myriad opportunities allure many. Several hours later, Qin Ping led Lu Yuan to a secluded mountain range, surrounded by desolate valleys and dense ancient woods, scarcely trodden by human feet. Occasionally distant, piercing roars of beasts echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Junior brother, just a few hundred more miles ahead lies the place I mentioned. We are still on the outskirts of the mountain range, devoid of powerful beasts, so you need not be anxious, Qin Ping said, her face aglow with a smile, attempting to allay Lu Yuan's vigilance. Understood, Lu Yuan replied, his expression calm as he nodded. The two then slowed their pace and walked side by side, conversing cheerfully without a hint of urgency. After a while, Qin Ping finally found her opportunity, intentionally slowing her pace to fall behind Lu Yuan. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she swiftly formed a seal. In an instant, divine power surged tumultuously within the sea of suffering. A fierce and searing aura emanated from her palm, a manifestation of an advanced fire-based arcane technique cultivated by Qin Ping, renowned for its astonishing lethality and unfailing success. With this strike, the individual before her stood no chance of survival. Just as Qin Ping was poised to deliver the fatal blow, a slender hand, entwined with enigmatic energy, emerged from nowhere, swiftly grasping her hands that were forming the intricate seals. What? Qin Ping gasped in shock, unable to suppress a cry of astonishment. When she lifted her gaze once more, a visage adorned with a teasing smile materialized before her eyes. Sister, we were having such a pleasant conversation. Why resort to flames? Chapter 11. The counterattack. As the words fell, Qin Ping was taken aback once more. At this moment, how could she not realize that Lu Yuan had already anticipated her intentions? Resolutely, Qin Ping seized her pretense. With a shudder, an overwhelming surge of vitality, emblematic of the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm, erupted forth, attempting to break free from Lu Yuan's grip. Yet, regardless of her struggles, she remained ensnared by that iron claw-like hand. The divine power emerging from the Bitter Sea dissipated as effortlessly as a clay ox sinking into the ocean, obliterated by that dark and enigmatic force. What manner of power is this? Qin Ping's expression was one of horror, clearly flustered. Senior Sister Qin, it seems you have yet to respond to my inquiry, Lu Yuan remarked with a mocking gaze and a sardonic smile. Without further ado, he tightened his grip. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing reverberated through the air. Qin Ping's delicate fingers, akin to 10 slender green onions, were brutally snapped by a terrifying force, her phalanges shattering in the process. The magnitude of the strength was beyond imagination. The excruciating pain caused Qin Ping's body to tremble involuntarily, her charming face paling in an instant. In her fright, she quickly turned her gaze toward the ancient forest nearby, shouting desperately, "Brother Yun, save me!" Swish, swish, swish. The sound of rustling leaves echoed rapidly. Soon after, a figure emerged from the shadows. "Release Ping Mei, or I shall ensure your demise is swift and merciful." Fan Yun's eyes glinted with a cold ferocity, his words hissing like a venomous serpent fixated on Lu Yuan. That remark ought to come from my lips. Lu Yuan retorted with a disdainful glance, a smirk playing on his lips. Tell me who sent you, and perhaps I will grant you both a quicker end. Seeking death. Fan Yun's expression darkened to the utmost, and with a fierce stomp, he lunged forward. This individual's strength surpassed that of Qin Ping significantly. It was unclear what arcane techniques he had mastered, but his movements were as swift as thunder both rapid and fierce. In the blink of an eye, he had charged towards Lu Yuan. Then, a massive hand, as broad as a grinding wheel, reached out toward the restrained Qin Ping. "Here you go." Lu Yuan chuckled coldly, swinging his arms to lift Qin Ping from the ground, spinning her around before forcefully hurling her towards Fan Yun. Bang! 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 The terrifying force disrupted the air around them, creating a violent shockwave. Fan Yun, attempting to catch Qin Ping, was propelled backward uncontrollably, crashing into several ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. The sheer ferocity of that power was evident. Even Fan Yun, at the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm, could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. "Brother Yun, this man is peculiar. We must not underestimate him." Qin Ping's face was ashen, her head spinning. Gritting her teeth, she managed to rise, offering a quiet warning. "It's fine, leave it to me." Fan Yun waved his hand dismissively, then turned his icy gaze toward Lu Yuan. "You have not used a woman as leverage to restrain me. Out of respect for that, I shall grant you a swift end. With a mere flick of my hand, I could suppress you without resorting to such measures." Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he spoke softly, utterly arrogant. Fan Yun snorted, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He waved his hand, and a crimson long blade suddenly materialized in his grasp, entwined with fierce flames that emitted divine radiance, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. This was indeed a formidable mid-tier magical artifact. Inferno Radiance. Fan Yun bellowed, launching himself into the air, his long blade descending with ferocious intent. Boom! The terrifying blade light raged forth, sweeping in all directions, accompanied by an intensely scorching force akin to a tidal wave of flames, devouring all in its path. Lu Yuan's countenance remained unchanged. He stood firm, not even attempting to evade. In the next instant, countless strands of chaotic energy surged forth from his fingertips, and with a sweeping motion, he clashed against the oncoming attack. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided, erupting with a thunderous sound, sending ripples of energy through the void like waves. However, the standoff was brief, as the searing blade light was swiftly obliterated by the chaotic energy, dissipating into the ether. What? Fan Yun's pupils constricted, disbelief flashing across his eyes. A lion spares no effort, even when hunting a rabbit. He was always cautious, never underestimating his opponents. Moreover, Lu Yuan had effortlessly captured Qin Ping earlier. Choquising extraordinaire combat prouesse. Thus, he unleashed his most devastating move from the outset, aiming for a swift resolution. Yet, he never anticipated that his usually infallible tactics would be so easily neutralized. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's figure flickered, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning, charging forward with lethal intent. The chaotic body was one of his greatest secrets. Once revealed, it was imperative to eradicate any threats. "Brother Yin, be careful." Qin Ping suddenly screamed from the side, attempting to warn him. But Lu Yuan's speed was truly astonishing. By the time Fan Yun registered the danger, two fists, glowing with resplendent golden light, were already upon him. Bang! The fist struck down, unleashing a torrent of violent power that crashed heavily against Fan Yun's chest. Fan Yun, struck as if by a cannon, spewed forth blood, his body hurtling away like a projectile, landing hundreds of feet distant. Clutching his chest, he stood trembling in fear. His complexion pale. A coppery taste filled his throat as he coughed up another mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. One punch alone had dislocated his very insides. How terrifying must one's physical strength be to achieve such a feat? At this moment, Fan Yun was utterly panicked. Having roamed the outer sect for so long, he had never felt death so close. "So you still refuse to speak?" Lu Yuan approached, his voice cold, exuding a presence akin to that of a demonic deity, instilling a profound sense of pressure. It was Lu Mu. Lu Mu offered 200 pounds of source energy for me to kill you. Fan Yun, feigning weakness, gritted his teeth and confessed. Lu Mu. So was he. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. In the sacred land of Wanshu, the only one he had enmity with was indeed Lu Mu. However, at this moment, Having received the answer, Lu Yuan continued his forward march, showing no intention of sparing the two. I possess Lu Mu's communication jade slip. If you let us go, I am willing to summon him to assist you in your capture. In the midst of his plea, Fan Yun decisively produced a communication jade slip and cast it forth. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he grasped the slip, pausing momentarily. Just then, behind him, Qin Ping seized the opportunity, darting forward with swiftness. Her aura shimmered with divine brilliance, sending forth ripples of sacred patterns that surged toward Lu Yuan. Kill! Simultaneously, Fan Yun also made his move, employing his elusive technique. They aimed to exploit this window of opportunity, attacking Lu Yuan from both ends, seeking to bring about his demise. Trivial tricks. A cold smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. Having cultivated his consciousness, he could already encompass a radius of 100 feet. Such minor maneuvers were utterly exposed beneath the shadow of his formidable awareness. Bang! Bang! Following several dull thuds, Qin Ping's neck was gruesomely snapped by an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, a clear puncture marked Fan Yun's brow, blood gushing forth. The expressions of disbelief etched on their faces soon morphed into despair and reluctance as they toppled backward, swiftly succumbing to silence. Chapter 12. Unexpected gains. Lu Yuan gazed at the lifeless bodies of the two individuals, taking a deep breath. To be honest, it was his first act of taking a life. A peculiar sensation surged within him, but it quickly dissipated. Hailing from the ancient family of Tianqi, he had been exposed to the brutality of life from a young age, so he was no naive novice. Having chosen the path of cultivation, he understood that one must forge ahead with courage and determination. Life and death were commonplace for cultivators. They were inconsequential. Soon, Lu Yuan dismissed such thoughts and picked up the storage bags of the two, meticulously counting his spoils. Fan Yun and Qin Ping, true to their status as seasoned outer disciples, had amassed considerable wealth. The source stones alone totaled over 1,000 pounds. Upon extraction, they invigorated the surrounding ether, causing it to swirl with renewed energy. Additionally, there were several spiritual herbs, various magical artifacts, numerous tomes of profound techniques, some peculiar items for entertainment, and 2 spirit-gathering pills. They certainly indulged in extravagance. Lu Yuan snorted in disdain, casting aside the haphazard assortment of items, and shifted his gaze. Among the magical artifacts, aside from the crimson longsword recently wielded by Fan Yun, the rest were of inferior quality, of little use to him. After all, with Lu Yuan's current physical prowess, he could easily shatter weapons of the same grade with his bare hands, rendering such low-tier items unnecessary. However, the 2 spirit-gathering pills held significant value, likely prepared by the duo for their breakthrough into the spirit-nourishing realm. Alas, they would never witness that day, having unwittingly crafted a fine garment for Lu Yuan. System. Claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing option 1. Reward. Profound technique. 5 elements great hand seal. With a notification, an ancient scroll materialized in the system space. Lu Yuan did not hasten to cultivate, but instead retrieved a communication jade slip, infusing it with a thread of spiritual consciousness. In an instant, he vanished from the location. In a cave within the outer sect, buzz. The communication jade slip illuminated, emitting a faint glow. News. Lu Mu's expression brightened at the sight, and he quickly grasped the slip to inspect its contents. It stated that the matter had been resolved and summoned him to a location to identify the corpses. Truly, the efficiency of seasoned outer disciples was commendable. Lu Yuan, now you understand the consequences of provoking me. Lu Mu, do you? Such a foolhardy creature. Lu Mu chuckled coldly, then promptly rose and sped toward the mountain gate. Before long, Lu Mu arrived at the designated location described in the jade slip. It was quite secluded, surrounded by mountains and dense ancient forests, devoid of any signs of civilization. A perfect spot for murder and incineration. This is what one might call professionalism. Lu Mu silently marveled, surveying his surroundings. Yet, despite his thorough search, he found no trace of Fan Yun or Qin Ping. Just then, a sudden rush of wind echoed nearby. A tall figure leaped down from a small hill and stepped forward. As soon as the words left Fan's lips, Lu Mu sensed something amiss. Why was there only one person? It was said that Fan Yun and Qin Ping were inseparable companions. Lu Mu's instincts heightened, and his gaze narrowed. After a few breaths, he finally discerned the visitor's appearance, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Lu Yuan, you're alive. Lu Mu could not help but exclaim, his scalp prickling as if he had seen a ghost. What? Are you surprised? Lu Yuan crossed his arms, looking at him with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a sneer. How could this be possible? Where are Fan Yun and Qin Ping? Lu Mu trembled with fear as he spoke. At that moment, his first thought was that Lu Yuan had offered greater rewards, causing Fan Yun and Qin Ping to turn against him. The alternative outcome never even crossed his mind. After all, both were seasoned outer disciples, possessing the cultivation of the great perfection of the Bitter Sea realm. Even when facing a novice in the spirit-nurturing realm, they would still have the strength to fight back, and there was no chance of them being caught off guard. Naturally, they must be dead. But do not worry. You will soon join them. Lu Yuan's expression was cold. As he spoke, he closed the distance rapidly, advancing toward Lu Mu. Lu Mu's scalp timglet, and a chill enveloped his body. In that instant, he disregarded the truth of Lu Yuan's words and turned to flee. He possessed the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Bitter Sea realm. With divine power surging beneath his feet, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, racing forward with incredible speed. Can you escape? Lu Yuan's blood surged, and he transformed into a beam of light, pursuing Lu Mu. Rustle, rustle. Lu Mu's steps shifted as he dashed through the forest, employing every means to escape, driven to the brink of terror. Yet, no matter how he ran, he could not shake off the nightmarish figure pursuing him. His heart plummeted to the abyss. Suddenly, a piercing golden divine light shot from Lu Yuan's fingertips. It pierced through several ancient trees ahead and directly struck Lu Mu's calf, blood immediately gushing forth. Lu Mu let out a wretched scream, but he still gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and continued to flee. Moments later, the chase brought them to the edge of a precipice. Lu Mu glanced around, his face instantly clouded with despair. Lu Yuan, do you truly wish to eradicate me? Lu Mu cried out in terror, dragging his battered body backward. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, offering no response as he stepped forward, intent on finishing him off. Seeing this, Lu Mu fell into utter despair. With a final resolve, he leaped off the cliff, plummeting downward. That spares me the trouble of doing it myself. Lu Yuan stepped closer to inspect. This cliff was at least 1,000 feet high, plunging into an unfathomable abyss. A Bitter Sea realm cultivator who could not fly would undoubtedly meet their demise. Just as he was about to leave, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind once again. Ding! The host's current experience detected, triggering option rewards. 1. Seek to see the living and the dead. Descend to pursue. Reward. The art of agile movement, floating light and shadow. 2. Disregard and depart. Reward. 500 pounds of source. Is it possible to trigger a system option like this? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. The prompt was almost explicit in suggesting that Lu Mu had not perished. It seems that the web novels I perused in my previous life did not deceive me. Surviving a leap from the cliff must indeed be accompanied by a remarkable treasure. Unexpectedly, this seemingly inconspicuous Lu Mu possesses considerable fortune. How intriguing, and what an unexpected gain. A smile graced Lu Yuan's face as he swiftly felled several ancient trees, robust enough that multiple individuals could not encircle them. He gathered their branches, tightly entwining them, and cast them down towards the precipice. Chapter 13. The essence of spirits with a resounding splash at the base of the cliff. A deep and frigid pool erupted with droplets of water. Lu Mu, dragging his weary body, emerged from the icy depths, gasping for air. Ha ha ha! Truly, the heavens do not forsake a soul. It seems even fate is reluctant to claim my life. What can a mere Lu Yuan do to me? Lu Mu laughed maniacally, reveling in the exhilaration of survival after calamity. In his heart, he silently vowed to rend Lu Yuan into 1,000 pieces to quench the hatred of his fall. Not far from the base of the cliff, Lu Mu's attention was drawn to a cave, evidently hewn by human hands. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had long been abandoned. Has someone dwelled here? Lu Mu pondered, suppressing his pain as he stood upright and limped towards the cave. Soon, Lu Mu entered the cave without encountering any protective formations. Before him lay a space of moderate size, its walls embedded with hundreds of luminous stones that emitted a brilliant glow, dispelling any darkness. At the center of the cave sat a figure, its body emaciated, vitality drained, devoid of any semblance of life. "Senior?" Lu Mu called out tentatively, bolstered by a flicker of courage. When silence met his inquiry, he cautiously approached. It became evident that the deceased must have been an immensely powerful cultivator. Otherwise, their body would have long turned to dust, not remained so intact. After a thorough search, Lu Mu finally discovered a storage ring on the corpse. As his consciousness penetrated it, he found numerous jars and bottles, magical artifacts, and some ancient scrolls containing arcane techniques and profound mysteries. Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Mu thought, surviving such a calamity surely brings great fortune. This adage proved true. The techniques left behind by such a formidable being could not be mundane, but rather of the highest order. "Ah, Lu Yuan, did you ever anticipate this? By forcing me off the cliff, you have inadvertently bestowed upon me a grand opportunity. When I return, having perfected my skills and ascended to intersect disciple status, crushing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant." Lu Mu could hardly contain his excitement, muttering to himself. At that moment, outside the cave, a figure approached, drawn by the sound. "Ah, you've indeed survived." Lu Yuan peered in, a smirk playing upon his lips. "What?" Upon hearing the voice, Lu Mu was instantly paralyzed with fear, as if struck by an arrow, springing to his feet in alarm. His face drained of color. He was overwhelmed by dread. He had never imagined that Lu Yuan would be so cautious, descending the sheer cliff to investigate. It appeared to be the lair of a powerful cultivator. "Thank you for guiding me," Lu Yuan said, his smile enigmatic. Without further ado, he lunged forward with lethal intent. Moments later, tranquility returned to the cavern. Even Fan Yun and Qin Ping, who had attained the pinnacle of the Bittersea realm, were no match for Lu Yuan in a single clash. Only Lu Mu, at the 8th level of the Bittersea realm, met a swift and inevitable demise, slain in mere moments, departing this world with a heart full of resentment. Lu Yuan picked up the storage ring and examined its contents. His gaze lingered upon the lifeless body, momentarily flickering with intrigue. This individual had presumably been a cultivator at the nirvana stage, who chose to meditate in this location, seeking to transcend. Though only a step away from divinity, such cultivators often found themselves obstructed by their own limitations. Each layer of the nirvana realm demands an arduous transformation of the physical body, consciousness, and spiritual power. Fraught with peril, a single misstep could lead to death and obliteration. It was evident that the master of this cave had met such a fate. In pursuit of self-transformation, the resources within the storage ring had been largely depleted, yet he could not escape the clutches of demise. Subsequently, Lu Yuan opened the various containers within the storage ring, only to find them disappointingly empty. Even the most formidable spiritual artifact had lost its luster, the spirit within it extinguished, likely having perished over several centuries. However, the materials suitable for crafting spiritual artifacts remained formidable, retaining a terrifying sharpness despite the passage of time, rendering them excellent weapons. The Dragon Elephant Golden Body Technique, the Heavenly Thunder Finger, the Zixiao Sword Cannon. Lu Yuan perused the few tomes of considerable merit. Except for one that was ill-suited for his cultivation, the rest promised utility. As a being of chaotic origin, he could innately evolve myriad techniques, facing little difficulty in their practice. This indeed proved to be a significant stroke of fortune. As for the spoils from Lu Mu, they were unremarkable. The man was a mere pauper, having squandered his savings in a futile attempt to hire an assassin, with barely any source material left. Soon after, Lu Yuan exited the cave and settled by the cold pond, preparing to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, over 1,000 pounds of source material flew forth and spread across the ground. He then activated the chaos technique, beginning the process of devouring and refining. In an instant, a surge of celestial essence transformed into visible torrents of energy, rushing into Lu Yuan's body. His insides resonated with a powerful vitality, vibrant as the sun, as the abundant essence continuously nourished and fortified his form. Before long, 7 days had elapsed. Lu Yuan seamlessly reached the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm. His physical prowess was formidable, and his divine power immense. Coupled with the solid foundation laid by his teachings, he had nearly perfected this realm, becoming exceedingly powerful. With the movement of his arms, he could effortlessly wield hundreds of thousands of pounds of force, unparalleled by any ordinary Bitter Sea cultivator. It was time to advance to the next realm. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered as he muttered to himself. He then retrieved the 2 spirit-gathering pills, and with a surge of chaotic energy, he swiftly began to refine them. Time passed, and Lu Yuan remained motionless, sitting like a withered tree. His sea of suffering gradually expanded, with raging waves and intertwining lightning, as if striving to connect heaven and earth, achieving a complete transcendence. It was unclear how long had elapsed when Lu Yuan awakened from his profound meditation, a hint of joy gracing his face. He had broken through to the spirit-gathering realm. Possessing a chaotic body, he encountered almost no obstacles in his cultivation journey. This was true in the early stages, and it remained true in the later ones. The myriad paths could not weigh him down. It was not mere rhetoric. Even in the twilight of law, when great emperors attained enlightenment, he could still advance with formidable vigor. So extraordinary was his potential, truly one of the most powerful physiques in the annals of cultivation history. Without pausing for a moment, Lu Yuan proceeded to take out volumes of arcane techniques, channeling the essence of chaos as he began to deduce and comprehend them. Chapter 14. The Inner Gate. Before long, another fortnight had elapsed. Lu Yuan emerged from his meditative state, rejuvenated and brimming with vitality. His essence surged with vigor, and his demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Clad in a resplendent dark robe, his flowing black hair and deep-set eyes exuded an ethereal aura, imbued with a mysterious charm that seemed otherworldly, embodying the very essence of Tao. During this period, Lu Yuan had diligently refined various arcane techniques, achieving remarkable mastery. When manifested, their power was unfathomable, marking a drastic shift from his previous combat capabilities. Particularly noteworthy was the dragon-elephant golden body technique left behind by the master of the cave, a marvel of profound intricacy. He had spent 7 consecutive days seated at the bottom of the cold pool, harnessing the frigid energies to temper his body, resulting in an extraordinary metamorphosis that brought him close to the realm of a flawless body. A mere ripple of his blood essence would cause his skin to shimmer with a faint golden glow, rendering him impervious to ordinary blades and weapons. Furthermore, his physical strength surged dramatically. With each movement of his arms, it felt as though ancient dragons and elephants roared in concert, instilling a sense of dread. Now, with my enhanced prowess, I find my combat experience lacking, Lu Yuan mused silently. This opportunity presents itself perfectly for honing my skills. He resolved not to linger in that place any longer. With a flicker of his form, he vanished, propelled into the sky on a divine rainbow. The biting cold wind filled his nostrils as he surveyed the ancient woods, wolf-infested forests, and vast mountain ranges beneath him. The exhilarating sensation of soaring through the heavens ignited a magnificent sense of freedom within him. For the following month, Lu Yuan spent nearly all his time traversing the mountains and forests, testing his skills against the various beasts lurking within, thereby enriching his combat experience. With a thunderous crash, yet another formidable tiger-like beast collapsed, its forehead pierced by a terrifying and incisive strike, charred beyond recognition, dead beyond revival. Lu Yuan approached with practiced ease, collecting the valuable materials from the tiger demon's carcass before pausing in contemplation. In this territory, few formidable beasts could rival him. Finding worthy opponents would consume considerable time, rendering further training somewhat futile. It was time to return, he murmured to himself, before leaping into the air, racing toward the Yuan Chu sacred land. Upon his return to the Yuan Chu sacred land, Lu Yuan did not immediately head to his cave, but instead made his way to the outer hall. With his current cultivation in the spirit-nurturing realm, he was eligible for promotion to an inner disciple. Entering the inner gate would elevate his status significantly. Not to mention, the benefits of cultivating within the dragon-nurturing gorge were incomparable to those of outer disciples. Soon, Lu Yuan descended gracefully. Within the hall, the elder in charge remained the same as before, Elder Su Rong. Elder Su, I seek to advance to the inner disciple, Lu Yuan declared, striding forward and performing a respectful bow, maintaining a poised demeanor. Initially, Elder Su paid little heed, for the Wan Chu sacred land was home to countless outer disciples, numbering in the tens of thousands. Nearly every day, someone ascends to the spirit cultivation realm, seeking advancement, which is hardly surprising. However, when he lifted his gaze to the newcomer, his expression momentarily registered shock. It's you, Su Rong exclaimed in astonishment. He distinctly remembered this young man as Gu Qinghuang's partner, the one from the Lu family, who was unable to cultivate. Yet now, he was here to ascend as an inner disciple. Had he misheard? Lu Yuan, to become an inner disciple, one must attain the spirit cultivation realm. Are you aware of this? Su Rong's expression shifted through various emotions as he scrutinized Lu Yuan. However, no matter how he probed, he could not discern Lu Yuan's cultivation level. Through divine perception, it appeared as a swirling chaos, extraordinarily peculiar, and it was unclear what kind of secret artifact he possessed. The disciple is aware. I have already broken through to the spirit cultivation realm. As he spoke, Lu Yuan opened his palm, and a surge of magnificent golden divine power erupted forth. It morphed into various forms, sometimes resembling weapons, as if commanded by his very will, vivid and lifelike. Spirit power materialization. Indeed, he had reached the spirit cultivation realm. You can actually cultivate? Su Rong's face paled in disbelief at this revelation, his astonishment evident. Well, I have gained certain fortuitous opportunities that have allowed me to traverse the sea of suffering. Lu Yuan nodded calmly, speaking with serenity. Remarkable. I never anticipated that in my lifetime I would witness a cultivable sacred body. This golden divine power is formidable and brimming with vibrant life force, far surpassing those of the same realm. It truly lives up to its reputation. Su Rong silently marveled, subconsciously attributing this to the influence of the Lu or Gu family's higher-ups. They must have expended considerable resources to ensure Gu Qinghuang would soon bear a divine offspring, even at great cost to cultivate the sacred body, solid as a rock, through the sea of suffering. Moreover, it seems he has received ample cultivation resources, having already reached the spirit cultivation realm. Elder Su has spoken highly of me. I wonder if the disciple meets the requirements to ascend as an inner disciple. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further on the matter. Yes, you certainly meet the criteria. Come forth. I will replace your identity plaque. Su Rong nodded, showing no intention of complicating matters for Lu Yuan. Although the path of a sacred body is fraught with uncertainty and limited distance, he was, after all, Gu Qinghuang's partner, an important figure from both the Gu and Lu families. There was no need to create trouble over such trivial matters. Soon, the identity plaque for the inner disciple was engraved and handed to Lu Yuan, along with some new benefits that were explained to him. Thank you, Elder Su, Lu Yuan said as he accepted the plaque, bowing slightly. Off you go. Su Rong smiled, waving his hand as he watched him depart. Not long after, Lu Yuan returned to his residence in the cave. No sooner had he arrived than a graceful figure approached leisurely. Young master, are you there? Mu Ling'er called out, peeking her head into the cave, glancing around. Yes. Come in. Lu Yuan's voice floated gently from within. Ling'er, is there something you need? Lu Yuan held a favorable impression of the quirky young girl. He lifted his gaze, a serene smile gracing his face, and spoke softly, There is nothing of great importance. I merely came to see you. It has been nearly 2 months, and I have yet to see my esteemed nephew visit Qixia Peak. Mu Ling'er pouted, her expression one of feigned annoyance. After surveying the cave dwelling, she noticed that its furnishings remained unchanged, causing her to furrow her brow and inquire, Is my esteemed nephew accustomed to living in the Wanchu Holy Land? It's quite satisfactory. Lu Yuan replied with a casual smile. What do you eat in your daily life? Mu Linge usket cool usli. I have entered a state of fasting and require no sustenance. Lu Yuan stated candidly, shrugging his shoulders. Huh? Mu Linger was taken aback, momentarily struggling to comprehend the meaning of his words. After a brief pause, she suddenly looked up, her face displaying an expression of incredulity. My esteemed nephew, you can cultivate? Chapter 15 Farewell to Gu Qinghuang indeed. Lu Yuan replied with a gentle nod. This matter would inevitably come to light, so concealing it held no significance. It was far better to speak candidly. Hearing his admission left Mu Linger in a state of shock. The ancient sacred body could actually cultivate. She murmured to herself, momentarily lost in thought. Eventually, she leaned in closer, scrutinizing Lu Yuan intently. Cousin, what level of cultivation do you currently possess? Why can I not sense any divine power fluctuations from you? It is merely a secret artifact that shields against detection. As for my cultivation, I should be at the second level of the spirit-nurturing realm, Lu Yuan smiled. Aside from the matter of obscuring the sea of suffering with chaos chi, there was little he felt the need to hide. Heavens, the spirit-nurturing realm. Mu Linge gaspet. Her hand instinctively covering her mouth. At such a young age, to attain such cultivation. Although he could not compare to the prodigious heirs of great sects and ancient families, he was certainly not the waste of talent that people spoke of. Cousin, you have truly kept this from everyone. If Miss knew of this, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps, Lu Yuan replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mu Linger hurriedly took her leave. Moments later, Mu Linger returned to Qixia Peak, eagerly sharing the news with Gu Qinghuang, who had just emerged from her seclusion. Lu Yuan, he can truly cultivate? He has even reached the spirit-nurturing realm? Gu Qinghuang's expression was one of disbelief. Yes, he said it himself. Mu Linger affirmed, nodding vigorously. Have you seen him perform any divine arts? Gu Qinghuang paused for a moment, still wearing a skeptical expression. Although her acquaintance with Lu Yuan had been brief, she could tell from his decision to live alone in the outer sex cave dwelling upon arriving at the Wan Chu Holy Land that he possessed a strong sense of pride. He would not readily accept others' pity and had his own thoughts and style of action. Divine arts? Not yet. However, cousin would have no need to fabricate such a lie to deceive me. Mu Linger contemplated before speaking. Regardless, this matter is of great importance. I must pay him a visit. With that, Gu Qinghuang wasted no time, vanishing from her original spot in an instant. Before long, Gu Qinghuang appeared in Lu Yuan's cave dwelling. After 2 months apart, it seemed her cultivation had progressed further. With delicate steps, she approached, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, her aura ethereal and pure. Lu Yuan, however, showed no surprise at her arrival, sitting quietly at a stone table. Awaiting her, Linger said, you have broken the shackles of the sacred body's heavenly Tao and embarked on the path of cultivation. Is that true? After scrutinizing him with her divine sense, Gu Qinghuang ultimately found nothing. She then slowly seated herself before him, gazing intently at his exceptionally handsome face, unable to restrain her curiosity. Indeed, Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile, and without further elaboration, he allowed a surge of divine power to emanate from his palm, which spoke volumes. Indeed, it is the spirit root realm. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, a fleeting expression of surprise passing over her features, and she quickly pressed on with another question. Since the opening of the bitter sea, has your cultivation progressed smoothly? Are you able to sense any other celestial shackles? Aside from the considerable consumption of cultivation resources, I have not noticed much else. Lu Yuan shook his head. Is that so? Gu Qinghuang pondered thoughtfully. She was not particularly well-versed in the ancient sacred body and could offer little assistance. Nevertheless, it was certainly a positive thing that Lu Yuan had successfully embarked on his cultivation journey. Without needing to become a formidable warrior, he was no longer a mere mortal. He could refine and consume various rare herbs and treasures, thereby significantly extending his lifespan. You need not worry about my cultivation matters. Ultimately, the path I tread is preordained. Lu Yuan said with a smile, his words exuding a sense of ease and tranquility that calmed the heart. He then inquired in return, "And you? How has your cultivation fared during this time?" "Not bad. I recently broke through to the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm. I suppose that counts as some progress." Gu Qinghuang replied, her delicate features softening slightly, though she remained somewhat distracted. "The 3rd level of the cave heaven realm." Lu Yuan's gaze involuntarily flickered at her words. Gu Qinghuang truly was the pride of the Gu family, a possessor of the innate Dao physique. At around 20 years of age, she had achieved such cultivation, making her unmatched in the entire southern domain. It was evident that the position of the holy maiden of the Wanchu sacred land was rightfully hers. "When does the grand competition commence?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his voice. "In 7 days," Gu Qinghuang replied as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, all the while observing Lu Yuan's physique. An instinct told her that he seemed exceptionally powerful now. His blood vitality surged like a rainbow, his strength was overwhelming, and his body was tempered to near perfection, possessing a terrifying explosive power far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Perhaps this was the extraordinary nature of the ancient sacred body. Unfortunately, he seemed somewhat lacking in divine power. To compete with the seasoned inner disciples, he still faced a disadvantage in terms of realm, making it difficult to surpass them. Otherwise, he might indeed have a chance. Gu Qinghuang sighed inwardly. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she inexplicably felt compelled to remind him. The rewards for the top ranks in the Sacred Land's grand competition are quite substantial. Given your current cultivation, although the hope of entering the top 8 of the intersect seems slim, it could still serve as an opportunity for personal growth. If you're interested, you may consider participating. Oh, Lu Yuan's interest piqued upon hearing this, and he inquired, "What rewards are there for the top rank in the intersect?" "The quota for entering the divine pool of creation." What is the divine pool of creation? It is a wondrous realm crafted by formidable beings within the sacred land, who have expended countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to create this extraordinary place. Disciples who have attained the pinnacle of the spirit realm can enter, cleansing their souls, clarifying their spiritual platforms, and undergoing transformative metamorphoses, as long as one's innate talent and comprehension are not exceedingly poor. Most can cultivate their consciousness and refine their divine palaces within the divine pool. Gu Qinghuang patiently elucidated. So, it is indeed a significant opportunity for transformation. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his interest piqued further. Subsequently, after a few more casual exchanges, Gu Qinghuang prepared to take her leave. Just before departing, her delicate face flushed suddenly, her gaze evasive, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she remarked, "That matter can only be addressed after the grand competition. I cannot afford to be distracted now." "Ahem." Lu Yuan coughed lightly, his expression growing somewhat unnatural as he replied, "It's nothing. There's no rush." "Very well, I shall take my leave. Focus on your cultivation," she concluded, flicking her fingers, a ray of spiritual light descending directly onto the stone table. When she glanced back, her graceful silhouette had vanished without a trace. Chapter 16. The Origin Dragon Qi. The ethereal light that fell upon the stone table revealed a storage ring. As Lu Yuan opened it, he discovered it was filled to the brim with an abundance of source stones, likely exceeding 10,000 pounds. Such wealth, undoubtedly, would be a substantial sum for the true disciples of the Wanchu sacred land. The ease with which Gu Qinghuang produced it spoke volumes of her sentiments. Alas, it seems I have succumbed to this soft dependence. With a light sigh, Lu Yuan found himself in a bittersweet predicament. Although he was reluctant to rely on Gu Qinghuang's resources for his cultivation, circumstances had left him no opportunity for refusal. He could only accept it quietly. He resolved that, in due time, he would return the favor by presenting her with a couple of profound ancient texts. Fortunately, he possessed a few worthy items to offer. Subsequently, he set aside his conflicting thoughts and secured the storage ring, delving into contemplation. The sacred land's grand competition was imminent. If he wished to distinguish himself in the intersect contest and secure a place in the divine transformation pool, he must strive to break into the top 8. The seasoned inner-sect disciples of Gu Qinghuang undoubtedly possess cultivation at the pinnacle of the spirit-nourishing realm, a staggering 7 minor realms beyond his current state. Such a disparity loomed large before him, and even with all his efforts, victory was not guaranteed. Only 7 days remained. The urgency to elevate his cultivation weighed heavily on him. With a grave expression, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, exited his cave dwelling, and hastened toward the direction of the Yunlong Gorge. According to the regulations of the sacred land, inner-sect disciples were permitted to cultivate for 3 days each month in the Yunlong Gorge, specifically on the second underground level. The concentration of spiritual energy there was significantly greater than in the outermost layer, making it the most expedient means for Lu Yuan to enhance his cultivation. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at the Yunlong Gorge with practiced ease. The number of disciples present was consistent with previous visits, predominantly comprising a large contingent of outer-sect students. The line for inner-sect disciples was relatively short. With unwavering focus, Lu Yuan approached the end of the queue and quietly took his place. Wait, isn't that the individual who had an altercation with Lu Mu not long ago? How did he end up queuing with the inner-sect? A few outer-sect disciples in the crowd widened their eyes, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Could it be that he has broken through to the spirit-nourishing realm? Someone trembled as they voiced this possibility, their expression turning to one of astonishment. How long has it been? Barely 2 months. To leap from a mid-stage of the bitter sea realm to the spirit-nourishing realm? What an astonishing pace of cultivation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps he merely took a wrong turn. Some shook their heads vigorously, desperately denying the notion. Meanwhile, with Lu Yuan's keen awareness, honed since the formation of his consciousness sea, he immediately sensed that many from the outer sect were observing him. However, he was no longer the same. In terms of strength, he could easily crush someone like Lu Mu with a mere finger and had little inclination to pay them any mind. As time passed, soon, Lu Yuan found himself at the forefront of the line. Upon displaying the token of an inner-sect disciple, he seamlessly entered the second underground level of the Yunlong Gorge, vanishing from sight. He had entered. He had truly become an inner-sect disciple. The expressions of the individuals who had been there earlier grew increasingly profound. Amid their astonishment, they silently prayed for Lu Mu. After all, having offended such a remarkably talented inner-sect disciple would render their future endeavors in the sacred land exceedingly difficult. By the way, it seemed like it had been quite some time since they had last seen Lu Mu. At this thought, one of them suddenly became aware of something, a chill running down their spine, and they immediately fell silent. In the second underground level of the Yunlong Gorge, the area extended nearly 100 feet below the surface, resembling a vast, mysterious cavern. Yet, the light was not dim. Everywhere was infused with the ethereal essence of dragon veins, radiating a soft, golden hue that illuminated the entire cave, as if it were midday. Scattered across the expansive open spaces were several inner-sect disciples, each engaged in their cultivation, their divine energy surging as they rhythmically inhaled and exhaled the essence, rapidly refining it, creating an atmosphere of deep tranquility. Upon entering, Lu Yuan glanced around, but soon redirected his gaze, kneeling to sit cross-legged like the others, commencing his own cultivation. Boom! The chaotic primordial essence within him began to stir. Instantly, the dragon vein essence in the second underground level became agitated. Streams of nearly tangible energy surged rapidly, converging towards Lu Yuan's location, pouring in upon him. The speed of this absorption was astonishing, enveloping Lu Yuan in a vast ocean of essence, shrouded in mist, seemingly ethereal and elusive, obscuring clear perception. This, such a domineering gathering technique. It appeared not to be part of the sacred land's inheritance. In an instant, numerous inner-sect disciples awoke from their meditative states, casting curious glances toward Lu Yuan, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. However, they did not dwell on it for long. After a brief moment, they returned their focus to their own cultivation. After all, each practitioner had their own unique opportunities as they progressed in their training. Such occurrences were not particularly rare. Moreover, the second level of the Yunlong Gorge was rich in essence, vast in expanse, and not overly crowded. How much could a single practitioner in the spirit-gathering realm absorb? It hardly posed any detriment to the others. Bang! Lu Yuan remained seated, his entire being shimmering with radiance, refining the continuous influx of dragon vein essence into his body. Within the golden sea of bitterness, brilliance erupted, thunder crackled, and vibrant vitality surged forth, manifesting wondrous phenomena. Simultaneously, the dragon-elephant golden body technique he practiced began to operate in unison. A golden sheen appeared on his skin, resembling a casting of gold, exuding an undeniable texture. The mighty dragon vein essence incessantly washed over his flesh and bones, periodically resonating with deep, thunderous roars, a magnificent spectacle. 2 days later, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Lu Yuan. Solidified dragon energy spiraled around him in the void, elevating him to the stature of a deity. The spirit-gathering realm, third level. Lu Yuan's expression brightened as he extended his hand and clenched his fist. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, akin to a mighty river, relentless and boundless. It was a strength far surpassing that which he had possessed before. Seizing the moment, he cast aside all distractions, focusing his mind to resume his cultivation. Just then, the void above the second level of Yulong Gorge suddenly fissured, resonating with a deep rumble. A magnificent golden dragon, formed entirely of pure essence, soared forth, vibrant and alive, exuding an infinite aura of Tao power, as if a legendary being had truly manifested in the world. The primordial dragon energy. The primordial dragon energy has appeared, someone exclaimed. In the next instant, the entire second level of Yulong Gorge erupted into a fervor. Chapter 17. The contest at this moment. Even Lu Yuan rose abruptly, his gaze directed towards the vast expanse above, ignited with fervor. As he ascended to the inner sect during the grand ceremony at the outer hall, Elder Su had previously warned him that within the depths of the Dragon Spring Abyss, there existed a chance to cultivate the primordial dragon energy. This energy, formed from the purest essence of the dragon vein over time, harbored immense power. Should one manage to absorb and refine it, it could equate to half a month's arduous training within the Dragon Spring Abyss. Ultimately, who would claim it depended solely on individual prowess. The Sanctum's overseers would refrain from intervening, permitting the disciples present to engage in combat for the coveted prize. Ha ha ha! After absorbing this primordial dragon energy, I am confident I shall ascend to the 7th realm of the spirit cultivation stage. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Not far away, a young disciple clad in yellow let out a hearty laugh as runes surged within his palm. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he reached out towards the primordial dragon energy suspended in the void. Begone! A mere 5th realm spirit cultivator dares to covet the primordial dragon energy. Utterly deluded. On the other side, a youth in a black robe shouted coldly, summoning a treasured seal with a wave of his hand. Under the gaze of the onlookers, it expanded rapidly, heavy as a mountain, radiating resplendent divine light as it descended to suppress the area below. With a splatter, the young disciple in yellow coughed blood and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Gu Qinghuang, you! The latter clutched his chest, fear flickering in his eyes. What? Are you dissatisfied? Gu Qinghuang stepped forward, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, instilling an intense sense of oppression. The yellow-clad disciple bit his lip, momentarily struggling before daring not to utter another word. The other inner sect disciples present observed with trepidation, their expressions betraying a hint of fear. Gu Qinghuang, at the 7th realm of the spirit cultivation stage, was indeed somewhat renowned within the inner sect. Though not on par with the elite disciples vying for the top, his strength was formidable. For those of lesser cultivation, challenging him required considerable caution. After all, capturing the primordial dragon energy within the Dragon Spring Abyss was largely a matter of fortune. Should a top-tier inner sect powerhouse appear, Even someone as formidable as Gu Qinghuang would likely find himself relegated to the sidelines, hesitant to act recklessly. Since no one dares to contest, I shall graciously accept. With that, Gu Qinghuang summoned a divine rainbow beneath his feet, swiftly soaring into the void, prepared to seize the dragon energy. Just then, several fierce attacks erupted simultaneously from 3 directions. The sheer force was enough to push Gu Qinghuang, a 7th realm spirit cultivator, back several dozen paces. Junior brother Duan, do not be so hasty. It seems this primordial dragon energy is not yet destined for you. A refined gentleman, holding a feather fan, gently waved it, standing amidst the crowd like a crane among chickens, exuding considerable arrogance. Concurrently, a graceful young woman began to rise gracefully into the air from another corner of the void. Her gaze fell slightly as she glanced over the crowd. Then her crimson lips parted to utter softly, "Let each rely on their own abilities." Gu Qinghuang, the disciples below gasped in astonishment. It was evident that those who could be named in the inner sect were far from inconspicuous. In terms of strength, they were likely superior to Gu Qinghuang. Who was this person? I seem to have no recollection. At that moment, many inner disciples turned their attention to the last individual. Although he possessed an extraordinary demeanor, his appearance was unfamiliar. He could not possibly be a renowned powerhouse within the inner sect. Who are you? Gu Qinghuang furrowed his brows and coldly inquired, directing his gaze towards the final figure. Lu Yuan, the man replied with a smile. Never heard of you. A nameless nobody dares to challenge me? Are you tired of living? Gu Qinghuang's brows furrowed further, his expression growing colder. Chu Xingzhu and GXan were both known to him, their strength comparable to his own, making their competition within reason. However, a mere unknown dared to confront him, which was utterly intolerable. No matter, I shall make you acquainted, Lu Yuan replied indifferently. In the very next moment, his garments billowed as his figure transformed into a golden beam of light, surging forward with an unbelievable speed. Seeking death, Gu Qinghuang, seeing him initiate the confrontation, was instantly enraged. With a thunderous shout, he formed intricate hand seals, channeling the power of the treasured seal to suppress Lu Yuan. Sensing the terrifying pressure descending from above, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. His body radiated brilliance, glowing with an ethereal light, and with his fingers clenched into a fist, he struck the treasured seal with immense force. Clang! A resounding thunder echoed through the void. Despite the fact that he was using his physical body to contend against a magical artifact, the sound of metal clashing reverberated, leaving many disciples in attendance astonished. Simultaneously, the massive treasured seal trembled violently before its light dimmed considerably, hurtling backwards, having failed to gain any advantage. What? Gu Qinghuang's expression changed drastically, revealing his astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone capable of shaking his platform seal with mere physical strength, a truly unfathomable feat. The unfolding situation left him no time to ponder, and in haste, he unleashed mystical techniques, divine light surging from his palm, swirling with divine brilliance, rushing towards the newcomer. Boom! A formidable golden sacred fist descended with overwhelming force, shattering all divine illumination as it struck Gu Qinghuang directly. Bang! The terrifying power erupted like a volcanic explosion, sending Gu Qinghuang plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground like a cannonball, creating a vast crater. Countless stones were sent flying, then tumbled down, burying his form beneath, leaving only his legs protruding from the earth. In that moment, all the inner disciples present collectively gasped, regarding Lu Yuan with eyes filled with awe, as an unspoken thought emerged in their minds. In the inner gates, when did such a formidable figure emerge? With sheer physical prowess, he effortlessly overwhelms Gu Qinghuang. Has he perhaps mastered some powerful body-refining technique? Just as the crowd is astonished by his might, Lu Yuan furrows his brow, as if sensing something amiss. The quintessence of the 5 elements surges from his palm, and with a swift motion, he transforms it into a seal, striking forcefully backward. Boom! The handprint, radiating with divine hues of 5 colors, is utterly terrifying seemingly draining the essence of an entire realm, causing the void to tremble and resonate. Gu Qinghuang and Gu Qinghuang, who are currently drawing energy from the primordial dragon Qi through secret techniques, sense the impending danger, their expressions shifting drastically. They quickly retreat, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. It seems that the two of you are somewhat lacking in decorum. Lu Yuan, with an impassive demeanor, commands the colossal hand and seizes the primordial dragon Qi with ease. Chapter 18. Dominating confrontation. Gu Qinghuang and Gu Qinghuang, standing in the void, faced Lu Yuan from a distance, both wearing expressions of grave concern. The ability of this individual to defeat Duan Chengfeng so decisively was a clear indication of his extraordinary prowess. His formidable physique, honed through rigorous training, marked him as no ordinary foe. Lu Yuan, my junior brother, is it? Gu Qinghuang remarked with a smile, his demeanor unruffled, maintaining the grace of a refined gentleman. Given your divine power, it seems you possess only the early fluctuations of the spirit-nourishing realm. Are you certain you wish to wade into these troubled waters? How can one know without testing it? Lu Yuan replied, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, speaking at a leisurely pace. Very well. Let us see the truth of our skills in action. Gu Qinghuang declared, his fan snapping shut as his aura shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening with lethal intent. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuang remained composed, her delicate features serene, offering no words. With a graceful wave of her hand, an extraordinary armor radiating an icy blue shimmer enveloped her body, signaling her readiness for battle. After a brief standoff, the clash erupted suddenly. Now, the primal dragon energy was seized by Lu Yuan from afar, and their objectives aligned. Gu Qinghuang's garments billowed, his hair danced in the air, as if he were conjuring a mysterious secret art. The surrounding void became shrouded in a hazy mist, enveloped in an ethereal aura. His form gradually became illusory, merging into the obscurity. Whoosh! Motionless, yet astonishingly swift, thousands of sharp sword lights surged forth from the enveloping fog, dense and overwhelming, a spectacle that left onlookers in awe. Technique. This profound art was one of the high-level techniques from the Hall of 10,000 Scriptures. Gu Qinghuang had managed to master this formidable skill. Within the arena, many inner disciples gasped in astonishment at the display of this divine sword technique. Such a plethora of sword assaults would be nearly impossible to withstand without an exceptionally potent protective artifact. Yet, facing the onslaught of radiant sword lights, Lu Yuan remained calm and composed. His immense mental power surged forward, allowing him to discern the situation. A practitioner of the spirit-nourishing realm lacked the mana to sustain such a technique. Thus, he deduced that two-thirds of the attacks were mere feints, intended to obscure his position and mislead his senses. The true form lay hidden within the mist, seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Such tactics might prove challenging against others, but they revealed countless flaws when applied to Lu Yuan, who had already cultivated his sea of consciousness. Boom! Lu Yuan summoned his internal blood and energy, unleashing a terrifying aura that resonated like the roar of dragons and elephants. In an instant he advanced, charging directly toward Gu Qinghuang's position. Clang! As he moved, Lu Yuan's golden fist swung relentlessly, meeting the overwhelming divine sword's head-on. Within the dense light of the blades, he traversed as though in an uninhabited realm, his body radiating brilliance as the immense force shattered all assaults in his path, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. With scarcely any hindrance, he swiftly closed the distance to Gu Qinghuang, delivering a powerful punch. What? Gu Qinghuang was taken aback, utterly astonished that his position had been discovered so swiftly. However, being a seasoned warrior, he unfurled his feather fan, which instantly radiated a brilliant light. The glossy, ebony ribs of the fan swiftly positioned themselves before his chest, manifesting a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, Lu Yuan's divine fist struck forcefully, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a true dragon's tail, striking solidly against the defensive barrier. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, splintering inch by inch. unable to withstand such a fierce assault. A dreadful gale swept through, scattering the ethereal mist, causing Gu Qinghuang to bleed from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. In just a single exchange, he found himself coughing blood and sustaining injuries. Such combat prowess was indeed astonishing. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang also took action. Her brow glowed intensely, surrounded by shimmering divine light as moonlight flowed around her. With a sweeping motion of her arm, a terrifying wave of energy surged skyward, engulfing all directions. Wind and Thunderfinger. Lu Yuan's formidable mental prowess enveloped the area, leaving little room for ambush. With a swift turn, arcs of purple lightning entwined around his fingers, intermingling with the power of wind and thunder, surging forth. Boom! The void trembled, sending ripples of energy akin to water waves. Gu Qinghuang stumbled back several dozen steps, her ice blue armor flashing with an unusual brilliance, absorbing much of the impact and preventing her from being harmed. Nevertheless, her heart was no longer tranquil. Her delicate face paled, revealing her astonishment. This individual possessed not only an unparalleled physique, comparable to divine metal, but also astonishingly formidable mystical arts. The lethality of his attacks was likely on par with some cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. Boom! In the next instant, Gu Qinghuang charged again, his feather fan gleaming coldly, transforming from a symbol of elegance into a lethal weapon. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, his figure suddenly shifting several feet away. And with fingers poised like blades, he struck repeatedly, relying solely on his physical strength to engage. Clang! Clang! The resounding echoes of their clash reverberated through the void. After several exchanges, Gu Qinghuang summoned a magical artifact to join the fray. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unflustered, his golden holy fists swinging continuously, each strike imbued with terrifying might, managing to hold his own against both adversaries without faltering. What manner of being is Lu Yuan? Even when faced with the combined might of Gu Qinghuang and Gu Qinghuang, he remains unyielding. Such combat strength, could it possibly defy the heavens? The inner disciples observing the battle were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, captivated by the horrifying prowess displayed by Lu Yuan, unaware of where this dark horse had emerged from. The colossal sounds echoed through the void. In the brief span of half a stick of incense, the three had exchanged blows over 100 times. Boom! Lu Yuan unleashed a punch, thunder roaring and shaking the mountains. The already precarious ebony fan could no longer withstand such force, shattering upon impact and exploding into fragments. Gu Qinghuang was sent flying, his vitality churning, his arms numb, and his complexion grew increasingly grim. For a moment, he dared not advance further. Beside her, Gu Qinghuang was equally distressed. The artifact in her hand was marred with numerous cracks, its radiance dimmed, and it emitted a continuous, resonant hum. It was evident that, after a few more exchanges, it would be utterly rendered useless, for ultimately, she could not contend with the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stood suspended in the void, his gaze briefly flicking towards the two, his imposing presence unwavering and as formidable as ever. Enough, he declared, I shall relinquish this dragon essence. Gu Qinghuang's complexion pâlide, her divine energy depleted, leaving her incapable of further combat. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to depart, unwilling to allow others to witness her predicament. Sighing softly, Gu Qinghuang observed her retreat and followed suit, despite still possessing some untouched strategies. However, with the sect competition imminent, it was hardly worthwhile to reveal all her trump cards for the sake of seizing a mere strand of primal dragon essence, especially when victory was far from assured. Thus, she resolved to withdraw. Chapter 19. The grand competition thus, the contest for the primordial dragon aura concluded, leaving all in astonishment. An obscure individual emerged victorious, triumphing over 3 seasoned inner disciples through sheer, overwhelming prowess. An utterly remarkable feat, yet those present understood that after this day, the name Lu Yuan would surely resonate throughout the inner sect. Such accomplishments rivaled those of formidable masters at the 9th level of the spirit-nourishing realm. Perhaps, in this grand competition, he would shine brilliantly, compelling others to regard him with newfound respect. The first to fall to Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, watched the ensuing battles with diminished courage, ultimately retreating down a side path, his presence fading from the dragon's nest. Once the dust settled, Lu Yuan calmed his thoughts, channeling the chaotic method to begin refining the primordial dragon aura. In an instant, he felt torrents of vibrant life, energy, surging forth, creating tumultuous waves and a spectacle of divine light. Lu Yuan sat like a steadfast tree, immovable and radiant, as the blood within him roared like a mighty river, ceaselessly flowing. This powerful life energy was rapidly refined, cleansing his flesh and meridians, as though he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. After a day had passed, Lu Yuan emerged from his deep meditation, his eyes suddenly flaring open, emitting a golden lightning bolt, brimming with vitality and ease. He had reached the 5th level of the spirit-nourishing realm. A smile of joy graced Lu Yuan's face. Even he was taken aback by such a remarkable pace of cultivation. Just over 2 months prior, he had been an ordinary mortal, yet now, in such a brief span, he had transformed into a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit-nourishing realm. To speak of it would be astonishing indeed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan calculated the time. His period of cultivation in the dragon's nest was nearing its end. Thus, he rose and departed. As he journeyed back to his cave dwelling, he sensed a notable increase in the number of practitioners within the sacred grounds. With the grand competition approaching, many had returned early. Groups of individuals gathered, engaged in lively conversation, creating a bustling atmosphere. Lu Yuan, lacking friends within the Wanchu sacred land, did not pause, instead propelling himself forward, soon arriving at his abode. With 3 days remaining until the grand competition, Lu Yuan mused that, given his current cultivation level, he should hold his own against practitioners at the 9th level of the spirit-nourishing realm. Yet, the true measure would only be revealed in combat. He pondered silently before refocusing his thoughts, dedicating himself to consolidating his learned mystical arts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The long-awaited grand competition of the Wanchu sacred land had finally arrived. This time, due to the selection of the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden, the scale of the event was significantly grander. The entire arena was teeming with people, layered 3 deep, with a multitude of figures jostling against one another, creating a scene of extraordinary fervor. Surrounding the grand martial stage were 8 elevated platforms, each adorned with dignitaries from the esteemed Wanchu Holy Land. Among them were the illustrious 7 true disciples and a host of elders. The Holy Master of Wanchu, along with several elusive supreme elders who seldom appeared, also graced the assembly with their presence. After the passage of half an hour, the once clamorous voices fell into a profound silence. A multitude of gazes turned skyward, captivated by a rift in the void, where ethereal patterns danced. Several figures emerged from this breach, descending into the arena, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of divine power that seemed capable of collapsing the very fabric of space, instilling a suffocating sense of pressure upon all present. The Holy Master has arrived. The Holy Master has arrived. The disciples below, their eyes ablaze with fervor, collectively focused on the foremost figure. He appeared to be of middle age, clad in an exquisite dark robe, towering in stature, with a straightened back and an air of imperious dignity radiating from his brow. This was none other than the current Holy Master of Wanchu Holy Land. "Esteemed guests, please take your seats," the Holy Master said with a gentle smile, his voice calm and composed. The supreme elders nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly alighting upon their respective platforms, settling into their seats. With the arrival of the esteemed leaders, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Many disciples were eager and restless, filled with anticipation for the impending battles. After all, opportunities to make an impression before the Holy Master and the Supreme Elders were few and far between. A stellar performance might even catch the eye of one of these illustrious figures, presenting a chance to be taken on as a disciple and ascend to greatness. Though the odds were slim, one must aspire to dream. Otherwise, what distinction remains between oneself and a mere fish in the sea? Thus, It was imperative to seize the moment and strive for excellence. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yuan stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon the elevated platform, flickering with uncontainable excitement. The Holy Master and the supreme elders of the Holy Land, alongside the leaders of ancient clans and great sects, were all beings of comparable strength, each an unparalleled powerhouse of the celestial realm. It was said that at this level, a single drop of blood could reshape mountains and seas, and with a mere gesture, one could obliterate worlds, wielding unimaginable, terrifying might. In this era, where saints are rare and kings seldom reveal themselves, they represented the pinnacle of visible power across the various orthodoxies, earning the reverence of countless beings wherever they roamed. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach this stage. 10 years, 20 years, or perhaps even longer. Lu Yuan pondered, his gaze intense, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Meanwhile, upon one of the elevated platforms in the southwest, a captivating figure rose gracefully, bowing respectfully to a regal woman before her. Uttering, "Greetings, master." "There is no need for such formalities," came the gentle reply. The elegantly attired woman bore a gentle smile as she raised her hand, channeling a divine energy that lifted her form. "Please sit, Qinghuang." "Yes, master." Gu Qinghuang lightly nodded, obediently taking her seat. "You have reached the third layer of the cave heaven realm. Quite commendable. In this election for the saintess, you possess a significant opportunity." The fair face of Shangguan Ruoying displayed a look of satisfaction. "I will give it my utmost effort." Gu Qinghuang's gaze was resolute as she solemnly declared. "Indeed, just do your best," Shangguan Ruoying replied with a warm demeanor, nodding with a smile. Then, as if recalling something, her eyes suddenly lowered, resting upon the dense throng of people below. "By the way, you mentioned that your little companion could cultivate. Has he arrived for this grand competition?" Chapter 20. Ascending the stage upon hearing the sound, Gu Qinghuang's exquisitely beautiful face flushed with a gentle hue. Her gaze swept through the throngs of people below. But given the sheer number of participants in this grand competition, locating a single individual amidst the crowd was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. A rather daunting task. "He should have arrived. Perhaps he will emerge victorious in the intersect battles," Gu Qinghuang murmured softly. "Oh, you possess such confidence in him?" Shangguan Ruo smiled lightly, casting a deep, meaningful glance at Gu Qinghuang, as if implying something more. "The ancient sacred body, though bound by the shackles of the heavenly path, is ultimately not a mere mortal physique. When my disciple last encountered him, she sensed the formidable vitality coursing within him, far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. If he joins the fray, he certainly will not fade into obscurity among the masses," Gu Qinghuang stated earnestly, her beautiful eyes blinking with conviction. "Then I shall await the outcome with great anticipation," Shangguan Ruo replied with a smile, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating her eyes as she murmured, "The ancient sacred body. Such a constitution is long forgotten, seemingly having been dormant for several 100,000 years. To rise again is no small feat." Below the stage, Lu Yuan had long since spotted Gu Qinghuang on the high platform. However, he did not draw attention to it. He merely cast a distant glance before shifting his focus elsewhere. On another high platform, he unexpectedly recognized two familiar faces. One was the female true disciple he had encountered outside the Yunlong Gorge, Lu Hong. The other was the white-clad man with whom he had contemplated the Tao before the chaos steal. From the outset, Lu Yuan had suspected this individual possessed unfathomable strength. Now, upon seeing him again, his suspicions were confirmed. To sit adjacent to a supreme elder in such a prestigious event as the Sacred Grounds competition speaks volumes of his status. "Brother, do you recognize the white-clad man seated on that elevated platform?" Lu Yuan inquired with a smile, engaging a nearby disciple of the Sacred Grounds in conversation. "Huh, are you new here? You don't even know him." The Sacred Grounds disciple expressed astonishment. "I have seen him once, but I do not know his name." Lu Yuan replied with a shrug, seemingly casual. "That man is Yin Tiandu, the direct grandson of a supreme elder of our Wan, Chu Sacred Grounds, one of the 7 true disciples. He has grown up within the Sacred Grounds, possessing extraordinarily terrifying aptitude for cultivation among the younger generation throughout the southern region. He is a standout figure. Perhaps after this competition, he will ascend to the position of Holy Son. The sacred ground's disciple explained with reverence. Ah, I see. Thank you for enlightening me. Lu Yuan nodded gently, committing the name to memory. As time passed, half an hour went by. Most of the anticipated disciples had nearly arrived. The sacred grounds competition was finally set to commence. Boom! A resounding noise echoed, as myriad intricate patterns of the Tao interwove across the sky, partitioning the vast martial arena and forming a barrier of light. This was to prevent the residual effects of the battles from spilling over and affecting the audience. On the other hand, it is essential to ensure fairness, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from interfering with the outcome of the grand competition. Shortly thereafter, an elder from the sacred land, upon receiving a signal from the initial holy master, swiftly ascended to the air above the arena. He began to announce the rules of the competition and the various rewards for the top performers. His voice was resounding and authoritative, imbued with a powerful spiritual force that clearly reached the ears of every disciple present. After a brief pause, the rules were fully proclaimed. The elder commenced calling out names. The martial arena was segmented into 4 battlegrounds by a barrier of light, where pairs of combatants would face off, organized in groups of 8. Soon, the disciples of the sacred land, whose names were called, ascended the stage one after another in preparation for battle. Naturally, there were some vacant spots as well. If a name was called 3 times without a response, it would be considered an automatic forfeiture. Among those absent, some were acutely aware of their inferior strength and chose to forego the humiliation of competing. Others were simply unaccounted for, which was quite common. After all, in the realm of cultivators, the cycle of life and death, along with bloodshed and conflict, is an everyday occurrence. Death, injury, entrapment, and capture are all possibilities that cannot be traced one by one. Before long, on the 4 stages, 8 figures appeared, tense and poised for confrontation. Begin. With a resounding command, all 8 figures sprang into action, instantly engaging their respective opponents in combat. Boom! Boom! In that moment, an array of divine lights flickered, and various techniques were unleashed. The sounds of fierce fighting filled the air, drawing numerous disciples to lean in and observe. The first match of the grand competition featured disciples from the outer sect in the Sea of Suffering realm. The clashes predominantly involved physical strength with little finesse and techniques, rendering the spectacle somewhat mundane. Among the crowd, Lu Yuan, after a cursory glance, withdrew his gaze and began to meditate. Given the vast number of outer sect disciples, it would take a considerable amount of time to conclude the matches. There was still a long wait before it would be his turn to ascend the stage. Time swiftly passed. After several hours, the duels of the outer sect disciples finally reached their conclusion. Boom! With a powerful offensive maneuver, a disciple at the pinnacle of the Sea of Suffering realm coughed up blood and retreated. Although his face was painted with deep resentment, at this stage of the competition, his own divine force had been depleted, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. Reluctantly, he conceded and walked off the stage with a pallid countenance. The champion of the outer sect was determined, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. Subsequently, the elder from the sacred land swiftly appeared, his expression impassive as he announced the results of the first match. Next came the second round, featuring the inner sect disciples. On the eastern stage, Zheng Heng faced Du Wenlong. On the southern stage, Yu Zishi confronted Hong Wendi. On the western stage, Zhang Chao battled Ning Lin. On the northern stage, Lu Wenjin faced Lu Yuan. Disciples whose names are called ascend the stage. As the words fell, a surge of divine rainbows shot forth from the crowd. I am called in the first round. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of surprise, yet he did not hesitate for long. With a flash of divine light beneath his feet, he soared directly into the heavens, and then gracefully descended upon the northern arena. Lu Yuan, is he truly Lu Yuan? The crowd below erupted in chatter, many eyes converging upon the northern stage. What is happening? Is this person renowned? A puzzled onlooker inquired. He has only recently gained fame. It is said that his prowess is exceptional. He has consecutively defeated Gu Qinghuang, who is at the 7th level of the spirit cultivation realm, as well as Gu Qinghuang and Chu Xingzhu, who are at the 8th level in the Yulong Gorge, claiming the primal dragon essence of that day. Preliminary assessments suggest that he possesses combat capabilities akin to those of the 9th level of the spirit cultivation realm, a disciple from a sacred land. Privy to the insider information, quietly elucidated. Wow, that S remarkably strong. I know Lu Wenjin. However, he is merely at the 3rd level of the spirit cultivation realm. To encounter such a formidable individual in his first match is indeed a stroke of bad luck. Chapter 21. A single move to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, Gu Qinghuang also noticed Lu Yuan's entrance. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of excitement, and her lips parted slightly as she conveyed encouraging thoughts downward through her spiritual sense. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yuan glanced upward and nodded gently. On the opposite high platform, Yin Tiandu, usually calm and composed, displayed a rare interest upon seeing Lu Yuan ascend. The last time they met, Lu Yuan was merely at the level of the Bitter Sea realm, needing to rely on physical strength to scale the mountain and witness the Chaos Stone Tablet. Now, after more than 2 months, he had transformed into an inner disciple of the spirit nurturing realm. Such a pace of cultivation was truly astonishing. Indeed, those who could sense the presence of the Chaos Stone Tablet were no ordinary individuals. Sooner or later, they would rise. At this moment, Lu Yuan stood confidently on the arena, gazing steadily at his opponent. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he readily discerned the cultivation level of the other party, merely the 3rd layer of the spirit nurturing realm. Such a level was easily within his capability to defeat, rendering it unworthy of concern. In stark contrast, Lu Wenjin appeared tense and apprehensive, his body taut, his gaze unwavering, fully prepared for battle. After a brief moment, all 8 contenders were in position on the 4 platforms, the atmosphere rife with tension. Begin. With the elder's command, the battle erupted instantaneously. Boom! The other 3 platforms unleashed powerful waves of divine energy, with magical artifacts soaring through the air, exuding an impressive might. Cultivators who had reached the level of the spirit-nurturing realm could indeed be considered as having entered the threshold of mastery. The mystical techniques they wielded were numerous, making the encounters far more thrilling than those of outer disciples. Simultaneously, Lu Wenjin launched his offensive, summoning a long sword to his hand with a swift motion. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, sharp and menacing, revealing itself to be a mid-grade magical artifact. Whoosh! A fierce beam of sword light erupted, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance, propelled toward Lu Yuan at an astonishing speed. Lu Yuan observed with unflinching calm. In the next instant, his robes fluttered as he advanced forward, a stream of golden divine radiance surging from his palm to meet the incoming attack. Boom! The golden hand struck downwards with force. In a single blow, it shattered the oncoming sword light into countless shimmering fragments that dissipated into the void. What? Lu Wenjin's expression changed drastically, astonishment etched on his face. He had anticipated that his opponent would be formidable, yet he never expected such overwhelming strength. The physical body alone had effortlessly crushed his assault, far exceeding his expectations. Just as he prepared to strike again, he suddenly halted, frozen in place. Lu Yuan's figure had inexplicably vanished from his sight. In the next moment, a slender finger, wrapped in piercing beams of light, silently rested against Lu Wenjin's neck. "You have lost." The calm and serene voice echoed in his ears, sending chills down Lu Wenjin's spine, filling him with dread. Beyond the sacred grounds, on a battlefield where life and death intertwine, he would likely be oblivious to the location of his adversary. Even if his throat were pierced, the disparity is simply too vast. "I'm grateful for your mercy, Brother Lu. I concede." Lu Wenjin lowered his head, speaking with a heavy heart. "Your skills are commendable," Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile, dissipating the divine light from his fingertips. Without further hesitation, Lu Wenjin swiftly descended from stage. On the north platform, Lu Yuan emerges victorious. An elder from sacred grounds cast a glance in their direction and proclaimed the result of the match in a loud voice. "What?" The other 3 platforms have only just begun, and this one concludes so swiftly. It couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 breaths of time. Such speed is astonishing. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience, many disciples displaying expressions of disbelief. To defeat Lu Yuan, an opponent at the 3rd level of the spirit-nurturing realm, with a single strike, showcased a prowess that could position him among the upper echelon of inner disciples. Conversely, those who had heard of Lu Yuan's exploits at the dragon-nurturing gorge were not particularly surprised. After all, his formidable strength was evident, leaving little room for astonishment. Upon hearing the elder's announcement of the match's outcome, Lu Yuan promptly leaped down from the platform. Amidst a sea of shocked, reverent, and fearful gazes, he returned to the crowd. His speed is remarkable, and his explosive power formidable. Since our last meeting, it seems his strength has indeed advanced further. He must now be at the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. Gu Qinghuang mused, a hint of astonishment glimmering in her beautiful eyes after thorough contemplation. If her assumptions were correct, then Lu Yuan's rate of cultivation was truly astonishing. In just a few days, he had transcended several minor realms, as if no bottleneck existed, while she had left behind over 10,000 pounds of essence for his training. The average cultivator would require a considerable amount of time to absorb and refine it. Without extraordinary methods, such feats would be unattainable. It appears he harbors many secrets. Gu Qinghuang found herself lost in thought, murmuring to herself. After a stick of incense had burned, the battles on the stage came to a definitive end. The other 3 victors, like Lu Yuan, also advanced successfully. However, the next round of combat would not commence so soon, allowing them time to recuperate their energies. Although the number of inner disciples was not as vast as that of their outer counterparts, it was still considerable. Competing for a place among the top 8 would require several hours. Soon, 8 more disciples were called to the stage to engage in combat, pairing off for fierce duels. Lu Yuan stood among the crowd, arms crossed, observing intently, his gaze lingering on the clashes that piqued his interest. After all, knowing both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. As time steadily progressed, half an hour later, Lu Yuan found himself preparing for a second match. This time, however, his opponent was a familiar face, none other than Gu Qinghuang, the female cultivator who had contended with him for the essence of the dragon chi at the dragon-nurturing gorge. Upon hearing the elder announce the combat roster, Gu Qinghuang's expression momentarily displayed astonishment, plunging her into a state of hesitation. To be candid, she would prefer to face a seasoned disciple from the inner sect at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm rather than engage in combat with Lu Yuan again. The strength of this individual's physical prowess is unfathomably formidable. In their last encounter, he had brutally shattered one of her high-quality magical artifacts, leaving her heart aching with regret. However, the present moment marks the grand competition of the sect. To refrain from participating would signify forfeiture, leaving her devoid of any opportunity. Xin, the elder of the Holy Land, furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings before calling her name once more. Regaining her composure, Gu Qinghuang resolved her uncertainty. Gritting her silver teeth, and with a swift motion, ascended the platform to stand opposite Lu Yuan. Chapter 22. Consecutive victories upon the arena. A man and a woman stood in opposition, captivating the attention of numerous disciples from the sacred ground. Gu Qinghuang, a well-established inner sect disciple, held considerable renown. Her cultivation was formidable, standing at the 8th level of the spirit awakening realm. As long as fortune did not betray her too severely by presenting her with formidable opponents too soon, she might still seize an opportunity to break into the top 8 and earn a place in the divine transformation pool. Coupled with her exquisite beauty and outstanding demeanor, her popularity among the disciples soared. Senior Sister G, you could do it. Defeat him. Avoid direct confrontation. Aim for his vulnerabilities. Shouts erupted from the male disciples below, many even devising strategies for her. Gu Qinghuang, however, wore a dark expression, choosing to disregard them. What a coincidence. We meet again, Lu Yuan remarked with a slight smile, his tone calm. Indeed, since our last parting, I presume your cultivation has advanced significantly. Junior brother Lu? Gu Qinghuang responded, her eyes sparkling, a smile gracing her lips. Not particularly, Lu Yuan replied noncommittally. Is that so? Then I hope you will show mercy and not let me suffer too great a defeat. Gu Qinghuang replied with a charming smile, adopting a posture of feigned weakness. The beauty ploy will not work on me. If you wish to advance, then display your true capabilities, Lu Yuan said, a faint smile curving his lips. As his words faded, the voice of the elder from the sacred ground resonated from above. Battles ignited on several nearby arenas in an instant. With a flourish, Gu Qinghuang's hair danced in the air, her fair skin radiating brilliance. Her aura akin to a soaring rainbow. She unleashed a formidable technique, causing the surrounding air to grow frigid. A barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes, imbued with chilling intensity, hurtled towards Lu Yuan. Boom! Lu Yuan remained unfazed, choosing to confront the onslaught with his bare hands. With a few punches and kicks, he shattered the skyward rain of ice, fragments scattering like a hailstorm. Gu Qinghuang was not the least surprised. She understood that Lu Yuan's physical prowess was extraordinary, making it impossible to contend with him in strength. Thus she relied on ranged attacks to secure victory. Seizing a momentary opening, Gu Qinghuang summoned her divine rainbow, soaring into the heavens, releasing a radiant beam that transformed into an expansive net woven with the might of thunder, descending to ensnare her opponent. While she possessed numerous magical artifacts, they would prove futile. Lu Yuan smiled serenely. Under the influence of his formidable mental force, every action was laid bare before him. Just as the thunderous net descended, Lu Yuan's form vanished once more, executing a maneuver akin to his previous battle, yet his speed had surged, exceeding previous limits. Even the seasoned inner disciples below could merely witness a fleeting flash of light streaking past. Such a swift movement technique. Incredible. Gu Qinghuang's expression shifted, instinctively retreating. In that moment, a golden-hued fist imprint descended upon her. Clang! Gu Qinghuang remained composed in the face of danger, her hands swiftly forming seals. The ice-blue armor she wore suddenly glowed, sending forth rippling waves of energy to withstand the onslaught. However, her form was still heavily struck and fell to the ground. Lu Yuan's footsteps were agile as he advanced rapidly, giving her no chance to catch her breath. Bang! Another fearsome punch landed. Gu Qinghuang was sent flying, her body swaying precariously, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, while her armor cracked and dimmed considerably. At this rate, just a few more strikes would lead to its complete destruction. How many more times can you unleash such speed? Gu Qinghuang gritted her teeth in frustration, fighting while fleeing. Yet she could never escape Lu Yuan's relentless pursuit. Time and again, Lu Yuan spoke, transforming into an elusive shadow, launching his fists in attack. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact reverberated throughout the arena. The battle between the two was entirely one-sided. Gu Qinghuang fought desperately to defend herself, managing only the occasional counterattack. Yet, Lu Yuan's speed was simply too overwhelming. Before the divine light of her assault could even manifest, he had already vanished in another direction, rendering her strikes futile. After several exchanges, the ice-blue armor could no longer withstand the fierce blows and shattered completely. Gu Qinghuang felt her blood surge, her internal organs shaken by the violence of the encounter. She realized that continuing the fight would only lead to further humiliation. I concede. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan halted, refraining from further strikes, standing still with his fists withdrawn. What was the name of that profound technique you employed? Gu Qinghuang asked, her expression somber. Floating light, fleeting shadow, Lu Yuan replied candidly. A splendid name. I simply lack the skill. Gu Qinghuang sighed, shaking her head, extinguishing any remaining hopes of reaching the top 8, and resolutely descended from the arena. On the southern platform, Lu Yuan triumphs. The elder from the sacred land declared slowly. A myriad of gazes from outside the arena converged, including several core disciples from the divine palace realm. Their expressions towards Lu Yuan revealed a hint of gravity. Gu Qinghuang's defeat was not undeserved. The technique she had just displayed was such that even my divine consciousness could only capture a blurred afterimage. How much less could those in the spirit-nourishing realm, who had yet to open their sea of consciousness? Indeed, if all goes as expected, this individual will surely secure a place among the top 8. Several core disciples from the Divine Palace exchanged thoughts with their minds. Even senior sister Gu Qinghuang of the 8th level in the spirit-nourishing realm was defeated. Lu Yuan is formidable. He truly is a dark horse emerging from this competition. Should he win 2 more matches, he will almost certainly secure a spot in the top 8. Meanwhile, a multitude of inner and outer disciples engaged in animated discussions. Among them were several female cultivators, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Lu Yuan, setting aside his prowess. Lu Yuan's striking appearance was undeniably captivating to many of the female disciples. His features were handsome and unmatched, his demeanor ethereal, as if he were a celestial being. Wherever he goes, he is an undeniable presence that captivates attention. Such remarkable skill. Upon the elevated platform, Tiandu subtly nodded, rarely offering a commendation. Yet, a lingering curiosity remained in his heart regarding Lu Yuan's unique constitution. What could elicit such a profound response from him? After observing the 2 matches, it seemed evident that Lu Yuan's physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, this alone did not suffice to draw any definitive conclusions. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, under the gaze of the crowd, gradually descended from the arena, preparing for the next bout. Undoubtedly, he remained the swiftest contender to secure victory in this round. Chapter 23. The top 8. The battle raged on with fervor. Another hour passed, and Lu Yuan found himself facing his 3rd match. However, just as he stepped onto the arena, his opponent conceded, forfeiting the contest. The individual displayed remarkable self-awareness, having reached the 7th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. His advancement to this stage was indeed a stroke of luck, and he harbored no illusions of progressing further. Is this truly the top 8? Lu Yuan chuckled wryly, returning to his previous position with a sense of helplessness. At that moment, on the high platform, Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight for Lu Yuan. Securing a place in the top 8 signified eligibility to enter the divine pool of creation. Given his current cultivation, even if he could not step into the divine palace realm at once, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Subsequently, Lu Yuan continued to observe the ongoing matches from the sidelines. Among the remaining contenders, several were highly acclaimed and considered strong candidates for the top position within the inner sect. All possessed exceptional prowess, having reached the peak of the spirit-nurturing realm. Notably, there was a stoic young man who, like Lu Yuan, had already opened his consciousness sea, nearly stepping into the divine palace realm. Each match concluded swiftly, often within 2 or 3 moves, executed with precision and devoid of hesitation, drawing the attention of numerous esteemed figures on the high platform, suggesting their distinguished status. As another half-hour elapsed, the top 8 matches finally commenced. Upon the elder of the sacred ground announcing the battle roster, 8 divine rainbows simultaneously descended upon the arena, igniting a fervent atmosphere that captivated the audience. Even some of the elders on the high platform raised their eyebrows, displaying a hint of interest. Undoubtedly, the inner sect disciples who had reached this stage were no weaklings. Following the baptism of the divine pool of creation, they were all but assured entry into the divine palace realm, emerging as core members with considerable potential. Should someone find a suitable disciple among them, taking them as an heir would indeed be a splendid affair. At this moment, standing opposite Lu Yuan was a tall young man, whose rugged features and muscular physique exuded a formidable presence. A scar etched deeply beneath his left eye was striking, further amplifying his fierce aura, making him a figure not to be underestimated. Lu Yuan, is it? Observing your cultivation, it appears you have yet to achieve completion. Yet, reaching this stage is no small feat. I, for one, am not known for restraint with my strength. You would do well to concede early to avoid unnecessary suffering. Han Jiang remarked, casting a glance at Lu Yuan as he licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Oh, what a coincidence. I too am unrestrained in my actions and would relish the opportunity to experience your prowess. Lu Yuan replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips. You are a fool. Han Jiang scoffed, dismissing Lu Yuan's words. Seeing his stubbornness, he chose not to engage further. At that moment, however, an incongruous voice echoed from another corner of the arena. I concede. The speaker was none other than the inner sect disciple who had been pitted against the stoic young man. He exuded an air of nonchalance. Fully aware of his inability to compete, and without a trace of hesitation, he turned and departed. What? Has he conceded defeat? Will he not make an effort to fight back? Although reaching the top 8 already secured him a place in the coveted divine pool, there were still other bountiful rewards to be gained. Among the onlookers, some expressed their confusion and disappointment. What is the point of fighting? If he cannot win, then he cannot win. Only a fool would seek humiliation. Furthermore, do you know the identity of Mu Chong? Is there more to this? What is his status? It is said he is a direct descendant of the Elder's family, long hidden away, possibly possessing a unique constitution. He participates in the intersect battle merely as a formality due to his youth. He is virtually guaranteed to be a future true disciple. A whisper of this secret stirred quite a commotion among the crowd. So, he belongs to the Elder's family. No wonder he possesses such strength. I had never heard of him before. Many felt a chill of apprehension, their gazes toward the stage now filled with reverence. Meanwhile, Mu Chong paid no heed to the discussions surrounding him. His expression remained cold, his eyes as tranquil as a deep well. He maintained an air of superiority, replete with arrogance. Subsequently, he seated himself atop the arena, closing his eyes in meditation. It seemed that such a level of combat barely piqued his interest. Moments later, the battle commenced. The 3 platforms erupted simultaneously with intense waves of divine energy. Han Jiang soared forward, approaching rapidly. His speed was astounding. As he moved, the air crackled with thunderous sounds, creating afterimages in his wake. His cultivation at the pinnacle of the spirit realm was unmistakable. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, instantly pinpointing his position, and then he gathered his fingers into a fist and struck. Boom! Both combatants neither dodged nor evaded. They met head-on, their fists colliding with a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very fabric of the surrounding void. Intriguing. Han Jiang sensed the force emanating from his arm, slightly taken aback, and then a brilliant light erupted from his palm, a torrent of divine power surging forth. Bang! Lu Yuan's inner turmoil surged, his vitality roaring as he retaliated with another punch. This clash was powerful and heavy, forcing both to temporarily separate. Then, with a push of his toes against the ground, the arena trembled, and they transformed into streaks of light, charging at each other once more. The two engaged in close combat, their fists and feet raining down like a tempest. Each strike seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, accompanied by piercing sonic booms and fierce winds. The speed was so great that it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to discern. Hiss! Lu Yuan is indeed remarkable. He can actually contend with Han Jiang in raw physical strength. Many observing inner disciples were visibly moved, expressing their astonishment. Han Jiang, lacking a prestigious background, had arrived at this point solely through his fierce determination. It is said that in his youth he acquired an exceptionally formidable body, refining technique, endowing him with physical prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. He boasts astonishing achievements, having torn apart spirit beasts of the essence realm with his bare hands. Bang! Bang! Within mere moments, Lu Yuan and Han Jiang had engaged in dozens of exchanges, neither able to gain the upper hand. Great wasteland palm! Han Yang exclaimed coldly, unleashing a powerful esoteric art. His massive palm descended, exuding an aura of desolation that severed all vitality, his strength overwhelming. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he raised a finger, unleashing a tempest of wind and thunder, striking with unparalleled ferocity. Boom! The void trembled, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged in all directions. Han Jiang, caught in the aftermath, staggered backward several steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he coldly scoffed. No wonder he remains unyielding and refuses to concede. He truly possesses remarkable skills. However, your realm is too low, and ultimately, you cannot contend with me. Let me show you. Chapter 24. The Four Champions, the Might of the Eight Wildernesses. Following a cold shout, Han Jiang unleashed his signature skill, a formidable secret technique derived from the body refinement art he acquired in his youth. Once revealed, its astonishing power allowed him to effortlessly vanquish foes across 2 or 3 minor realms. Boom! A torrent of terrifying aura erupted from Han Jiang's body, a violent wave of blood surging around him, imbued with a demonic essence that radiated immense strength. Yet, this did not faze Lu Yuan, who merely snorted, his expression unchanged. In the next instant, a terrifying force of vitality similarly erupted from his flesh, with bones cracking and shimmering with a golden hue, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if an ancient dragon had awakened within him. These two youngsters possess remarkable prowess in the art of body refinement, nearly transcending the limits of the spirit-nurturing realm. They are indeed promising talents. On the high platform, several elders from the sacred grounds turned their attention, their eyes gradually gleaming with interest. Since you are skilled in this domain, let us determine who is superior. Anjiang, sensing Lu Yuan's astonishing vitality, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise that quickly vanished. Just as I anticipated, Lu Yuan replied defiantly. With that, the two stamped their feet and charged forward, instantly engaging in fierce combat. Bang! Their fists collided with a force akin to needles clashing against blades. Two distinctly different waves of energy erupted at their point of contact, sending ripples of power throughout the arena. Were it not for the intricate runes inscribed around the platform, sealing the space, this strike would have unleashed unparalleled destructive force. At this moment, Han Jiang unleashed his full combat prowess, his terrifying onslaught descending like a tempest. The air was filled with the howling of his fists, not only powerful, but also laced with mysterious undercurrents that resonated through the void with piercing hums. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan stood as unyielding as a mighty mountain, facing Han Jiang's fierce assault without yielding an inch. His entire being radiated golden light, his arms moving with divine grace, rendering him unstoppable. Boom! After several exchanges, a colossal golden hand descended, shaking the void with crackling sounds. The terrifying force contained within was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Han Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood, his form sent flying. Multiple bones throughout his body cracked, the excruciating pain causing him to spasm, his complexion paling. Han Jiang's expression morphed into one of shock. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Lu Yuan's mastery in physical combat far surpassed his own. Each strike felt as if an immense mountain was crashing towards him, an unstoppable force. Moreover, his once invincible 8 wildernesses brutality had proven ineffective. The various hidden energies he unleashed into Lu Yuan's body seemed to vanish without a trace, as if devoured by some mysterious power, an exceedingly strange phenomenon. How about it? Do you still wish to endure this bodily torment? Lu Yuan stood calmly in place, exuding an air of tranquility. Such a battlefield is hardly surprising. He embodies the ancient sacred body, possessing unparalleled physical strength. Not to mention a battle at the spirit-nurturing realm. Even cultivators of the Divine Palace realm would struggle to gain any advantage against him. Today, I have come to understand this. I concede, after much hesitation, Han Jiang finally uttered those words. To be defeated in his strongest domain left him speechless, filled with a profound sense of defeat. Even if he were to grit his teeth and persist, it would only lead to further humiliation. Han Jiang has actually surrendered. Even someone as fierce as he would bow to another? This is indeed a rarity. Below the platform, countless disciples of the sacred grounds displayed expressions of shock, unable to regain their composure for a long time. From an observer's perspective, the duel between these two was remarkably unremarkable, devoid of any extravagant displays. Not even a magical artifact was utilized. It was simply a raw, close-quarter combat. Lu Yuan triumphs. The voice of the elder from the sacred grounds resounded from above, announcing the conclusion of this contest. This individual Must be your newlywed partner, correct? Shangguan Ruo glanced at Gu Qinghuang beside her, a light laugh escaping her lips. With formidable physical prowess and being an inner sect disciple, coupled with the surname Lu, the elements combined nearly revealed Lu Yuan's identity. The Master's insight is remarkable. Gu Qinghuang lightly nodded, a captivating glimmer flickering in her beautiful eyes. His strength is commendable, and he possesses an appealing appearance. Were it not for his unfortunate constitution, cursed by heaven, he would be quite a suitable match for Qinghuang. Shangguan Ruo sighed inwardly. Although she was Gu Qinghuang's mentor, it was inappropriate for her to interfere in the affairs of the Gu family. Now that the die has been cast, further words would serve no purpose, leaving her with nothing but a silent sigh. Master, do you think he can secure the top position among the inner disciples? Gu Qinghuang lifted her delicate chin, softly inquiring. Difficult. Shangguan Ruo shook her head, saying, Mu Chong possesses a divine king constitution, having been meticulously cultivated by the Mu family since childhood, and has gained the profound teachings of the Grand Elder. Looking at the realm below the divine palace, he has nearly established himself in an undefeated position. Moreover, your little partner's true cultivation level is likely only at the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. To challenge the young divine king is no small feat. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang nodded thoughtfully. Following his victory, Lu Yuan had indeed ascended to the ranks of the top 4 in the inner sect. Truthfully, reaching this point was beyond his expectations. Initially, he had thought that merely obtaining the qualification to enter the divine transformation pool would be a delightful surprise. However, for reasons unknown, Gu Qinghuang felt an inexplicable confidence in Lu Yuan, as if defeating Mu Chong and claiming the top position among the inner disciples was not an impossible endeavor. Time continued to elapse. After defeating Han Jiang, Lu Yuan did not leave the arena, but instead sat in place, quietly awaiting the next match. Another incense-stick's worth of time passed, and the battles on the other 2 platforms finally came to a close. The contenders for the inner gate's top 4 have emerged: Mu Chong, Lu Yuan, Zheng Wuxi, and Shen Su. Subsequently, the elder of the sacred land, without hesitation, continued to announce the matchup list. Mu Chong would face Shen Su, while Lu Yuan would contend against Zheng Wuxi. The 4, upon hearing this, silently took their positions for battle. I concede, Shen Su declared, his decision as decisive as the others, lacking any confidence in overcoming this unfathomable youth. Mu Chong wins, announced the elder of the sacred land, and then, casting his gaze downward, he inquired of the other pair, What about you? Will you engage in battle? Lu Yuan, his demeanor composed, simply regarded the woman opposite him, the question in his eyes unmistakable. At that moment, it was evident to all that Zheng Wuxi was in a poor state. The previous intense battle had nearly exhausted her divine energy and hidden cards. Her delicate countenance appeared strikingly pale, and even if she were to force herself into combat, it was unlikely she could endure for long before succumbing to defeat. Very well, I too concede. Zheng Wuxi shook her head, her form flickering as she swiftly descended from the arena. Chapter 25. Mu Chong, the decisive battle in an instant. Only 2 figures remained on the vast arena. Lu Yuan stood tall, drawing the attention of countless gazes, with no intention of conceding. This stirred murmurs among the numerous disciples of the Holy Land, who exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. It appeared that Lu Yuan was unwilling to accept defeat. He sought to contest with Mu Chong. Indeed, while Lu Yuan's strength was formidable, it seemed insufficient to contend for the position of the inner doors champion against such a formidable opponent. Ever since Mu Chong ascended the stage, no one had managed to withstand 3 moves against him. Even the strongest among the inner door's top 8 had to acknowledge their defeat. Many disciples expressed skepticism, as Mu Chong's reputation loomed large. He was undeniably a prodigy of unparalleled talent, standing on the brink of the divine palace realm, dominating the inner door competition with an unassailable status. At that moment, the elders of the Holy Land, witnessing Lu Yuan's refusal to concede, exhibited expressions of astonishment. Subsequently, they gestured towards the void. With a resounding boom, intricate runes materialized in the air, shimmering brilliantly and rearranging themselves, transforming the arena into an expansive space for the impending clash of the two combatants. The inner door battle commenced. As a commanding voice echoed through the arena, Mu Qiang, who had been meditating with closed eyes, gradually opened them, finally meeting the gaze of his opponent. You, with merely the cultivation of the 5th stage of the spirit-gathering realm, dare to challenge me? How amusing. Do you seek to make a name for yourself through this encounter? A mocking smile graced Mu Qiang's lips as he spoke dismissively. It is merely a contest, and the reputation you hold in your own eyes means little to me. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, exuding an air of calmness coupled with an undeniable confidence. A frog at the bottom of a well, yet your bravado is remarkable. As per our usual custom, I shall defeat you in 3 moves. Mu Qiang retorted coldly, pride radiating from him as he looked down upon his peers. As his words fell, a brilliant purple lightning bolt erupted from Mu Qiang's brow, slicing through the air with dazzling radiance, racing towards Lu Yuan with astonishing speed. This manifestation of mental energy signified the impending convergence of the divine palace. Below the arena, many discerning disciples gasped in astonishment. At such a young age, he was on the verge of entering the divine palace realm. In terms of cultivation speed, he likely surpassed even the 7 great prodigies, promising boundless future achievements. Do you think a single thought can strike me down? Young one, you are exceedingly arrogant. Lu Yuan countered sharply, his own consciousness surging forth from a sea of awareness, unleashing a golden beam of light akin to a celestial sword drawn from its sheath, resonating with tremendous power. With a thunderous crash, the two formidable forces of mental energy collided, unleashing arcs of lightning and sparks that rippled outward in all directions. Moments later, as their energies dissipated, the initial clash ended in a stalemate. Your cultivation is merely at the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm, yet you have managed to manifest a sea of consciousness. A rare expression of astonishment flickered across Mu Qiang's youthful visage. How difficult could it be? Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon his utterance, a wave of commotion surged through both the audience and the stage. To establish a sea of consciousness at the half-step divine palace stage, while challenging, is not entirely unprecedented. However, if one were to achieve this in the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm, it would undoubtedly be regarded as extraordinary. Very few cultivators could accomplish such a feat, moreover. The formidable strength of this manifested divine sense was astonishingly comparable to Mu Qiang's, truly unfathomable. I underestimated you. Yet, as I have said, you are but a frog in a well. Mu Qiang radiated with surging divine power, as if an endless brilliance was emanating from his being. He decisively struck, unleashing a powerful arcane technique, the ancient god finger. With a sharp command, a torrent of divine power instantaneously converged, coalescing into an immensely thick finger. Intricate and numerous mystical runes intertwined upon its surface, reminiscent of ancient forbidden arts, exuding an awe-inspiring might. The 5-element Great Hand Seal. Lu Yuan's entire form shone with resplendence, enveloped in a haze, as he flipped his hand downward, summoning a colossal hand that blotted out the heavens. The energies of the 5 elements intertwined and burst forth, spewing forth a magnificent array of divine radiance that illuminated the entire arena in a kaleidoscope of colors. This was a formidable technique acquired from the system, and it was his first demonstration of its full power. Boom! The two forces collided once more, erupting in a thunderous cacophony. The void trembled, distorting under the onslaught. Waves of energy surged forth, leaving many lower-tier cultivators in the audience feeling a chill of terror. Utterly astounded, as the brilliance faded, Lu Yuan stood resolutely in place, draped in his mystic robe, untainted by the chaos. Mu Qiang's eyes revealed his displeasure, and his countenance darkened. He had initially perceived his opponent as an unremarkable inner sect disciple. To his surprise, he possessed a measure of strength, capable of consistently countering his assaults. Kill! Mu Qiang roared, extending his arms as boundless radiance erupted, manifesting hundreds of piercing divine spears that shattered the air. descending in a sweeping onslaught. These were not mere phantom attacks, but substantial strikes forged from tremendous divine power. Each spear was entwined with a dreadful killing intent, capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth. Enough! Lu Yuan proclaimed assertively, his form aglow, a fierce resonance akin to a dragon's roar emanating from him. A terrifying surge of blood vitality erupted from within him, even more vigorous than during his previous confrontation with Han Jiang, akin to a golden sun rising, blinding to the eyes. A hand, as large as a grinding millstone, radiated golden light, obstructing the path and striking across the sky. Boom! The myriad divine spears shattered in response, erupting into a myriad of lights, vanishing into the void. Merely a trivial skill. If you wish to defeat me, then show your true prowess, Lu Yuan declared coldly. At this moment, the multitude of disciples present from the sacred land were profoundly moved by the astonishing vitality exhibited by Lu Yuan. It is difficult to fathom that such power could belong to a practitioner in the spirit-gathering realm. It is truly remarkable. 3 moves. Lu Yuan has shattered the limit of 3 moves. The previous duel was not even a full display of his strength. Indeed, those who reach the finals of the intersect are not to be underestimated. At this juncture, even some of the elders seated upon the high platform were taken aback by the force demonstrated by Lu Yuan. That golden vitality surged forth like a roaring furnace, brimming with exuberant life, evoking a sense of eerie familiarity. Well. So Lu Yuan, is it? You have indeed earned my respect. As a gesture of reciprocation, allow me to unveil my true power. Mu Chong, in a fit of rage, turned to laughter, his eyes suddenly igniting with a fierce brilliance. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura, akin to a volcanic eruption, began to rise exponentially, surging forth with an overwhelming presence. Chapter 26. The Sacred Body Manifestation. The chaotic seed of Blue Lotus with a thunderous roar, countless divine rays surged into the sky, piercing through the heavens. An aura of unparalleled sanctity emanated from Mu Chong, elevating him to the stature of a deity descending into the mortal realm, majestic and awe-inspiring, evoking an irresistible desire for reverence. The ancient god body. The rumors proved true. Mu Chong truly embodied a divine physique. Below the stage, countless disciples of the sacred lands gasped in astonishment. The divine body has left an indelible mark in the annals of the Eastern wilderness-long history of cultivation. Each individual who has emerged from such a lineage can become a formidable powerhouse, casting their gaze across the world with boundless potential. Great Elder, your family has indeed produced a remarkable talent. Perhaps in the future, we shall witness the rise of a divine king from the Eastern wilderness, remarked several elders from the Wanchu sacred land with smiles. Not at all, the great elder replied, his kind eyes twinkling as he gently stroked his beard. Yet, the pride on his face was unmistakable. Indeed, he is a young prodigy. At that moment, even the Wanchu sacred master nodded in approval, expressing a hint of admiration. To elicit the might of a divine body from me, you have every reason to take pride among your peers. The ensuing battle shall be devoid of uncertainty. Above the platform, Mu Chong gazed upward, his divine radiance shimmering with countless halos as he advanced step by step. The terrifying pressure caused the very stones of the arena to crack and creak beneath him. Lu Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave as he focused ahead. He had previously surmised that this young man was extraordinary, garnering the attention of numerous influential figures present. Little did he expect him to possess a divine body. With such a constitution, given a year or two, he would undoubtedly become a true inheritor of the sacred land, renowned far and wide. This was indeed intriguing. At this moment, Lu Yuan could distinctly sense the intense resonance between his chaotic sacred body and Mu Chong's divine physique. Within the golden sea of bitterness, turbulent waves surged, brimming with vitality, as if they could no longer contain themselves, yearning to engage in a contest of supremacy. In an instant, Lu Yuan decided to unseal the chaotic energies restraining the sea of bitterness, fully unleashing the divine might of the ancient sacred body. With a resounding boom, A terrifying surge of primordial energy, reminiscent of an ancient true dragon awakening, erupted from Lu Yuan's sea of bitterness, dispersing the surrounding pressure entirely. He stood as if immersed in a golden ocean, bathed in divine light, his imposing figure stirring the hearts of all who beheld him. This power is... Mu Chong marveled, a look of surprise crossing his face, yet it quickly transformed into a cold smirk. Regardless of what it is ultimately a futile struggle. Kill! A commanding voice echoed. Mu Chong activated his speed, transforming into a swift streak of light, launching an assault. Upon unleashing his divine body, his combat prowess surged across all dimensions. With a single strike, a torrent of violent power descended, suppressing all in its path, saturating the void in golden hues. Lu Yuan's hair billowed as his gaze crackled like lightning. Without hesitation, he swung his glowing fist and charged forward. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in a fierce confrontation for the first time, battling with unparalleled intensity. Various mystical techniques were executed with effortless grace, creating a dazzling spectacle at the heart of the conflict, their speeds rendering them nearly indistinguishable from one another. However, Mu Chong, as a direct descendant of an ancient lineage, wielded an array of divine powers that were both diverse and ever-changing. With a mere flick of his hand, the power of the ancient gods swept through the surroundings with an unparalleled ferocity, a force so fierce that ordinary cultivators could not hope to withstand it. Lu Yuan nimbly shifted his stance, employing the ethereal technique known as floating light and shadow, constantly altering his position while the winds and thunder roared through his fingertips, unleashing the immense might of the 5 elemental forces in a series of powerful strikes. Boom! After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, Mu Chong's eyes grew cold, his anger intensifying. He had not anticipated that even after demonstrating the power of the ancient gods, he would be unable to decisively subdue his opponent, which severely tarnished the reputation of his ancient divine physique. Ancient God, triumphant steps. Mu Chong bellowed, disappearing into the sky as boundless power surged beneath his feet, radiating brilliant light as he descended with immense force. This tremendous energy caused the runes inscribed in the surrounding void to sway violently, far surpassing the realm of the spirit-concealing stage. Lu Yuan's expression turned grave as he too ascended into the air, silently reciting the principles of the Tao. Buzz! In an instant, a thunderous resonance of the great Tao echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, as if an ancient sage had manifested in the world, intoning ethereal scriptures. A radiant glow emanated from Lu Yuan's brow, with luminous ancient characters bursting forth, transforming into a golden celestial sword that cleaved through stone and shattered the void, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Boom! The golden celestial sword blazed with intensity, obliterating everything in its path and shattering Mu Chong's accumulated momentum with unparalleled might. Bang! Mu Chong was struck as if by a devastating blow, his form hurtling backward through the air, retreating several dozen feet. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Lu Yuan, his expression filled with incredulity. What kind of technique is this? Possessing such formidable power? Each ancient character unleashed in assault seemed to embody the Tao, manifesting the law. The celestial sword forged from these characters bore an unmatched sharpness that could pierce through all. What? To be able to manifest the essence of the great Tao with the cultivation of the spirit-concealing stage. Could it be that what Lu Yuan was wielding was an ancient scripture of an emperor? On the high platform, the elders of the sacred land rose in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief as they fixed their gaze intently on the unfolding battle. Gu Qinghuang, with her exquisite visage, displayed a series of expressions, her surprise palpable. Where could Lu Yuan have acquired such profound ancient scriptures? I refuse to believe it. Even if he possesses an imperial scripture, it will not lead to my defeat. Mu Chong roared, his demeanor frenzied. Having been nurtured with great expectations since his youth, he could not accept the notion of being overpowered by someone of a lower realm. Ancient God, illuminate the world. Mu Chong proclaimed with resounding clarity, his voice piercing through gold and shattering stone, a sound that reverberated painfully in the ears of those who heard it. Boom! In that moment, a colossal illusion of an ancient god materialized, towering above the arena. Enveloped in resplendent divine light and swirling mists, its presence overwhelming in grandeur. This is the manifestation of a divine body. Mu Chong has remarkably achieved the manifestation of the divine body at such a tender age, showcasing extraordinary talent. Surrounding the arena, countless disciples from sacred lands were astonished, exclaiming in awe, "The ancient god shines upon the world. This must be your ultimate trump card, is it not? Very well. Let us determine the victor through this manifestation." Lu Yuan's gaze was piercing as he pushed the Tao scripture to its utmost limits. In an instant, the sea of suffering trembled, resonating with celestial sounds. A verdant lotus materialized beside Lu Yuan, its leaves unfurling in threes. One begets two, two begets three, and three begets myriad things, elucidating the profound truths of the Tao. Subsequently, the lotus swayed gracefully, its petals dancing as a haze of chaos enveloped the surroundings. Indeed, it was the divine body manifestation, the chaos seed lotus. Chapter 27. Identity revealed for spheres in awe. As the extraordinary manifestation of Lu Yuan emerged, all present, including the Lord of the One, Chu's sacred land, and the esteemed elders, were profoundly moved. The chaotic seed Qinghuang. This was the unique phenomenon of the ancient sacred body, which had lain dormant for countless eons, never to appear again. To their astonishment, it materialized today during the grand competition of their sacred land. The ancient sacred body. Lu Yuan was indeed the ancient sacred body. Wait, Lu Yuan, the Lu family? Could he possibly be the one from the Tianqi Lu family, who became a Tao partner with senior sister Gu Qinghuang? At this moment, many disciples of the sacred land began to make this connection, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Instantaneously, the entire arena erupted with fervor. Such coincidences could hardly exist in this world. Lu Yuan was undoubtedly the sacred body of the Tianqi Lu family. Who would have thought he had silently joined the Wan Chu's sacred land, only to reveal himself in this manner today? But wait, wasn't he had said that the ancient sacred body had been shackled by the heavenly path and unable to cultivate? How could he have opened the bitter sea, cultivated to the spiritual essence realm, and even successfully manifested the sacred body phenomenon, demonstrating astonishing power? Many were filled with doubt, their gazes incessantly wandering over the arena, seemingly eager to discern the truth. Even the elders who had transcended into the divine realm found themselves bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. So, you possess such a cultivation physique. No wonder I felt such a powerful resonance. One of the 7 true disciples, Yin Tiandu, murmured, an unusual expression gracing his handsome features. At this moment, above the arena, 2 distinctly grand manifestations occupied the space, standing in mutual opposition. Mu Chong's eyes flickered relentlessly, radiating sharp brilliance. What the ancient sacred body. This physique has long been forsaken by the heavenly path, its glory diminished across eras. Relegated to the status of a mere waste, it could hardly stir up any waves. Initially, Mu Chong was indeed shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. In his view, this so-called waste might shine momentarily in the early stages, but would ultimately prove inconsequential, incapable of overshadowing the brilliance of the divine body. My time in cultivation is still brief, merely at the 5th level of the spiritual essence realm. Should we engage at the same level, I could easily suppress you with a mere flick of my hand. The divine body truly means nothing. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his words calm, yet imbued with an overwhelming strength, exuding an indomitable confidence of being invincible within the same realm. Suppress me with a mere flick of your hand? What a grand jest! Mu Chong, enraged to the point of laughter, had never encountered such audacious claims before. His killing intent surged, and he coldly shouted, "Come forth. Let me witness the extraordinary nature of your chaotic Qinghuang." "As you wish," Lu Yuan replied coolly. The moment his words fell, the battle erupted once more. Swish! Swish! In the void, the colossal specter of the ancient deity merged with Mu Qinghuang, emanating an infinite radiance. It resembled mighty dragons, their heads held high and tails swaying, issuing a triumphant roar, showcasing unparalleled ferocity. Beams of piercing light filled the air, weaving through everything. Boom! The azure lotuses beside Lu Yuan trembled gently, stabilizing the surrounding void. The ancient deity's apparition quivered, its speed suddenly decelerating, akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea, its might diminished. Chaos energy swirled around Lu Yuan, with divine rainbows radiating beneath his feet as he strolled leisurely beside the imposing dragons. Wherever he passed, myriad arcane techniques and laws retreated. Within a radius of several dozen feet, no forces could intrude, creating a vacuum. This was a chaotic law evolved from the manifestation of a sacred body, rather than true chaotic power. Of course, should Lu Yuan desire, he could also summon the chaotic body, unveiling even more astonishing strength. What? My ancient deity manifestation has been subdued? Mu Qiang was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. At this moment, no matter how he tried to wield the power of the ancient deity, he remained utterly immobilized. In the next instant, Lu Yuan had already arrived before him, towering and poised with a mere gesture. Boom! The azure lotus blossomed. An endless cascade of verdant divine brilliance surged forth, akin to a vibrant waterfall rushing down. The overwhelming celestial might was unmatched. It directly suppressed the ancient deity's apparition, which shattered explosively moments later, scattering light and divine rain in a flurry. Puffed. Mu Qiang was struck hard, coughing up blood, his form plummeting from the heights. Changya! The Grand Elder sprang to his feet, involuntarily exclaiming. Although worried, this was, after all, the grand competition of the sacred grounds. With the esteemed elders and the sacred lord observing, he barely restrained himself from rushing onto the platform. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena, a profound stillness reigned. Countless disciples of the sacred grounds were left in awe. Mu Qiang, a deity-level figure teetering on the brink of the divine palace realm, was immensely powerful. It could be said that even the 7 prominent disciples, suppressing their cultivation, might not be able to conquer him. Yet now, he was forcefully defeated by the archaic sacred body at the 5th level of the spirit concealment realm. This was utterly astonishing. Such a physique was indeed as formidable as the rumor suggested, reputed to be invincible among peers, and at full maturity, capable of challenging ancient emperors. If allowed to grow, his combat prowess would surely be transcendent. Some gasped in astonishment, their eyes gleaming. Simultaneously, others remained silent, believing this to be a fleeting moment. The subsequent cultivation of the sacred body, after all, faced an impasse, unable to sustain its former glory. Otherwise, after such a long passage of time, no sacred body would have risen again. Lu Yuan stood resolutely in the void, his robes billowing, entirely indifferent to the murmurs around him. He merely cast his gaze toward the elder of the sacred grounds nearby and calmly inquired, "Elder, may I announce the results of the competition?" Upon hearing his voice, the elder returned to his senses, his consciousness sweeping downward, revealing that Mu Qiang had already fainted. The outcome of the contest was, of course, self-evident. In the final battle of the inner sect, Lu Yuan emerged victorious. As this announcement echoed through the air, many disciples of the sacred grounds fell into a contemplative silence. The distinguished figures upon the high platform remained quietly introspective, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Only Gu Qinghuang beamed with a gentle smile upon her enchanting visage, radiating brilliance that captivated the heart. Lu Yuan's extraordinary combat prowess spoke volumes, demonstrating that he was far from an ordinary individual. Even burdened by the shackles of destiny, he exhibited unwavering courage and relentless progress, refusing to succumb to fate, and thus shone with a dazzling brilliance. Such a person, regardless of the limits of his ultimate achievements, would always be cherished by her, as they shared an enduring bond. Subsequently, the intricate patterns of the Tao unraveled, as the Grand Elder entered the arena to carry the unconscious Mu Chong away. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Mu Chong was not gravely injured and let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Yuan, too, chose not to linger any longer, and with a flash of his form, he departed with composure. Chapter 28. The Battle of True Inheritance. Upon returning to the spectators' area, numerous gazes lingered upon Lu Yuan. Aside from his identity as the ancient sacred body, his other persona also garnered considerable attention. It appeared that wherever he went, he became the focal point of discussions. Lu Yuan stood quietly, offering a subtle nod in acknowledgement of Gu Qinghuang's glance before choosing to disengage. At this juncture of the grand competition, it bore little significance to him. Fortunately, his objectives had been achieved. Not only had he secured the qualification to enter the divine pool of creation, but he had also claimed the top position within the inner sect. The reward for being first was significantly more generous than that for the top 8, consisting of a 7 orifices exquisite pill. This elixir was capable of greatly unleashing human potential and refining one's essence. In terms of value, it was comparable to a semi-divine herb, reflecting the grandeur of the Wan Chu sacred land. Lu Yuan believed that upon emerging from the divine pool of creation, a transformative change would undoubtedly occur within him. Perhaps even a breakthrough into the divine palace realm was within the realm of possibility. Subsequently, the grand competition continued, leading to the battles among the core disciples, all of whom were practitioners of the divine palace realm. Disciples at this level were no longer nameless figures. Although they might not rival the prestige of the 7 great true inheritors, they had certainly made a name for themselves, and few among them could be considered trivial opponents. Soon, the battles commenced as each core disciple summoned to the stage unleashed fierce combat. In an instant, divine power surged, and tremendous forces reverberated throughout the void. Lu Yuan watched intently, absorbing the battles on the arena to enrich his combat experience and validate his own path. As time flowed quietly by, the number of core disciples paled in comparison to the inner and outer sect disciples. Thus, within 2 hours, a champion emerged, a woman of cool demeanor. Although her appearance was unremarkable, her strength was formidable. Her mastery of the divine palace was impressively refined, seemingly cultivated through an ancient secret technique. Her spiritual power astonishingly strong, with extraordinary potential. She was likely not far from the celestial realm. Next came the highly anticipated battles among the true inheritors. This was not merely a contest for ranking. It would determine the contemporary saint son and saint daughter of the Wan Chu sacred land. It was the true highlight of this grand competition, drawing the keen attention of the elders of the sacred land, who stood vigilant and attentive. Among the male true inheritors, there were 4. Among the females, 3. Of these 7, Lu Yuan recognized only Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and Lu Hong, with whom he had previously met at the Yunlong Gorge. However, it was undeniable that the other competitors were equally formidable. Across the entirety of the southern region, they were exceptional talents, with few capable of standing alongside them. The innate Tao. Gu Qinghuang's constitution bore remarkable similarities to my chaotic body, both being innate approaches to the Tao, unparalleled in their methodologies. It was evident that she would likely stand out among the other 2 competitors with relative ease. In his heart, Lu Yuan silently contemplated, brimming with confidence in his companion. Before long, the true inheritance battle commenced. The first to step onto the stage were 2 male disciples of true inheritance. The cheers from the audience surged like tidal waves, creating an atmosphere of fervor. Soon, a fierce battle erupted. Each displayed the terrifying combat prowess of the cave heaven realm. With their initial strikes, the heavens trembled. Celestial light enveloped the arena, and formidable waves of energy threatened to rend the very fabric of the void, a scene of unparalleled intensity. The prodigies who had reached this stage practiced supreme arcane arts, their Taoist techniques astonishing. Every move they executed contained boundless power, deserving of utmost respect. Boom! Boom! After 300 exchanges, the evenly matched confrontation began to tilt. One of the combatants, pale and coughing blood, was sent flying, clearly suffering a grievous injury and lacking the strength to continue. An elder from the sacred land called for a halt to the contest, declaring victory for the other. The audience was divided, with some lamenting and others rejoicing, each holding their own opinions. Shortly thereafter, the second match commenced, featuring Lu Hong and another female disciple of true inheritance. Go, senior sister Lu. Go, senior sister Chun. The crowd erupted, their shouts resonating throughout the arena, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Lu Yuan, too, was fully engaged, watching intently. These two female disciples, both possessing exceptional beauty and grace, moved with a striking elegance. Their combat, fluid and captivating, was far more visually appealing than the brutal bloodshed of their male counterparts. Yet, amidst the gentle rain, there lay a deadly intent and terrifying offensive power. Boom! Boom! The deafening sounds of battle echoed repeatedly. Two cave heavens swirled in constant motion, each radiating brilliant light. The spectacle was grand and thunderous, splattering divine brilliance that dazzled the eyes. Lu Yuan wielded a purple bel artefact, unleashing formidable secret technique. The terrifying waves of divine power dimmed the Taoist patterns imprinted in the surrounding void, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. The disciple surnamed Chen also possessed a remarkable spiritual treasure, capable of conjuring forms of divine beasts such as the vermilion bird, qilin, and black tortoise through her infused magic, unleashing a ferocious offensive with astonishing might. This battle raged on for an extended period. Both were ensnared in a grueling struggle. Ultimately, Lu Hong triumphed with a powerful secret technique, narrowly defeating her opponent. Lu Hong wins. With the elder's declaration, Lu Hong's master, a venerable elder, exhaled a sigh of relief. He promptly summoned his immense magical power to bring her to the high platform, unhesitatingly presenting her with a precious divine herb to restore her strength in preparation for the upcoming duel against Gu Qinghuang. As time progressed, the climactic showdown approached, drawing the attention of the masses. The next two battles would decisively determine the candidates for the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Wanshu Sacred Land. In this encounter, Yin Tiandu faces off against Li Yizhou, while Lu Hong contends with Gu Qinghuang. Subsequently, a figure clad in white, ethereal and serene, gracefully ascends towards the arena. A gentle smile adorns his face, and his demeanor exudes a warmth that envelopes all like a refreshing spring breeze. Brother Yin has made his entrance. Brother Yin has made his entrance. The anticipation for this battle is palpable and devoid of doubt. The position of the Holy Son is undoubtedly his rightful claim. The crowd erupts with fervor, exuding an unwavering confidence in the prowess of the man in white. In many respects, Yin Tiandu stands as the true paragon of the younger generation from the Wanshu Sacred Land. Having traversed the world several times, he has left countless prodigies from the southern region gasping for breath, his reputation resounding far and wide. His cultivation has reached the 5th level of the cave heaven realm, with a talent for cultivation that is remarkably formidable, earning the high hopes of many within the sacred hierarchy. Lu Yuan shares this sentiment, aligning his thoughts with those of the crowd. Upon their first encounter at the Chaos Stone Tablet, he sensed that this individual was unfathomable, far from ordinary. Chapter 29. The dust settles. Master Yin, please bestow your guidance. On the stage, Li Yizhou, confronted by such a formidable figure, undoubtedly felt immense pressure. However, the moment was upon him, and he had no choice but to act. A fierce battle was inevitable, one that would determine the rightful heir to the position of Saint Child. Junior Brother Li, unleash your power, Yin Tiandu said with a gentle smile, his demeanor calm. Boom! In an instant, the clash erupted. Li Yizhou had reached this stage, and his strength was indisputable. His formidable cultivation at the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm was fully revealed. With a single strike, he unleashed his most potent attack. The void trembled, resounding with thunderous echoes. A secret treasure materialized from thin air, emanating endless starlight, ultimately transforming into a majestic mountain, crashing down with tremendous force. Yin Tiandu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unperturbed. As the terrifying assault approached, he merely raised a hand and flicked his finger. Boom! The mountain exploded debris scattering in all directions, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Sun tracking technique. Li Yizhou's expression remained unchanged, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. With a flourish, a resplendent bow appeared in his grasp. A profound strength radiated from him, coalescing into brilliant arrows as he drew the bow and released them in one fluid motion. Buzz! The fierce arrows shot forth like a divine rainbow, their passage accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, creating a formidable sensation as if they could pierce the very sun. Impressive, Yin Tiandu nodded slightly, extending his arm. A torrent of divine radiance surged forth from his divine palace, forming vibrant celestial curtains that rippled and effortlessly neutralized everything around them, restoring calm. Hiss! Truly, Master Yin. Such formidable mystical arts were effortlessly dispelled by him. This level of power was indeed beyond what contemporaries could aspire to. Among the spectators, countless disciples inhaled sharply. Even many elders from the sacred grounds could not help but nod in acknowledgement. Li Yizhou's arrow was undoubtedly powerful, capable of slaying mid-level cave heaven realm opponents. However, regrettably, he faced Yin Tiandu, whose overwhelming prowess rendered his efforts futile and caused him to miss a critical opportunity. Clenching his teeth, Li Yizhou refused to succumb to despair, continuing to unleash wave after wave of fierce secret techniques in a desperate offensive. Boom! Boom! The resounding blasts echoed through the heavens and earth, one after another, as the terrifying assaults on the arena surged like relentless tides, one after another. Yet, ultimately, they failed to shake Yin Tiandu, who continued to effortlessly dispel them, achieving little to no effect. After several rounds, Li Yizhou's complexion grew ashen, completely extinguishing any aspirations for the position of Saint Child. Your techniques surpass mine, brother. I concede. Li Yizhou took a deep breath and, with resignation, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you for your consideration. Yin Tiandu replied with a tranquil smile. Thus concluded the match, leaving many disciples in astonishment. Simultaneously, they felt a deep admiration for Yin Tiandu's strength and composure. From beginning to end, he had never made a single proactive strike, relying solely on defensive maneuvers, yet he had rendered his opponent utterly helpless. Such formidable combat prowess evokes no thoughts of rivalry. Yin Tiandu has triumphed. With the proclamation of the elder from the sacred ground resonating through the air, Yin Tiandu's election as the Holy Son is firmly established, igniting fervent discussions. Soon after, the stage is set for the competition for the position of the Holy Maiden. Gu Qinghuang, with a graceful flash, alights upon the arena. Adorned in a luxurious purple gown that accentuates her enchanting figure, her hair dances lightly, and her beauty is transcendent. She seems to merge with the heavens and earth, embodying the essence of nature, exuding an unparalleled sanctity. This sight elicits exclamations of admiration from many disciples of the sacred ground. Gu Qinghuang is indeed one of the most beautiful women of the eastern wilderness. Her appearance, innate talent, and lineage are beyond reproach. Even the equally remarkable senior sister, Lu Yuan, pales in comparison when standing beside her. Alas, she is already wed, extinguishing the aspirations of countless prodigies. As these thoughts linger, numerous gazes converge upon Lu Yuan, laden with unspoken emotions. The two women face each other atop the arena, exchanging few words, and swiftly commence their contest for the Holy Maiden title. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, Lu Yuan reveals her extraordinary combat capabilities. A celestial map soars from her grasp, illuminating the world, sealing the void, and radiating a resplendent glow, while a terrifying surge of divine power sends shivers down the spine. Gu Qinghuang responds with poise, her slender fingers gliding gracefully, producing a melodious sound akin to a bubbling spring. In an instant, the surrounding void trembles, breaking free from all constraints, as an inexplicable aura descends, shattering all offensive maneuvers. The merging of the Tao with the heavens and earth. Your physique has truly reached such a remarkable state. Lu Hong's fair countenance shifts in astonishment. Undeterred, she continues her assault. The celestial map unfurls, emanating vast beams of light. as if intent on refining this realm, leaving her opponent nowhere to hide. With a focused gaze, Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes shimmer, and a radiant glow manifests at her brow. Her entire being becomes ethereal, bordering on the Tao, rendering her nearly inscrutable. Then, with a downward motion of her 5 fingers, torrents of Tao intent surge forth like a great river rushing eastward, cascading down like a silver waterfall, pressing inexorably forward. Boom! The two terrifying forces collide. Unleashing a husunding explosion. The void quakes incessantly, and the surrounding Tao patterns sway, blurring reality. The celestial map is sent flying, its brilliance swiftly dimming. In the haze, the two graceful figures burst forth, engaging in fierce combat. Mystical techniques abound, and world-shattering Tao methods continuously unleash vibrant, multicolored divine radiance, dazzling to behold. This is a fearsome grand showdown. Even the elder generation cannot help but take notice. Gu Qinghuang's 3,000 strands of hair swirl, glistening with a luminous sheen, imbued with ancient Tao rhythms, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens, difficult to gaze upon directly. Each of her strikes channels boundless celestial power for her to wield, attacking with abandon. Various mystical techniques and Tao methods manifest instantaneously, harmonizing with the heavens and earth, natural and terrifying. And so, the battle continues for dozens of rounds. Lu Hong's figure was sent flying, reappearing before the crowd. At this moment, her complexion was pallid, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, indicating she had sustained significant injury. The innate Tao indeed possessed formidable power. I have been defeated. Liung Siged weakly, ultimately speaking with a sense of despondency. Gu Qinghuang, while unleashing her strength at the Dantian realm, was also able to commune with the forces of the celestial Tao, embodying the essence of the path. If one cannot swiftly overpower with absolute might, all efforts are rendered futile. She stood almost invincible from the outset. Therefore, she employed her most potent techniques right from the beginning. A victory in the initial battle guarantees triumph. A defeat renders any prolonged struggle unnecessary. Junior sister Lu Hong. I concede, Gu Qinghuang said with a gentle smile, stepping forth from the void, radiant and resplendent. As her words echoed, the atmosphere erupted with fervent cheers, the noise crescendoing around the arena. At this moment, it became clear to all that the position of the saintess had been irrevocably decided. Chapter 30. The conclusion of the journey to Qixia Peak. Such an outcome was entirely predictable and anticipated, yet it still elicited a chorus of sighs from many observers. Subsequently, several elders of the sacred grounds began to bestow rewards upon the top-ranking disciples. Lu Yuan, too, was fortunate enough to receive the coveted 7-portal Linglong pill along with a spot in the creation divine pool. However, the opening of the divine pool would not occur swiftly. It required several days of preparation. Thus, the grand competition of the sacred grounds came to a definitive close. The surroundings gradually fell into tranquility as countless disciples exited in succession, while other elders returned to their respective duties. Just as Lu Yuan was about to take his leave, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Are you leaving without even a word of farewell? Gu Qinghuang, with her enchanting eyes, stepped forward gracefully, seemingly unfazed by the gazes of those around them. You, the newly appointed saintess of the Wanchu sacred grounds, must have a plethora of trivial matters to attend to. I would not wish to encroach upon your time, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. There is no concern of disturbance. In fact, your rapid progress has taken me by surprise, Gu Qinghuang remarked, her voice tinged with admiration. Initially, she had merely hoped that Lu Yuan would gain some experience from the competition. Little did she expect him not only to secure a place in the creation divine pool, but also to claim the top rank in the inner sect, having even defeated the renowned youth of the ancient god body. The pace of his combat prowess and cultivation advancement was indeed astonishing. It was merely luck. Lu Yuan humbly smiled, offering no further explanation on the matter. With a few days remaining until the creation divine pool opened, Gu Qinghuang suggested, since we find ourselves with some leisure, why not accompany me to Qixia Peak? You have yet to visit it during your time in the sacred grounds. Moreover, My master wishes to meet you. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Very well. Thus, the two of them, under the watchful eyes of onlookers, summoned their divine auras and departed side by side. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at Qixia Peak alongside Gu Qinghuang. The terrain here was lofty, characterized not by a solitary peak, but by several upright summits piercing the heavens, as if they were in communion with the vibrant clouds of the horizon. One could almost reach out and touch them, perfectly embodying the name of the place. The mountains were adorned with ancient trees, flourishing flora, and flowing springs enveloped in ethereal mist, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Scattered throughout were several fertile and mysterious medicinal gardens, radiating vitality and exuding delightful fragrances. Upon closer inspection, one could even glimpse rare and aged divine herbs, moving about merrily on their own, an extraordinary sight indeed. Truly, this was the sanctuary of prominent figures of the sacred grounds, exuding grandeur. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in amazement as he took in the surroundings, silently marveling to himself. Before long, the duo entered a deep and serene palace. "Master, I have returned," Gu Qinghuang said, slightly bowing in respect to the elegant lady in ornate robes before her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately recognized her identity and offered a respectful salute. Junior Lu Yuan pays his respects to the Grand Elder. There is no need for such formalities. As Shangwan Ruo cast a glance over her shoulder, her true visage was revealed. She appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 30s, her skin radiant and her features exquisite. Her tall and graceful figure was enveloped in an enigmatic glow, reminiscent of a being residing in the ethereal realms, pure and distant. Had it not been for this encounter, one would scarcely imagine that she was a celestial being, a formidable entity that had existed for 1 or 2 millennia. The ancient sacred body, indeed extraordinary. Every inch of her flesh was infused with a surging vitality. Vigorous as a young, true dragon, truly astonishing. Shangwan Ruo's eyes sparkled with interest as she regarded the man before her, and she couldn't help but express her admiration. "Your praise is unwarranted, Senior," Lu Yuan replied with a composed demeanor. At the same time, he became increasingly convinced of a particular truth. As long as he refrained from actively employing his source power, even celestial beings would find it difficult to see through his chaotic body. He possessed the ability to sever all probing divine thoughts. Since you have already become a Tao partner with Qing Tian, you may be considered half a disciple of this seat. In the future, feel free to visit Qixia Peak more often. As for the higher echelons of the Holy Land, I shall endeavor to discuss with them the possibility of allocating some resources to nurture an ancient sacred body capable of cultivation. Shangwan Ruo replied with a serene smile, her tone amicable. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingtian's face instantly radiated with delight as she tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, signaling him. The implications of nurturing an ancient sacred body were well known to many. It required at least 1,000,000 pounds of source energy to yield any discernible results. Such consumption was nothing short of astounding. Although success was not guaranteed, with her master at the helm, the venerable Lord Wan Shu and the elders would surely lend their support. Even if it did not succeed, they would still provide some preferential treatment. Overall, it was a positive development. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Gu Qingtian's master would hold him in such high regard, bestowing upon him a significant promise upon their first meeting. This left Lu Yuan, who had endured countless cold stares since his youth at the heavenly pool, with a surreal feeling, a stark contrast to his prior experiences. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Lu Yuan said earnestly, taking a deep breath. "There's no need for formalities," Shangwan Ruo replied with a gentle smile, before waving her hand. "The Holy Land Grand Tournament has just concluded, and your time together was brief. I shall not keep you any longer. You may leave." Yes, disciple takes their leave. Gu Qingtian and Lu Yuan nodded lightly before swiftly exiting the hall. Before long, Lu Yuan accompanied Gu Qingtian to her residence, an expansive and opulent palace. Here, he once again encountered Mu Ling. Upon learning that Gu Qingtian had successfully ascended to the position of Wanshu Saintess, she erupted in joyous celebration, her face aglow with delight. The subsequent conversation left Mu Linger utterly astonished. "Brother-in-law, did you truly defeat the young ancient god body and become the top inner disciple?" Mu Linger gazed at Lu Yuan, her expression one of disbelief as she repeatedly sought confirmation. "Indeed, do you not believe me?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Indeed, young master, you are a reservoir of talent, suddenly revealing your brilliance." Mu Linger nodded honesty et epsilon. Her adorably innocent demeanor elicited a gentle laugh from both Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang, infusing the atmosphere within the chamber with a joyous and celebratory spirit. In the following days, Lu Yuan spent his time atop Qixia Peak. He and Gu Qinghuang engaged in philosophical discussions as well as light-hearted conversations, enjoying the breathtaking sunset together, their companionship growing increasingly harmonious. The bond between them flourished, shedding any semblance of estrangement. Time passed quietly. On this particular day, the day of the opening of the divine transformation pond, Lu Yuan awoke early in the morning. Gu Qinghuang lay peacefully asleep on the bed. Since his cultivation had advanced, his physical prowess had become remarkably formidable, even overwhelming for a saintess of the cave heaven realm. Each time, she would exhaust her energy and fall into a deep slumber. After quietly dressing, Lu Yuan summoned 2 scrolls of lambskin parchment into his hands. One scroll contained the essence of Taoist scriptures, while the other held the visualization technique of primordial chaos, both being rare and unparalleled methods in the world. These scrolls would significantly benefit Gu Qinghuang's cultivation. After placing the scrolls at the bedside, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and soared into the sky, riding a beam of divine light. Chapter 31. The Awakening of the Divine Pool. After a brief moment, Lu Yuan arrived at a secluded ancient site as promised. At this juncture, the top 8 disciples of the inner sect had nearly gathered. The young ancient god body, Mu Chong, who had previously suffered severe injuries at Lu Yuan's hands and had fallen unconscious, had also arrived early. He appeared revitalized, his injuries seemingly healing significantly. He cast a fleeting glance towards Lu Yuan's direction, his frosty gaze flickering momentarily. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering a word, deliberately maintaining a certain distance from him. On another side, aside from Han Jiang and other inner sect disciples, there stood 4 elders from the sacred ground, waiting patiently. Lu Yuan scanned his surroundings and casually chose a spot to sit quietly in meditation. Time passed until half a stick of incense had burned. Finally, the last person arrived, fashionably late. With everyone present, it was time to commence. One of the elders slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a calm voice, "Let's begin." Indeed, the other elders nodded in agreement. In the next instant, the 4 elders, each surpassing the realm of divinity, abruptly rose into the sky, occupying different positions in the void and forming intricate hand seals. Boom! Countless profound and intricate patterns intertwined in the air, erupting with a resounding thunder. They completely sealed this ancient ground, gathering the spirits from all directions, transforming the very fabric of reality. Following this, the elders waved their hands, releasing an abundance of cultivation resources and treasures of the heavens. Under the overwhelming force, these resources shattered instantly, illuminating a nearby archaic divine pool. The energy surged abundantly, spiritual essence overflowing, shrouded in a mist so dense it seemed nearly liquid. Occasionally, grand sounds of the Tao resonated, while vibrant, auspicious clouds rolled and billowed, displaying a myriad of colors, truly extraordinary. The divine pool has opened. How much you can refine depends on your own fortune, one elder proclaimed with authority. Immediately, the 8 renowned disciples of the inner sect understood the implication, transforming into beams of light and soaring into the divine pool. The pool itself was vast, capable of comfortably accommodating thousands without feeling crowded, disregarding other factors. Lu Yuan selected a spot in the southeastern corner and quickly settled into a meditative posture to begin his cultivation. Within the divine pool, energies from all directions converged, a tumultuous haze surging forth. The 4 elders continuously performed their seals, pouring in vast amounts of cultivation resources to maintain internal balance. Such consumption was astonishing. Had it not been for the intention to bestow benefits upon the top-ranking disciples in the sacred ground competition, It would have been challenging to witness such a lavish method of cultivation. Meanwhile, Mu Chong, Han Jiang, and the others were acutely aware of the rarity of this opportunity. Without further ado, they immersed themselves in deep cultivation. Boom! At that moment, an astonishing anomaly erupted in the air above the southeastern corner of the divine pool. Numerous vortices of spiritual energy formed without warning, aggressively siphoning various energy essences in a manner that was almost tyrannical. The speed at which these energies were gathered caused even the esteemed elders to change their expressions in disbelief. Such a remarkable technique for gathering spiritual energy. Could it be that rascal Mu Chong? An elder exclaimed in astonishment, peering intently into the pond. After all, Mu Chong's identity was well known to all. With the backing of the Mu family and the esteemed elder of the sacred land, acquiring a highly advanced technique for gathering spiritual energy seemed hardly a challenge. Not Mu Chong, it is the sacred body Lu Yuan, another elder, utilizing his formidable divine consciousness, pierced through layers of spiritual mist and discerned the true form of the figure in meditation, revealing this startling truth. Upon hearing this, the other elders were visibly moved, their surprise evident. It appears that the partner of Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, is perhaps far more formidable than he seems. Someone sighed softly, their meaning ambiguous. His rate of absorption is accelerating. Everyone, do not be distracted. Be prepared to invest the second batch of resources at any moment to maintain the balance of the formation. Excellent. At this moment, the chaotic essence within Lu Yuan's body surged wildly. Streams of rich, ethereal energy flowed through his pores, meandering through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in the sea of bitterness. As the chaotic energy trembled, the energies from all directions were instantaneously refined, transforming into the very source of his power, flowing abundantly without the slightest delay. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation is unparalleled. It is unlikely that anyone besides a chaotic body could achieve such a feat. Truly astonishing. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. At this moment, someone could no longer remain composed and suddenly spoke up. I am running low on resources here. How about you all? Mine too are nearly depleted. I estimate they can sustain us for less than a day. Hiss! The 4 elders of the sacred land collectively gasped. Initially, they had thought that someone was slacking off, failing to contribute their share, resulting in uneven consumption among them. In reality, it was that lad Lu Yuan, absorbing far too much, far too quickly. The resources expected to sustain the pond for a month were entirely consumed in just 7 days. What shall we do? Must we dig into our own pockets? An elder expressed his dilemma, communicating through divine consciousness. The source stones are manageable. We can produce some in an emergency. However, as for those rare treasures capable of cleansing the soul, we have none at our disposal. Ultimately, we must go to the sacred land's treasury for provisions. After a brief discussion, an elder swiftly departed, heading to the hall of the sacred lord to report the situation. Oh, have they been exhausted so soon? The sacred lord Wanshu appeared somewhat surprised, then smiled lightly. It seems that the reputation of the ancient sacred body is well deserved. The consumption is indeed staggering. Alas, it is also our oversight. Take my decree and return to the treasury to procure a new batch of resources, ensuring the pond can be sustained for a month. Yes, the elder replied respectfully and hurriedly departed. Before long, the elder returned with a new batch of resources, distributing them accordingly before continuing the operation of the ancient earth formation. Time continued to flow. Lu Yuan sat motionless like a wooden statue, his entire being enveloped in a radiant golden aura that flowed around his body, illuminating him with an unparalleled sanctity. This continued until the 25th day, when a terrifying force suddenly erupted from within him. He had reached the pinnacle of the spirit-nurturing realm. A glimmer of joy appeared on Lu Yuan's face as he sensed the immense power coursing through him. Seizing the moment, he gathered his resolve to condense his divine palace. Speaking softly to himself, he extended his hand to retrieve the 7-aperture Linglong pill, swiftly consuming it before returning to his cultivation. Chapter 32. breaking through the divine palace as the elixir was consumed. A powerful surge of medicinal energy instantaneously enveloped him. In that moment, Lu Yuan felt as if his every orifice was illuminated, and his mind was crystal clear. Every inch of his flesh, bone, and meridian was being baptized by the essence of the 7 apertures Ling Long pill, as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan's consciousness rapidly expanded. Strands of golden energy converged at his brow, gradually coalescing into a deep, resplendent golden pool. Above this pool, the majestic outline of a divine palace flickered into existence. Imposing and regal, on the verge of manifesting. Days swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed since the opening of the creation divine pool. It was time. A calm voice resonated through the air. The 4 elders of the sacred grounds joined forces to dissolve the immense formation that enveloped the ancient site. The various energies within the divine pool receded like a tide, their brilliance dimming and settling down. Mu Chong, Han Jiang, and the other inner disciples emerged one after another, each wearing expressions of delight and vitality. Their gains were evidently substantial. Indeed, these individuals had all ascended to the divine palace realm, qualifying them for promotion to core disciples. One elder, scanning the scene with his divine sense, nodded in approval. This Mu Chong has just entered the divine palace realm. Yet his divine consciousness is already remarkably potent, seemingly approaching the 3rd layer of the divine palace realm. Another elder remarked with a hint of surprise, his gaze glimmering as he discerned certain nuances. The 3rd layer of the divine palace realm. Upon hearing this, Han Jiang and several other inner disciples could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The joy of having just consolidated their divine palaces was abruptly disrupted. They inwardly lamented, acknowledging that Mu Chong's ancient divine physique was indeed unparalleled among ordinary cultivators. Amidst the reverence and admiration directed towards him, Mu Chong remained indifferent. He merely cast a sharp glance in Lu Yuan's direction, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Lu Yuan, was it? In our previous competition, it was my negligence that allowed you to snatch victory. Now that we have both entered the divine palace realm, do you dare to settle our scores once more? As Mu Chong's words echoed, Lu Yuan slowly rose and began to walk forward. Following his breakthrough into the divine palace realm, his entire demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. His physique radiated brilliance, flawless and pristine, akin to a peerless treasure, shimmering in the sunlight with vibrant hues. Amidst his previously calm and amiable demeanor, there now lingered an aura of formidable sharpness that demanded attention. "You are not my match," Lu Yuan remarked coolly, casting a brief glance at Mu Chong. He felt an unprecedented sense of strength. Both his physical form and divine consciousness had undergone earth-shattering changes. In battles of the same realm, none could constrain him. This was the confidence of a true warrior, his heart unblemished. You are merely a waste of potential. What do you have to boast about? Are you perhaps afraid?" Mu Chong obstructed his path, confronting him head-on. In the gaze of many, he was vanquished by the ancient sacred body, a disgrace for both himself and the ancient divine body. He was determined to find an opportunity to redeem this humiliation. Enough. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and exclaimed coldly. A brilliant divine light suddenly erupted from his brow, racing forth like lightning, dazzling and blinding, striking forward with lethal intent. Mu Chong was taken aback, similarly countering with his mental prowess. Yet, unexpectedly, his formidable consciousness, equivalent to the 3rd level of the divine palace realm, crumbled within an instant, being thoroughly overwhelmed. Mu Chong's complexion turned pale, cold sweat streaming down his face, a deep fear flickering in his eyes. The power of the opponent's consciousness was far beyond his imagination. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, it felt as though he were facing an unparalleled, razor-sharp sword, sending chills down his spine. At this moment, several elders from the sacred land also sensed Lu Yuan's overwhelming strength, which was far beyond what Mu Chong could contend with at present. In their astonishment, they did not forget to mediate the situation, stating, "Lu Yuan, both of you are outstanding disciples of our sacred land. The rivalry between the youth is but a trivial matter. Do not let your mental powers escalate to conflict." Otherwise, you may harm your consciousness, leading to endless repercussions. Yes, I understand. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and withdrew his power. He then suddenly inquired, Elder, the energy within the divine pool was somewhat insufficient earlier, but quickly restored. What transpired? Upon hearing his question, the other disciples present recalled a brief incident that indeed occurred. Your cultivation consumes a considerable amount. The resources for opening the divine pool for a month were inadequate, so we requested additional support from the Sacred Master, which caused a delay. One elder smiled slightly and replied truthfully, I see. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed elders. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. He developed a favorable impression of Sacred Master Wan Chu's approach. After all, had it not been for the upper echelons of the sacred land temporarily augmenting the resource input several times, he might not have achieved a swift breakthrough to the Divine Palace realm. It is but a minor matter. Once you all break through to the Divine Palace realm, you may proceed to the inner hall and be promoted to core disciples. Now, the ancient domain is about to close. Hasten your departure. One elder waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The group responded in unison, each ascending into the air and dispersing like scattered birds and beasts. Mu Chon was directly escorted away by several elders to the residence of the Grand Elder. In midair, Lu Yuan rode the divine rainbow. Gazing down upon the mountains and rivers beneath, the winds and thunder crackling, his speed remarkably swift. After achieving the divine palace realm, his divine perception became extraordinarily acute, capable of perceiving all directions and discerning everything. That sensation was exquisitely delightful. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yuan did not immediately head to the inner hall, but instead made a visit to Qixia Peak. Before long, his figure appeared in the chambers of Gu Qinghuang. Lord, you have returned. Mu Linger greeted him warmly. Linger, where is Qinghuang? Lu Yuan inquired. The young lady is not at the peak. She departed for the northern region more than half a month ago, Mu Linger replied. Oh, what is she doing in the northern region? Lu Yuan inquired, astonished. I do not know. She left in quite a hurry. Mu Linger shook her head in response. Very well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan refrained from further questioning. After all, Gu Qinghuang, now the saintess of Wanchu, undoubtedly had little leisure time compared to when she was an ordinary disciple, as many matters required her presence. With that, Lu Yuan lifted his foot, preparing to depart. By the way, son-in-law, your family had visitors a few days ago. Mu Linger suddenly recalled and reminded him. Oh, who came? I do not know them. There was an elderly man and a young one, seemingly from the direct line of the Lu family. However, the elder had an acquaintance among the elders of the Holy Land and was invited to stay for a few days, seemingly waiting specifically for you. Chapter 33. Arrival of family members. Thus, upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. He harbored no affection for the direct descendants of the Lu family. The purpose of their visit was, without a doubt, to investigate the progress of his endeavors with Gu Qinghuang concerning procreation. Very well, I understand. Lu Yuan nodded lightly and engaged in a few more idle exchanges with Mu Linger before departing from Qixia Peak. His cultivation had now reached the first level of the Divine Palace realm, qualifying him for ascension to a core disciple of the Sacred Land. However, merely achieving this level of cultivation was insufficient. One must also complete a specific trial task to advance. These requirements were explicitly detailed in the entry guide, well known to every inner sect disciple. I should return to my cave dwelling to prepare. This trial will likely involve a considerable journey, Lu Yuan mused to himself. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his residence and was about to step inside when a sudden, commanding voice echoed from a distance. Lu Yuan, a young man, resplendent in a brocade robe and striking in appearance, approached with purpose, accurately calling Lu Yuan's name. Lu Yuan turned, cast a glance at him, inquired, Who are you? I am Lu Yuan Long of the direct lineage. According to our family hierarchy, you ought to address me as your cousin, Lu Yuan Long asserted. Striding forward with an air of arrogant superiority, his gaze dismissively sweeping over Lu Yuan. Oh, so it is indeed a member of the Lu family who has come. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, concealing his surprise, and then replied expressionlessly, What is it you seek? Nothing of great consequence. Merely fulfilling the request of the family elders to check on you as I pass by, Lu Yuan replied, his eyes narrowing with a semblance of amusement. Yet it seems you are faring quite well in the Wanchu sacred land? As he spoke, tendrils of spiritual energy continuously assessed Lu Yuan. Though unable to discern his current cultivation level, one thing was certain. Lu Yuan had indeed made progress, as reported by the disciples of the Wanchu sacred land, which left him somewhat astonished. Looking at me, Lu Yuan scoffed, unabashedly retorting, "Speak plainly. There is no need for circumnavigation." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanlong's expression gradually darkened, and he sneered. Indeed, the top inner disciple of the Wanchu sacred land speaks with newfound confidence. But is this the attitude one should have towards a cousin? The heaven pool is vast, with numerous lineages. It would be wise to refrain from indiscriminate familial connections. As for my demeanor, it remains unchanged. Regardless of who stands before me, Lu Yuan responded, composed and unyielding. It seems that ever since you wed Gu Qinghuang, you have gradually forgotten your identity and responsibilities. The family has invested a considerable cost in the alliance with the Gu family, not for you to engage in such meaningless pursuits. You, a mere ancient waste body, what can the spiritual realm or the divine palace realm accomplish? It is all a dead end, merely a waste of time. To diligently propagate the divine lineage for the family is your foremost duty at this moment. Lu Yuanlong's expression was devoid of warmth as he commanded imperiously. As he spoke, he advanced a few steps, extending his hand and stating, "I have heard that during the grand competition in the sacred land, you acquired a 7-portal Linglong pill. Surrender that pill to me, and I shall let today's matter slide. Additionally, I could speak a few favorable words for you in front of the clan elders." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could no longer contain the fury boiling within him and let out a thunderous roar, his voice reverberating like a spring thunderclap. A mere creature at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm dares to flaunt its power before me. In an instant, Lu Yuan shot forth his hand like lightning, seizing Lu Yuanlong's wrist with a crushing grip. The sound of bones cracking filled the air as an overwhelming force distorted Lu Yuanlong's right hand, shattering bones with a series of sharp cracks. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Lu Yuanlong could not suppress a wretched scream. He had never anticipated that Lu Yuan would defy him so brazenly, daring to strike. "Lu Yuan, you seek your own demise." Lu Yuanlong's countenance twisted in rage, and disregarding the agony in his hand, he abruptly lifted his right leg and delivered a vicious kick. The force was tremendous and swift, producing a deafening sonic boom. However, under the overwhelming mental prowess of Lu Yuan, it appeared to move in slow motion, akin to a child taking its first steps. Crack! Another crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed as Lu Yuanlong's right leg was shattered, blood erupting forth. "Lu Yuan, you dare to harm me? Once I report this to the family." Lu Yuanlong's face turned ashen as he struggled to steady himself, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred as he shouted fiercely. Yet, before he could finish his threat, Lu Yuan raised his leg once more and delivered another kick, shattering the bones in his left leg as well. With that, Lu Yuanlong lost all support and collapsed to his knees. Cold sweat streamed down his face, filled with terror, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Is it quiet now?" Lu Yuan gazed down, his demeanor indifferent. He stood there calmly, akin to an imposing mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. Lu Yuanlong's face was grim, gritting his teeth in silence. To kneel before a mere cripple was an utter humiliation, far worse than death itself. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly powerless. Lu Yuan's strength surpassed anything he had imagined. Achieving the top rank in the inner sect of the sacred land with his mid-level spirit-nurturing realm cultivation was no mere coincidence. His physical form rivaled that of reinforced steel, more fearsome than any treasure, a force that he could not contend with, whether related by blood or not. They meant nothing to me. What matters is, do not provoke me. Today, I shall show a modicum of restraint, sparing your life. In the future, when you encounter me in the southern region, keep your head down and lead a humble existence. Lu Yuan's expression remained cold as he spoke with authority. The piercing brilliance flickering in his eyes was utterly captivating, rendering one hesitant to meet his gaze. Filled with profound trepidation, Lu Yuan kept his head bowed, gritting his teeth in silence. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan turned to depart, leaving the place without lingering. Following this incident, he abandoned any intention of returning to the cave to gather his belongings and instead made his way directly to the great hall of the inner sect. After all, Lu Yuan was not alone. He was accompanied by an elder of the Lu family. Should any entanglement arise, it would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of troubles. Thus, he resolved to proceed directly to accept the trial task for promotion to core disciple, embarking on a journey where his eyes would not witness and his heart would not be troubled. Chapter 34. Trials and Spirit Artifacts. Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Grand Hall of the Inner Sect. This place was notably more magnificent than the Outer Sect Hall he had previously visited. The structure was majestic, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, interspersed with a variety of exquisite gemstones that shimmered with a lustrous glow. Inside the hall, a multitude of desks were scattered about, and one could faintly observe the busy figures of several disciples from the Holy Land, diligently organizing various items. At the very center sat an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, his eyes half open and half closed, seated alone. Despite his frail appearance, he commanded an air of authority that was not to be underestimated. Disciple Lu Yuan, here to advance to the status of core disciple, Lu Yuan declared, pausing to bow respectfully to the elder before him. The venerable elder, hearing this name, rarely lifted his gaze. The top contender of the inner sect competition, the saintly body Lu Yuan, had he truly broken through to the divine palace realm so swiftly? Such a pace of cultivation was indeed at odds with the rumors. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the elder's eyes, followed by a moment of contemplation as he spoke in a calm tone. Extend your divine sense, so I may assess your capabilities. Lu Yuan understood and immediately connected with the golden lake of his consciousness, releasing the power of the divine palace. Indeed, you have reached the divine palace realm, the elder remarked, his tone laced with admiration. However, he seemed to recall something, his expression turning somewhat troubled. You are undoubtedly aware of the requirements for advancing to core disciple status. You must complete a trial task, and only upon success can you be promoted. Unfortunately, you have arrived a bit late. The creation divine pool has closed, and several inner disciples have simultaneously broken through to the divine palace. They have already chosen most of the available trial tasks not long ago. Now, only one high difficulty task remains. At this juncture, the elder added, of course, if you're not in a hurry, you may choose to wait. Perhaps in 10 days or half a month, new trial tasks will be issued from above. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before inquiring, what is the remaining high difficulty task? Assassination, the elder responded. What is the opponent's cultivation level? Lu Yuan asked. 5th layer of the divine palace realm, came the reply. Lu Yuan contemplated this information. The individual in question was a notorious bandit from the Yin Kingdom in the southern region, known for his ruthless killings and treasure thefts. Over the years, he had slain several outstanding disciples of our holy land, rapidly increasing his strength. Recent intelligence had just been received, and there had been no time to adjust. After a period of stagnation, he would soon ascend to the task list for core disciples. The inner sect elder patiently explained. Just then, a familiar system voice echoed within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Ding! Detected the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. 1. Accept this task. Reward. 1 spirit artifact. 2. Decline to take risks and proceed cautiously. Reward. 10 pounds of frost steel. Please choose. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. This trial task unexpectedly triggered a system reward. It appears that something unusual is afoot. Moreover, the reward options are quite substantial. The value of a spirit communication treasure is immeasurable. Among the numerous disciples of the Yuan Chu sacred land, only a select few true inheritors possess such artifacts, typically bestowed upon them by esteemed family elders or the higher echelons of the sacred land. One could say it is the mightiest treasure beneath the divine realm. To acquire it would be akin to gaining wings like a tiger. This task I shall undertake. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, his expression unwavering. Upon hearing this declaration, the inner gate elder was taken aback and couldn't help but solemnly remind him, Lu Yuan, have you truly considered this? Once accepted, the trial task cannot be abandoned for a considerable duration. With your nascent divine palace cultivation, capturing a fifth-tier divine palace cultivator may prove exceedingly challenging. Lu Yuan smiled nonchalantly and replied, Thank you for your reminder, Elder, but my mind is made up. Observing his resolute demeanor, the inner gate elder sighed lightly and ceased his counsel. He then gestured, presenting the latest intelligence regarding the bandit to Lu Yuan. In that case, I wish you good fortune. Ah, I nearly forgot, there is an additional reward for this task. Upon slaying this individual and returning with their head, you shall receive a bounty of 2,000 pounds of essence. Excellent. Lu Yuan nodded, taking the jade slip and departing with purposeful strides. Not long after, Lu Yuan soared beyond the boundaries of the sect. He retrieved the jade slip, opening it to inspect its contents. It detailed a map of the Yan kingdom, the appearance of the bandit Ni Ping, and his most recent known whereabouts, all meticulously documented. Lu Yuan paid little heed to the bandit's cultivation level. With his current capabilities, even without revealing the power of the chaos body, traversing several minor realms to vanquish foes was hardly a challenge. Once he located Ni Ping, the latter will be left with but one fate, death. System, claim the reward, Lu Yuan murmured inwardly. Instantly, an item materialized within the system space. It was an irregularly shaped treasure radiating a shimmering dark luster, resembling a black mountain in appearance. Though it was merely the size of a palm, it emanated an overwhelming sense of weight and pressure. Prison suppression peak Lu Yuan silently recited the name of this treasure. Without further hesitation, he drew forth a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip and initiated the ritual. Buzz! In an instant, the prison suppression peak began to tremble and hum, its body enveloped in dark radiance, exuding a formidable and terrifying aura. After half a stick of incense, the ritual was complete. A profound and enigmatic sensation surged within him, establishing a subtle connection between him and the prison suppression peak. Moreover, the latter transmitted faint waves of thought, quite extraordinary in nature. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this, for treasures of such caliber are inherently sentient, possessing considerable intelligence. Even without infusing them with mana, they can autonomously slay foes with formidable power. Soon, after a brief period of acclimatization, Lu Yuan deftly maneuvered the Jinyu Peak as if it were an extension of himself. He ascended above a desolate mountain range, extending his hand in a commanding gesture. The small black peak nestled in his palm, soared into the sky, rapidly expanding to eclipse the entire horizon. Its colossal form casting a shadow that obscured the sun, exuding an aura of obsidian metal as if burdened by an immense weight. Go! Lu Yuan intoned, flicking his fingers. The Jinyu Peak responded to his command, radiating an extraordinary brilliance as it descended with inexorable force. Its momentum was formidable, akin to a true demonic mountain pressing down upon its prey. Simultaneously, tendrils of strange dark lights swirled at its summit, effectively imprisoning the surrounding void, causing even the winds to fall into silence. It was evident that if employed in combat, any adversary would find themselves with no avenue for escape, rendering it a formidable weapon of destruction. With a resounding boom, the ground below fractured, ancient trees obliterated, and immense fissures carved into the earth, creating a scene of utter devastation, a display of terrifying power. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan retracted the Jinyu Peak, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he swiftly departed from the area. Chapter 35. Pursuit. The East Wilderness is vast and boundless, a realm where even the most ordinary of cultivators may spend their entire lives without ever traversing its expanse. The southern domain, merely a fraction of the East Wilderness, renders secular dynasties like the Kingdom of Yan but a drop in the ocean, lost amidst the immensity, their entirety beyond comprehension. Soon after a few days, Lu Yuan's figure appeared within the borders of the Kingdom of Yan. Following the coordinates inscribed on the map, he navigated through the terrain until he arrived at a secluded valley. The vicinity was rife with demonic beasts, most of which lay in wait within the ancient forests and the vast wilderness. Occasionally, the chilling roars of these beasts echoed through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, several cultivators roamed the valley, some hailing from the esteemed cultivation families and local sects of the Kingdom of Yan. They moved in groups, donned in distinctive attire that made them easily recognizable. Lu Yuan paused for a moment, scanning the area with his spiritual sense, but he could not detect the aura of an Ping. He pressed onward, delving deeper into the valley. After a series of twists and turns, covering several hundred miles, Lu Yuan finally discerned the presence of Ping. Although the man's appearance bore slight differences from the description in the jade slip, his aura was unmistakable. Lu Yuan was nearly certain that this was the person he sought. At that moment, it seemed Ping had sensed someone tailing him, prompting him to quicken his pace as he maneuvered swiftly through the ancient forest and ravines, attempting to elude his pursuer. After the passage of a short time, the two found themselves in a remote area seldom trodden by human feet. Ping abruptly halted, gazing into the silent woods behind him, and scoffed. "You have followed me for so long. Will you not reveal yourself?" As his words lingered in the air, Lu Yuan emerged slowly from the shadows, a subtle smile gracing his face as he calmly responded, "Your vigilance is commendable. Who are you?" Ping narrowed his eyes, a glint of piercing brilliance flashing within them. "From the Wan Chu sacred land," Lu Yuan stated plainly, revealing his identity without concealment. "Ah, I see." Ping's expression shifted to one of realization. Over the past few years, he had slain numerous disciples of the sacred land, and those sent to hunt him were relentless. It was evident that his name had made its way onto the so-called mission list. Yet, at this moment, there was no trace of panic on Ping's face. Instead, a mocking curve appeared, and he taunted, "Has your Wan Chu sacred land run out of disciples? Why send a mere first-level cultivator of the divine palace realm to meet his demise? My cultivation may be modest, but it suffices to end your life." Lu Yuan replied coolly. Prior to his arrival, he had deliberately dispersed the chaotic energy that concealed his true prowess, allowing his authentic abilities to surface, all in hopes of lowering his opponent's guard. It appeared that this strategy had borne fruit. Disciples of the sacred land have always held themselves in high regard, and you are no exception. I vaguely recall half a year ago, a stunning intersect female cultivator traversed thousands of miles to hunt me down. In the end, I turned the tables on her, playing with her for 7 days and nights before she met her bitter end. In retrospect, a lingering sense of unfulfillment remains. Ping licked his lips, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his face as his robust figure gradually advanced, cruelly declaring, "Those who hold themselves in high regard must pay a price. Thus, I shall graciously accept the storage bag you possess." The moment his words fell, Ping suddenly erupted into action, a flash of light revealing his ghostly disappearance. In the next heartbeat, an arm shot out like lightning, aiming for Lu Yuan's crown. Lu Yuan's eyes turned icy, his blood surging within. With fingers extended like the heavens, he unleashed a punch. Boom! A deep, resonant sound echoed forth as terrifying force erupted. Ping, caught unawares, was struck solidly, his form sent hurtling backward, crashing through numerous ancient trees before finally halting. Such formidable physical power, comparable to a divine body. Once Ping steadied himself, an unusual expression flickered across his face. No wonder he dared to pursue me alone. He indeed possessed some skill. However, it is a pity that you must still perish. With a cold demeanor, Lu Yuan refused to waste words, his garments billowing as he transformed into a streak of swift light, charging forward. A magnificent aura of blood surged forth, golden brilliance soaring to the heavens, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast bearing down upon him. Seeing this, Ping immediately retreated, having suffered a significant setback in their brief encounter. He would not engage in close combat again. In the next instant, his divine power surged, and with a sweep of his hand, he unleashed a terrifying killing technique. Boom! A torrent of blood surged forth, a river of crimson flooding the air as a storm raged, exuding a noxious odor that harbored a corrosive force. Wherever it flowed, flora withered, instantly losing vitality. It was easy to imagine that any ordinary cultivator who came into contact with it would not escape unscathed. A mere trifle. Lu Yuan scoffed disdainfully, raising his hands to the heavens, conjuring a chaotic veil. Within a radius of several meters, chaotic energy surged, impervious to all techniques. He then plunged directly into the blood river, advancing fearlessly as if in a realm devoid of opposition. What? N.I. Ping was struck with terror, his bewildered gaze betraying profound shock. Such a method was unheard of and unseen, capable of isolating all forms of magic, truly bizarre. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan had surged forth from the blood river, his right hand swinging like a golden millstone, striking down with ferocity. Splash! N.I. Ping spewed blood, violently driven into the earth, unaware of how many bones had shattered, continuously expelling fragments of his innards. In that moment, he was utterly moved, instantly recognizing that the individual before him was no ordinary disciple of the sacred land. His combat prowess was exceedingly terrifying, possessing the qualifications to challenge beyond his realm. Buzz! In an instant, a beam of light emanated from N.I. Ping's brow, transforming into a razor-sharp heavenly blade, blocking Lu Yuan's advance. This was the manifestation of the powerful divine consciousness cultivated by a fifth-level disciple of the Divine Palace, its sharpness evident, serving as a formidable means of attack, formless and elusive, difficult to grasp. Yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed, his corporeal form enveloped in boundless divine radiance, akin to a celestial deity descended upon the mortal realm, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon him. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward, shattering the myriad of spiritual attacks with a flurry of punches and kicks, his hands and fingers glimmering like crystals, transforming into colossal hands that blotted out the sky as they descended. A thunderous roar echoed. The valley quaked incessantly, the earth fissured, and the mountains crumbled, obliterating everything in the vicinity, the aftershocks truly terrifying. Yet, when the dust settled, the corpse of N.I. Ping was nowhere to be found. You possess quite a few techniques, including the ability to shrink distances, Lu Yuan remarked calmly, fixating on an open expanse hundreds of feet away. Young one, with your cultivation at the first level of the Divine Palace realm, you have managed to compel me to this extent. You may take pride in that. In return, I shall refine your remains into a puppet, ensuring your existence endures eternally. N.I. Ping gasped for breath, uttering words that dripped with icy menace. Chapter 36. The Slaying of N.I. Ping. Secrets. The recently employed life-saving technique had indeed exacted a considerable toll on N.I. Ping. Prolonging the confrontation would be detrimental to the overall battle. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. With a wave of his hand, N.I. Ping summoned his treasured artifact. A silvery radiance surged forth, manifesting as a resplendent silver bell, resonating with a thunderous clang, its brilliance overwhelming and formidable. This prized possession, accumulated through years of plunder and acquisition, had been procured from an ancient city, categorizing it among the mid-grade artifacts. In the realm of confrontations among cultivators at the Divine Palace stage, it was undeniably a powerful weapon. As Lu Yuan discerned the situation, his gaze sharpened, yet his countenance remained unyielding, calm, and composed. Seal, N.I. Ping intoned an incantation, commanding the artifact with a sharp reprimand. The silver bell erupted with light, expanding exponentially, casting a shadow over half the sky, enveloped by an intense pressure as it descended upon Lu Yuan. In response, Lu Yuan neither recoiled nor evaded. His dark robe billowed as he stepped into the air, striking forth with his fist. Clang! His golden fist collided with the ancient bell, producing a resonating metallic hum. Simultaneously, waves of silver ripples surged forth, transforming into a lethal onslaught, sweeping toward him. Lu Yuan staggered backward, retreating several dozen steps from the impact. Aside from a slight numbness in his arm, he sustained no significant harm. This maneuver was merely to ascertain the extent of his physical prowess against an artifact of this caliber. Though your body has been tempered commendably, to challenge my artifact is but a fool's errand. N.I. Ping scoffed, his fingertips weaving intricate seals anew. The silver bell shone brightly, ascending once more to unleash a downward assault. A mere mid-grade artifact, one might ponder its significance. Should I desire destruction, shattering it would be trivial. Lu Yuan asserted boldly, his vitality surging as he met the onslaught head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The silver bell reverberated, trembling under the relentless strikes, fissures beginning to form upon its surface. Ni Ping's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He was profoundly shaken. A cultivator at the first level of the Divine Palace realm could indeed withstand the force of his artifact through sheer physical strength, producing visible cracks, a feat that required an unfathomable degree of power. Who would dare to believe such a tale if it were told? In the midst of his trepidation, Ni Ping realized that he could not afford to continue in this manner. Otherwise, he risked a catastrophic downfall. In the next moment, he divided his focus, using his divine consciousness to command the artifact while his hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of arcane techniques to obliterate Lu Yuan. Boom! Boom! The divine energy surged, magic pouring forth. Lu Yuan employed his ethereal movement technique, navigating through the void with agility, evading the myriad assaults. Clearly, you find yourself out of strategies. Enough of this game. Allow me to escort you on your journey, Lu Yuan declared, losing interest. With a flick of his wrist, a diminutive peak materialized in his palm, the air quivering as darkness enveloped the surroundings. A pitch-black mountain of malevolence loomed larger under Ni Ping's horrified gaze, ultimately obscuring half of the sky with its immense presence. The power it exuded was incomparably grander than that of a silver bell, rendering it a mere flicker against the sun and moon. Impossible. What level of artifact is this? Ni King stood frozen, screaming in disbelief. Yet, his cries elicited no response. The Jinyu Peak descended with a roar of wind and thunder, akin to a colossal weight pressing down, drowning out all sound. In a state of panic, Ni Ping bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood to summon the silver ancient bell back, seeking refuge beneath its protection. A thunderous crash ensued as Jinyu Peak collided violently with his artifact, shaking the very heavens and earth. The energy unleashed created ripples that obliterated the ancient forest and mountains within a radius of hundreds of feet, forming a vacuum in its wake. After enduring for but a fleeting moment, the silver ancient bell shattered with a resounding explosion, its fragments scattering in all directions, dull and lifeless, reduced to mere debris. Ni Ping cried out in anguish, pressing his hand to his forehead. Although the silver bell had shielded his body, the terrifying shockwave still caused blood to pour from his 7 orifices and shattered his innards. Should another blow land, his demise would be all but certain. Please, do not kill me. I possess a secret. A shattered little realm is about to open, containing the inheritance of a sage. Ni Ping shouted in desperation, the heavy shadow of death compelling him to utter such words. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and he raised his hand to retract the descending Jinyu Peak back into his palm. A shattered little realm. This information is undeniably precious. It is well known that only the most formidable beings, those who have ascended to the level of sages, can forge a realm of their own, transforming it into their personal sanctuary. In this current age of the fallen law, where emperors are but remnants of the past, living sages are a rarity. Thus, the impending fragmented realm is likely a remnant left by figures from tens of thousands of years ago, or even further back, potentially harboring astonishing legacies. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly incite frenzy among countless sects in the southern domain. Where is it? Lu Yuan inquired, his gaze lowered, voice devoid of emotion. If I reveal it, will you let me go? Ni Ping cautiously probed. If the information proves true, I can grant you a chance at life, Lu Yuan replied, his expression impassive. Upon hearing this, Ni Ping felt a surge of joy, but as his thoughts turned, he considered various possibilities. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the southern domain for years, surviving by the edge of a blade, he was not one to trust easily. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "You must swear an oath of heavenly law not to kill me. Otherwise, I would rather die than divulge this secret. Do you believe you have the right to bargain with me?" Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold as he advanced menacingly. "Do not come any closer," Do not even think of searching my soul. One more step, and I shall self-detonate my divine palace." Ping shouted, his face set with determination. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan halted his steps, his gaze flickering momentarily before he raised his fingers towards the heavens, swearing an oath to the celestial path. However, he appended a condition, that Ping would not take the initiative to strike against him. Was this sufficient to speak? A hint of impatience appeared on Lu Yuan's countenance. Ping, after considering, found no issue with the stipulation and proceeded to reveal the secret, the Lianyun mountain range, located 3,000 miles beyond the northern borders of the Yan kingdom. When you ask, in 7 days. With that, Ping exhaled deeply, preparing to rise and depart. Yet, in a flash, Lu Yuan obstructed his path. Then, the golden lake of his consciousness shone brilliantly, unleashing a formidable wave of divine thought that surged into Ping's mind, erasing all memories of himself. Ping stood there, his eyes vacant, momentarily dazed. It was not until a considerable time had elapsed that he regained his senses. Upon focusing, he beheld a strikingly handsome, tall stranger standing before him. "Who are you?" "Niping demandith." "A passerby," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. "What is it you hold?" "A communication treasure." At these words, Ping's heart jolted, a palpable greed manifesting on his face as he reached out with great eagerness. How dare an insignificant ant of the divine palace realm possess such a precious artifact? "Hand it over." "Impertinent, daring to strike at me." Lu Yuan's brow furrowed, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck him down with a single blow. He then seized Ping's head and departed with a flourish. Chapter 37. The Lianyun mountain range. Days later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Lianyun mountain range mentioned by Ping. This place was quite remote, with no city visible within 1,000 miles. It was perpetually shrouded in mist, an indistinct and expansive haze. After continuing for half an hour, Lu Yuan ventured deep into the mountains for over 1,000 miles and finally sensed some unusual fluctuations at a certain location. Dense Tao patterns sealed the void, resembling a colossal restrictive formation. Lu Yuan stepped forward, allowing a wisp of chaotic energy to flow from his fingertips, gently brushing forward. With a soft hiss, the obscure Tao patterns imprinted in the void immediately dimmed, torn apart to reveal a narrow gap. Lu Yuan swiftly sidestepped and entered. Upon arrival, the surroundings transformed dramatically. A sweep of his divine sense revealed the presence of numerous cultivators. Lu Yuan became quietly vigilant, proceeding with caution until he reached an open area. As soon as his figure materialized, powerful waves of divine consciousness swept toward him. Among them were several formidable figures, surpassing the divine palace realm. Their profound cultivation was such that even Lu Yuan could not see through it. A loose cultivator of the first level of the divine palace realm. "To find this place is indeed a stroke of fortune," an elder remarked, casting a glance in Lu Yuan's direction before quickly averting his gaze. Although it was rare for a lone loose cultivator like Lu Yuan to arrive here, such occurrences were not entirely unheard of. Apart from his youthful appearance, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan discreetly observed the gathering crowd. At that moment, a considerable number of cultivators had assembled in this open area, totaling over 100. The majority were practitioners from local sects within the Yan kingdom, easily recognizable by their uniform attire. They had likely received news about the imminent opening of the fragmented small world, and had come early to await its arrival. These local sects of the Yan kingdom appeared to have intentionally concealed the information. Otherwise, the emergence of a small world opened by an ancient sage would not have attracted such a meager number of practitioners. Lu Yuan mused silently. The Yan kingdom, when viewed across the entire southern region, was merely a drop in the ocean, a minuscule territory. Its number of strong practitioners was naturally far inferior to those of grand sects, ancient families, and holy powers. If the news were to leak, it would likely invite a formidable presence from beyond, leaving this group with nothing even to drink. Soon after, Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts, casually finding an inconspicuous spot to sit down and wait quietly. As time passed, 2 days later, a sudden and violent fluctuation erupted from outside. Dozens of formidable practitioners forcefully shattered the restrictive formation and charged in. Everyone present was taken aback, swiftly rising to gaze in that direction. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the expressions of the two heads of local Yin sects and several elders turned grim. Old son, old song, you truly are here. Within the territory of Yin, a remarkable place has been unveiled without any prior notice. They have even constructed a deceptive array to obscure its existence. Do they intend to monopolize it? A rugged and boisterous middle-aged man burst in, bellowing with fervor. With your ostentatious disposition, do you not realize that revealing such news would be tantamount to alerting all the factions in the southern domain? The leader of the Qian sect scoffed, expressing his displeasure. Speak not such nonsense. Am I so foolish? The burly man retorted vehemently. If you were not foolish, you would not have brought along an apprentice from the Kuhai realm who has only recently joined. Another leader interjected with scathing sarcasm. In the realm of Yin, three indigenous powers stand in a delicate balance. The Qian sect, the Hongwu Hall, and the Lingxiao sect, each led by masters of the Dongtian realm. They have historically maintained a stalemate, their strengths nearly equal. The opening of this fragmented small world may harbor astonishing legacies and treasures, yet it could equally be fraught with peril. Thus, it is prudent to explore together with familiar sections. However, the Hongwu Hall has always acted with flamboyance, disregarding consequences, embodying the essence of a crude warrior, making collaboration difficult. Had they been forewarned, it would undoubtedly have spooked the snakes in the grass. The individuals from the two sects who ventured to the Lianyun mountain range were meticulously chosen, trusted confidants who would not leak information. Conversely, the Hongwu Hall brought along a novice from the Kuhai realm, revealing their naivete. The distinction between cleverness and folly is, of course, apparent. Hongwu, upon hearing these remarks, felt his face flush with anger. After a lengthy tirade, he gradually quieted down. Lu Yuan sat alone, observing with a detached demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding events. As time passed, several hours slipped by. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from the distant horizon. Dozens of ancient beasts, their scales formidable and horns majestic, descended upon the clouds. Each beast bore a rider, each exuding an impressive aura, creating a striking spectacle. It is the Meng family from the ancient aristocracy. Many of the onlookers paled at the sight, their expressions darkening instantaneously. Undoubtedly, the news had escaped, and now the ancient nobility had arrived to vie for supremacy. At this moment, a rare gravity surfaced in Lu Yuan's eyes. The Meng family is one of the ancient clans of the southern domain, their power nearly on par with the Lu and Gu families, with numerous experts within their ranks, including several formidable beings beyond the divine realm. They stand as a force comparable to some of the grand sects and immortal sanctuaries. Their appearance at such a critical juncture is surely not coincidental. They must have caught wind of something significant. As for the source of the leaked information, it remains uncertain. After all, many practitioners are present, including a fair number of wanderers. It is not beyond possibility that someone sold this information to the ancient family for a handsome reward. Just as the Meng family arrived, another formidable faction followed closely behind. A massive ancient vessel descended, with dozens of figures alighting one after another. Among them were numerous youthful faces, accompanied by figures from an older generation. The Hall of Illusions, your movements are rather swift. A formidable expert from the Meng family stepped forward, his consciousness sweeping forth like a tide, swiftly discerning the identity of the newcomers. With a detached tone, he remarked, "Ah, it is you, my friend Meng Run. It has been quite some time." A light chuckle emanated from the ranks of the Hall of Illusions, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Meanwhile, the local forces of Yin Nation and the scattered cultivators below were utterly disregarded, not even receiving glance. The Hall of Illusions has also arrived. This complicates matters significantly. The cultivators of Yin Nation felt a pang of bitterness. The Hall of Illusions is a major sect in the southern region, boasting formidable strength. Attempting to carve out a share amidst such a colossal entity is akin to snatching food from a tiger's jaws. However, for now, one must proceed step by step. Chapter 38. The gathering of various factions. Since both our clans have converged here, let us compete based on our abilities. However, for the sake of caution, I propose we seal off this mountain range to prevent any latecomers from intruding, suggested a master from the Meng family. Such a notion resonates perfectly with the thoughts of several formidable figures from the illusory palace. Due to the urgency of the situation, they had not brought along any divine realm experts. If the news continues to escalate, it is inevitable that ancient families and major sects, akin to the Meng family, will send representatives to contend for supremacy. That is a scenario many would prefer to avoid. Thus, the two great powers swiftly reached an agreement. They dispatched their strong practitioners to take action, each occupying a portion of the void, unleashing countless intricate and profound patterns of the Tao to completely seal off the area of the Lu Yuan mountain range. Unless a transcendent expert personally investigates, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect any anomalous spatial fluctuations here. Soon after, all the cultivators present gradually fell silent, awaiting the opening of the small world. 2 days later, boom! An extraordinary wave of spatial energy rippled through this region. The void trembled, revealing numerous pitch-black fissures. With the laws of the great Tao appearing fragmented and elusive, forming an entrance. It has opened. The shattered small realm has commenced. Many cultivators in attendance suddenly rose, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Had it not been for the presence of experts from the two great factions, it is likely that someone would have already dashed out. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. An elder from the illusory palace in the Nirvana realm observed with a flicker in his gaze. With a wave of his hand, a surge of formidable divine energy surged forth, probing into the void's fissure. In the next instant, boom! The fissure in the void twisted violently, collapsing spectacularly before all eyes, completely engulfing the divine power. What? How could this happen? Many people appeared horrified, expressions of confusion etched upon their faces. It seems this small realm has existed for far too long. The laws are incomplete, spiritual energy dissipating, and it is on the verge of collapse. A strong practitioner from the Meng family also discerned some signs and spoke gravely. Let us try again. Following this, several others took action, continuously suppressing the outward flow of their divine energy. After half a stick of incense had passed, they finally reached a conclusion. This small world is too severely shattered to accommodate cultivators above the cave heaven realm. Should anyone force their way in, it would likely collapse entirely, leading to mutual destruction for all within. In light of this, we can only allow disciples of the Divine Palace realm to venture forth for exploration, declared the elder from the illusory palace. Indeed, the strong practitioner from the Meng family nodded in agreement. Subsequently, for the first time, the members of these two great factions cast a discerning gaze upon the assembly of cultivators from the Yin kingdom below. Given the severe fragmentation of this small realm, only those beneath the cave heaven realm may enter. Rest assured, those who accompany our disciples will undoubtedly reap their fair share of benefits. Those who wish to join us, bring your companions. The elder from the illusionary palace spoke kindly. Meanwhile, the experts from a Meng family began to consolidate their influence. After all, in that small world, every additional person equates to an increase in strength. If they were to encounter danger, they could use these individuals as expendable scouts, which was undeniably advantageous. As for the treasures they might acquire, once obtained, they would be beyond the grasp of these insignificant beings. Upon hearing this declaration, all the cultivators present wore expressions of bitterness, comprehending the implications of these two formidable factions. Should they not align themselves with either group, entry would be unattainable, leaving no glimmer of opportunity. Currently, the entire Lu Yuan mountain range was sealed off, making departure a daunting challenge. Such domineering tactics stripped away any semblance of choice. The three heads of the native sects of the Yin kingdom sighed softly, resigning themselves to the necessity of selecting individuals below the cave heaven realm to form their ranks. Even the usually flamboyant Hong Wu complied, wary of provoking any conflict. Although brash, he was not foolish. With his cultivation at the cave heaven level, he could dominate within the Yin kingdom. However, within the spheres of the Meng family and the illusionary palace, he was akin to an insignificant insect. A single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Soon, All 100 cultivators in attendance commenced their movements. However, their cultivation levels varied significantly. After a meticulous selection, only over 40 were at the Divine Palace level, divided between the two major factions. Those at the Spirit Nurturing and Bitter Sea realms were outright disregarded, being deemed too weak to be of any use, regardless of their numbers. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan remained silent and joined the ranks of the Meng family. The restrictions on cultivators in the small realm worked to his advantage, far preferable to trailing behind stronger beings at the Nirvana realm. Cultivating. What good are these insignificant beings? A youth, approximately 17 or 18 years old, leaped from an exotic beast. His gaze was piercing and commanding, exuding the aura of a youthful deity as he strode through the crowd with unparalleled arrogance. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the cultivators in the Meng family line soured. Several elders at the Divine Palace level felt their dignity bruised. Despite their status as esteemed elders within the Yin kingdom, they found themselves belittled by a mere youth. It was a humiliating spectacle. Yet, given the current circumstances, no one dared to react, and they could only endure in silence. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, casting a meaningful glance at the Meng youth. Now, do not underestimate your opponents, Meng Ren admonished, shaking his head in exasperation. Meng Zhao, however, remained unconvinced, continuing to follow his own path. Among the two formidable factions, each has selected its representatives to enter the small realm. This time, the Hall of Illusions has brought forth a dozen disciples of the Divine Palace realm, all remarkably youthful and possessing an extraordinary demeanor that far surpasses the cultivators from the humble land of Yan. Standing alongside them, they appear as cranes among chickens, clearly distinguished from the rest. On the side of the Meng family, the numbers are comparably matched, with 11 young disciples stepping forward. Leading them is none other than the haughty youth, Meng Zhao. Despite his arrogance and overwhelming pride, his innate talent for cultivation is truly astonishing. At his age, he has achieved the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm, making him a standout even among the young elites of various sacred lands. Now that everyone has gathered, we must not delay. Let's embark. With the command given, dozens of figures took to the skies, riding the divine rainbows, and vanished into the rift in the heavens above. Chapter 39. Dragon scale grass. Upon entering, the scene before them transformed instantaneously. The dim, overcast sky was imbued with an ancient, untamed aura. The laws of nature were fragmented, casting a slightly oppressive atmosphere. Just like the other cultivators who entered alongside him, Lu Yuan swept his divine sense across the surroundings, surveying the terrain. This small world was vast, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Yet it was undeniably shattered and in disarray. The gray-brown rocks sprawled across the desolate land, devoid of life and greenery. Even without intervention, it was evident that this place would soon collapse entirely, vanishing into the chaotic void. The expanse was immense, yet only a handful of them were present. To glean any rewards, they ought to act separately. At this moment, a young disciple from the Meng family spoke up with a suggestion. Once these words were uttered, numerous gazes turned towards Meng Zhao, the intent of inquiry evident. Very well. Each of you may select 2 companions to explore separately. Meng Zhao nodded and replied nonchalantly. 2 each. What about you? Another inquired. No need, it would be a burden. Meng Zhao waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of arrogance. Without waiting for further discussion, he summoned a brilliant divine rainbow and soared into the distance. Well then, several Meng family disciples sighed, clearly understanding Meng Zhao's disposition. Aside from his brother and the venerable clan elders, he would not extend courtesy to anyone else. Yu, come with me. A young disciple from the Meng family pointed at 2 individuals, speaking coldly. Soon after, others hastily began to select their companions. In the end, Lu Yuan and an elder from Lingxiao sect were chosen by a person named Meng Yifan. Let's go. Meng Yifan glanced at the 2 with an impassive expression and spoke. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. With a powerful sweep of his divine sense, he assessed this individual's cultivation level, 3rd layer of the Divine Palace realm. This was 2 minor realms below that of Ni Ping. Such a character could easily be vanquished with a mere flick of his wrist, rendering him unworthy of concern. However, with so many eyes around, it would not be prudent to act just yet. Once their respective factions had thoroughly separated, he would have no reservations. Thus, the trio ascended on their divine rainbows, hurtling towards the distance. As they traversed the terrain, they quickly delved deeper into the desolation. The landscape was predominantly composed of barren earth and gravel, offering little of interest. It wasn't until they had journeyed for half an hour that they arrived at a valley. Upon entering the mouth of the gorge, they were immediately confronted by an overwhelmingly fierce aura of slaughter. The intensity was formidable. Merely approaching caused a stinging sensation across their faces, as though a celestial sword was radiating its unparalleled sharpness. This place is extraordinary. There must be treasures here. Meng Yifan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly retrieved a secret treasure, enveloping himself in a gentle luminescence for protection, and exclaimed, "Let us go in and take a look." Seeing this, Lu Yuan also felt a surge of interest. As a thought crossed his mind, the chaotic essence within his body surged forth, effortlessly dispelling the fierce aura of slaughter that had intruded upon him. However, the elder from the Lingxiao sect was not so fortunate. Under the immense pressure, he struggled to maintain his composure, blood seeping from his thin, frail arms, rendering him quite pitiful. "Young friend Meng, with my cultivation level, I fear I cannot approach this valley," he confessed. Meng Yifan glanced back, internally cursing, "What a useless fool. Come, follow me." "Thank you." The elder smiled awkwardly before hastily stepping forward into the gentle light, whereupon the oppressive weight surrounding him diminished significantly, allowing him to exhale deeply. "And you?" Meng Yifan inquired, turning his gaze toward Lu Yuan. "No need," Lu Yuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Meng Yifan's eyes flickered with intrigue, regarding Lu Yuan with newfound respect. Despite being merely at the first level of the Divine Palace realm, he could withstand the valley's pressure without any external artifact. It seemed this individual harbored some secrets. Nevertheless, there was no time for pondering further. Their priority was to explore the valley without delay. Thus, the trio delved deeper into the valley, which lay in ruins, devoid of any signs of life. Yet soon, a patch of low-lying, dark brown soil captured their attention. Above this soil grew dozens of peculiar little grasses. Each grass bore 3 leaves, radiant in golden hue, their shapes irregular, resembling dragon scales unfurling, as if a coiled dragon lay in wait, exuding an astonishing brilliance. This was the very source of the valley's ambience, the dragon scale grass. Meng Yifan's gaze sharpened, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a heavenly treasure truly existed in the world. Legend spoke of this grass thriving only in the most bitter and frigid places, capable of naturally absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nurture itself. Moreover, if consumed, it held a chance of enabling the consumer to cultivate the royal dragon energy within, unleashing a formidable might akin to mastering an ancient and unparalleled scripture. This was undoubtedly an astonishing stroke of fortune. As he contemplated this, Meng Yifan's breath grew heavy. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly halted. I recall from ancient texts that the dragon scale grass is extraordinarily ferocious, capable not only of influencing its surroundings, but also of initiating attacks autonomously. If that is indeed the case, the accumulated aura over these millennia must be terrifying beyond measure. Standing still, Meng Yifan pondered deeply, casting a glance back at the 2 companions behind him. At that moment, Lu Yuan had also recognized the dragon scale grass. Although he had been unable to cultivate at the Lu family estate, he had perused various ancient texts extensively. In terms of knowledge, he was not inferior to some disciples of ancient families. "You, go over and take a look," Meng Yifan instructed, pointing toward the elder from Lingxiao sect. "Ah, this." The elder was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead. How could he not realize that this young descendant of the Meng family intended for him to scout the path? The aura of slaughter was so dense here that if he were to step beyond the protection of this sect's secret treasure, he would undoubtedly face grave danger. What are you hesitating for? Go. I shall count to 3. Should you fail to act, your demise is inevitable. Meng Yifan declared coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The elderly man, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him. With a heavy sigh, he resolutely charged towards the roots of the dragon scale grass. Boom! As the old man approached, nearly half of the dragon scale grass suddenly radiated a blinding light, unleashing a multitude of fierce sword auras that surged forth like a mighty dragon, poised to strike. Ah! The old man let out a wretched scream as his body was instantly obliterated, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. Once the years of accumulated energy within the dragon scale grass are expended, it can be harvested safely. Meng Yifan was overjoyed, paying no heed to the death of the elder from the Lingxiao sect. He then swiftly turned to Lu Yuan and commanded, "You, go forth." "Yes, you go." Lu Yuan nodded. "I said you should go." Meng Yifan exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed, it is you who should proceed," Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. In the next moment, a chilling murderous aura enveloped Meng Yifan. Chapter 40. Decapitation. The Imperial Dragon Qiyu, a mere humble cultivator, dared to defy the Meng family. "Are you tired of living?" Meng Yifan's gaze was sharp, imbued with a chilling murderous intent as he spoke coldly, as if ready to eliminate the person before him at any moment. "Is it merely because of you?" Lu Yuan remained indifferent, displaying an unsettling calmness. "You refuse to drink the toast, and instead choose the bitter wine. It seems I must personally shatter every bone in your body and cast you aside." As his words fell, Meng Yifan suddenly erupted with fury, his fingers shimmering with divine light, intertwining silver brilliance that descended like a colossal mountain. Lu Yuan did not evade. He transformed into a golden streak, charging forward with remarkable speed, swinging his golden fist in a fierce strike. Boom! The clash of terrifying power caused the very fabric of the void to tremble. Meng Yifan was sent flying as if struck by an immense force, his expression one of utter disbelief. This individual, despite possessing only the first level of the Divine Palace realm, had astonishingly refined his physical form to such an extent. Truly remarkable. In the next instant, before Meng Yifan could react, Lu Yuan once again surged forward with incredible velocity. A golden hand wove through the air, radiant and dazzling, resembling a magnificent golden millstone that obscured the sky. Buzz! Meng Yifan, taken aback, summoned all his strength to activate his protective treasure. Instantly, the gentle light barrier became much more agile, successfully blocking the overwhelming murderous intent from the outside. Futile. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. As the golden hand descended, strands of dark, enigmatic, chaotic energy coiled around his fingers. Within it lay a terrifying demonic force capable of annihilating all things and laws. Unstoppable. Boom! The gentle light barrier was torn apart the moment it made contact with the chaotic energy, creating a massive breach. The golden hand then descended without obstruction, striking Meng Yifan with a tremendous force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed sharply. Meng Yifan's form shrank, instantaneously becoming a bloodied figure. With a single blow, his entire skeletal structure was shattered, fulfilling the earlier proclamation. Ah! Meng Yifan let out a pained wail. However, before the sound of his cries could fully dissipate, Lu Yuan's hand descended, grasping him by the neck and effortlessly tossing him to the roots of the dragon scale grass. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of sharp, resounding lights pierced through. Meng Yifan's body exploded like that of the elder of Lingxiao sect, meeting a tragic demise. After completing his task, Lu Yuan reached out, collecting the storage bags of the two individuals, then turned his gaze towards the depression ahead. It appeared that the dragon scale grass, having accumulated countless years of murderous energy, had now dissipated, making it ripe for harvesting. Yet, for safety's sake, it was prudent to take some protective measures. Subsequently, Lu Yuan summoned the power of the chaotic body, unfurling a dark canopy, and began to stride forward cautiously, until he approached within a few feet of the dozens of dragon scale grasses, no unusual occurrences transpired, allowing him to gradually lower his guard and bend down to harvest them. Before long, all the dragon scale grasses were collected by Lu Yuan. Such a bountiful harvest upon entering was indeed a promising omen. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan did not hastily consume the dragon scale grasses. Instead, he stood still, attuned to the fluctuations of the surrounding space. He suddenly realized that as he manipulated the chaotic energy, the void became exceedingly unstable. Perhaps, if he persisted a little longer, he could induce a rupture in this small realm, leading to the emergence of a new spatial passage. With this thought, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he intensified the flow of chaotic power, beginning his endeavor. After all, at the entrance of this small realm, the elite from the illusionary palace and the Meng clan were stationed, waiting. Furthermore, the entire Lianyan mountain range was sealed by an immense formation, making it quite troublesome to escape unnoticed. However, if he could validate his earlier hypothesis, all problems would resolve themselves effortlessly. A myriad of chaotic energies erupted from the palm of Lu Yuan. The laws of the universe lamented as the void twisted violently. After the passage of an incense stick's time, this small section of the void completely collapsed, fissures appearing and forming another passageway connecting to the outside world. Indeed, it was feasible. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan's countenance brightened with joy. This meant he had no lingering worries. Even if he were to slay the core figures of these two powerful factions during a conflict, he could still retreat unscathed and seek a new path. Subsequently, Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts and ceased further contemplation. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dragon scale grass and consumed it on the spot, commencing the refinement process. As the leaf entered his mouth, a bitter taste spread throughout. Soon after, a surge of formidable vitality coursed through his limbs and bones. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, embracing the essence of unity, methodically guiding this vitality to refine his flesh and body. 1, 2, 3, 4. The dragon scale grasses were rapidly consumed by Lu Yuan, and his vitality surged at an astonishing speed. This remarkable ascent was attributed to his inherently powerful sacred physique and his extraordinary resilience compared to ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, others would likely have burst from excessive consumption. As time flowed on, upon consuming the 13th dragon scale grass, Lu Yuan's aura intensified further, his entire being radiated with golden brilliance, his vitality surging like a rainbow. A terrifying dragon energy began to swirl around his crystalline, jade-like physique, exuding an imperial majesty that declared his supremacy over heaven and earth. In the second layer of the divine palace realm, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, shooting forth a piercing light that penetrated a massive boulder not far away. Although the dragon scale grass was rare, consuming too much would lead to drug resistance, and its efficacy would pale in comparison to the earlier ones. However, the legendary dragon aura of the imperial path seemed to be within reach. Now would be the perfect moment to muster all his strength and cultivate it. Lu Yuan contemplated silently within himself. Subsequently, he took out all the remaining dragon scale herbs and continued to consume them with fervor. 3 days later, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the valley, causing the crimson earth to tremble. Lu Yuan stood tall, his gaze ablaze, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. Golden dragon energy swirled around him in wisps and clusters, elevating his presence to that of an imperial powerhouse. A terrifying energy pierced through the heavens, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon it. He had reached the third tier of the divine palace realm. Chapter 41. Who supports, who opposes? With his cultivation having ascended to a new echelon, Lu Yuan successfully manifested the imperial dragon Qi, augmenting his very being. Such an acquisition cannot be deemed anything less than bounteous. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, his blood surging with vigor, and his strength astonishing. In terms of physical prowess alone, he might very well rival a young, true dragon, experiencing a qualitative leap in combat capability. Subsequently, Lu Yuan chose not to linger in the valley any longer. With a flicker of his form, he surged forth into the distance. As he journeyed onwards, the distance traversed became indeterminate. Upon passing through a desolate expanse, Lu Yuan was suddenly alerted by the sounds of fierce combat emanating from nearby. The air reverberated with thunderous clashes, and radiant divine lights flickered amidst the chaos as crackling lightning intertwined, shaking the very heavens. Clearly, a considerable number of combatants were engaged, creating a scene of tumult. Lu Yuan paused, his gaze flickering with intrigue. In this small realm, where there is conflict, there are bound to be treasures to be unearthed. Having encountered this spectacle, he could not remain a mere bystander. With his robes billowing, he hastened toward the heart of the fray. Before long, an ancient palace standing amidst the desert came into view. Though not grand in stature, it exuded an unmistakable aura of distinction, seemingly crafted from some rare divine metal. Even after enduring the passage of countless ages, it retained a metallic sheen that imparted a profound sense of oppression. At the center of the palace hung a plaque inscribed with 3 bold characters, Divine Armament Pavilion. The realization struck Lu Yuan. This ancient edifice was the very forge of a legendary sage. He murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a site for weapon forging is of paramount significance within any faction, and even more so when it belongs to a sage. Even in the absence of fully formed weapons, the remnants of the crafting process are invaluable treasures. It was no wonder that disciples from the Hall of Vanishing Shadows and members of the Meng family were embroiled in a desperate struggle outside. At present, 6 individuals were embroiled in combat before the palace. The young woman from the Meng family was fiercely engaged with a practitioner from the Hall of Vanishing Shadows, while the others appeared to be fighting with less fervor. Their techniques were uninspired, and their divine powers and physical training seemed lackluster, revealing them as practitioners from local sects of the Yin kingdom, forcibly caught in this turmoil. Phantom Shadow Kill. A commanding voice resounded as a young man from the Hall of Vanishing Shadows leaped into action, his steps both ethereal and illusory. In an instant, he conjured numerous phantasmal forms that mirrored his movements. With arms swinging, fingers poised like swords, he unleashed a barrage of astonishing sword light. Boom! The overwhelming onslaught swept through the air, fracturing the ground beneath and stirring the heavens with its formidable might. The responding Meng woman, however, appeared to be no ordinary individual. With a sharp reprimand, she opened her mouth, and a crimson cauldron surged forth from her brow, radiating myriad beams of dazzling light, permeating the heavens. The void trembled with a thunderous roar, erupting in a wave of fearsome energy. Both retreated several steps, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meng Qian, we are both at the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. It is difficult to determine a victor at this moment. Why not divide the refining materials within this ancient temple and take a step back? Proposed the young man from the illusory Destruction Palace, steadying himself. Upon hearing this, Meng Qian's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. Although Feng Xiu was not one of the top 10 disciples of the illusory Destruction Palace, his combat prowess was indeed formidable. Mastering several powerful divine abilities, she doubted her ability to defeat him. As for the battle unfolding on the other side, there was little hope. Those involved were merely opportunists who would not fight to the death, making it impossible to reach a conclusion. Just as Meng Qian fell into contemplation, her divine sense suddenly detected the fluctuations of another's aura. She turned and gazed intently, recognizing Lu Yuan. "It's you. You are the loose cultivator who followed Meng Yifan. Where is he?" Meng Qian inquired eagerly. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu's expression shifted as well. Soon after, a powerful divine sense belonging to the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm spread outward. Yet after searching for a time, he could not ascertain where Meng Yifan was hiding. It seemed only one person had come. In response to Meng Qian's inquiry, Lu Yuan merely cast her an indifferent glance, remaining silent. Then, with a graceful leap, he advanced directly into the ancient temple. This scene left the nearby cultivators astounded, filled with shock. What was this young man attempting? Ignoring the inquiries of the Meng family and boldly entering the ancient temple, was he truly planning to seize treasures right under the noses of these two? Several local cultivators from the Yin kingdom swallowed hard. While such a thought crossed many minds, The powerful forces of the illusory destruction palace and the Meng family were stationed outside the entrance to this small realm. Even if he could snatch one or two precious treasures, he would be unable to safeguard them. It was a futile endeavor. "I am speaking to you. Did you not hear?" Meng Qian, feeling slighted by the disregard of the mere loose cultivator, felt her composure slip. Angered, she ground her silver teeth, a chilling, murderous intent flickering in her beautiful eyes as she coldly demanded an answer. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had lightly landed at the entrance of the ancient temple. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned numerous rare materials stacked within. Even materials capable of refining divine weapons were plentiful, immensely valuable, and exceedingly precious. Indeed, another great harvest. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his body, gazing at the menacing Meng Qian outside the temple, and calmly stated, "Regarding your earlier inquiry about Meng Yifan, he is dead." "What? Dead?" Upon hearing this, Meng Qian was taken aback. "Who killed him?" "I did," Lu Yuan replied calmly. "Huh, you?" Meng Qian scoffed coldly. At this juncture, she began to comprehend that he was merely attempting to intimidate her. Although Meng Yifan's abilities were not particularly formidable, he was still a direct descendant of an ancient family. The arcane arts and techniques he wielded were far beyond the capabilities of these crude rogue cultivators. Even among those at the third level of the Divine Palace realm, their combat prowess was worlds apart. It was inconceivable that he would falter. Moreover, outside, her Meng family's elders were standing guard. Which rogue cultivator would possess such audacity? Could it be that he had defected to the illusory Oblivion Palace? Slipping from Meng Yifan's control, Meng Qian's gaze flickered as she silently analyzed the situation. "Believe it or not, it's up to you," Lu Yuan replied with a dismissive smile, offering no further elaboration. He then stretched his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans. "Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, everything within this ancient hall belongs to me. Who is in favor and who is opposed?" Chapter 42. A sweep as the calm words fell. It was as if a tempest had been unleashed. All the cultivators present were momentarily stunned, as though they had heard something utterly incredulous. Could it be that he truly dared to challenge them? Several native cultivators from the Yin Kingdom felt their heads spinning. They had never witnessed such audacity from a rogue cultivator, daring to publicly confront the two young powerhouses of the illusory Disappearance Palace and the Meng family. If it were them, it would spell catastrophic doom for their clan. At that moment, Meng Qianying's fair face was etched with frost, her gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Lu Yuan, her murderous intent palpable. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu from the illusory Disappearance Palace was equally incensed, laughing in rage. Well. Here comes someone unafraid of death. I am most eager to see how you intend to snatch from the jaws of the tiger. Do you even consider yourself a tiger?" Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance, his expression devoid of emotion. Seeking death, Feng Xiu's countenance darkened, and with a fierce shout, he vanished in an instant, closing the distance with alarming speed. His fingers curled into claws, accompanied by a howling gale, as he bore down upon Lu Yuan. This seemingly straightforward attack concealed an astonishing power. Striking down a cultivator of the third tier of the Divine Palace realm was a trivial task. Unaware of his own limitations, Lu Yuan remained expressionless. His golden fist swung, entwined with strands of imperial dragon energy, sharp and unyielding. He did not evade. Instead, he unleashed a punch. The terrifying force erupted like a deluge, shaking the very fabric of the void. Several relatively weak points were pierced by the imperial dragon energy, revealing dark and chaotic currents of the void. Boom! Feng Xiu was sent hurtling through the air as if struck by a heavy blow. Such terrifying power was beyond his capacity to withstand. In a single exchange, he suffered a grave loss. What? The young powerhouse of the illusory Disappearance Palace was sent flying in one blow? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, their expression reflecting utter astonishment. It was not just them. Even Meng Qian's eyes widened in surprise at the prowess of this audacious rogue cultivator. Such formidable brute strength. You are certainly no nameless individual. State your name. Feng Xiu inquired, his heart chilled, his voice laced with suppressed rage. In your current state, you are not worthy to know, Lu Yuan replied coolly, his gaze dismissive, showing no regard for Feng Xiao. Utterly arrogant. Regardless of who you are, I shall ensure you do not leave the Lianyun mountain range. Feng Xiao's anger surged at such disdain. Turning to Meng Qian, he transmitted a thought. This individual possesses an extraordinarily powerful physique, rivaling the top young experts of this generation. If you merely observe, you shall return empty-handed. It would be wiser for us to join forces to eliminate him first, then discuss the spoils. Agreed. Meng Qian responded decisively, nodding in affirmation. In the next moment, the two turned against Lu Yuan, launching their attacks simultaneously. Having witnessed the latter's terrifying physical strength, no one would be foolish enough to engage him in close combat. With a surge of intent, Feng Xiaoxin summoned a formidable sword of astonishing power, which suddenly materialized in his grasp. Infused with immense magical energy, the sword radiated a chilling brilliance, freezing the surrounding air to its very core. In an instant, a vividly lifelike ice dragon coalesced, roaring toward Lu Yuan with ferocity, intent on annihilation. Meanwhile, Meng Qian formed intricate hand seals, commanding a grand cauldron above her head. Multitudes of radiant beams cascaded down like a deluge, enveloping the battlefield in a resplendent glow, surging forth like a tidal wave. Both individuals hailed from the pinnacle of power in the southern region. In the realm of divine palaces, possessing a magical artifact was not an uncommon feat. Their initial strike was the most ferocious assault, aimed at obliterating the unexpected variable before them. Artifacts, you say? Lu Yuan scoffed, his gaze flashing as the Jinyu Peak erupted from the depths of his torment, soaring into the heavens. Towering like a great mountain, it descended with unmatched force, crushing everything in its path. Boom! The radiant glow dimmed, and the ice dragon shattered. The combined might unleashed by the two magical artifacts was obliterated with ease, revealing a chasm of disparity in power. What? A sentient artifact? How can a mere practitioner of the divine palace possess such a treasure? Meng Qian and Feng Xiao were taken aback, scrambling to employ all their means to withstand the ferocious onslaught of Jinyu Peak. After a brief moment, both coughed blood and were sent sprawling backward, their vitality considerably diminished. With his cultivation level, he could barely wield a sentient artifact a few times. Do not grant him any opportunities, Feng Xiao bellowed, having barely regained his footing when a tremendous divine ability struck toward him. Meng Qian understood the gravity of the situation. Raising her delicate hand, divine light shimmering as she unleashed a signature technique of the Meng family. In an instant, the offensive surged anew. The divine light flooded the heavens, imbued with boundless murderous intent, seeking to eradicate Lu Yuan entirely. The glow of a firefly cannot rival the brilliance of the full moon, Lu Yuan murmured, the brilliance at his brow intensifying as waves of profound Tao resonated within him. He flipped his left hand, and the powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth circulated, manifesting a resplendent five-colored hand seal imbued with dozens of ancient Tao symbols, rumbling as it descended upon Feng Xiao. His right hand rose high, finger-pointed, summoning howling winds and thunder, entwined with the piercing essence of imperial dragon energy, thrusting forth with lethal precision. Boom! At the center of the battlefield, brilliance erupted. The wind thunder finger and the five elements hand seal. These two techniques have been perfected through Lu Yuan's arduous cultivation. Now, having ascended to the third tier of the divine palace realm, their might was beyond compare. Moreover, with the power of the Tao classics and the augmentation of imperial dragon energy, they surged forth like a relentless tide, crushing all opposition. No! After a few tense moments, Feng Xiao suddenly let out a mournful cry, all his defenses collapsing. His body was heavily crushed beneath the five elements hand, exploding into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, Meng Qian stood frozen in place, terror etched across her features. A sudden hole appeared in her pale forehead, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. This strike was unstoppable, piercing through her divine palace entirely. No one could intervene. It was beyond redemption. Bang! Meng Qian's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, accompanied by a chilling rain of blood that fell, rendering the scene horrifying and instilling a deep sense of dread. Gulp. The remaining local cultivators from the Yin Kingdom were left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling and their gazes filled with terror, too afraid to even draw a breath. At that moment, they finally comprehended the caliber of the formidable individual who had infiltrated the Lianyun mountain range. In just a few exchanges, the young elites from the two great factions had been decisively eliminated. His combat prowess was astonishingly overwhelming. As the dust settled, Lu Yuan cast a glance around, hesitating for just a moment before ultimately refraining from making another move. He was not a person who reveled in slaughter. There were further battles to be fought. The annihilation of the illusory palace and the Meng clan's involvement would eventually come to light. Murdering to silence witnesses and concealing his whereabouts held little significance. Subsequently, Lu Yuan waved his hand, gathering all the refining materials within the ancient hall, along with the storage bags of the two individuals. Under the watchful eyes filled with fear, he departed with a sense of purpose. Chapter 43. The inheritance platform of the Bagua. This journey has yielded an abundance of treasures. The ancient palace is filled with a dazzling array of materials for refining artifacts, many of which are precious treasures capable of forging divine weapons. Even if they cannot be utilized, they can be sold for a considerable sum of resources. Moreover, the wealth contained within the storage bags of the disciples from the two powerful factions is likely to be of significant value as well. However, Lu Yuan currently lacks the time to examine these riches. This small realm is on the brink of collapse and has been in a state of disintegration for several days. The most valuable aspect here is undoubtedly the potential existence of the Sage S inheritance. As for the elusive Hall of Annihilation, the core members of the Meng family have likely already ventured into its deepest recesses. To achieve any gains, one must act swiftly. With that thought, Lu Yuan's feet shimmered with divine light, accelerating as he surged deeper into the unknown. Meanwhile, at the far reaches of this vast expanse, a magnificent yet shattered palace stands resolutely. Surrounding the palace are 8 towering, ancient altars, radiating divine brilliance and flowing with the essence of the Tao. Despite the passage of many years, they still emanate a breathtaking and overwhelming aura. A mere glance reveals their extraordinary nature. At this moment, numerous figures have gathered in this domain. Members of the Meng family and disciples from the Hall of Annihilation have both arrived here. Is this the Bagua inheritance array? A cultivator with considerable insight gasped in astonishment after surveying the scene for some time, finally discerning the significance of the 8 altars. It is said that in ancient times, beings who reached the sage level would, in their later years, forge such altars with the intention of preserving their legacies and preventing them from fading into oblivion. However, those who enter the small world in later generations possess unpredictable temperaments. If a bloodthirsty individual were to acquire the entirety of a sage's creation, it could result in catastrophic slaughter. Therefore, some ancient sages would divide their inheritance into several parts. The 6 palace inheritance array and the Bagua inheritance array are among the more common inheritance platforms. Now, with the 8 altars standing tall, the name of this array is self-evident. Just then, a youth of around 17 or 18 years old descended gracefully from the distant horizon. Meng Zhao, he has arrived. The disciples of the Hall of Annihilation immediately stiffened, instinctively taking several steps back. Meng Zhao is reputed to be the strongest among the younger generation of the Meng family. It is rumored that he has achieved victories over first-layer cultivators of the Cave Heaven realm. His renown extends throughout the southern region. Additionally, his biological brother is the current prodigy of the Meng family, famed throughout the eastern wilderness. With such a multitude of prestigious identities, few dare to provoke him lightly. At this moment, another young elite from the Hall of Annihilation descended upon this location. Brother Xiaohou, Brother Xiaohou. The disciples of the Hall of Annihilation bowed in respect, parting to allow a young man in his early 20s to step forward. Clad in a flowing blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his handsome features exuded an ethereal charm, making him exceptionally striking. It has been quite a while, Xiaohou Qing, Meng Zhao remarked, casting a rare glance to the side and offering a greeting. Indeed, it has been a long time. Xiao Qing smiled faintly, his tone affable and devoid of any confrontational edge. Upon sensing Meng Zhao's current cultivation level, he could not help but exclaim, "It seems you have encountered considerable fortune within these sacred ruins." Reaching the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, merely breaking through a minor boundary, is nothing remarkable. Meng Zhao replied with a haughty smile, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. With the emergence of the Bagua inheritance platform, are you interested in competing with me? Those who seek the inheritance will naturally find their own paths. If we were to choose a shared destination, conflict would be inevitable. Otherwise, there is no need for confrontation. Xiao Qing responded calmly. Humph, how dull. Meng Zhao scoffed, well aware that only one person could claim an inheritance from the Bagua inheritance platform, which required a full complement of 8 individuals to activate. The strength of the inheritance would rely solely on one's intuition in selection. The likelihood of encountering Xiao Qing among the 8 was slim. Now, with 8 individuals gathered, let us begin, Meng Zhao remarked, casting a casual glance around. At his words, several present revealed expressions of delight. However, before they could revel in their joy, Xiao Qing promptly doused their enthusiasm, stating, "With the members of the Illusionary Palace and the Meng family combined, we still do not have 8. There is no need for the local cultivators of yin and the scattered practitioners to pursue the inheritance. Should they succeed, they would face soul-searching upon exit, rendering it meaningless. Why not afford some opportunities to our own forces?" Truly troublesome. Impatience flickered across Meng Zhao's face, yet he refrained from countering. Gradually, he closed his eyes, beginning to sense the flow of Taoist aura emanating from the 8 altars before him, discerning which one resonated most profoundly with him. The 8 Bagua platforms represented Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui. After a few breaths, Meng Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, leaping into the air and soaring towards the Li platform. The Li platform, is it? Xiao Qing's gaze flickered briefly before he too extended his consciousness, attuning to the Taoist essence of the ancient altars. Moments latte. He leaped into the air, landing upon the Qian platform. The remaining 6 seats are for you to contend for based on your own abilities. Of course, if anyone wishes to challenge me, feel free to ascend the platform, Xiao Qing announced, surveying the crowd below. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Illusionary Palace and the members of the Meng family exchanged knowing glances. After sensing their surroundings, they ascended to various high platforms. However, with the current number being limited, no conflicts erupted immediately. Yet, as time passed, members from the 2 major factions steadily arrived at the innermost area. After familiarizing themselves with the rules, a fierce rivalry ensued, with the Illusionary Palace battling the Illusionary Palace clashing with the Meng family, and even the Meng family members fighting amongst themselves. Without any distinction of power, all were vying for the stage, fiercely competing for the inheritance of the sage. In an instant, myriad divine lights flickered, and a plethora of spells were unleashed, with torrents of wild energy rippling outward. It was only after several hours that the 6 positions were gradually established. Those who stood upon them were undoubtedly formidable beings for both factions. No one dared to challenge them further. As for the final Kuan platform and Dui platform, the fierce battle within the Divine Palace realm continued to unfold. Once the tumult subsides completely, the ultimate inheritance of the sage shall be unlocked. Just when the battle reached a fever pitch, a slender figure raced in from the distant horizon. Chapter 44. The 9 Secrets. Ascending the platform, the platform of the 8 trigrams. Lu Yuan descended gracefully and, upon gazing ahead, immediately recognized the name of this altar, eliciting a surge of joy within him. At present, only 2 seats remained vacant. Several cultivators from the Illusory Palace and the Meng clan were fiercely contending on the platform, locked in a relentless struggle. "Oh, fellow Taoist, you actually came alone?" At this moment, a practitioner clad in black robes cast a surprised glance at Lu Yuan and spoke. Lu Yuan glanced at him briefly, nodding slightly without offering any explanation. He had a vague recollection of this individual who, like Ni Ping, was an independent cultivator from the Yin Kingdom, having stumbled upon the news by chance. His cultivation, at the 2nd level of the Divine Palace realm, was rather unremarkable. Since he was here, he might as well sit down and enjoy the spectacle. The inheritance of the saint is destined to be beyond the reach of us wandering cultivators. The black-robed practitioner, noticing Lu Yuan's gaze fixed upon the platform, felt compelled to express his thoughts, shaking his head with a smile and letting out a soft sigh. "Oh, why is it beyond our reach?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The black-robed practitioner had mentioned that, according to Xia Hoqing from the illusory palace, if one of the two major factions did not ascend the platform, even if they obtained the inheritance from one of them, they would be targeted for soul-searching upon leaving. Rather than risking such peril, it would be wiser to remain here and abandon any aspirations. Otherwise, one would surely invite disaster upon themselves. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Without further ado, he extended his spiritual sense and swept it across the 8 altars before him, beginning to perceive the peculiar Tao rhythm that permeated the air. Just then, a chilling system notification echoed within his consciousness. Ding! The current experiences of the host have triggered option rewards. 1. Occupy the Li platform. Reward. One of the 9 secrets of Taoism. The secret of combat. 2. Occupy the Qian platform. Reward. Ancient imperial secret art. The heaven-slaying Tao. 3. Occupy the Kuan platform. Reward. Ancient divine bird. The 8 treasures chicken. 4. Do not ascend the platform. Reward. 5,000 pounds of source. A series of system notifications resounded, causing Lu Yuan's heart to tremble with intensity. The 9 secrets of Taoism were long-lost supreme secret arts from the Eastern wilderness. Each represented the pinnacle of a particular domain and was immensely powerful. The secret of combat, also known as the holy method of battle, was the unrivaled divine art among the 9 secrets, mastering the art of slaughter. Once cultivated, it could undoubtedly amplify his combat prowess exponentially, like a tiger sprouting wings. The second option, the heaven-slaying Tao, was similarly a breathtaking divine ability, granting the practitioner the means to seize the very essence of the heavens through defiance. It would enhance offensive power, control, and divine strength, propelling the individual into an extraordinarily formidable state. As for the latter 2 options, Lu Yuan dismissed them outright. They simply paled in comparison to imperial-level secret arts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan made his decision. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of swift light, soaring directly toward the Li platform. What? The black-robed practitioner was taken aback, utterly astonished by Lu Yuan's sudden action. Not only had he ascended the platform, but he had also chosen the altar where Meng Zhao was situated. In the eyes of outsiders, this was essentially akin to courting death. At this moment, seated at the elevated platform, Meng Zhao sensed someone approaching, and a flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He scoffed. "A mere loose cultivator at the 3rd level of the divine palace realm dares to stand against me. Truly a death wish." In an instant, a radiant divine light erupted from the center of Meng Zhao's brow, transforming into a 7-colored heavenly blade, ringing and slicing toward Lu Yuan. With a whoosh, Lu Yuan's consciousness surged like a golden lake, erupting into a vast expanse of golden light that swept forth like a tide. Boom! The 2 distinctly different forces of divine will collided with a deafening explosion, sending ripples through the void that swiftly expanded. This strike resulted in a stalemate, failing to hinder Lu Yuan's movement, allowing him to land steadily upon the platform. What? Someone has ascended the platform. Is he challenging Meng Zhao? The surrounding spectators immediately took notice of the clash, their expressions filled with astonishment. When they discerned the other figure, an unusual expression surfaced on their faces. He was not from either of the 2 major factions. Rather, he appeared to be a loose cultivator. Had he consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, seeking his own demise? Many were taken aback. Even Xia Hoqing, who had been meditating atop the platform, opened his eyes and gazed with surprise. How intriguing! The divine consciousness tempered at the 3rd level of the divine palace realm can actually withstand my strike. It seems you harbor quite a secret. Meng Zhao licked his lips, observing the individual before him with keen interest. I shall claim this legacy of the platform. If you wish to avoid death, seek elsewhere. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive as he spoke. Ha ha! It has been a long time since anyone in the southern region dared to speak to me in such a manner. You must not be too weak, otherwise it would be rather dull to dispatch you with just a few strikes. Meng Zhao laughed maniacally, his face contorting into a bloodthirsty sneer. As you wish, Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, unleashing an astonishing speed as he charged forward, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Meng Zhao coldly chuckled, his body swaying as he met the charge head-on. In an instant, the two clashed, fists and feet flying in a fierce onslaught. Boom! Boom! Thunderous sounds erupted from the platform as the battle commenced in earnest. Lu Yuan's blood surged, swinging his golden fists with relentless ferocity. The terrifying power stirred the heavens and the earth, causing the entire sacrificial platform to tremble. Each punch resembled a stampede of 1,000 horses or a dragon emerging from the sea, a display of astonishing might. On the other side, Meng Zhao was no ordinary foe. Hailing from a prestigious ancient family, he had consumed countless rare herbs and treasures, refining his body with various true bloods, rendering his physique extraordinary. His skin shimmered, radiating divine light. With each punch, he stirred the heavens and shook the universe. Their collision was akin to a needle against a weed-on. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. The surrounding cultivators watched in astonishment, their hearts pounding with fear. Such terrifying physical prowess, should a single punch land upon them, would undoubtedly result in their obliteration. Their bodies reduced to mere fragments, exploding into a crimson mist. However, Meng Zhao was a renowned young master from the southern region, celebrated for his prowess in defeating cultivators of the cave heaven realm. Yet, the other individual, capable of momentarily contending with Meng Zhao, truly commanded respect and admiration. Enough! Meng Zhao suddenly bellowed, his gaze icy and piercing. Prolonged engagement with an unknown adversary without subduing him was a profound disgrace in his eyes. I shall end this with one move. Shatter Mountain. With a surge of formidable energy, Meng Zhao unleashed a punch imbued with the grandeur of collapsing mountains and rivers. Sweeping forth with overwhelming might, Lu Yuan's expression remained calm as a still pond. He shook his arms, intertwining with threads of imperial dragon energy. Then, enveloped by an aura of unrivaled imperial majesty, he launched forth a brilliant punch, sweeping away all in its path. Chapter 45, Astonishing Fiechboom. The overwhelming radiance of the fist surged forth, striking directly towards the heart of the matter. It shattered the formidable presence of the mountains, piercing through with relentless force. Bang! Meng Zhao was sent hurtling dozens of yards away, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Meng Zhao was actually at a disadvantage? At this moment, everyone present was utterly astonished. Meng Zhao's might was well known, his reputation widespread. Even the cultivators from the illusory palace had to concede his power. Aside from the top 10 experts of the younger generation from their palace, no one could possibly suppress Meng Zhao. Even Brother Xiahou might not prevail. Yet now, he had been injured by an unknown individual, which was truly hard to believe. Imperial Dragon Qi. You cultivate an imperial scripture? Meng Zhao wiped the blood from his lips and coldly glared at the young man before him, his voice resonating with authority. One could not deny that this person was formidable. His physical body was refined to the extent of a young pure-blood behemoth, able to transcend 4 minor realms and resist him. Certainly not an ordinary opponent. What say you? Lu Yuan remained non-committal, maintaining an air of effortless composure. Excellent. I was just lamenting my lack of powerful techniques for slaughter. In your hands, it shall only gather dust. I shall graciously accept it. A fervent glint flickered in Meng Zhao's eyes, unabashedly revealing his intentions. In the next moment, he raised a hand, and a glimmering, 7-colored crystal pagoda materialized. Swish! The pagoda soared into the void, radiating brilliance, as an invisible, oppressive weight descended like 1,000 mountains, intent on suppressing all. A spirit artifact. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and without further ado, he summoned the prison peak to confront it head-on. Boom! The prison peak erupted with astonishing might, rippling outwards. binding the entire void and obstructing the pagoda's power. You possess a spirit artifact as well. Meng Zhao's expression shifted slightly, further affirming that this individual was no ordinary rogue cultivator. Then let us see whose artifact reigns supreme. As the words left his lips, both men commanded their respective artifacts. The crystal pagoda and prison peak ascended into the air, engaging in a fierce battle, colliding with fervor. Clang! Clang! The resounding echoes reverberated from the heavens above. The two spirit artifacts unleashed their terrifying powers, causing the void to tremble and blur, with torrents of radiant light and dark energy swirling tumultuously. Kill! Seeing that the battle of artifacts could not determine a victor in the short term, Meng Zhao charged forward. Lu Yuan's garments billowed, his dark hair swirling as he leapt to the center of the platform, unleashing a flurry of punches that descended with great force. He shone with golden light, his attacks bold and unyielding, resembling a celestial deity descending, utterly unstoppable. Boom! After several exchanges, Meng Zhao was again forced to cough up blood, his fury reaching its peak. The great finger of heaven, a cold cry, laden with murderous intent, echoed fiercely. The countenance of all present cultivators shifted dramatically. The great severing of heaven, the secret art of the Meng family, an unparalleled divine technique. It is said to have been created through the painstaking efforts of the third-generation ancestor of the Meng family, a great sage. When cultivated to its utmost limit, it possesses the terrifying ability to sever the heavens and extinguish all vitality. Has Meng Zhao truly been driven to such desperation that he must resort to this ultimate clan technique? Xiao Qing could no longer maintain his composure as he stood upon the Qiantai, his expression grave. This move, reputedly, was Meng Zhao's trump card, capable of slaying cultivators of the cave heaven realm by crossing 5 or 6 minor realms. Even he, in his current state, lacked the confidence to withstand it. It would likely result in severe injury. Perish! Meng Zhao's gaze was icy, his fingertips glistening as they emitted a radiant brilliance, before he pointed decisively. His finger expanded rapidly, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura, the divine light as robust as a mountain, crushing downwards as if to cleave the very firmament. The great severing of heaven, a name quite fitting. Alas, you have yet to master it. A fleeting glimmer of chaotic light flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. At that moment, he propelled the Tao scripture to its zenith. Waves of profound Tao sounds resonated within him, reverberating like the tolling of a great bell, shaking the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, countless ancient characters of the Tao surged forth from Lu Yuan's brow, dense and numerous. Each one elucidated the mysteries of the world and the truths of cultivation, approaching the essence of the law and the Tao. Finally, enshrouded within the golden holy fist, he unleashed a punch. Boom! The golden fist light merged with the celestial sounds of the Tao, manifesting an unparalleled might that collided with Meng Zhao's great severing of heaven. The void above the platform crumbled in large swathes, revealing bizarre spatial turbulence. The latter's offensive was obliterated in a manner as effortless as crushing dried twigs. Bang! Meng Zhao suffered a grievous blow, blood gushing forth. This strike shattered his bones and ruptured his flesh, leaving him akin to a kite with severed strings. Plummeting from the high platform, Meng Zhao, at that moment, all the Meng family disciples present gasped, their pupils constricting in fear, terrified that he might perish here. The expressions of the other cultivators surrounding the altar also froze in shock. Even those engaged in battle paused in their conflict. Cough! Meng Zhao curled his body, coughing up copious amounts of blood. Suddenly, he lifted his head, gazing at the figure atop the platform, and declared, No. The supreme divine art of my Meng family is not inferior to any. You have also cultivated an ancient imperial scripture. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A multitude of gazes converged upon Lu Yuan, a single individual cultivating 2 ancient imperial scriptures. What sort of fortune is this? Even those from the most prestigious families found it hard to fathom. Kill him. Bring him down. You all attack together. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Meng Zhao pointed with sudden intensity, his voice ringing out fiercely. As his words fell, the expressions of several Meng family disciples shifted several times before they bellowed in unison. Kill! 7 or 8 figures surged forth simultaneously. From the heights, some surged forth horizontally, while others soared from below, all unleashing an astonishing force directed towards Lu Yuan. When heaven offers a path and you refuse to tread it, you dare to breach the gates of hell. Lu Yuan scoffed coldly, propelling himself into the sky with a deft push of his toes. A murky azure lotus materialized beside him, chaos swirling in tumultuous waves, obscuring the sun and casting an extraordinary spectacle. The 3 leaves swayed gently, emanating a terrifying aura that enveloped the surroundings, immobilizing all present. What is this? The members of the Meng family were filled with dread, utterly astonished. No matter how they struggled, they were ensnared, unable to break free. What? Could this truly be the legendary manifestation of the sacred body, the chaos seed, azure lotus? Meng Zhao was equally shaken, overwhelmed with fear, and spoke in a daze. You are correct, but there is no reward, only a path to certain demise. Chapter 46. Inheritance. Lu Yuan's expression was frigid. His hands crossed in a tenacious manner as he made a swift motion. The azure lotus swayed, unleashing a terrifying aura of chaos that swept through all existence. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 members of the Meng family were obliterated, their cries stifled as they burst into clouds of crimson mist, meeting their demise on the spot. Such a gruesome spectacle left all the cultivators present trembling in terror. Impossible. It is a well-known fact that the sacred body cannot cultivate. How could you have attained the divine palace realm? Meng Zhao's voice quivered, still grappling with disbelief. Quiet. Lu Yuan snorted dismissively, advancing towards him without a word. I am a direct descendant of the Meng family. If you dare to kill me, you will face a bloody reckoning. For the first time, Meng Zhao felt fear, the specter of death looming as he retreated, uttering threats that fell on deaf ears. Lu Yuan paid him no heed, merely raising a hand and flicking his finger. Swish! A piercing beam of divine light erupted forth, penetrating Meng Zhao's brow, causing his divine palace to explode, sealing his fate irrevocably. Gulp! At that moment, every individual present swallowed hard, their faces betraying their horror. The once promising young prodigy, Meng Zhao, had perished just like that, with his divine palace collapsed. Resurrection was utterly impossible. They could almost envision the fury that would engulf the Meng family's powerful figures waiting outside the Lianyun mountain range upon receiving this dire news. Swish! Simultaneously, as Meng Zhao breathed his last, his exquisite glazed pagoda dimmed in an instant. The enchanted artifact, imbued with spirit, sought to escape into the void, only to be ensnared by a colossal hand conjured by Lu Yuan, along with the storage bags of all the Meng family members present, gathered into his possession. Having completed his task, Lu Yuan flickered and returned to the platform above. His gaze swept across the disciples of the illusory palace nearby, who all averted their eyes. No one dared to meet his gaze, fearing that such an act might invoke their own demise. Even Xiahou Qing, at the 8th level of the divine palace realm, was overcome by an icy dread, remaining silent. At that moment, he had likely surmised Lu Yuan's identity. Although the ancient sacred body had become a relic of the past in this era, it remained a rare entity that had not manifested for millennia. In the entire eastern wilderness south region, it seemed that only the Tianqi Lu family possessed a sacred body. Furthermore, the recent marriage alliance with the divine maiden Gu Qinghuang of the Gu family had stirred considerable attention, making it hard for any significant power to be unaware of it. Thus, it became evident that this individual was most likely the heir of the Tianqi Lu family, not a mere rogue cultivator, but someone backed by formidable forces, intricately entangled in the web of power. Just as Xiahou Qing pondered in silence, a piercing gaze fell upon him. Illusory Palace, are you in charge? Lu Yuan inquired. Xiahou Qing pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Sort of. The inheritance platform now has 4 vacant slots. You may select individuals to fill them. After it concludes, I require 2 of the inheritances. What say you? Lu Yuan spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of the illusory palace below immediately displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. With the Meng family utterly annihilated, vacancies naturally arose. Those who had previously fallen short in competition now found themselves presented with an opportunity. This was for them an immense fortune. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing readily agreed. The free cultivators and local practitioners of the Yin kingdom, even if they obtained the legacy, would be unable to carry it away. Even if the Meng family refrained from soul-searching, the elders of the illusory palace would not be able to contain themselves. Thus, this was the most favorable solution at hand. Han Zheng, you shall go to the Sun platform. Chu Fugu, you shall go to the Jin platform. Li Benxin, to the Dui platform. Wu Yinshan, to the Kuan platform. Yes, the 4 illusory palace cultivators called upon responded with delight, swiftly leaping towards their respective high platforms. Let's begin. As this command resonated, 8 ancient altars simultaneously glowed, connecting to a long-sealed, mysterious array. Boom! The void trembled, as if the very heavens were about to collapse, frantically channeling energy into the array, erupting in an incomparably brilliant radiance. The 8 individuals seated themselves, commencing their acceptance of the saintly legacy. The onlooking cultivators below could not conceal their envy, lamenting their inability to partake in such a grand fortune, relegated to mere spectators. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. The brilliance gradually faded, restoring tranquility. Lu Yuan, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Truly, the options presented by the system were profound. The legacy contained within was undoubtedly the greatest boon in this small realm. It was, in fact, another among the 9 mysteries, the secret of movement. This technique, renowned for its unparalleled speed, could disregard any formation and traverse through space. Mastered to its utmost, it could even break the rules of time, rendering time and distance irrelevant. An exceedingly formidable ability. It seemed that this journey was indeed fortuitous. Lu Yuan could not help but silently marvel. The supreme 9 mysteries, he had acquired 2 at once, a remarkable stroke of fortune. Simultaneously, the illusory palace disciples on the altars completed their acceptance of the legacy, each displaying expressions of astonishment, evidently reaping significant benefits. Please, after you, Xiaoqing said respectfully to Lu Yuan, unwilling to go back on his word. Guan, don't. Lu Yuan uttered. Excellent. Hearing this, Xiaoqing glanced at the 2 illusory palace cultivators. They instantly understood, each retrieving a blank jade slip to inscribe the techniques of the legacy within, then tossing them towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan received them, immersing his divine sense into the slips, scrutinizing them carefully. The techniques were intricate and profound, undoubtedly the work of a saint. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed. The ground trembled violently, and the altar beneath them began to rapidly collapse with a resounding roar. The laws of energy had been exhausted. This small world was on the brink of collapse. Hurry, flee! Xiaoqing let out a fierce shout. Instantly, the crowd was taken aback, rising in alarm as they harnessed their divine rainbows and raced towards the entrance from whence they had come. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan also sprang into action, darting away with great speed. However, his chosen direction was entirely contrary to that of the others, leading him to the opposite side. Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at an uninhabited expanse, and with a mighty swing of his arm, the primordial chaos within him surged into a frenzied circulation. Countless threads of chaotic energy emanated, wielding overwhelming power to obliterate the surrounding void. Before long, the fabric of space twisted, tearing open a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Without a trace of hesitation, Lu Yuan slipped through the opening and swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 47. The fury of the Meng family outside the Lianyun mountain range. The spatial fluctuations intensified, resembling a vast ocean that engulfed the surrounding void. This small realm was on the brink of collapse. They were about to emerge. Many of the formidable members of the Meng family sensed this unusual disturbance, their expressions betraying a hint of anticipation. Meanwhile, The forces of the illusionary Oblivion Palace were equally restless, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on the rift in the void, poised to spring into action at any moment. Half an hour passed. Finally, there was movement from within. Upon closer inspection, a group of young disciples from the illusionary Oblivion Palace burst forth, led by Xiaoqing. As soon as they emerged, they took a defensive stance and swiftly headed towards their own faction. How'd it go? What did you acquire? The elder experts of the illusionary Oblivion Palace, seeing the smiles on their faces, felt a jolt of excitement and hurriedly approached, eager to inquire. There is an 8 trigrams inheritance platform. Our disciples of the illusionary Oblivion Palace secured 7 portions. Xiaoqing's lips moved as he conveyed this message telepathically. At this declaration, the experts of the illusionary Oblivion Palace erupted with unrestrained joy. With their extensive experience, they understood the significance of the 8 trigrams inheritance platform. They had not anticipated that Xiaoqing and his companions would achieve such remarkable success. 8 portions of inheritance, with their faction monopolizing 7. It was indeed a resounding victory. Wait, what are the Meng family members? I recall a formidable junior from the Meng family named Meng Zhao. Did he alone acquire a portion of the inheritance while the others returned empty-handed? A discerning individual, noting the oddity, quickly inquired. The Meng family suffered total annihilation. Xiaoqing replied solemnly. What? The faces of the elder experts from the illusionary Oblivion Palace turned pale, their anxiety escalating. Did you take action against them? No. Xiaoqing shook his head with a wry smile, conveying there were unforeseen circumstances within that small realm. However, it cannot be explained in mere words. The pressing matter is to depart swiftly to avoid inciting the Meng family's wrath, which could spell disaster for us. Indeed, that is prudent. Let's return at once. The elder experts of the illusionary Oblivion Palace promptly took action, beginning to dismantle the sealing runes of the Lianyun mountain range. Nearby, the Meng family's strong warriors were increasingly agitated, an ominous premonition stirring within them. Even local cultivators and wandering practitioners from the Yin Kingdom had emerged in significant numbers. Yet, not a single disciple from a Meng family had stepped out. This was undeniably suspicious. Bang! In the next moment, a Nirvana realm expert from a Meng family could no longer restrain himself. He reached forward with a powerful hand, seizing a shifty-eyed cultivator and coldly demanding, "Where are the members of my Meng family?" The frightened cultivator, his face paling, glanced nervously towards the illusionary Oblivion Palace before stammering, "They are all dead." All of them? What? The instant those words fell, it struck the Meng family members like a bolt from the blue. This was unfathomable. An elder from the Meng family lost his composure, the veins on his forehead bulging, and with a dazzling brilliance emanating from his fingertips, he struck swiftly, directly pressing upon the crown of the head of a certain cultivator, initiating a soul search. A piercing scream erupted from the latter, chilling all who heard it to the bone. Hurry up! The powerful figures from the illusionary disappearance palace, witnessing the scene, exchanged glances, hastening their efforts to break the restraints. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed as the intricate patterns enveloping half of the Lianyun mountain range shattered, transforming into countless divine lights that dissipated into the cosmos. Simultaneously, the head of the soul-searched cultivator burst apart, akin to a watermelon exploding, splattering red and white matter everywhere, painting a gruesome tableau. What has transpired? Many adept members of the Meng family gathered around. Meng Zhao and the others are all dead. The elder's voice was icy, his expression a mask of fury. Who was responsible for their demise? The primal sacred body. What? The primal sacred body? The one from the Lu family of Tianqi? Isn't that physique incapable of cultivation? The Meng family experts were taken aback, visibly shaken. You inquire of me, yet who shall I inquire of? The elder of the Meng family replied coldly, then, filled with murderous intent, declared, regardless of his identity, anyone who dares to kill the direct descendants of the Meng family shall meet a fate without burial. After speaking, as if recalling something, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the massive ancient ships summoned by the illusionary disappearance palace and commanded, within the small realm, there exists an 8 trigram inheritance platform. The people of the illusionary disappearance palace must confront its 7 guardians. Intercept them. In that instant, divine light surged, soaring into the heavens. Several Nirvana realm cultivators and over 10 from the Cave Heaven realm joined forces to obstruct the forces of the illusionary disappearance palace. Clang! The 3 Nirvana realm experts from the illusionary disappearance palace, already on guard, combined their powers to activate the protective array of the ancient ship, which suddenly glimmered. A vast holy light barrier materialized, sweeping in all directions, thwarting all offensive maneuvers to prevent the boarding disciples from falling victim to calamity. Mengren, what is your intention? After the soul search, it was clear to you that your Meng family forces have been annihilated, and it bears no relation to my illusionary disappearance palace. Why instigate further conflict, if not to pursue vengeance? An expert from the illusionary disappearance palace stepped forward, his face contorted with anger, demanding coldly. Who claims there is no connection? Your illusionary disappearance palace colluded with that individual, deliberately leading to the slaughter of my Meng family's youth. Otherwise, how could he have yielded the inheritance platform to you? Meng Rin stepped into the void, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying wave of power, his expression exceedingly grim. Enough of your nonsense. Leave behind half of the inheritance, or none shall depart. Meng Rin ne sera forcefully. Dream on. The assembled experts of the illusionary disappearance palace certainly would not relinquish the hard-won inheritance easily, immediately distancing themselves and preparing for battle. To reject a toast is to accept a punishment drink. Meng Run let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with an intensified murderous intent, and he bellowed, "You lot. Keep a close watch on the exit. Do not allow that brat to escape unnoticed. The rest, follow me. Eliminate them all." Yes. The experts of the Meng clan responded in unison. In the next instant, a fierce battle erupted with a resounding crash. The 2 factions clashed together in an instant, resulting in utter chaos. The Linyan mountain range trembled as birds and beasts fled, and entire sections collapsed. Divine light blazed forth, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the heavens. Those in the Nirvana realm are the most formidable beings beneath the divine realm. Once a conflict ignites, their might is beyond comprehension. Chapter 48. The 5th heaven of the divine palace on the other side. Lu Yuan had successfully emerged from the rift in the void. He took out the map of the Yin kingdom and surveyed his surroundings. He soon realized that he had traveled several hundred miles away from the Linyan mountain range. However, despite the considerable distance, he could still sense the residual waves of battle from that direction. It seemed that the forces of the Hall of Illusions had clashed with the Meng family and were engaged in fierce conflict. This did not surprise Lu Yuan. It was precisely his intention to divert the attention of the Meng family, ensuring they no longer pursued him relentlessly. As for how many of the disciples of the Hall of Illusions who had received their inheritance would survive, that depended on their own fortunes. Without lingering any longer, Lu Yuan activated the divine rainbow beneath his feet and soared away into the distance. An hour passed. Lu Yuan had traversed over 1,000 miles and finally arrived in a safe zone. He lowered his form and landed swiftly. With a resounding crash, he struck the ground, sending rocks flying in all directions. Lu Yuan carved out a simple cave dwelling within the mountains. He then sat cross-legged and began to assess the spoils of his journey. Ah yes. System, claim my rewards, Lu Yuan mused aloud. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1 and obtaining one of the 9 secrets, the secret of the word fight. As the notification rang out, a golden page materialized within the system space, akin to the imperial scriptures he had previously acquired. This too was a vessel of profound knowledge, densely inscribed with obscure characters. The secret of the word fight and the secret of the word move. If he could master these 2 supreme techniques, the vast world would be at his command. He would fear neither formations nor restrictions. Even a practitioner in the Nirvana realm would find it difficult to detain him. With this thought, Lu Yuan felt a surge of fervor within him. He immediately channeled the primordial chaos and began to comprehend the technique. The secret of the word fight was an unparalleled martial art, unrestricted by fists or feet, devoid of fixed forms, returning to the essence of combat. Once perfected, every part of his body, even a single strand of hair, could unleash astounding combat power. He could also manipulate and evolve the offensive techniques of others, employing myriad methods with terrifying efficacy. As time flowed by, the arcane ancient characters and intricate mantras unfolded before Lu Yuan's eyes, decomposing, arranging, combining, and transforming in a continuous cycle of comprehension. 3 days later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, enlightened and enriched by his insights. He then continued his cultivation, turning his focus to the secret of the word move. Compared to the golden page, this was significantly easier to practice. Within the legacy of the sages, a luminous orb of consciousness had been left in his sea of consciousness. A mere touch of his divine sense revealed an indescribable and mysterious shadow above the golden lake of his consciousness, initiating the essence of the secret of the word move, with the ability to shrink the earth to a mere inch to tread upon the flow of time. The intertwining laws unveiled their profound mysteries. Lu Yuan became entranced by the practice, deepening his understanding of the secret of the word move. 2 days later, Lu Yuan awoke from his meditation, his spirit radiant and invigorated, having achieved remarkable progress in just 5 short days. He had already mastered these 2 profound secret techniques. To reach a higher level of cultivation was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the spoils of his recent endeavors. He first extracted a considerable amount of refining materials collected from the ancient temple. Among them were primordial magnetite essence, elusive star sands, fire godstones, silver moon divine jade, and withered dragon wood, among others. There were also a few items whose names he could not recall, but they surely were not mundane. The materials started from divine grade, and even included saint-level materials. The primordial magnetite essence, set away as much as 10,000 June despite being the size of a soybean, contained indestructible iron essence with astonishing quality. If he were to refine it into his Genu peak, it might yield extraordinary effects. Lu Yuan mused silently, although he was not well-versed in artifact refinement. The basic process of melting magical items was within his capabilities and not particularly challenging. Soon, Lu Yuan took out Genu peak and the primordial magnetite essence, and a searing flame erupted from his palm as he began to refine the magical artifact. With a sizzling sound, the primordial magnetite essence gradually melted into a brilliant silver liquid. Under Lu Yuan's guidance, it fused rapidly with Genu peak, causing this darkly shimmering miniature peak to emanate a mysterious metallic sheen. A heavy sensation enveloped him. The task was complete. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy as he attempted to wield it. Indeed, its power had significantly increased, and its lethality had augmented. It was perhaps not far from the realm of divine artifacts, serving as a formidable weapon at this stage. Next, Lu Yuan waved his hand, revealing a multitude of storage bags before him. These primarily belonged to the Meng family disciples he had slain, with only one belonging to a disciple of the illusionary palace. He first picked up Meng Zhao's storage bag and examined it closely. Apart from a spirit communication artifact in the form of a glass pagoda, it contained numerous treasures. The essence alone weighed nearly 20,000 pounds, indicating considerable wealth. Additionally, Lu Yuan found a tome of divine abilities, adorned with gilded inscriptions and wrapped in jade, exhibiting an extraordinary appearance. It was none other than the Meng family's ultimate technique, the Great Heaven Pointer. This technique is rather impressive. I shall gladly accept it, Lu Yuan said with a knowing smile as he stored it away. He then proceeded to open the remaining storage bags one by one, categorizing their contents. In total, he amassed over 28,000 pounds of essence, several spiritual herbs, numerous elixirs, and various magical artifacts. As for the useless items, he placed them all into one storage bag and nonchalantly discarded it aside. After tallying his spoils, Lu Yuan estimated that he possessed roughly 60,000 pounds of essence. Even with his extraordinary consumption rate, it would suffice for a considerable period of cultivation. He then waved his hand again, setting up several layers of simple restrictive arrays outside his cave abode to isolate external energies, preparing to commence his cultivation. Tens of thousands of pounds of essence lay upon the ground, forming a small mountain, radiating with shimmering spiritual light and rich celestial essence, almost liquid in its density. The air was thick with an ethereal mist, resembling a true celestial abode. Subsequently, Lu Yuan did not hesitate. He directly summoned the chaotic energy, forcefully refining the essence of a universe. Boom! Boom! Waves of pure vitality surged forth, eagerly absorbed by him. His body resembled a bottomless pit, with a tumultuous sea of suffering rolling within, accompanied by crackling lightning and a magnificent display of astonishing phenomena. As time quietly slipped by, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan, who had sat motionless like a statue, slowly opened his eyes. He felt the surging divine power coursing through him, and a satisfied smile emerged as he murmured to himself. He had reached the 5th level of the divine palace realm. Chapter 49. The curtain falls. Departure. During this period, Lu Yuan diligently practiced 2 additional esoteric arts. The first was the Great Finger of Heaven from the Meng family. The second was the Kuan Tai inheritance, the Phoenix Calamity rebirth technique. This was an extraordinarily profound divine ability. As long as one's own magical power was not exhausted, one could swiftly recover from injuries. It served as a formidable trump card in prolonged battles, capable of altering the tide of conflict in a remarkably miraculous manner. As for the other inheritance from the Dui Tai, it was a sacred-level cultivation method, the Taichin Shuandi. It emphasized the principles of desirelessness, sealing the heart and locking the thoughts, transcending emotional attachments. Although it was far from ordinary, it was not suited for Lu Yuan's cultivation and was thus set aside. With over 20,000 pounds of essence remaining, this will suffice for now. It is time to return. Lu Yuan murmured to himself before rising and stepping out of the cave abode. A flash of divine light beneath his feet propelled him into the heavens. One day later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared in a bustling city within the Yin Kingdom. The streets were alive with a flurry of activity, with vehicles and pedestrians in constant motion, creating a lively atmosphere. Numerous cultivators were also present. Lu Yuan casually sought a tavern, ordered some food and a pot of wine, and took a seat. At his level of cultivation, he had long transcended the need for sustenance. Though his appetite was minimal, he occasionally indulged. Hey, have you heard? Recently, an astonishing event occurred in the Lianyun mountain range of the northern frontier. A group of loose cultivators gathered around a nearby table, whispering among themselves. Oh, what significant event? Someone inquired curiously. It is said that a shattered small realm has opened, harboring the opportunity for a saint. All the masters from the 3 major sects of the Yin Kingdom went there, led by the head of the Dantian realm, yet they returned empty-handed, not even tasting a drop of soup. A loose cultivator remarked gleefully. Several of them perished, returning in disgrace. What? In that desolate place, there was actually a chance for a saint to emerge. The others were taken aback, hastily pressing for more details. But did any powerful forces receive this news? How could even the heads of the 3 major sects end up in such a predicament? What do the 3 sect heads amount to? The Meng family and the Huamia Palace both sent people. There were at least 7 or 8 powerful figures in the Nirvana realm. The group gasped in astonishment. In the southern region, the reputations of the Huamia Palace and the Meng family were indeed illustrious, nearly rivaling the top sacred lands, marking them as the pinnacle of power. And what happened next? Was there any great treasure that emerged? Someone continued to inquire. As for treasures, I cannot say. However, it was certainly not an ordinary item. Otherwise, the experts from the Meng family and the Huamia Palace would not have fought tooth and nail. That battle leveled the Lianyun mountain range, turning the surrounding area into scorched earth, with the conflict being exceedingly brutal. I later heard that only one expert from the Huamia Palace in the Nirvana realm survived, along with a young disciple named Xiahou Qing. The rest perished in battle. The Meng family has nearly exhausted their numbers, with few returning alive. A man spoke with a visage filled with trepidation. Alas, the world of cultivators is indeed so merciless. Such opportunities are beyond the reach of us, scattered practitioners. Even if one were to obtain them, survival would be fleeting. It is far wiser to cultivate steadily and lead a tranquil life. Someone sighed deeply, taking a large swig of liquor. This low murmur of conversation could not escape the keen perception of Lu Yuan. Upon hearing such news, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It appears that he is truly the greatest beneficiary of the opening of that small realm. Apart from Xiaoqing, virtually all those who receive the inheritance have perished. The two legacies of Tai Ching Xuandi and the Phoenix Rebirth technique have ultimately become solitary treasures. However, one thing is certain in Lu Yuan's mind. The illusory palace and the Meng family have likely realized his identity. Otherwise, his likeness would have been plastered throughout the Yin kingdom, with countless cultivators hunting him down. Although he holds little influence in the Lu family, he remains a valuable asset, as the family has expended vast resources to forge an alliance with the Gu family. No one among the upper echelons of these two great powers would wish to see his demise before the divine embryo is born. Thus, even the formidable Meng family would not dare to openly issue a bounty, challenging the two ancient families of the southern domain. Yet in the shadows, it could be a different story. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, downing 2 more cups of exquisite vintage, settling the bill, and proceeding towards the outskirts of the city. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet rushed past in a blur as Lu Yuan sped towards the direction of the Wanchu Holy Land. After half an hour of travel, he suddenly halted. The formidable intuition cultivated through the chaos divine demon visualization indicated that someone appeared to be tailing him. A member of the Meng family? Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily, and he became vigilant. He then activated the walking secret, propelling himself forward with newfound speed, transforming into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the ether. Soon, the sensation of being followed dissipated entirely. However, before Lu Yuan could continue on his path, that feeling returned. Could he sense my location? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before activating the walking secret once more, disappearing from that region. A few breaths later, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a black robe appeared at the location. He surveyed his surroundings, and after sensing the area, astonishment etched deeper onto his features. A cultivator at the Divine Palace realm possesses such terrifying speed. It seems Meng Zhao's demise at his hands was not unwarranted. Subsequently, the middle-aged cultivator swiftly formed a hand seal, preparing to continue his pursuit. Just then, a voice, indifferent and distant, rang out from not far away. "How did you find me?" Lu Yuan stepped forward, scrutinizing the figure before him. Upon hearing the voice, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed dramatically, and without a word, he summoned a divine rainbow to flee into the distance. "Halt!" Lu Yuan had long been prepared, issuing a sharp reprimand. The Yuan magnetic suppression peak surged into the heavens, gently trembling as it sealed this expanse of void. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged cultivator, it magnified and descended to impose its might. Bang! The middle-aged cultivator's form exploded on the spot, crushed into a mist of blood, utterly devoid of the power to retaliate. Indeed, he was one of the Meng clan. Lu Yuan rummaged through his storage bag, ultimately confirming the man's identity. Having just concealed himself in the shadows, he sensed a slight disturbance within Meng Zhao's storage bag, as if a glazed pagoda was being communicated with through a unique secret technique. This allowed him to consistently pinpoint his location. However, this individual only possessed the cultivation of the first level of the cave heaven realm. It seemed he lacked the confidence to capture him. He intended to follow and send word back, aiming to summon the Meng clan's experts for a coordinated assault. Yet, wielding a spirit communication treasure bore its own risks. It was better to forego it altogether. Having deliberated on all this, Lu Yuan retrieved Meng Zhao's storage bag, casually tossing it into the depths of the forest before continuing his journey towards the Wan Chu sacred land. Chapter 50, Promotion to Core Disciple. News from a northern region, the journey proceeded without incident. Several days later, Lu Yuan returned to the sacred land of Wanchu. Without lingering, he made his way directly to the inner hall. At this moment, the same inner elder remained stationed there. Upon seeing Lu Yuan approach, his gaze sharpened with curiosity. "Elder, I have completed the trial task," Lu Yuan announced, extending his hand with a flourish, revealing a round, severed head upon the ground. The inner elder scanned it with his spiritual sense, and with astonishment, he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is N.I. Ping. Well done, young man. The elder could not help but commend him. Having just entered the Divine Palace realm, he had managed to slay a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. Truly, he was a prodigy of legendary status, capable of defying odds and challenging foes far beyond his level with ease. Given the current pace of his progress, even if Lu Yuan's cultivation were to plateau at the Cave Heaven or Dharma aspect realms, he would still secure a respectable position within the sacred land, thus not deemed a waste of potential. The elder praised him further. "May I ascend to the rank of core disciple?" Lu Yuan inquired, clasping his hands respectfully. "Of course." The inner elder replied with a smile, nodding approvingly. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved Ni Ping's head and then rose to inscribe the identity token of a core disciple, as well as to record the necessary documentation. After the passage of half a fragrant stick of incense, all matters were settled. The inner elder handed Lu Yuan a storage bag, stating, as a core disciple, "You are now a pillar of our sacred land, and the benefits you receive will be markedly different from before. In addition to increased access to the Dragon Pool and the Scripture Pavilion, you will also have exclusive residence on the Spirit Peak, with its location and formation included in this storage bag. Furthermore, the additional reward of 3,000 pounds of source energy for completing the trial task is also contained within." "Thank you, Elder," Lu Yuan replied, his eyes gleaming with gratitude as he swiftly accepted the bag. However, becoming a core disciple at this juncture may mean your stay in the sect will be brief. There have been unusual activities in the mining area of the northern region, prompting various factions to dispatch personnel there. Our sacred land is currently in need of manpower, and I believe a summons for some disciples to head there will occur in the next few days, the inner elder cautioned after a moment of contemplation. "Oh, unusual activities in the northern mining area?" Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with intrigue upon hearing this. The northern region is home to a significant life-restricted zone known as the Taichu Ancient Mine, renowned across the lands. The periphery of this restricted area is littered with source minerals, and even divine source veins are not uncommon. For any top-tier faction in the eastern wilderness, this represents an immense treasure that cannot be overlooked. Therefore, the outer regions of the Taichu Ancient Mine were divided and claimed by various factions long ago, leading to frequent bloodshed in the pursuit of profit. Gu Qinghuang's hasty departure to the northern region must surely be related to this matter. Yet, what exactly does this unusual activity entail? I'm not well informed on the specifics myself, likely due to the conditions deep within the restricted zone. The inner elder shook his head. As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, prompting him to continue. "By the way, this expedition to the northern region is personally led by Elder Shangwan, the revered master of the Holy Maiden. Given your status, if you wish to know in advance, you may directly inquire with Elder Shangwan." "I see." Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, then chose to remain silent, turning to take his leave. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at Qixia Peak. His intention was not solely to seek clarity, but rather to serendipitously find Mu Ling, for he was about to relocate to a new spiritual peak. Out of both affection and propriety, he felt it necessary to inform the young lady. Soon, within a certain palace, the two encountered one another. "Young master, is it true that you have broken through to the Divine Palace realm and become a core disciple?" Mu Ling's large, sparkling eyes widened in astonishment as she lightly covered her mouth. "Indeed," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, settling himself comfortably and sipping tea. "The 8 of us who entered the creation divine pool for training have all now attained the Divine Palace realm. What's so surprising about that? But you are unlike the others. How long have you even been cultivating?" Mu Ling exclaimed, her fingers instinctively counting. 7 months. It has been less than 7 months since the wedding at the heavenly pool. You have ascended from an ordinary mortal to the Divine Palace realm at such an astonishing pace. Even the young lady cannot compare. Her excitement was palpable, her cheeks glowing with enthusiasm. "All right, enough flattery. Come, let me show you my new cave dwelling." Lu Yuan smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly lifted Mu Ling, soaring beyond Qixia Peak. A moment later, they arrived atop a picturesque spiritual peak. With a swift infusion of magical energy, a dazzling light illuminated the array, and the protective barrier enveloping the entire peak dissipated, revealing its splendor. Wow, how beautiful! Mu Linger's eyes sparkled with delight as she cheered. Beneath their feet, the spiritual peak was enchanting, shrouded in ethereal mist. Atop the summit stood several exquisite pavilions, complete with gazebos, flowing waters, and rocky landscapes, creating a scene of idyllic beauty. Compared to the modest cave dwelling Lu Yuan previously inhabited, this place was a realm apart, eliciting a silent admiration within him. Truly, this is the advantage of strength. Subsequently, the two tidied up the spiritual peak a bit and procured various items, transforming it into a respectable abode. Lu Yuan sat beneath a stone pavilion, engaging in light conversation with Mu Linger before eventually broaching the subject of the journey to the northern region. "You're also going to the northern region?" Mu Linger inquired, astonished. "Am I?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, the young lady will not be returning from the northern region for the foreseeable future, so I must go as well." Mu Linger nodded. "Oh, then it is fortuitous that we can travel together. The sect has summoned core disciples, and I have no reason to refuse. It shall be a form of experience," Lu Yuan replied unconcernedly. "Ahem, my dear son-in-law, do not blame Linger for not warning you. If you proceed, you may encounter considerable trouble." Mu Linger erklärt Herr Luholtz, appealing somewhat uneasy. What kind of trouble?" Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. The young prodigies of the various influential factions in the eastern wilderness have gathered there. Among them are many of the suitors from Miss S past. If you make an appearance, it is likely that someone will deliberately target you. Mu Linger expressed her concerns. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had anticipated a different sort of trouble, but it turned out to be merely former rivals in love. With his current cultivation level, although he still has a considerable distance to cover to reach the pinnacle of his generation, the distinction between cultivation and combat prowess is not to be underestimated. No matter, I fear nothing. Chapter 51. Journey to the Northern Region. A calm declaration resonated, exuding an immense aura that rendered Mu Linger's gaze noticeably brighter. Indeed, her husband had undergone a remarkable transformation. The shackles of the ancient sacred body seemed non-existent upon him, allowing him to disregard constraints and forge ahead with audacity. It is believed that in the near future, he shall undoubtedly shine brightly, standing on par with the most gifted of his kind. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged atop the spirit peak, where strands of golden energy coalesced at his brow, radiating with fervent brilliance. While diligently enhancing his cultivation, he had never neglected the refinement of his spiritual awareness. The chaotic divine demon visualization, a formidable technique, had reached a level where his spiritual strength was several-fold that of his peers in the same realm, proving invaluable in battle. At that moment, ripples suddenly emerged in the nearby void. Soon after, a beautifully adorned woman in palace attire gracefully descended upon the clouds. Having met Elder Qinghuang before, Lu Yuan sensed her presence and promptly rose to his feet, clasping his hands in respect. "There is no need for excessive courtesy," Shangwan Ru replied with a gentle smile as she landed. As she perceived the fluctuating waves of spiritual consciousness around her, a hint of astonishment crossed her features. Firstly, she was taken aback by Lu Yuan's rapid advancement in cultivation. Secondly, she marveled at the refinement and strength of his spiritual awareness, which rivaled that of ordinary celestial realm practitioners. "It seems you have a profound affinity with our sect's chaotic stone tablet. Not only have you independently comprehended the cultivation methods inscribed upon it, but your accomplishments are quite impressive," she remarked, her voice soothing and imbued with an enchanting quality that seemed to cleanse the heart. "Elder Shangwan, you flatter me," Lu Yuan responded, quickly grasping the implication. He realized that his transmission of the Tao scripture and the chaotic divine demon visualization to Gu Qinghuang had been conveyed to Elder Shangwan. There is no need for modesty. Nearly half of the cultivation methods in the Sacred Land's scripture repository derive from the chaotic stone tablet, yet few disciples have succeeded in their practice. This clearly indicates your remarkable comprehension, Shangwan Ru affirmed with a nod of approval. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "As for the matter of cultivation resources I mentioned previously, I have yet to receive permission from the higher-ups, as it requires careful consideration. However, should you distinguish yourself during your journey to the northern region, I may take the liberty to assemble 9 chaotic stone tablets for your enlightenment. With your discernment, you are sure to reap significant rewards. It is essential to understand that the scriptures you comprehend will far surpass those mere imitations of your predecessors. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes involuntarily sparkled with excitement. Before joining the Wan Chu sacred land, he had heard whispers of its in-depth study of the path of chaos, which possibly included a volume of such ancient scriptures. It appeared that the rumors held truth. Should he be able to simultaneously comprehend the 9 chaotic stone tablets and gather all the scriptures, he would likely attain success in his cultivation. At that point, he could unveil the might of the chaotic body before others, free from substantial concerns, allowing him to remain inconspicuous. This indeed presents a grand opportunity for transformation. With this thought, Lu Yuan bowed sincerely, expressing his gratitude. The core disciples summoned for this expedition to the northern domain had nearly all gathered. It was time for us to embark. Shangguan Ruo waved her hand and then glanced towards a nearby pavilion. The void split apart as Tao patterns shimmered, directly enveloping Lu Yuan and Mu Ling, propelling them toward the mountain gate. After a tumultuous whirl, the three found themselves aboard a colossal ancient vessel. Greetings, esteemed elder. Greetings, revered elder. The elders and stewards waiting on the deck, along with a multitude of core disciples, promptly bowed in respect upon the arrival of the newcomers. Is everyone present? Shangguan Ruo inquired, surveying the surroundings. Reporting to the esteemed elder, everyone is here. An elder responded. Excellent, let us set forth. As her words echoed, the ancient ship commenced its journey, traversing the void and advancing majestically into the distance. Lu Yuan and Mu Ling casually selected a spot to sit. At that moment, a considerable number of core disciples occupied the deck, among whom were several familiar faces to Lu Yuan. Notably, there was the youth of the ancient divine body, Mu Chong, and a few disciples from the inner sect's top 8, including Han Jiang. They, like Lu Yuan, had recently ascended to core discipleship before being summoned by the sect to the northern domain. In the brief span of a few months, Mu Chong's cultivation had significantly advanced, reaching the 3rd level of the divine palace realm. He still bore his haughty demeanor, meditating in a secluded area. However, when his gaze fell upon Lu Yuan, it softened, as if sensing something, revealing a hint of trepidation. As for the others, aside from Han Jiang, who had reached the 2nd level of the divine palace realm, the remaining individuals remained stagnant at the 1st level, ranking among the lesser core disciples when compared to their more seasoned counterparts. Lu Yuan paid little mind to this, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Mu Ling, and intermittently meditating for cultivation. 2 days later, the ancient vessel arrived at a renowned large city in the southern domain. Upon their arrival, numerous inhabitants from the sacred ground stationed there came forth to welcome them. The eastern wilderness is vast, home to countless nations. The distance between the southern and northern domains is immeasurable. For an ordinary cultivator relying solely on flight, it could take years to arrive. Thus, at this juncture, one must rely on an ultra-large spatial array capable of traversing domains. However, establishing, stabilizing, and maintaining such a grand spatial array incurs exorbitant costs. Typically, these arrays are not situated within sects, but are constructed in certain large cultivation cities. Beyond serving their own purposes, they also extend convenience to smaller factions or rogue cultivators, charging a substantial fee to assist them in crossing the void. Indeed, it may only be activated once a month, contingent upon gathering a sufficient number of participants. Presently, with the esteemed elder of the primordial sacred land in attendance, there are naturally fewer constraints. The interdomain array is swiftly initiated, and the ancient vessel traverses into it, vanishing in an instant. In a heartbeat, darkness envelopes the surroundings, with shadows dancing in a kaleidoscope of light. It feels as though time itself has come to a standstill, an absolute tranquility devoid of any reference points. After an indeterminate duration, Lu Yuan's vision gradually brightens, his spirit invigorated. He realizes that they have arrived in the northern domain. Chapter 52. the divine city of the northern domain, the ancient tidal mine, ancient ships traverse the skies, crossing the domain gates to descend upon the ancient city of the northern domain. In an instant, countless gazes and divine thoughts converged, creating quite a stir. It was the individuals from the Wanchu Holy Land. During the last tidal event, they had already reaped significant rewards. Now, they had summoned numerous young experts from the southern domain. It seemed this time they were determined to claim even more. Not only the Wanchu Holy Land, other major sects and ancient families were gradually sending their representatives as well. With such immense wealth laid out before them, who could resist the temptation? Many local cultivators from a northern domain gathered in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, the ancient ship vanished, transforming into a beam of light that entered the palm of Shangguan Ruo. Subsequently, the group swiftly descended to a corner of the city. This ancient city, known as the Divine City of the Northern Domain, was the closest gathering place for cultivators near the Taichu ancient mine, jointly guarded by various top-tier forces. The city's expanse was comparable to that of a small continent, bustling with establishments such as taverns, inns, pleasure houses, cultivator guilds, auction houses, and vibrant markets. It was a thriving hub primarily inhabited by cultivators, with mere mortals rarely seen. Particularly at this critical juncture, the major powers were restless. The throngs within the city concealed great talents and formidable figures. A seemingly ordinary elder could very well be a senior elder of a sect. A mere stamp of his foot could send tremors throughout the northern domain. Thus, many acted with caution, refraining from unnecessary conflicts. On another note, Lu Yuan and others, accompanied by Shangguan Ruo, swiftly arrived at the base of the Wanchu Holy Land within the Divine City. A multitude of elders emerged to welcome them. Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and several other prominent disciples were also present. How was the harvest during the last tidal event? Shangguan Ruo inquired, directing her question towards the elder responsible for the northern domain's mining area. Esteemed elder, during the last tidal event, we obtained over 230,000 pounds of ordinary source and 15 pounds of divine source, reported an elder clad in a Taoist robe. Shangguan Ruo nodded thoughtfully and continued. When does the next tidal event commence? Approximately 7 days from now. Very well, I understand. First, let us settle these disciples. Tomorrow, dispatch some individuals to brief them on the ancient mine tides. Understood. The Taoist-robed elder responded promptly, then immediately instructed several disciples to accommodate the newly arrived peers. Soon, the core disciples scattered like birds, departing in succession. Miss, over here. Mu Ling tiptoed and waved her hand. Gu Qinghuang glanced in that direction, and upon seeing the two, her beautiful eyes brightened as she hurried over. It has been a few months. Your cultivation seems to have progressed again, she remarked, her steps light and unblemished, exuding an innate mysterious aura, her demeanor ethereal and otherworldly. You have arrived. Gu Qinghuang smiled radiantly. Indeed, Lu Yuan took a few steps forward, a smile gracing his face as he softly inquired, How have you been on this side? Quite well, Gu Qinghuang replied with a gentle smile. Aside from guarding the mining area, there are few trivial matters. After spending some time together on Qixia Peak, their bond had deepened significantly, no longer marked by the previous formality. They appeared much like any other pairs of soulmates. Beside them, Mu Ling, having not seen Gu Qinghuang for several months, eagerly clasped her hand and chattered incessantly. The atmosphere among the three was remarkably harmonious, as they broached the subject of Lu Yuan's advancement to a core disciple. Gu Qinghuang suddenly took note of his current cultivation level. She delicately covered her lips, her beautiful eyes glimmering with surprise as she exclaimed, You've swiftly broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. I remember before I came to the northern region, you were still at the 6th level of the spirit nurturing realm. Lu Yuan chuckled at her words and replied candidly, The opportunities within the divine transformation pond have greatly benefited me, allowing me to directly ascend to the Divine Palace. While undertaking the core disciple trial, I encountered further fortuitous events, which led to this progress. Gu Qinghuang nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, yet her exquisite face couldn't conceal her joy. At this pace of cultivation, It wouldn't be long before Lu Yuan would catch up to her. At just over 20 years of age and stepping into the cave heaven realm, he would surely command attention wherever he went. The moniker of a waste body would fade away, overshadowed by the brilliance of his talents. After a while of casual conversation, a strikingly handsome young man approached from a distance. "Am I interrupting you?" Yin Tiandu greeted with a radiant smile, as gentle as a soft breeze. "Is there a matter of importance from the sect, senior brother Yin?" Gu Qinghuang asked earnestly. "Not at all. I merely came to check on this holy body, Junior." Yin Tiandu turned to Lu Yuan, his demeanor devoid of any arrogance typical of a saint, exuding a friendly air. "Yes, I have met senior brother Yin before. I must thank you for your guidance during our previous encounter atop the mountain," Lu Yuan said, cupping his hands in respect. "Not at all. It was merely a trifling matter," Yin Tiandu dismissed with a shake of his head. "Wait, you two know each other?" Gu Qinghuang asked in astonishment. "We crossed paths at the Chaos Stone Tablet. Even then, I recognized that junior brother Lu was no ordinary individual. Later, during the grand competition, I learned he was Gu Junior's sister's partner. Seeing you two together now, it appears you are indeed a well-matched pair," Yin Tiandu remarked, clearly impressed by Lu Yuan's cultivation speed. "I see," Gu Qinghuang replied, suddenly recalling the divine refinement method Lu Yuan had shared with her. "Well, I merely came to say hello and shall not intrude on your reunion any longer. In a few days, the ancient mind tide will commence, and we may yet have the opportunity to fight side by side." With that, Yin Tiandu smiled, opting not to linger, and bid them farewell with a respectful gesture. Lu Yuan gazed at the departing figure, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He sensed that the holy son of the Wan Chu sacred land was shrouded in mystery and possessed formidable strength. Moreover, it seemed he harbored no ill intentions and was deliberately seeking to forge a connection with him. Senior brother Yin, having been raised in the Wan Chu sacred land, hailed from a lineage that had produced numerous sacred lords, and thus regarded the development of the sect as a personal responsibility, dedicating himself with utmost diligence. His efforts to befriend Lu Yuan appeared to stem from a recognition of his latent potential. Gu Qinghuang, standing nearby, softly offered this insight. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan gradually began to comprehend the situation and chose not to dwell on it further. By the way, what was it he mentioned about the ancient mind tides? The precise origin eludes me. I only know that after a considerable interval, ancient mind tides will manifest. During such times, the formidable beings within the ancient minds will converge towards their depths, spanning distances that can range from several thousand to tens of thousands of miles. In the wake of their retreat, the land left behind is rich with countless source minerals, becoming a coveted resource for various factions. However, those of overly formidable cultivation who tread upon that ground may provoke the enmity of the beings that inhabit the forbidden zones. Consequently, all major factions permit their younger disciples to venture forth. As for the sources, the objective is to extract as much as possible before the return of the beings from the forbidden zones. This, indeed, constitutes the true purpose of our expedition to the northern region, Gu Qinghuang patiently elucidated. Chapter 53. A Journey Together. Turbulence upon hearing Gu Qinghuang's explanation. Lu Yuan's expression grew solemn. The realm of life and death, shrouded in mystery, exists in multiple locations across the 5 domains, each with ancient origins that can be traced back to the primordial ages. It is said that within lies a terrifying presence, feared by all. However, at this moment, with the ancient mind's tide approaching, merely entering the expanse of the Taichu ancient mind does not seem excessively perilous. Competing with various powerful factions for the source minerals may indeed be the main event, Lu Yuan mused quietly. The divine city, vast and resplendent, is filled with rare spiritual treasures unseen in the southern domain. With nothing pressing at hand, why not take a stroll? Gu Qinghuang suggested with a charming smile. Glancing at the two, absolutely. I have been cooped up during these months in the Wanchu sacred land. Now that I am in the northern domain, I must explore this divine city. Mu Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, Lu Yuan could not help but smile at the sight. It appears that regardless of the world, The love for shopping is indeed an inherent trait of women. Even cultivators are not exempt from this inclination. Very well, let us depart. Soon, the trio exited their residence and made their way toward the main thoroughfare of the divine city. The ancient street was wide and bustling with activity. Cultivators from various factions and disciples from ancient families could be seen here, alongside numerous distinctive demon clan practitioners, whose unusual appearances bore hints of their racial traits. As they passed by, an aura of demonic energy filled the air, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Demon practitioners are not to be confused with demonic beasts. In the realm of the demon clan, bloodlines reign supreme. Powerful demon races have evolved over countless ages through bloodline enhancement. Their innate intelligence rivals that of humans. And by the time they reach the second or third major realm in cultivation, they can easily transform into human form. In contrast, those savage beasts that dwell in the mountains and forests are regarded as inferior and not considered kin. The hierarchy among them is rigid and cannot be equated. In the eastern wilderness, several formidable factions are primarily composed of demon practitioners. Thus, their presence in the northern domain's divine city is hardly surprising. As Lu Yuan and Mu Linger explored the surroundings, their eyes darted about, filled with curiosity. The streets were flanked by grand palaces, with a plethora of cultivation venues, all exuding opulence. Some top-tier factions, in a bid to showcase their status, had even erected celestial palaces in the sky. From the ground, they appeared as rows of sacred realms that would never fall, breathtakingly beautiful and awe-inspiring. Is that not Gu Qinghuang, the current saintess of Wanchu's sacred land? One might wonder. Known as one of the most beautiful women in the eastern wilderness, offering no courtesy to any male prodigy, her demeanor cold and distant. In this moment, she unexpectedly walks side by side with a young man on the bustling street, their demeanor suggesting a certain intimacy. My goodness, not far away, a sharp-eyed cultivator swiftly recognizes Gu Qinghuang's identity, disbelief washing over their face as they let out a startled exclamation. This cry immediately draws the attention of many around them, numerous gazes converging on Lu Yuan and his companions. Indeed, it is the illustrious saintess of the Wanchu. The unique aura and charm that belongs solely to the innate Tao is something few women can possess, as someone confidently remarks. Given that the saintess herself has descended upon the divine city, how could she be so close with a young man in plain sight? Who exactly is this lad? Numerous young cultivators pound their chests in frustration, their eyes ablaze with indignation, lamenting their predicament. If mere glances could slay, Lu Yuan would have perished 1,000 times over. Dear friends, please remain calm. A knowledgeable individual interjects, recognizing the local cultivators from the northern region, whose information seems to be lacking. The Wanchu saintess, Gu Qinghuang, was married over 6 months ago and has taken a Tao partner. The identity of that young man, I need not elaborate. What? Married? In an instant, disbelief spreads among the crowd, prompting many to lean in closer for more information. However, this is not entirely surprising. The union between the Gu and Lu families, marked by their disparate statuses, was rather conspicuous, and thus the announcement was somewhat muted. Only a few of the closer major sects sent representatives to the wedding banquet at Tianqi, resulting in the news not reaching far across the northern region. Moreover, at that time, Gu Qinghuang had not yet ascended to the status of the Wanchu saintess, lacking the prominence she holds now. However, soon enough, as some in the know begin to share insights, Lu Yuan's identity becomes clear and widely recognized. The sacred body Lu Yuan has arrived in the divine city. And what's more, he possesses an ancient sacred body capable of cultivation. Before long, this revelation sweeps through the northern region like a tempest, astonishing many, including seasoned figures of the past. An ancient sacred body capable of cultivation? This is indeed groundbreaking news. It is said that his cultivation level is not to be underestimated. In his early 20s, he has already reached the mid-stage of the divine palace realm, rivaling the exceptional disciples of some top-tier powers. Could it be that, after several eras, the shackles of the heavenly Tao have weakened? Is this invincible physique poised for resurgence? Within various factions, Many strong individuals find themselves lost in contemplation, quietly marveling at the implications. The trio strolls through the divine city, drawing considerable attention. Young master, miss, many eyes are upon us, Mu Ling pouts softly, her cheeks puffed in exasperation. Gu Qinghuang, however, appears to be quite accustomed to such scrutiny. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Lu Yuan and softly remarked, "If you're displeased, we may explore a less crowded area or perhaps return directly to our lodgings." Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, offered a nonchalant smile. No matter. In the midst of their conversation, the trio unwittingly approached a magnificent edifice. "Qinghuang, what establishment is this? It appears quite grand," Lu Yuan inquired, his eyes assessing the structure. "Ah, this is the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce," she replied. "It is the only premier force in the divine city that does not belong to the sacred grounds. The major sects, or the ancient aristocratic families, they have always refrained from participating in any conflicts, focusing solely on commerce. Their influence is extensive, spanning the 5 domains of the world and encompassing nearly all major cities. In terms of wealth, no sect can rival them." As she spoke of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, a look of solemnity inevitably graced Gu Qinghuang's exquisite countenance. Chapter 54. The Celestial Demon and the Celestial Star Merchant Association. Lu Yuan pondered silently, noting the name carefully. Just as the three remained stationary for a moment, a young woman, accompanied by several attendants, emerged from the pavilion. The esteemed Saintess Wan Chu and the ethereal Miss Gu graced us with their presence. It is indeed a lapse on our part not to have welcomed you properly. The young woman, adorned with a gentle smile, inclined slightly, her voice as soothing as the fragrance of orchids. This woman possessed unparalleled beauty. Her skin, as flawless as snow, seemed sculpted from exquisite mutton-fat white jade. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her crimson lips revealed pearly teeth, exuding a captivating charm that was both profound and radiant. Clad in a flowing white celestial gown, her alluring figure was accentuated, evoking an irresistible allure. Such enchanting beauty could rival that of Gu Qinghuang, rendering her utterly captivating. "Wow, what a beautiful woman!" exclaimed Mu Linger nearby, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Ah, Miss Yi, you two have arrived in the divine city," Gu Qinghuang remarked, her expression reflecting surprise. "Indeed, I just arrived yesterday," Yi Qingli replied with a gentle smile, radiating an aura that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. She then turned her gaze toward Lu Yuan, her enchanting eyes shimmering momentarily, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this must be Miss Gu's companion?" "Indeed," Gu Qinghuang affirmed with a slight nod, then introduced Lu Yuan. "This is Miss Yi Qingli, who oversees all affairs of the Celestial Star Merchant Association in the Eastern Wilderness." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression sharpened. This woman appeared to be in her 20s, yet she commanded all the operations of the Celestial Star Merchant Association in a vast territory. Her background must be extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary woman. Ancient legends spoke of the primordial sacred body, unrivaled at the same level, possessing a physique unparalleled, akin to a true dragon. Witnessing her today, it was evident that she was indeed remarkable. Even when she intentionally restrained herself, the vigorous vitality emanating from her was astonishing. A fleeting glimmer of purple flickered in Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes, suggesting she possessed a supreme ocular technique capable of discerning illusions and piercing to the core of reality. "This woman is formidable." Lu Yuan's keen perception quickly grasped this. Yet fortunately, she was discreet, merely casting a brief glance before averting her gaze without prying further. "You flatter me, Miss Yi," Lu Yuan replied, offering a respectful gesture and speaking calmly. After a round of pleasantries, Yi Qingli extended an invitation. "Our Celestial Star Merchant Association will be hosting an auction in a few hours, featuring numerous celestial treasures unearthed during the recent ancient mine tide. Might you both be interested in attending?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang's lovely face displayed a hint of hesitation, before she turned to Lu Yuan, seeking his opinion. "Since we are here, it would be a fortuitous opportunity to explore." Lu Yuan gently nodded. "Very well, then I shall trouble you, Miss Yi." Gu Qinghuang smiled slightly. Miss Gu need not be so polite. Fu Bo arranged for a top-tier private room. Yi Qingli instructed, turning to her attendant. Yes, miss, the attendant replied. Please follow me. An elderly man in the vicinity responded respectfully and then led Lu Yuan and his companions into the auction venue. Shortly thereafter, they were ushered into an opulently decorated private room, ideally situated to overlook the central stage of the auction, allowing them a clear view of every corner. As they settled in, several maidens entered, gracefully bearing spiritual fruits and tea. After a courteous bow, they retreated, demonstrating impeccable service. Lu Yuan lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. The tea was warm and crisp, with a lingering sweetness that flowed through his body, imbued with a subtle divine energy coursing through his limbs. It was evidently no ordinary brew. Qinghuang, are you well acquainted with this Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? The treatment we are receiving is quite exceptional, Lu Yuan casually inquired. I'm not very familiar with them, merely having had a few encounters. However, both the Wanshu Holy Land and the Gu family maintain intricate connections with the Tianqing Chamber, engaging in close dealings. Perhaps they're drawn to that aspect. Gu Qinghuang pondered before responding. Ah, I see. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. As time passed, the commencement of the auction approached. Gradually, silhouettes of cultivators entered the venue from the exterior, stepping into the hall. Yet, few were privileged enough to ascend to the coveted third-floor rooms. The majority, irrespective of their status, found themselves seated in the grand hall, which included several esteemed elders and formidable loose cultivators. Even those at the Nirvana and Divine Connection realms held no special privileges, underscoring the immense power and influence of the Tianqing Chamber, rivaling any ancient family or holy land. Before long, a surge of demonic energy filled the hall. A strikingly handsome man with silver hair and a beguiling aura entered, flanked by two imposing demon clan cultivators. The duo exuded a fierce presence, their demonic energy palpable and their aura formidable. The Demon God Palace has arrived, murmured the crowd. That is the young lord of the Demon God Palace, Tian Yao. Accompanying him are the two top talents of the younger generation, Mo1 and Bai Luan. Upon seeing the newcomers, the expressions of many cultivators changed, revealing a hint of apprehension. The Demon God Palace represented a local power in the northern region, with its upper echelons composed entirely of demon clan members. Their actions were typically flamboyant and overbearing, with few human cultivators daring to provoke them. The current young lord, Tian Yao, was renowned across the northern region, possessing the formidable heavenly demon physique, and was held in high regard by the palace's elder leadership. His strength was astonishing, often regarded as a future monarch of the Eastern Desolation. In this era, marked by the presence of emperors, the laws of imperial authority suppressed all. The path to transcendence was fraught with difficulty, with even 5 centuries failing to yield a sovereign. Thus, the name Tian Yao resonated with an almost terrifying magnitude. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the 3rd floor. A steward from the Tianqing Chamber courteously beckoned. Indeed, came the reply. The celestial demon nodded indifferently, casting a cold glance upwards. For a fleeting moment, it lingered on a certain prestigious chamber, the meaning of which remained enigmatic. This scene was promptly captured by several discerning individuals present, evoking memories of a clandestine matter concerning the Demon God Palace. The celestial demon physique is renowned as the most formidable constitution among the demon race, and when cultivated to its utmost potential, it is said to rival the flawless holy body of the ancient era. Its physical prowess is comparable to that of the legendary true dragon, impeccable and exceedingly fearsome. However, it is somewhat deficient in the realm of Taoist arts. In those days, the former master of the Demon God Palace heard rumors that the Gu family of the southern region had given birth to an innate Tao fetus. He sought to combine the strengths of these two exceptional constitutions, intending to perpetuate the powerful bloodline of the celestial demon. Yet to his dismay, the Gu family's patriarch declined the proposal, citing racial reasons, which resulted in considerable embarrassment for the Demon God Palace. Not long ago, the Tianqi Lu family, sharing the same aspirations as the former master of the Demon God Palace, successfully forged an alliance with the Gu family. utilizing an ancient holy body that had long since retreated from the annals of cultivation history. Coincidentally, the principal parties are gathered here now, adding a touch of drama to the proceedings. This revelation left many cultivators feeling startled, as they sensed an air of tension thickening in the atmosphere. Chapter 55. The auction is that lad, truly the so-called ancient sacred body? With merely a cultivation of the 5th level of the divine palace realm, I could easily extinguish him with a single slap. It seems the old fool of the Gu family possesses rather poor judgment. Mo stood within a luxurious private chamber, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. A fierce glint flickered in his cold, beast-like eyes. His true form appeared to embody the essence of a formidable tiger lineage. He was robust, muscles prominently defined, his physique seemingly forged from steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. As he surveyed the surroundings, Mo sensed a gaze directed towards him from across the way. He could not help but scoff derisively, making a gesture across his throat, brimming with arrogance. "Who is that?" Lu Yuan frowned at the provocative display from across the room and inquired. "His name is Mo. He stands as one of the foremost figures among the younger generation of the Demon God Palace, second only to the Heavenly Demon. This lineage bears a significant grudge against my Gu family. Their actions are notoriously domineering, thus we need not pay them any mind." Gu Qinghuang spoke with calm composure, exuding an ethereal aura as if the weight of the world held no sway over her. Interesting, Lu Yuan mused, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He had yet to engage in combat with a practitioner of the demon clan. If the opportunity arose, it would be worthwhile to discern what set this tiger apart from the rest. As the time for the auction drew near, news began to circulate throughout the divine city. An increasing number of practitioners flocked to the auction venue, nearly filling the hall to capacity. Simultaneously, numerous representatives from various top-tier factions began to arrive. Among them were several ancient families from the southern region, including the Lu family, Gu family, and Meng family, along with esteemed sacred places such as Kanglin's Sacred Land, Dian's Sacred Land, Daoi's Sacred Land, and the Illusory Palace, all taking residence in the opulent private chambers. Upon spotting Gu Qinghuang, a group of individuals from the Gu family ascended to the 3rd floor to greet her. At the forefront was a young man, approximately 20 years of age, with striking features and an extraordinary presence. He possessed a cultivation level of the 2nd realm of the cave heaven, and though not the leader of the younger generation, he was nearly on par. He, along with a few elders from his clan, offered respectful greetings. As for Lu Yuan, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor neither overly warm nor cold. "Xinghe, esteemed elders, there is no need for excessive formalities. The auction is about to commence. Please take your seats." Gu Qinghuang gently suggested with a slight smile. "Very well," Gu Qinghe replied, turning to exit towards another luxurious chamber. Here, members of the Lu family were also present. Since the intermarriage, the relationship between the two ancient families had become quite intricate, with the younger generation frequently mingling. The sacred body from your Lu family is indeed capable of cultivation. Moreover, its prowess is not as lacking as purported. Gu Qinghe casually seated himself beside another individual, taking a sip of tea as he spoke nonchalantly. A fleeting bloom, nothing of substance. Lu Changqing shook his head, responding with serene composure. "Are you not inclined to give it a try?" Gu Qinghe cast a meaningful glance at the man beside him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Cultivating the ancient sacred body requires an immense source of power, millions of pounds, in fact. "What shall I consume?" Lu Changqing furrowed his brow, countering the jest. Quite right," Gu Qinghe realized, and chose to say no more. As another half-hour slipped by, the auction finally commenced. "Welcome, esteemed friends, to our Tianqing Merchant Association." The auction was now officially underway. The first item on the block was revealed. Yi Qingli gracefully descended onto the auction stage, clad in a flowing white gown. She appeared ethereal, her enchanting figure and captivating beauty rendering even the most vibrant flowers pale in comparison. Yet, few of the assembled cultivators dared to gaze directly upon her. They likely understood that this woman was no ordinary being, her background formidable enough to intimidate. There were few men in the world capable of matching her prowess. As the words settled, A veiled woman approached the platform, cradling a brocade box. The ginseng fruit. For beings below the true God realm. Consuming it can extend one's lifespan by 500 years. The starting bid is 100,000 pounds of source energy, with increments of no less than 5,000 pounds. Please place your bids. Yi Qingli's cool voice resonated throughout the hall, prompting an immediate uproar. Many elders in attendance displayed expressions of excitement. An elixir that could extend life by 500 years was a rarity, indeed coveted and hard to come by. It was no surprise that the Tianqing Merchant Association would present such an extraordinary item as their opening bid. As for its authenticity, no one dared to question it. Not a single mind ventured to probe the item on stage. The name Tianqing Merchant Association itself was a golden hallmark, beyond reproach in the 5 realms of the world. 105,000 pounds came a bid, followed swiftly by 110,000 pounds, 120,000 pounds. The auction hall buzzed with competing offers. However, within the Tian suite, not a sound could be heard. Clearly, this item held no allure for the younger cultivators. Ultimately, the ginseng fruit was sold for a staggering 135,000 pounds, claimed by a powerful rogue cultivator. The second item presented was the golden feather of the divine Qinghuang. This genuine feather, left behind by a powerful being of the Qinghuang clan, might harbor ancestral heritage. The starting price was 50,000 pounds. Upon its unveiling, many cultivators' eyes sparkled with interest. The Qinghuang clan was a formidable group within the demon race, known for producing exceptional talents. Should an unworthy individual acquire this feather and let the information slip, it could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, some dared to place bids. Though the atmosphere quickly shifted with the entrance of Lu Yuan from the demon god palace, effectively quelling the excitement. In the end, Lu Yuan secured the feather for 80,000 pounds. Subsequently, the third and fourth items were presented in succession. Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang engaged in conversation while attentively observing the auction hall, failing to notice any items worthy of purchase. The fifth item for bid, sealed within its origin, remained an uncertainty. Yi Qingli gestured, and a fist-sized pure origin stone materialized in her hand. This stone resembled amber, encasing within it a layer of stone skin, rendering its contents a mystery. However, it was certain that something resided within. Its value was unpredictable, with a starting bid set at 20,000 pounds of origin. Upon hearing this, the assembly of cultivators displayed signs of hesitation. Items with sealed origins were not an uncommon sight at auctions, akin to a peculiar gamble. Should a valuable treasure lie within, it would yield substantial profits. Yet, if time had eroded its essence, one would face complete loss. Nevertheless, some were still eager to risk a small investment for the chance of significant returns, promptly beginning to call out bids. Just then, a notification from the system suddenly resonated within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Chapter 56, Beep, Host Current Experience Detected, Triggering Option Rewards. Option 1, bid for this item, reward. Purple liquid. Option 2, abstain from bidding, reward. 1 healing semi-divine herb. Note, purple liquid refined from innate essence. Capable of cleansing a cultivator's primordial spirit, tempering the divine palace, and enhancing spiritual power. Please make a selection. The option rewards have been triggered. It appears that the item sealed within this source is quite extraordinary. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he immediately made his choice, declaring 35,000 pounds of source. As soon as the words left his lips, numerous eyes in the auction hall turned towards the Tianzi box. Even Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger beside him turned slightly, their expressions revealing surprise. Are you interested in the items within? Gu Qinghuang inquired with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yes, I wish to examine it closely. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Should you find yourself short on source, I can assist. Gu Qinghuang generously offered. At that moment, another voice rang out in the hall. 40,000 pounds of source. A young cultivator, obscured by a secret technique that concealed his appearance, made his bid, though his voice revealed some clues. 45,000 pounds. Lu Yuan raised the bid once more. A hush fell over the crowd. Many shook their heads, £5,000 was a significant increment. To raise it further would mean bidding £50,000, a considerable gamble indeed. The auction item was highly likely unearthed during the last ancient mine tide, as various factions cultivators scoured the Taichu ancient mine for source minerals. It was inevitable that some would abscond with private goods. Selling such treasures in their own markets and then auctioning them at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce was the most prudent choice. Given a few rounds of scrutiny, the probability of unearthing a highly valuable spiritual item was already low. Thus, there was little necessity to further increase the bid. Meanwhile, the young cultivator fell silent, refraining from making another offer. £45,000 of source once. £45,000 of source twice. £45,000 of source. Just as the deal seemed poised to finalize, an untimely voice emerged from another Tianzi box. £50,000 of source. The voice belonged to Mo1 of the Demon God Palace, who suddenly raised the bid, his gaze fixed ahead, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. £55,000 of source. Lu Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, his expression impassive as he continued to raise the bid. £60,000. £65,000. £70,000. Mo1 persisted, languidly making his offers. At this moment, it was evident to all that he had no genuine interest in the auction item. His intentions were purely to drive up the price and irritate his rivals. The individuals from the Demon God Palace were truly insufferable. Young master, do not fall for his tricks. Mu Linger, exasperated, whispered a warning. Do not worry. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he proclaimed, £80,000 of source. He directly increased the bid by £10,000, bringing the total to £80,000. The bidding for this item has surpassed its reasonable price range, making it somewhat of a regrettable investment. At this moment, many cultivators in the auction hall sensed a palpable tension in the air. 80,000 units of source. Ah, as expected of the son-in-law of the Gu family. Truly extravagant. Since you are so fond of it, then take it. A mocking smile adorned Mo1's face as he derisively taunted. Humph, that wretched fellow. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Although Lu Yuan maintained a facade of calm, his heart seethed with murderous intent. This person had unjustly caused him to spend several thousand more units of source. While it was true that the items within the source were undoubtedly worth their weight, it was difficult to swallow this bitter pill. Subsequently, when Gu Qinghuang saw that no one else was willing to bid, she began the countdown. 80,000 units of source, going once. 80,000 units of source, going twice. 80,000 units of source, going thrice. Sold. Ultimately, Lu Yuan successfully acquired the item. The auction then continued. The sixth item, also unearthed from the ancient mine tide, was a celestial treasure. It was a long-preserved, primordial divine herb. As soon as it was revealed, it was besieged by various factions. In the esteemed chambers of Dao Yi's Sacred Land, Kanglin's Sacred Land, and Dian's Sacred Land, voices clamored to bid. After several rounds of competition, it ultimately fell to Dian's Sacred Land, purchased by a young man enveloped in holy light. The seventh item was the last of this auction. The essence of the Taiyin, an object of utmost coldness, it could assist cultivators in practicing ancient scriptures of the same attribute, enlightening them to profound truths and offering myriad applications. The starting bid was set at 150,000 units of source. As Gu Qinghuang's voice echoed, it immediately sparked a considerable stir in the hall. Many cultivators fixed their gaze upon the stage, their eyes ablaze with intensity. Even Gu Qinghuang, who had been maintaining a watchful stance, narrowed her beautiful eyes, a fleeting glint of brilliance passing through. 180,000 units of source. The representatives of Dao Yi's Sacred Land were the first to call out a bid, increasing the price by 30,000 units right from the outset, clearly intending to intimidate others into retreating. 190,000 units of source. For the first time, Gu Qinghuang, who had remained silent, made her bid. The Wanchu holy maiden Gu Qinghuang is also interested in the essence of the Taiyin? Someone murmured in surprise. Is that not obvious? Wanchu Sacred Land is renowned for its profound study of chaos. The transformation of the Taiyin and the sun into chaos means that, as the Wanchu holy maiden, She must possess ancient scriptures on the Tying and the sun. An astute cultivator nearby spoke, revealing the truth. At this moment, Lu Yuan also understood. He had witnessed Gu Qinghuang utilize tying techniques against Lu Hong during the Sacred Land Grand Competition. It was likely the supreme secret techniques recorded on the Chaos Stone Tablet. Thus, the essence of the tying was indeed a necessity for her. 200,000 units of source. The Tai Chu Sacred Land also joined the bidding. 210,000. Gu Qinghuang stated coldly. 240,000. Bids continued to pour in from the major sacred lands. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghuang remained resolute, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed the exorbitant price of 250,000 pounds of essence. This sum represented nearly all her current savings. Although the cost was steep, acquiring the tying divine essence would render it worthwhile. Upon hearing the figure of 250,000 pounds, the voices within several prestigious private rooms gradually fell silent. Those present shook their heads, letting out soft sighs, feeling a sense of regret. Such an amount of essence, even for the scions of sacred land, was no trifling sum. Once relinquished, it would undoubtedly inflict significant strain. Would anyone dare to bid higher than 250,000 pounds of essence? Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes sparkled as she glanced toward the top-tier private rooms on the third floor, inquiring. An eerie silence enveloped the room, devoid of sound. 250,000 pounds of essence. Going once, Yi Qingli began to count down, adhering to the rules of the gathering. Just then, the young mistress of the demon god palace, Tian Yao, suddenly rose, her voice cold and indifferent as she declared, 260,000 pounds of essence. Chapter 57. A forceful move once again. It was a member of the demon god palace. Many cultivators present could not help but furrow their brows. It is common knowledge that Tian Yao is a direct disciple of the former master of the demon god palace. Such actions have almost explicitly brought the grievances between the demon god palace and the Gu family into the open. Over 200,000 sources. Just like that, they could be produced. Truly, a fitting successor of a top-tier power. Numerous seasoned experts lamented, watching the scene with keen interest. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuang's delicate face gradually turned frosty. She gazed silently at the Tian-class private room opposite her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally gritted her teeth and opted to withdraw. 250,000 sources had already become her final threshold. Moreover, the items sealed within the sources that Lu Yuan had previously acquired had cost her 80,000 sources. She had to reserve that portion. Should she stubbornly raise the bid and find herself unable to pay later, she would have to borrow money from her maternal family, Gu Qinghuang, which would be a tremendous embarrassment. She has always been proud and haughty, representing the reputation of the Wan Chu Holy Land when she is out and about, naturally unwilling to witness such a disgrace. 260,000 sources once. At that moment, Yi Qingli on the stage noted that no one was willing to continue bidding. According to the rules, she began the countdown, stirring the hearts of many. Tian Yao, tall and poised with hands clasped behind his back, bore a strikingly enchanting visage, a hint of mockery dancing across his features as if victory were already within his grasp. Mississippi. Beside her, Mu Linger, incensed, bit her silver teeth, hesitating to voice her thoughts. It's merely a trivial matter. The bidding has already surpassed the value of the tying divine essence. It is not worth clashing with the demon god palace. Let be. Gu Qinghuang smiled lightly, feigning indifference. Upon noticing her demeanor, Mu Linger's expression dimmed, as if she grasped the underlying meaning, and with a soft sigh, she chose not to speak further. 260,000 sources, twice. Yi Qingli's gaze swept towards the third-floor private room, continuing the countdown. Just as she was about to call for a third time, a calm voice suddenly emerged. 270,000 sources, Lu Yuan declared. Upon these words, the entire auction hall fell into an abrupt silence. Waves of shock, confusion, and astonishment surged through the crowd, all eyes turning toward Lu Yuan. Even Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce not only thrived in business, but also possessed extensive intelligence covering the 5 domains. She knew the details of the alliance between the Gu family and the Lu family. She had never anticipated that a figure like Lu Yuan, who held no power within the Lu family, would possess such audacity to bid 270,000 sources. Lu Yuan, we do not have that much. Gu Qinghuang was taken aback, her charming face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly spoke. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan interrupted her with a wave of his hand. No worries, I shall gift it to you. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, his gaze remarkably tranquil, like a deep, placid pool, unfazed by the turmoil around him. Huh? Upon hearing his words, Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger were both taken aback. Mississippi, the young master claims he wishes to bestow this upon you? Could he truly possess such an abundance of resources? Growing up in the Gu family, Mu Ling, despite her modest cultivation, had a fair understanding of the concept of resources. It was no exaggeration to say that even esteemed clan elders might struggle to present such a vast quantity, let alone a prodigious talent like Gu Qinghuang. Even if one could muster such an amount, it would require the liquidation of numerous treasures, a veritable act of financial ruin. I am unsure. A complex expression emerged on Gu Qinghuang's exquisitely beautiful face. However, once spoken, words could not be retracted, much like water spilled from a vessel. Given the circumstances, it seemed she had no choice but to place her trust in him. At that moment, the auction hall was abuzz with excitement. Not only the Tianyao, Daoi Holy Land, Dine Holy Land, and the Illusionary Palace, but also figures like Gu Qinghuang and Lu Chongqing were equally astonished. Intriguing. It was only at this moment that Tianyao cast a discerning glance at the human youth who harbored a grudge of stolen affection, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. 270,000 pounds of resources. Huh! When did the likes of this minor character become the master of the Wanchu Holy Land? Biludan, one of the 3 demon generals of the Demon God Palace, sneered openly, his derision unmistakable. Ha ha ha. It appears that the ancient waste body truly should not engage in reckless cultivation. Overindulgence has clearly clouded your intellect. It is merely an auction, yet your mind is already in disarray. 270,000 pounds of resources. Do you comprehend what that signifies? It could purchase your life 10 times over. Beside him, Mo Wen laughed heartily, his mocking tone reaching new heights of arrogance. What audacious little creatures dare to shout at me? In the next moment, Lu Yuan abruptly rose to his feet, the golden lake of his consciousness boiling with radiant light, revealing an overwhelming force of spiritual awareness. From his eyes erupted 2 streams of imperial dragon energy, merging with his divine intent to form 2 extraordinarily sharp golden blades of heavenly power that swept forth. Swoosh! A terrifying imperial dragon might surge forth, instantaneously subduing the 2 demon generals, Mo Wen and Biluan. This was a suppression stemming from the very essence of their bloodlines, piercing directly to the core of their souls, rendering them immobile as they endured a formidable mental assault. Ah! Mo Wen and Biluan exclaimed in shock, collapsing to the ground. Caught off guard, their consciousness was wounded, blood flowing from their orifices, nearly leading to their utter obliteration. In that moment, the entire assembly was moved. What? The cultivation of the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm can actually refine such formidable mental power. What was that golden dragon-shaped light just now? I sensed an unparalleled aura of attack, rivaling ancient secret arts. A multitude of cultivators wore expressions of astonishment, utterly perplexed. The imperial dragon energy. A glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of Tianyao, recognizing the technique employed by Lu Yuan. He then cast a cold glance at the 2 writhing on the ground, his voice frigid as he spoke. Are you challenging the majesty of my Demon God Palace? I am not challenging the Demon God Palace. I'm merely challenging you. Lu Yuan stood tall, his demeanor indifferent, his words imbued with formidable authority. Seeking death, the gaze of the celestial demon grew increasingly frigid, an overwhelming aura of terror threatening to erupt from within. At this moment of palpable tension, another formidable presence surged forth from the depths of the auction venue, quelling all divine fluctuations with its sheer force, rendering them non-existent. A divine realm expert, someone exclaimed, their expression filled with trepidation. Do you regard my celestial star merchant association as insignificant? Should you dare to disturb the order of this venue again, you shall bear the consequences. Yi Qingli's delicate features darkened as she spoke coldly, her warning unmistakable. Even the celestial demon dared not disregard the celestial star merchant association, knowing better than to engage in open conflict here. Shouldn't you attend to your subordinates? If the sea of consciousness collapses, one will revert to their primal state, becoming nothing more than a feral beast. Thereafter, you may find it impossible to flaunt your might, reduced instead to a mere draft animal, Lu Yuan remarked, a hint of derision tugging at the corners of his mouth. Very well. If you possess the courage, then enter the ancient mind tide. I shall await you there. The celestial demon laughed in fury, uttering those words before snatching up the ink pattern and Bai Luan and swiftly darting out of the venue. Chapter 58. Lu Yuan's masterstroke. The young master of the demon god palace, the heavenly demon, faced a setback. Departing in such a manner left everyone astonished. However, what was even more surprising was the formidable presence of the Lu family's ancient sacred body, boldly challenging the elite of the Eastern Wilderness younger generation despite merely being at the divine palace realm. It is uncertain whether this audacity stems from ignorance or a desire to tread the ancient path towards becoming a saint. Gazing back into the annals of history, each generation of sacred bodies emerged as titans, shattering the imperial road with their iron fists. Universally opposed, they ultimately traversed the silence of the world, never retreating an inch. With unwavering resolve and indomitable faith, their legacies are vividly etched in the chronicles of ancient times, stirring a fervor and nostalgia within one's heart. At that moment, a voice drew everyone's thoughts back to reality. 270,000 pounds of source. Is there a fellow Taoist willing to bid? Yi Qingli's captivating gaze swept across the audience as she continued to maintain order in the auction hall. 270,000 pounds of source once. 270,000 pounds of source twice. 270,000 pounds of source thrice. Sold. With those words, the auction officially concluded. Subsequently, the auction house's attendants began delivering the sold items to various locations within the venue, preparing for the final transactions. As the largest bidder of the event, Lu Yuan's 2 items were personally brought to him by Yi Qingli and her associates. Here are the items you bid on earlier, Taoist Lu, the sealed source, weighing 80,000 pounds, and the essence of the sun, weighing 270,000 pounds. In total, 350,000 pounds of source. Please inspect them, Yi Qingli announced with a smile, gesturing for the 2 maids carrying the ornate boxes to step forward for the guests to verify the goods. Simultaneously, numerous inscrutable gazes were directed from the luxurious private rooms and the main hall. Many were curious to know how Lu Yuan, an underdog amongst sacred bodies, could possibly possess such an immense quantity of source. Gulp. Will he not make us look too bad? Mu Linger appeared quite anxious, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuang remained composed, gracefully sipping her tea. She had faith in Lu Yuan's character, believing he would not boast without merit. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she could easily manage the situation. Even if it exceeded the budget by a mere 20,000 pounds of source, a single magical artifact could easily balance the scales, eliminating the need to borrow from others. Thank you, Miss Yi, Lu Yuan said with a slight bow after confirming the items were as described. Might I inquire if a trade is possible? Of course, Yi Qingli replied with a warm smile. Then, with a swift motion, Lu Yuan summoned several materials, emitting a peculiar metallic luster into his hands. What is this? Yi Qingli's eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted them for inspection. 1,000 illusion star sand, fire god stone, silver moon divine jade, wither dragon wood. All of these are rare divine grade refining materials. Yi Qingli, who oversees all affairs of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce in the Eastern Wilderness, possesses an astute eye capable of recognizing these refining materials at a glance. Could these suffice to match the 350,000 pounds of essence? Lu Yuan inquired. Well, according to the standard purchasing price, there remains a shortfall of around 50,000 pounds. Yi Qingli calculated carefully before responding. The rest can be settled with essence. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang gracefully approached, suggesting, "There is no need to worry. I have more." "Huh? More?" Gu Qinghuang's expression showed surprise. Lu Yuan understood her concern about the insufficiency of her essence, and without hesitation, he revealed a palm-sized piece of crystalline divine iron, which appeared in his hand. This divine iron, pure white and translucent like mutton fat jade, contained an extraordinarily rich essence of divinity, causing the eyes of those present to shine with interest. The nine heavens white jade divine iron, a saint-level refining material. Yi Qingli's demeanor slightly shifted, for this was a treasure that is valuable yet rarely available. Saints do not lack essence. Thus, materials of this caliber seldom circulate in a market. Are you intending to sell this item, fellow Taoist Lu? The value of this divine iron far exceeds that of the previous items, Yi Qingli remarked with gravity. How much could it be worth? Lu Yuan asked. Let us do this. We will offset the difference from the first two items, and my Tianqing Chamber of Commerce will provide you with an additional 500,000 pounds of essence. What do you think? Yi Qingli proposed generously after a moment of contemplation. That works. Lu Yuan nodded simply. Although such materials are rare, they are not essential for him at the moment. Thus, it is unnecessary to hoard them. Converting them into essence to aid in cultivation is the pragmatic approach. Fellow Taoist Lu is indeed straightforward. Someone bring forth the essence. Yi Qingli smiled gently, promptly instructing her subordinates to prepare 500,000 pounds of essence. In a short while, a heavy storage bag, along with the other two auction items, were handed over to Lu Yuan, thus concluding the transaction. Meanwhile, many cultivators within the venue craned their necks in anticipation. Although they could not see what Lu Yuan had exchanged, it was evident that a transaction had indeed taken place. Spending 270,000 pounds of essence for a smile from a beauty? Such a grand gesture inevitably left many astonished. After the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce departed, the private room erupted with excitement. Mu Ling'er, with admiration in her eyes, gathered around and bombarded him with questions incessantly. Gu Qinghuang also looked on with curiosity, her watery eyes blinking as she observed him for an extended period. It was merely a small opportunity, Lu Yuan chuckled, shaking his head without elaborating further. Then, he handed over the piece of Taiying divine essence, saying, "Here, this is for you." Gu Qinghuang's expression was complex. After biting her lip, she accepted it, murmuring a thank you. She had not anticipated that so little time had passed, yet their identities seemed to have reversed. It seemed as though she had become the vulnerable party in need of assistance. The rapidity of this transformation left her momentarily unable to comprehend. However, being a cultivator, she understood that some matters were best left unexamined. Thus, she chose to gloss over it and refrain from further discussion. Before long, the trio exited the auction venue and returned to the residence of the Wan Chu sacred land in the Divine City. Lu Yuan found a secluded chamber and settled in. After extracting the purple mansion liquid from his spatial system, he proceeded to meticulously slice open the source stone. With a crisp crack, the thick layer of stone skin was gradually peeled away, revealing a golden fruit, smooth and radiant, brimming with vibrant life force. The fruit of life. Indeed, it contained treasures. Lu Yuan's expression brightened. This fruit was imbued with a surging essence of life, capable of replenishing lifespan and enhancing the physical body, offering immeasurable benefits to cultivators below the divine realm. The expenditure of 80,000 pounds of source was truly worthwhile. The fruit of life to fortify the body. The purple mansion liquid to refine the consciousness, coupled with my chaos body, devoid of any cultivation bottlenecks. Perhaps I could ascend to the cave heaven realm in one fell swoop. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes, and with a sweeping gesture, he sealed the chamber entirely. Countless pounds of source surged forth, cascading in a torrent, the spiritual energy thick and intoxicating, instantly saturating the entire space. Chapter 59. The realm of caverns in the blink of an eye. Several days have passed. Within the divine city, ancient vessels, spiritual boats, and war chariots soared through the skies, making their way towards the direction of the primordial ancient mine. The tide of the ancient mine is on the verge of commencing. Thus, The major factions have mobilized their forces, converging upon their respective mining zones to prepare. As for the Wan Chu Holy Land, everything is already in order. A group of core disciples gradually boarded the ancient ships. At the bow of the vessel, two graceful figures stood poised. He has been in seclusion for 5 days now. I wonder if he'll make it in time, Mu Ling'er murmured softly. Gu Qinghuang smiled gently. It matters not if he does not arrive. He can guard the rear mining zone instead. There are not many opportunities at the periphery of the primordial ancient mine, primarily just the manual transport of source minerals. Oh, that is true, Mu Ling'er nodded lightly. Another 2 hours passed. Within the secret chamber, movement finally stirred. A tall figure, enveloped in chaotic energy, quietly opened his eyes. Brilliant divine light pierced the darkness, more dazzling than lightning. At this moment, he turned his gaze inward. Within Lu Yuan's body, a profound cavern had formed. Golden blood, energy, and pitch-black chaos alternated, shrouded in mist, rumbling ominously. It resembled a diagram of yin and yang, swirling incessantly within him. The divine energy surged, astonishing in power, extraordinarily mystical. In the next instant, Lu Yuan pushed open the stone door and stepped out of the chamber. He radiated an ethereal, transcendant, particularly striking were his pitch-black eyes, which flickered with an arresting brilliance, fierce and intimidating, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. In merely a year of cultivation, he had ascended from an ordinary mortal to the current realm of caverns. He had finally caught up with the most formidable of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation, if spoken of, would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, it was the undeniable truth. With his combat prowess, he could indeed look down upon his contemporaries, unafraid of any adversary. After experiencing the surge of his own power, Lu Yuan extended his divine sense, scanning the surroundings, and easily spotted the massive ancient ship hovering above the encampment. It appeared that the tide of the ancient mine was drawing near, and the people of the Wan Chu Holy Land were preparing to embark. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan summoned a divine rainbow and soared into the sky. Moments later, he landed on the deck of the ancient ship. Ah, the young lord has arrived, Mu Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes instantly brightening upon seeing him. Gu Qinghuang approached as well. As she drew near, she sensed an overwhelming surge of vitality and blood energy radiating from him. You have broken through to the realm of caverns? Gu Qinghuang gasped, covering her lips. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. I was fortunate. The seal within the source truly contained exceptional treasures. After refining them, I was able to open the cavern in one fell swoop. Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. Hearing his affirmation, Gu Qinghuang felt an even greater astonishment swell within her. Was this still the ancient holy body she had known? Not only was he unbound by the shackles of the heavenly path, but his momentum and cultivation had also accelerated immensely. It appears as if there are no obstacles to be encountered, which is truly astonishing. Is the ship about to set sail? Lu Yuan, diverting the topic, cast a few glances aside and noticed that nearly all the core disciples who had journeyed with him from the southern region had arrived. Indeed, it won't take long, not exceeding half an hour. We shall first reach the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine, followed by the allocation of tasks. Gu Qinghuang remarked with a gentle nod. I see, Lu Yuan acknowledged thoughtfully, yet soon furrowed his brow. He suddenly realized that several fellow disciples were observing him with peculiar gazes. Could it be related to the events at the auction? Lu Yuan pondered silently. At that moment, a young man appeared on the deck. Lu Shidi, the holy son of Wan Chu, Yin Tiandu, approached with swift strides. Yin Shixiao. Both Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang greeted the newcomer with a slight bow. Lu Shidi, I have heard about your exploits at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. However, I did not expect that you would have quite the enmity with Meng Yao, that madman. Yin Tiandu inquired, a mix of laughter and exasperation in his tone. Meng Yao? Yin Shixiang, what do you mean by that? Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she promptly questioned. Just a day ago, from the Meng family's ranks, Meng Yao and the young master of the Demon God Palace, Tian Yao, each released news stating that anyone able to provide the whereabouts of Lu Shidi during the ancient mine's tide would be rewarded with a bounty of 100,000 gene of source. Yin Tiandu spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately grasped the situation, responding nonchalantly with a smile. A reward of 100,000 gene of source for information? These two are rather generous. Speaking of which, there is indeed some animosity. Meng Yao's younger brother was likely slain by my hand. Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu were visibly taken aback upon hearing this. Meng Yao's younger brother, it seems, was named Meng Zhao, a renowned young genius in the southern region. It was unexpected that he had met his end at Lu Yuan's hands. No wonder Meng Yao has been acting like a rabid dog, biting at anyone he encounters. However, to be targeted by two of the foremost young masters, yet Lu Yuan remains composed and unperturbed. Such fortitude alone would set him apart from the vast majority of disciples from the sacred grounds. Even Yin Tiandu could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Meng Yao and Tian Yao are both arrogant and unscrupulous individuals, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals. With 100,000 gene of source on the table, many would struggle to maintain their composure. I suggest, Lu Shidi, that it might be wise to refrain from this pursuit. Yin Tiandu warned, his words laden with concern. Thank you for your kindness, Yin Shixiao. However, I must insist on going to the ancient mine. Whether it be Tian Yao or Meng Yao, whoever dares to seek me out, I shall slay them. Lu Yuan waved his hand, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, the surging intent to kill palpable, leaving others in awe. Well then, Yin Tiandu, after hearing this, changed his expression several times before choosing not to press the matter further. However, with his profound cultivation, he could naturally discern the truth. Presently, Lu Yuan's strength had significantly advanced. Even when compared to the true disciples of the major factions, he was no longer at a considerable disadvantage. Perhaps he genuinely possessed the confidence to contend with them. Subsequently, the group engaged in conversation for a while longer, after which Yin Tiandu took his leave. Before long, as the elders' commanding voices resonated, the ancient vessel slowly commenced its journey, swiftly navigating towards the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine. Chapter 60. Entering the ancient mine, the distance between the divine city and the Taichu ancient mine is not great. In just an hour, one can arrive. As one gazes upon the vast expanse of land, it appears desolate and barren, devoid of any greenery. Peering deeper reveals a thick shroud of black mist that envelopes the mountains, obscuring all visions of reality. Even the mind's perception cannot penetrate this veil, resembling accursed ground that instills a sense of dread. Soon, a group of disciples from the Wanchu sacred land, led by several elders and the esteemed Shangguan, disembarked and entered the mining area. This expanse is immense, stretching thousands of miles in every direction. Countless veins of ore lie buried beneath the surface, rich in source stones. And to this day, there are no signs of depletion. It is evident how bountiful the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine is, a coveted battleground for the great powers of the eastern wilderness. Shortly thereafter, the elders gathered the disciples preparing to enter the Taichu ancient mine to impart crucial information. This place is not solely reserved for the core disciples of the Divine Palace. Besides Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu, several other true heirs are present. Although they have failed in their quest for the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter, their potential remains formidable and should not be underestimated. Within the sacred land, they hold a status far exceeding that of ordinary disciples. During the briefing, the elders distributed a spatial treasure to each new disciple. This treasure differs from the usual storage bags. While storage bags have limited capacity, accommodating only a few 100,000 pounds of miscellaneous items, this valuable spatial treasure boasts a capacity over tenfold that of a storage bag. However, the source, or within the ancient mine, is not the pure source used by cultivators. It is covered by a thick layer of stone, and, generally, from 100 pounds of source, or only 5 pounds of pure source can be extracted after removing the waste. Moreover, the process of refinement is quite time-consuming. The tidal phenomenon of the ancient mine lasts no more than 3 days, and typically, one can only extract as much as possible during this time. Naturally, there is competition among the great powers, in the presence of source, or each relies on their own abilities. Some return laden with treasures, while others emerge empty-handed. There are even those who, due to misfortune, suffer complete loss within. After the explanation, the elders ceased their discourse and departed, leaving the disciples to await the arrival of the tidal phenomenon in the mining area in silence. Lu Yuan, will you truly not accompany me? Gu Qinghuang inquired with a hint of helplessness, her beautiful eyes reflecting concern. The celestial demon palaces Tian Yao and Meng Yao of the Meng family are both exceptional figures of the younger generation. If they were to discover their trail, it would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. Fear not, those two alone cannot pose a threat to me. The Taichu ancient mine has always been shrouded in mystery, and I intend to explore it thoroughly while I have the chance, Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. He understood that Gu Qinghuang, as the holy maiden of Wanchu, bore additional responsibilities. She would likely be tasked with guarding some of the newly discovered large source mines to afford other disciples the time to extract resources, leaving her unable to roam freely. However, with her formidable strength and resilience, she had no cause for concern about her own safety. Very well, take care of yourself. Gu Qinghuang understood his disposition and refrained from saying more. Indeed, Lu Yuan replied with a gentle nod. As time passed, after an indeterminate duration, the depths of the Taichu ancient mine began to stir. A resounding roar echoed from the pitch-black, demonic soil. The terrifying forces of the laws intertwined, and an endless resonance of Tao permeated the air. Consequently, the powerful auras lurking around the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine began to retreat in an orderly fashion into the depths of the demonic soil, akin to the ebb and flow of tides. The tide had commenced. Set forth. Remember, you must return within 3 days. An elder from the sacred land turned back and barked an order. Yes. As the command echoed, several hundred elite disciples from the Wanchu sacred land summoned their divine rainbows and surged into the dense mist. Concurrently, various factions' mining areas trembled. Thousands of cultivators poured out like a swarm of locusts, swiftly vanishing into the Taichu ancient mine. A moment later, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang, along with their companions, had already entered the outermost region of the demonic soil. A thick mist enveloped the area, shrouding everything around them, making it impossible for even divine senses to penetrate more than a mere 10 feet, rendering the environment exceedingly enigmatic. As per usual, let us each lead a group of our fellow disciples and proceed independently. Everyone, exercise utmost caution. Yin tiandu spoke in agraviton. Understood. Several true disciples of the cave heaven realm responded in unison, swiftly selecting dozens of individuals, each heading off in different directions to explore. Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan, followed by several dozen disciples, sped off towards another path. Not long into their journey, they stumbled upon a few small source mines. Gu Qinghuang promptly assigned several disciples to remain and commence mining, while the others continued forward with the group. However, Lu Yuan did not accompany Gu Qinghuang for long. After penetrating several hundred miles, he diverged from the path, choosing solitude. He wished to keep his whereabouts concealed, thereby avoiding complications for the mining team. Moreover, Lu Yuan was eager to locate the whereabouts of the members of the Demon God Palace. Should he encounter that tiger, that bird, and that heavenly demon, it would be most fortuitous. He could unleash a slaughter and sweep away the previous misfortunes. Regrettably, the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine was perpetually shrouded in fog. Without divine senses to guide him, he felt nearly blind. Finding a few individuals would be no simple task. Ah, well, there's still time. I shall search for source mines first. I cannot return empty-handed. Lu Yuan careened through the mist, searching for quite a while without catching sight of anyone. He decided to relinquish his urgency and focus on locating source mines. After all, he had not forgotten the promise made by his master, Gu Qinghuang. If he performed well during this ancient mine tide, he would have the opportunity to directly comprehend the 9 chaotic stone tablets. Once he obtained the ancient scriptures of chaos, his methods in front of others would become far more diverse, allowing him to utilize his chaotic physique without restraint. Half an hour later, on a rue terrain, Lu Yuan discovered a minuscule source mine rich in essence. He made a rough estimation that even if he were to refine it entirely, it would yield merely 10,000 pounds of source material, hardly worth the effort. In the next instant, With a swift motion, the Yuan magnetic heavy prison peak manifested in the void and came crashing down. The earth was instantaneously transformed, creating a profound pit. And the essence within the minute source mine, along with its stone skin, was reduced to mere powder. The surging vitality of heaven and earth swiftly permeated the surroundings. Without restraint, Lu Yuan summoned the primordial chaos, inhaling deeply as torrents of vital energy flowed into his mouth and nose, racing toward the sea of bitterness. He pressed on, his steps unceasing, rapidly refining with chaotic techniques while continuing his exploration. Chapter 61, Encountering M.O. When this land lay shrouded in an oppressive stillness. The earth, adorned with gray-brown rocks and pockmarked sources, was nearly ubiquitous in its desolation. It is unknown how many such tides of time this realm has endured throughout its extensive history of cultivation, nor how many beings have tread upon this soil. Lu Yuan skillfully wielded the divine rainbow, gliding through the low skies as he journeyed northwest. After traversing 200 miles, he finally sensed a stir in the atmosphere. Within the dense mist, several silhouettes flickered, occasionally accompanied by the resonant clinks of metal colliding. They were likely peeling the stone skin from the source. A spark of curiosity ignited within Lu Yuan as he stepped closer, the view gradually sharpening. At last, two factions came face to face. Before him stood several demon race cultivators, their racial traits unmistakable even in human form. One sported a pair of horns, another had skin of a deep azure, and yet another bore a robust serpent tail. It was evident that they did not possess any formidable lineage among the demon races. At that moment, the demon cultivators also recognized Lu Yuan, momentarily frozen in place, their actions of peeling the stone skin halting abruptly. The one with the serpent tail involuntarily swallowed hard, betraying his anxiety. After a brief standoff, the horned demon cultivator suddenly rose, intoning in a grave voice, "Who are you? This source mine is already under our control. I advise you to withdraw promptly and avoid seeking trouble." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a penetrating gaze upon him. It was not difficult to discern that these individuals were from the Demon God Palace, albeit with modest cultivation levels. Only at the 6th or 7th tier of the Divine Palace realm. Such lowly demons were easily extinguishable by him at will. However, the expressions of the other two demons suggested they recognized him, yet chose to remain silent, which was indeed intriguing. "I'm merely passing through. Do not be so tense. Please, continue with your work," Lu Yuan said with a faint smile, and without further ado, he took his leave. It was only after his figure vanished completely into the mist that the demon cultivators exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Brother, isn't he the holy body Lu Yuan that the young palace master and the 3 demon generals are seeking? Why didn't we take action and eliminate him?" The azure-skinned demon hastily approached, seething with aggression. Kill! Kill! You think you can simply dismiss him as a mere waste?" In the divine city, this individual nearly shattered the consciousness of both Mo1 and Bai Luan solely through his spiritual prowess. Had it not been for the timely rescue by the young palace master, both of them would have likely perished, and we are hardly his match, the horned demon replied. Still shaken. "What should we do now?" another inquired. After a moment's contemplation, the horned demon glanced at the other two and stated, "You two remain here to guard. I shall return to the base to report." "Understood." The two demons nodded earnestly, adopting a demeanor of absolute obedience. The horned demon cultivator sensed the surroundings and, with a light step, swiftly advanced into the mist. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a wisp of chaotic energy had already stealthily adhered to his body. "Alas, my dear brother, your actions are still far too cautious. Though this individual possesses some skill, he ultimately relies merely on the advantage of his spiritual perception. As long as we prepare our defenses in advance, the 3 of us can surely encircle and eliminate him. This would be a significant achievement in the eyes of the young palace master, a golden opportunity for advancement. Missing such a chance leaves me deeply unsatisfied." The green-skinned demon cultivator, while peeling away the stone skin, voiced his grievances. His words were laced with resentment, causing his strength to intensify. leading to significant cracks in the pure source within the ore. Spare us your complaints. This course of action is the most prudent. Besides, there is a reward of 100,000 pounds of source for providing information, which is hardly returning empty-handed. The serpent-tailed demon cultivator snorted coldly, reprimanding him. Just then, a sound of breaking air echoed from a distance. Who goes there? The two demons were startled and immediately sprang to their feet, issuing a sharp rebuke. In the next moment, Lu Yuan emerged from the shadows, returning from his excursion. Dark, enigmatic spiritual threads surged in his palm, as if sensing something. Off to deliver a message? Quite swift, I see. Lu Yuan regarded them with a smirk, tauntingly. You. The two were instantly taken aback. They realized their predicament had been exposed and that a fierce battle was inevitable, quickly bracing themselves for combat. Just the two of you? Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh, lightly raising his hand and snapping his fingers. With a swish, two beams of chaotic light erupted from his fingertips in an instant. The demon's pupils dilated, and they reacted swiftly, their bodies enveloped in demonic energy to shield their vital consciousness. Yet it was all in vain. The two beams of chaotic light were terrifyingly potent. All their demonic energy was obliterated effortlessly, vanishing into nothingness. In a flash, they pierced through the foreheads of the two demons. Blood of varying colors streamed from their brows, their faces etched with profound fear and indignation as they toppled backward. After easily dispatching the two members of the demon god palace, Lu Yuan conjured a spatial treasure in his hand, sweeping it with a grand gesture. All the stripped and unstripped source or on the ground flowed into it with a clamor. Having completed his task, Lu Yuan did not pause, swiftly pursuing the direction in which the horned demon cultivator had departed. Before long, the demon cultivator arrived at a stronghold. The essence of heaven and earth here was remarkably dense, and on the ground stood a small mountain radiating a brilliant glow, an unmistakable medium-sized source mine. Numerous demon cultivators from the demon god palace had gathered around, either utilizing magical artifacts or their formidable physiques to rapidly strip away the stone skin of the source mine. Positioned at the very center was a massive, imposing figure emanating a powerful demonic aura. Lord Mo1. The long-horned demon cultivator advanced swiftly, calling out loudly. What is it? Mo1 opened his eyes, emitting a sharp gleam of brilliance. I just encountered the saint body, Lu Yuan. The long-horned demon cultivator quickly replied. Where? Upon hearing this, Mo1 sprang to his feet, pressing with fierce intensity. Over there, approximately 200 miles away. The long-horned demon cultivator gestured. Excellent. At last, I have caught up with him. A mere ancient wasteland body dares to harm me. This time, there will be no escape. Mo1's expression twisted into a fierce snarl, a glimmer of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes as he prepared to dash toward that direction. However, in the next instant, a tall figure emerged slowly from a mist. He surveyed his surroundings before his gaze finally settled on Mo1, disappointment evident in his voice as he said, So it's you. Chapter 62. The Slaughter of Mo1. The complete annihilation of the army. As these words fell, all the demon cultivators present ceased their actions, turning their gazes towards the source. What? He actually followed us. Lord Mo1. The long-horned demon's expression changed drastically, stammering in response. Yet, before he could finish his words, he was abruptly pushed aside by Mo1. Ha! Foolish creature, you dare to seek your own demise. Mo1's laughter rang out, fierce and resonant, reverberating in the ears of all. As he stepped forward, he employed secret techniques to safeguard his consciousness. The demon race, in terms of mental cultivation, indeed lagged behind. However, once on guard, it became exceedingly difficult to use one's consciousness unexpectedly to vanquish an enemy. That is precisely what I wish to convey. You, a mere tiger demon, are nothing more than a triviality in my eyes, of no consequence whatsoever. Lu Yuan stood poised in the void, gazing down from a position of superiority. One of the three great demon generals of the demon god palace, he surpassed the true disciples of the 10,000 initial Holy Land by a considerable margin, possessing the cultivation of the fourth layer of the cave heaven realm. ever since he entered the cave heaven realm. His confidence had allowed him to contend with any adversary in this realm without fear. Impertinent! How dare you show disrespect to Lord Mo1? Kneel and kowtow at once, or face the consequences. To liken Mo1 to mere trifles incited the wrath of the demon cultivators of the demon god palace. They surged forward, their eyes ablaze with fury, hissing with murderous intent. Begone! Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy, and without further ado, he unleashed the five elements' great hand seal, intertwining it across the sky, with vibrant divine light swirling forth, crashing down. Boom! The colossal hand, imbued with terrifying might and incredible speed, struck downwards. Instantly, no fewer than 5 or 6 demon cultivators let out anguished screams, their bodies torn apart, heads exploding, dead beyond salvation. Among them was even a formidable demon cultivator of the cave heaven realm, who similarly could not escape this calamity. You seek death. Mo1 was taken aback. Then his expression twisted into a snarl. He had not seen Lu Yuan form any seals. The speed of his spellcasting was outrageously swift. With a thunderous roar, Mo1 surged forward, enveloped in overwhelming demonic energy, charging towards Lu Yuan. Between his 5 fingers, purple light radiated, manifesting icy and sharp claws that descended upon him. This strike was immense, as if it could pierce through the very void, possessing unparalleled lethality. Lu Yuan sneered, not flinching nor evading. The golden vitality erupted forth, resembling spiraling azure dragons that coiled around him on either side. Boom! Lu Yuan stepped forward and unleashed a punch. The mountains trembled as an overwhelming divine force shook the void, directly deforming Mo1's hand, leaving it a bloody and mangled mess. Mo1 let out a wretched cry as his robust demon form was sent flying, embedding itself into the mountainside. In their first direct confrontation, he suffered a significant setback, and this was within the realm of physical prowess, in which demon cultivators took great pride. The presence of all the cultivators from the demon god palace was utterly shaken. Comparing physical forms with me? Are you out of your mind? Lu Yuan let out a cold smile, returning the words spoken during the auction with unwavering intent. Boom! The body of Mo1 trembled, causing the mountain to collapse, turning the scattered rocks into dust. His eyes glowed crimson, resembling a beast poised to devour. Completely driven to madness. I will kill you. Mo1's expression grew increasingly ferocious. After a thunderous roar, he unleashed a secret technique of the demon race. This elevated his physical strength and physique several levels, with demonic energy surging forth like a mighty river. Whoosh! A heavy mountain-splitting blade appeared in Mo1's hand, sweeping towards Lu Yuan with overwhelming force. Boom! Boom! The two clashed in close quarters. Lu Yuan, relying solely on his pure physical strength, met the demon's treasure head-on, not yielding an inch, akin to a golden war god. Where his fists and feet passed, golden light soared, erupting in blinding brilliance, imposing and formidable. Clang! Clang! After several exchanges, the mountain-splitting blade had been battered by Lu Yuan, sustaining numerous deep gashes, its brilliance dimming. Demon god transformation. Mo1, increasingly alarmed, ceased to hesitate. He unleashed a powerful technique from the demon god palace with a thunderous roar. A colossal demon god avatar loomed into the clouds, its full form obscured. Infinite demonic power converged, dispersing much of the mist surrounding the ancient primordial mine. It then transformed into a terrifying giant hand, plummeting from the heavens to strike at Lu Yuan. A mere trick. Lu Yuan's gaze flashed, extending his right hand, the fingertips suddenly becoming as resplendent as jade, radiating divine light that enveloped everything. The great finger of heaven, a singular finger entwined with dazzling divine brilliance, swept through the air like a towering mountain, exuding terrifying might. This was the ultimate technique acquired from Meng Zhao, said to be capable of severing the very heavens when perfected. Now, in the hands of Lu Yuan, who had reached the cave heaven realm, its power was unparalleled. Boom! The enormous demon god avatar collapsed in an instant, transforming into specks of light, dissipating into the universe. What? Mo Wen cried out, fear gripping him to the core. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan's footsteps shifted, employing the walking character secret, making him appear like a specter, vanishing without a trace. By the time Mo Wen realized, a resplendent golden divine fist had already magnified rapidly in his vision. Boom! Bone shattered, blood sprayed. A bloody fist pierced through Mo Wen's chest, emerging from his back, creating a gaping wound that was horrifying to behold, even obliterating his throbbing heart into dust. Mo Wen's eyes widened in rage and fear, his mouth spewing internal fragments as he extended his hand towards Lu Yuan. But before he could lift it even a few inches, it fell weakly, lifeless, as he breathed his last. This is impossible. Montak Veen. Has Lord Mo Wen fallen in battle? At this moment, all the demon cultivators present were engulfed by dread, their souls trembling in sheer terror, as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. In the demon god palace, the esteemed General Mo Wen, whose status was second only to the young master Tian Yao, was so easily vanquished by a mere human with just a few strikes? Who would dare to believe such a tale? No need for further noise. I shall send you all on your way. Lu Yuan retracted his fist, his gaze indifferent, carelessly casting Mo Wen's lifeless body from the heights above. Without uttering another word, he plunged into the throng below, unleashing a ferocious assault. The members of the demon god palace cried out in agony, their screams echoing through the air. With their cultivation levels, they stood no chance against Lu Yuan. Wherever his golden fist struck, a human form would burst apart, blood mist scattering like confetti as they were mercilessly slaughtered in overwhelming numbers. Moments later, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. One of the strongholds of the demon god palace lay in complete ruin, its forces utterly annihilated. Chapter 63. Convergence of the Mighty. The dust settles, and the scene is bloodied. Aside from Lu Yuan, no signs of life remained at the site. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yuan summoned the storage bags of the demon cultivators. A substantial amount of essence was collected into his possession. However, having learned from past experiences, he refrained from taking any magical artifacts or other items. For any one of those treasures, it could potentially be refined by a formidable demon, leading to unforeseen complications. Having completed his tasks, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the medium-sized or vein before him. The individuals from the demon god palace had already extracted nearly 1/3 of the pure essence, leaving behind a ground littered with stone skins and powder, which served merely as a bridal garment for him. With divine energy surging within, Lu Yuan waved his hand decisively. Boom! The mountain split apart with a resounding crack, fragmented into several pieces. He activated his spatial treasure, hastily packing the shattered essence ores within. The ancient mine's tide would not last beyond 3 days, and time was of the essence. He had no leisure to slowly extract the pure essence, so he opted to take everything in one go. Soon after, Lu Yuan departed from the area, continuing on his journey. The forbidden zone was shrouded in darkness and fog. A tall figure swiftly navigated through the thick mist. It was not until he had traveled several hundred miles that Lu Yuan suddenly halted, discovering an ethereal barrier obstructing his path. The Hall of Illusions. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily. He had previously encountered individuals from this sect in the Lianyun mountain range and sensed a strikingly similar aura emanating from the barrier. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan activated the walking character secret technique, intertwining the runes beneath his feet, and stepped through the barrier. The walking character secret was an unparalleled technique from the eastern wilderness, reputed for breaking the constraints of time and disregarding any formations. This was not mere talk. It possessed genuine efficacy. Lu Yuan advanced through this territory with unimpeded progress. After traversing 5 or 6 miles, he finally discovered the location of the Hall of Illusions. However, it was evident that more than one force had established their presence here. In addition to the Hall of Illusions, there were also individuals from the Dao Yi Sacred Land, the Tianqi Lu family, and numerous members of the Demon God Palace. Such a lively scene? Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback, but proceeded boldly without fear. his gaze sweeping the surroundings with unabashed audacity. Among these factions, he recognized several familiar faces. Notably, there was the young expert from the Hall of Illusions, Xiahou Qing, who had previously shared the experience of receiving the saint's inheritance in the shattered small realm. He was the only other individual, apart from Lu Yuan, who had successfully obtained the inheritance and emerged alive. It appeared that Xiahou Qing had received significant fortune, as his cultivation had soared, breaking through to the cave heaven realm. Additionally, Lu Yuan from the Demon God Palace was also present, standing alongside a demoness of considerable standing, likely one of the 3 great demon generals of the palace. As for the Lu family, among the 7 or 8 individuals present, Lu Yuan recognized only one. This person had previously made an appearance during his wedding banquet with Gu Qinghuang, welcoming several young guests from various factions on behalf of the Lu family. Suddenly, it was revealed that one of the Lu family's elite, Lu Changqing, had arrived. Someone has entered. Meanwhile, the gathering of young, formidable warriors detected the unexpected guest. Lu Yuan. Who is this individual? He appears to possess considerable skill, having discerned the restrictive formation I had laid. A striking young man from the illusory Oblivion Palace. Somewhat surprised, cast a few deep glances. Senior Brother Qin. He is the sacred body Lu Yuan, exclaimed Xiahou Qing, standing behind him, his expression shifting slightly to reveal a hint of gravity as he stepped forward to caution. Clearly, previously in the Lianyan mountain range, Lu Yuan had, right before his eyes, severed the talented youth Meng Zhao from the Meng family, and subsequently retreated unscathed under the watchful eyes of experts from 2 major factions. Leaving him with a significant psychological shadow, he regarded Lu Yuan as a terrifying figure, bracing himself for confrontation. Oh, he is the one capable of cultivating the ancient sacred body. The flow of vital energy creates a heavenly realm, and he has indeed reached this level, Qin Hanfeng murmured, his eyes glinting with brilliance. It is Lu Yuan. He has actually found his way here. Several young elites from the Lu family grew somewhat unsettled, their thoughts unclear. Yet, Lu Changqing remained tranquil and composed, merely casting a glance before averting his gaze. So, it is you, you wretched creature. The young mistress has been searching for you, and unexpectedly, you have come to us. Truly, you do not tread the path to heaven, yet you barge into hell. Lu Yuan's expression first registered astonishment, quickly morphing into a chilling, murderous intent. He shifted his body, his towering frame exuding an overwhelming malevolence, striking fear into all. Is this the sacred body that the young mistress seeks? He does not appear impressive at all. You, NMO, one are truly regressing, bringing disgrace to my demon god palace. The female demon, with a flick of her crimson tongue, let out a cold laugh, and a surge of demonic energy swirled in her palm, preparing for action as well. At that moment, a sharp divine light suddenly swept in from a distance. Whoosh! Both Lu Yuan and the female demon retreated a step, evading this offensive. Lu Changqing, are you going to intervene on his behalf? The 2 spoke coldly, their expressions darkening. After all, he is a member of my Lu family. I naturally will not stand idly by. Your grievances are merely a verbal dispute at the Divine City auction. Thus, I shall have him apologize to your demon god palace, and we can consider this matter settled. As for the celestial demon side, I will handle it. Lu Changqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a tone that brooked no opposition. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lu Yuan and the female demon turned somewhat grim. This Lu Changqing is no ordinary individual. In the southern region, few can overshadow his brilliance. A year ago, he had clashed with the young mistress, the celestial demon, in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights, ultimately losing by a mere move. His strength is extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what they currently could contend with. If he were truly to protect the sacred body Lu Yuan, they would indeed have no recourse. Lu Yuan and the female exchanged glances, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and determination as they contemplated their next move. Meanwhile, Lu Changqing directed his gaze towards Lu Yuan, transmitting a message with a commanding tone. The current situation of the family is dire, and resources are scarce. Now that you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you must understand the importance of discretion Do not provide our family with formidable adversaries. Apologize, and I shall handle the subsequent matters." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. He had been observing from the sidelines, waiting for the two to approach, intending to accompany them and the ink-patterned figure to their reunion. Who would have thought that an unexpected troublemaker would emerge? Lu Changqing, a distinguished member of the Lu family, had always maintained a distance from him, holding himself in high regard and looking down upon most. His sudden intervention seemed motivated by a fear of reprimand from the family elders for failing to act in the face of danger. Yet, this support was hardly substantial, neither firm nor soft. Such indecisiveness was truly a sign of ineptitude. Perhaps he should focus on his own affairs instead. What does he know of discretion? Where are these formidable opponents? Merely a few insignificant insects, which I can easily eradicate with a flick of my hand. Lu Yuan, uninterested in further communication, coldly shouted without sparing Lu Changqing any dignity. In the next moment, he stomped the ground with force, causing fissures to spread and the earth to collapse beneath him. Transforming into a streak of golden lightning, he charged directly towards the forces of the... Chapter 64. Rampant Slaughter. What? He dares to take the initiative? At that moment, all the formidable beings present were taken aback, except for the two demon generals from the Demon God Palace, who were visibly elated and shouted, "Did you see that? He is courting death, so he cannot be blamed. Let's slay him." Bai Luan and the female demon general exchanged cold smiles, rapidly mobilizing their energies to confront Lu Yuan head-on. Both of them possessed the cultivation of the fourth heaven of the cave realm and were among the elite of their generation. Few could rival them, aside from the most distinguished figures of various factions and the holy sons and daughters. Their combined assault was indeed formidable. Boom! In an instant, the three were embroiled in battle. The demon race is renowned for its physical prowess, instilling a natural confidence in its members. Even the legendary human physique, known for its ferocity in close combat, would dare to compete. However, it didn't take long for Bai Luan and the female demon general to sense something amiss. Lu Yuan's vitality and blood power were overwhelmingly terrifying. Like a volcanic eruption, his fists could shake mountains and part seas. His golden handprints soared through the air, causing their bodies to tremble violently, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Bang! Another golden handprint struck forth, radiating blinding light and obliterating everything in its path. It shattered one of Bai Luan's precious artifacts, turning it to ruins and forcing him to cough blood as he was sent hurtling backward. Screech! Bai Luan, both astonished and infuriated, unleashed his full strength with a fierce cry, transforming into his true form. His massive wings obscured the sky, shimmering with a golden hue. Sharp and awe-inspiring. This was the Qinghuang bird, a powerful lineage within the demon race. Upon achieving divinity, its feathers became akin to divine swords, indestructible and exceedingly sharp. Kill! With an enraged roar, Bai Luan surged downward, radiating brilliance. "You feathered mongrel!" Lu Yuan scoffed dismissively. The sea of suffering quaked, as he unleashed his might without employing any esoteric techniques or secret arts, closing the distance with a single stride and delivering a crushing blow. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated, reverberating through the void. Even in his transformed state, Bai Luan's enhanced strength proved insufficient to contend with Lu Yuan in the realm of physical combat. That single punch shattered several of his wing bones, sending him plummeting into a precarious situation. At that moment, the assault from the other side also surged forth. The sky was a pristine blue, lush greenery swirling like 1,000 waves crashing upon a shore, rushing toward Lu Yuan. Oof! Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance, emitting a cold snort. In an instant, chaotic energy surged through the void, and a green lotus emerged beside him, its 3 leaves trembling. Boom! The overwhelming green radiance, like ripples on water, collapsed and shattered, rebounding fiercely. The manifestation of the holy body, a chaotic seed green lotus. The female demon general was taken aback, unable to evade, and found herself immobilized in the void. Though her assault had faltered, it provided Bai Luan with an opportunity to escape. He flapped his wings vigorously, attempting to distance himself from Lu Yuan forcibly. Trying to flee? Lu Yuan turned around, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. His massive hand, like a grinding wheel, reached forward and forcefully pulled. With a ripping sound, the entire wing of the Qinghuang, flesh and bone alike, was torn away by Lu Yuan, a cascade of blood falling from the heights, resembling a mournful rain of crimson. Ah! Bai Luan screamed in terror, sensing the dreadful threat of death. The only remaining wing immediately shone with brilliance and swung down. The demonic power surged fiercely. Imbued with a peculiar divine law, Lu Yuan's expression remained cold, unflinching as he advanced, his hand radiating with five-color divine light, conjuring gusts of wind and thunder that shook the very heavens. Boom! His merciless hand swept aside everything, rendering all attacks futile. With a devastating force, he directly pressed down upon Bai Luan's head. Bai Luan was gripped by extreme fear, struggling desperately. Yet, there was no response. Lu Yuan clenched his fingers tightly. In an instant, Bai Luan's head exploded, red and white matter splattering, blood spraying forth. Bilun! The female demon general shrieked at this scene, utterly shaken. The other powerful figures present also turned pale. A first-level cave heaven expert easily defeated a fourth-level cave heaven expert, as if chopping vegetables, exchanging merely 3 to 5 blows before Bai Luan was slain beneath his hand. Such formidable combat prowess exceeded everyone's expectations. The golden feather divine wing is nothing extraordinary, still merely a lowly creature. Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he glanced at the golden feather piercing his right palm, suddenly yanking it out and discarding it like refuse. This was the very feather Bai Luan had purchased for 80,000 pounds of essence at the auction, left behind by a powerful Qinghuang clan expert beyond the divine connection realm. Otherwise, it would have been a fool's dream for Bai Luan to injure his flesh. In the next moment, Lu Yuan stomped his foot and charged towards the female demon general. Startled, she spat 3 mouthfuls of vital blood, manifesting her true form and breaking free from the constraints of the Qinglian phenomenon. It was a massive serpent demon, entirely black with vibrant patterns. The enormous serpent head shook violently, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of black mist, a terrifying poison that threatened to collapse the void and hinder Lu Yuan's advance. Foolish, Lu Yuan scoffed, stepping into the toxic mist, advancing swiftly. With his ancient holy body, he was impervious to illusions, untouched by a myriad of evils. Mere serpent venom was child's play before him. Lu Yuan moved with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant, and struck with his fist. Boom! The massive serpent head exploded on the spot. The last remaining demon general of the Demon God Palace also met a tragic end. In that moment, the members of the Demon God Palace below were thrown into a state of utter chaos, scrambling to flee. 2 demon generals had been effortlessly slain by this individual. Who could withstand him? Yet before they could escape even a few paces, a towering black mountain flashed with dark radiance, freezing all the members of the Demon God Palace in place before crashing down. The terrifying force struck the ground with a resounding thud, causing the earth to tremble beneath the weight. Various hues of blood gushed forth from beneath the Yujing Peak in UNC Town, converging into a stream, painting a scene of unparalleled carnage. Thus, another contingent from the Temple of the Demon Gods met with utter annihilation. After concluding his grim task, Lu Yuan turned back, nonchalantly approaching a deep pit. He lifted his gaze to the assembled crowd and spoke with an air of indifference, regardless of your previous allocations. I shall take half of the primordial destiny stones here. Does anyone object? Chapter 65. Deterrence. The arrogant words reverberated like thunder in the ears of the assembly. What? He demands half? Such audacity! The young powerhouses of the illusionary demon's palace and the Tao, sacred ground, erupted in outrage, their displeasure evident. The members of the Lu family, particularly Lu Chongqing, wore expressions of extreme displeasure. His earlier actions were intended to mediate the discord between the illusionary demon's palace and Lu Yuan, yet within a mere year, the latter had ascended to such heights. Not only did he defy him, but he also eliminated the members of the illusionary demon's palace. 2 great demon generals perished on the spot. A deep-seated enmity had now been forged. Given the nature of the celestial demon, it was certain that retribution would not be far behind. And now, he intended to seize half of the Taichu life stones as well. This was a direct affront to him. Indeed, having slain two great demon generals showcased considerable strength. Yet to demand half of the Taichu life stones right off the bat seemed excessively arrogant. Did he regard them as insignificant? A voice laced with mockery emerged from the crowd of Dao, East Sacred Ground. If you have something to say, step forth. Hiding like a coward, are you? Lu Yuan's divine awareness was remarkably potent. Even under the constraints of the ancient Taichu mind's environment, he still surpassed practitioners of the same realm. With a mere glance, he pinpointed the source of the derisive voice. Suddenly, a golden heavenly blade, forged from his formidable spiritual will, erupted from his eyes, infused with an overwhelming imperial aura. Sweeping forth, bang! A young man from the Dao, East Sacred Ground, let out a harrowing scream, his face paling instantly as blood trickled from his brow. You dare to show such ferocity? He cried in terror, but as he began to utter more, he was met with a chilling gaze that made him swallow his words back down. Ah, the ancient sacred body that can cultivate. How imposing, just having entered the cave heaven realm, yet so arrogant. If you were to become a deity, what chaos would ensue? Anyone who dares to harm a member of the Dao, East Sacred Ground, shall meet a grim fate. At this moment, a young powerhouse from the Dao, East Sacred Ground stepped forward, confronting Lu Yuan. Appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, he exuded a terrifying aura. He was evidently a formidable figure at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm. Are you the sacred son of Dao Yi? Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. The second true inheritance, Gu Qinghuang. The newcomer introduced himself, his tone laced with haughtiness. Never heard of you. Lu Yuan showed no deference, his golden blood energy swirling around him as he raised his hand and unleashed a blazing fist of light. Boom! Zhuo Chongfeng's expression shifted as brilliant light erupted from his fingertips, forming a radiant barrier to shield his chest. After a brief standoff, he ultimately could not withstand the force. The might of the punch was overwhelming, shattering all in its path, with divine energy surging like an ocean. The shimmering veil fractured inch by inch. Zhuo Chongfeng retreated several paces, his expression dark and filled with murderous intent, never having encountered such audacity. I shall inquire once more. Who dares to voice dissent? Step forward and speak. I welcome the challenge. Lu Yuan's icy gaze swept across the surroundings, his voice resonant and commanding. He had ascended to the realm of Dongtian, possessing two formidable physiques, meticulously cultivating imperial scriptures and mastering two of the supreme 9 secrets. His confidence was truly invincible, allowing him to look down upon his contemporaries with disdain. This sacred body is utterly insufferable. The members of the illusory palace harbored a seething resentment, yet they only dared to mutter in their hearts, fearful of meeting the same fate as the individual who had just spoken. The feats of defeating two formidable generals from the Demon God Palace were undeniable. The legend of the ancient sacred body, being invincible within its realm, was not mere rhetoric. It was backed by terrifying battle prowess that could only be rivaled by extraordinary talents. Meanwhile, numerous gazes converged upon the figure at the forefront, their inquiries unmistakable. Xiao Qing, do you believe he possesses the audacity to annihilate us all? The leader of the illusory palace, referred to as Brother Qin, appeared conflicted. Momentarily daunted by Lu Yuan's overwhelming aura, caught in a dilemma, he discreetly transmitted his thoughts to a nearby companion. Xiao Qing fell silent for a moment, recalling the events that transpired within the Lianyun mountain range, and solemnly replied, "He truly dares." Upon hearing this, Brother Qin's thoughts became even more hesitant, enveloped in silence. Lu Chongqing, as a member of the Lu family, you seem to regard our ranks with utter disdain. Shouldn't you say something in light of this situation? Zhuo Chongfeng's expression darkened, having suffered a considerable setback in their first encounter, naturally unable to swallow his anger. He directed his gaze towards the Lu family contingent and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Among kin, there is no need to resort to conflict over a few pieces of primordial fate stones. If you all concur, then it matters not to me. You need not incite discord. Lu Changqing's composure returned. Maintaining an air of serene indifference, he spoke calmly. At these words, the young elites of the Lu family behind him were taken aback. Though confused, none dared to refute him. After all, Lu Changqing was of notable lineage and possessed considerable weight in the family hierarchy. Seeing his intent laid bare, Zhuo Changfeng's expression darkened further. The illusory palace found itself in a precarious position, unable to muster even a whimper of protest. Lu Changqing showed no inclination to take action. Alone, Zhuo Changfeng feared he could not prevail. Even if victory was within reach, he would likely emerge severely injured. At that point, should the two families vie for dominance, he would truly be left with nothing but bitter regrets. Contemplating this, Zhuo Changfeng's eyes flickered with unease, ultimately forcing himself to swallow his indignation, choosing silence. Inwardly, Lu Yuan scoffed, regarding the situation with contempt. The three major factions had been stalemated for so long here. Yet they had not yet divided the primordial fate stones from the pit, which spoke volumes of the circumstances at hand. All were timid and hesitant individuals, unworthy of concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan extended a gilded hand, plunging it into the pit. 16 primordial fate stones were swiftly whisked away, with 8 of them falling into his grasp. Then, with a resounding bang, the Yuan magnetic prison peak vanished, returning to the palm of his hand. He seized the storage bags of the 2 formidable demon generals and, amidst the gazes of the crowd, departed with an air of triumph. Chapter 66. Encountering fellow disciples. The Taichu Fate Stone is a unique product from the ancient mines of Taichu, unattainable elsewhere. It is said to be imbued with the primordial essence of Taichu, capable of resisting the ravages of time, and offers indescribable benefits to beings beyond the divine realm, rendering it exceedingly precious. By a stroke of fortune, I stumbled upon 8 pieces of this remarkable stone, and moreover, I vanquished all 3 formidable demon generals of the Demon God Palace, a serendipitous delight indeed. Subsequently, Lu Yuan chose not to linger in this place any longer. With a gust of wind at his feet, he ventured deeper into the ancient mine of Taichu. Days passed in a blur. Lu Yuan traversed countless miles, pausing intermittently. Along the way, he occasionally encountered individuals from other factions, such as the Kanglan Holy Land, the Taichu Holy Land, and disciples from various esteemed sections. However, their cultivations were generally not high, predominantly at the Divine Palace realm, occupying only small-scale source mines that could yield a mere tens of thousands of pounds of source energy. Lu Yuan dismissed them, passing by without engaging in any conflict. At present, a thunderous roar echoed. The Yuan magnetic town prison peak illuminated the skies as it plummeted, crushing a small source mine beneath it in a fine powder. The rich essence of heaven and earth immediately permeated the air. Lu Yuan, employing the chaotic method, opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing it into the sea of bitterness for rapid refinement. While ordinary cultivators would meditate and slowly absorb source energy, Lu Yuan's approach was refreshingly direct and domineering, effortlessly refining the essence as he walked by, enhancing his power with unparalleled efficiency. Were it not for the limited duration of the ancient mine's tidal surge, this place would undoubtedly be an unparalleled sanctuary for Lu Yuan's cultivation. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to depart, a commotion arose ahead. A man and a woman burst forth from the dense fog, engaged in a fierce battle, their divine lights shimmering. A myriad of profound techniques emerged, each possessing immense destructive power and formidable prowess. However, the woman embroiled in the conflict bore a long dress stained with blood, several tears exposing her fair skin, clearly at a disadvantage. Is this the extent of the true disciples from the Yuan Holy Land? They cannot even master the yin-yang sun and moon technique? Truly disappointing. The man in the dark robe, his expression cold, spoke with disdain. Fanatic, prepare to meet your end. The woman shouted with a piercing clarity, brandishing her 3-foot-long azure blade, unleashing a torrent of blinding swordlight. Merely a trivial skill. Great celestial finger. The dark-robed man leapt into the air, his fingers glimmering like jade, surrounded by boundless divine radiance, as he pressed down with a single finger. Boom! A terrifying energy storm surged forth, engulfing all in its path. The myriad sword lights dimmed in an instant, then shattered explosively, dissipating into myriad points of divine brilliance. Simultaneously, the overwhelming shockwave sent the long-dressed woman flying backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her delicate face was grave as she glared ahead, a hint of trepidation flickering in her eyes. The Meng family's secret technique, the Great Celestial Finger, was rumored to have been created by a great sage. Who would have thought it possessed such formidable power, truly deserving of its reputation? And just then, the two individuals soon discerned the presence of another in this place, promptly directing their gazes toward him. "It is you," the woman in the long dress exclaimed, instantly recognizing Lu Yuan. The other man in a mysterious robe also narrowed his eyes, and a hint of amusement appeared on his otherwise indifferent countenance. "Ha ha, I didn't expect an unexpected gain. You, a mere waste, are quite adept at hiding, aren't you?" Lu Yuan cast a blank glance at him. Although he did not recognize this individual, he understood that he was from the Meng family. The earlier display of the Great Finger of Heaven revealed everything. As for the woman in the long dress, she was someone familiar to him, none other than Lu Hong, one of the disciples who once vied with Gu Qinghuang for the title of saintess. "Do you require assistance?" Lu Yuan inquired, raising an eyebrow at Lu Hong. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's delicate face brightened instantly. She had heard of the deeds of the Heavenly Star Merchant Association in the Divine City and knew that the saint body had significantly improved, suggesting a measure of strength. "Thank you, junior brother Lu, for your gallant assistance. You need only to hold him off for half a stick of incense." Lu Hong's expression turned serious as she communicated quietly. After listening, Lu Yuan nodded lightly without further comment, his figure flickering as he appeared directly opposite the man in the robe. Meanwhile, Lu Hong seized the opportunity to produce a precious elixir, swiftly consuming it to restore her own injuries. Assistance from you? With your mere first level of the cave heaven realm, you dare to oppose me. However, this is preferable. It saves me from scurrying about like a rat. Meng Yao mentioned that your head is worth 300,000 pounds of source energy, and I shall graciously accept it. The man in the robe scoffed dismissively. "Have you finished your parting words?" Lu Yuan crossed his arms, observing him with an indifferent gaze, akin to watching a corpse, seeking death. The man in the robe seethed with rage, his body trembling as he lunged forward like lightning. As he moved, shadows multiplied, and thunderous light intertwined, as if traversing through the void, his speed astonishing. It was evidently a remarkable form of movement technique. Yet, before he had even covered half the distance, Lu Yuan activated the secret of motion in an instant, the intricate patterns beneath his feet intertwining as he advanced with a single step, appearing right before him. The speed was simply unfathomable, as if transcending time and distance, leaving no room for reaction. "What?" The man in the robe gasped in shock, about to cast a spell when a fist, enveloped in resplendent holy light, loomed ever larger in his sight. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, akin to a towering mountain colliding head-on. It sent the man in the robe plummeting from the sky into the ground, creating a massive pit. What kind of speed is this? The man in the robe coughed blood, disbelief and terror etched across his face. Gathering his momentum, he shook off the debris piled upon him and surged forth from the depths of the earth. Without a moment's pause, he summoned his artifact, infusing it with divine power, unleashing an endless wave of lethal intent aimed directly at Lu Yuan. Boom! Boom! Lu Yuan's figure danced fluidly, his movements ethereal and dreamlike, imbued with an undeniable aura of mystery as he navigated through the chaos of combat with remarkable ease. Ultimately, he descended like a phantom, launching himself into the fray with lethal intent. The man clad in dark robes had already anticipated this, suddenly bellowing a warning. However, before he could utter the fourth word, a hand as large as a grinding will shot forth like lightning. It seized the fingers of the robed man, twisting them with force. A resounding crack echoed through the air. A cry of anguish escaped the robed man's lips as the bones of his left hand were crushed into powder, mingling with his blood. This technique is more familiar to me. You are merely showing off in front of the master. Lu Yuan sneered disdainfully, unwilling to prolong their confrontation. A strand of enigmatic, chaotic energy seeped from his left hand, silently penetrating the robed man's body, ruthlessly extinguishing all his vitality. With a thud, the robed man fell lifelessly to the ground, devoid of breath. This skirmish, from beginning to end, had scarcely exceeded 3 breaths of time. What? How is this possible? Lu Hong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. He was supposed to last at least half a stick of incense. In less than 3 breaths, he was killed. Keep in mind, the medicinal effect of the pill I just consumed has yet to fully activate. Chapter 67. The Chaotic Battlefield. Arrival of Lu Yuan on the scene before Lu Hong was nothing short of surreal, reminiscent of the Sacred Land competition several months prior. At that time, Lu Yuan was merely an obscure disciple of the spirit cultivation realm, yet how brief a span had passed for him to surpass her in combat prowess. His alarming rate of cultivation was truly extraordinary, and it would be challenging to find anyone across the 5 domains who could rival such remarkable progress. On another front, having swiftly dealt with the man in the black robe, Lu Yuan turned to inquire, "He belongs to the Meng family, does he not? Why was he pursuing you?" Upon hearing his words, Lu Hong regained her composure and hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden and the Holy Sun discovered a vast source mine deep within the ancient quarry. It contains divine source crystals valued at over 1,000,000 pounds of source. However, the news leaked, and now not only the Meng family, but also those from the Demon God Palace and several other sacred lands are vying for it, creating utter chaos. This man relentlessly pursued me, forcing me to flee this far. A large source mine rich in divine source." Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Divine source is the purest essence of heaven and earth. Beyond aiding cultivation, it can also seal powerful life forms, preventing the loss of vitality, making it exceedingly precious. 1 pound of divine source is equivalent to 50,000 pounds of pure source, highlighting the mine's allure, which has drawn numerous young powerhouses to contend for it. "How are your injuries? Can you lead the way?" Lu Yuan asked urgently, as this matter directly pertained to Gu Qinghuang's safety. "I am fine. I can recover while we move," Lu Hong affirmed, her gaze resolute. "Very well." With that, the 2 figures soared into the air, racing toward the depths of the Taichu ancient mine. Majestic mountains rose in clusters, with the central peak shining brilliantly, radiating a dazzling light, resembling a crescent moon. Such terrain was rare around the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine and utterly peculiar. At present, the surrounding void was segmented into dozens of battlefields, where the sounds of slaughter reverberated through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, nearly collapsing under the weight of the chaos. Endless secret techniques manifested in succession, intertwining divine light and magical artifacts, creating tumultuous waves of energy everywhere. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The holy sun of Tao irradiated resplendent holy light, his brilliance enveloping him like a divine sovereign descending upon the mortal realm. He reached out to the heavens, casting a shadow over half the sky, culminating in the formation of a mysterious diagram that descended to suppress all directions. On the other side, Meng Yao of the Meng family approached with a cold smile, his fingers crackling with thunder, weaving into an expansive sea of lightning that bore immensely destructive power, crashing down upon the battlefield. Both of these individuals were among the most formidable of the younger generation. Their initial strikes were terrifyingly powerful beyond imagination. Despite the onslaught from the 2, Yin Tiandu remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed, with his left hand embodying the moon and his right hand transforming into the sun. The interplay of black and white energies surged forth, suddenly unleashing boundless lethality that engulfed everything. A deafening roar echoed as ripples of energy expanded like water waves, rendering the surroundings indistinct. The holy son of Tao Yi, Meng Yao, staggered back a few steps, revealing a spectrum of emotions. The lunar solar technique of the Wan Chu sacred land was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. It was almost certain that these were two scrolls of ancient scriptures of unparalleled strength. The expression on Dao Yi's holy sun grew grave, as if facing a dire adversary. It's merely a matter of technique. Meng Yao scoffed, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed ahead, declaring, "In Tiandu, in the Wan Chu sacred land, you might be considered a noteworthy figure. However, to think you alone could claim an entire mountain of, or is rather presumptuous, don't you think? Whether you succeed or fail, we shall see through battle. If you possess the capability, come and seize it." In Tiandu, expressionless, coldly replied, "Humph, you seek your own demise." With that, Meng Yao snorted and charged forward once more. The holy son of Dao Yi likewise unleashed his power, summoning an astonishingly potent spiritual treasure to strike back. With over 1,000,000 pounds of source or laid before them, none could resist the temptation. Bringing it back to their sect would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, replete with boundless rewards. Meanwhile, on another front, the holy daughter of Dao Yi, the holy son of Tai Chu, the celestial demon, along with the 10 young masters of the illusory palace, including Gu Qinghuang, were embroiled in a fierce battle, locked in a tumultuous clash. This was a grand melee. Aside from their own faction, everyone else was an enemy. It remained to be seen who would endure until the end. The battlefields surrounding them were filled with formidable opponents as well. Those closest to the mine were, at the very least, disciples of the highest caliber from various esteemed factions. All were cultivators of the cave heaven realm, their immense powers surging forth. With countless divine lights illuminating the ancient mine's periphery, dispersing the haze, and transforming night into day. Boom! The holy daughter of Dao Yi, her face veiled in white silk, possessed a graceful figure. With a delicate wave of her hand, torrents of holy light surged, sweeping across the heavens and the earth in indiscriminate assault. The holy son of Tai Chu, his cheekbones aglow, unleashed numerous profound patterns to form a terrifying killing formation. With a symphony of swords ringing out, their deadly energy soaring into the sky. The two top-tier powerhouses of the illusory palace likewise activated their sect's ultimate techniques, transforming into myriad forms, weaving illusions that blurred the line between reality and deception. The celestial demon, with a chilling demeanor, exhibited a towering physique infused with a purple aura, exuding an overwhelming demonic presence. With a single punch, the ground trembled and every attack faltered, showcasing the terrifying physical prowess of the celestial demon. Gu Qinghuang, with her back against the mine, faced a greater onslaught of attacks. However, she managed to navigate through them with remarkable ease. Her serene countenance and the radiant glimmers in her beautiful eyes revealed her composure. With a swift clap of her jade hand, torrents of lunar energy surged forth, resembling an unbroken river flowing through time, emanating an astonishing chill. Ever since she acquired the essence of the moon, gifted by Lu Yuan, her mastery over the lunar path had deepened significantly, having cultivated the ancient scripture to an extraordinary level. Even among the top figures of the younger generation, none dared to be careless, all filled with trepidation. After all, under the auspices of the innate Taoist constitution, any form of Tao is not to be taken lightly. It possesses the formidable ability to transform decay into the miraculous, harmonizing with the void of the Tao, establishing an undefeated stance that is exceedingly challenging to contend with. At this juncture, as the conflict around the mine reaches a stalemate, the figures of Lu Yuan and Lu Hong also emerge in the vicinity. The intensity of the energy fluctuations ahead is alarmingly apparent. In this moment, there is no longer a need for Lu Hong to lead the way. I shall proceed first. With these words, Lu Yuan activates the Xingzi secret, propelling himself forward in a dazzling golden light, rushing ahead with remarkable speed. Lu Hong has witnessed such terrifying velocity before, and thus is no longer as astonished. However, for onlookers, the experience is markedly different. It seems something is approaching. A startled cry emerges from the battlefield. Suddenly, a streak of golden light sweeps through, entering the fray with blinding speed. Like a rampaging true dragon, it barrels through, sending the young elites of various factions scattering. Some are propelled into the sky, while others are struck into the ground. Even the resilient and formidable magical artifacts are shattered under the force. With sheer ferocity, a path to the heavens is carved through the chaotic battlefield, leaving countless spectators awestruck and moved. Chapter 68. Let him come. Who is this person? What speed is this? Numerous young experts, disoriented from the collision, struggled to rise, their gazes vacant, faces unable to conceal their astonishment. I recognize him. He is the holy body, Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a cry erupted from an unknown source, completely unveiling the identity of the newcomer. At this proclamation, even the central battlefield fell into a hushed silence. Gu Qinghuang waved her hand to sever the oncoming assault, glancing back to reveal a look of delight upon her delicate visage. At that moment, the dazzling golden light had arrived before her. Are you unharmed? Lu Yuan scrutinized her with a gentle expression, his tone softening. Iem me fine. Gu Qinghuang replied with a smile. Quite intriguing. You, a worthless body, dare to show yourself before me. But that is well. It spares me the trouble of sending others to find you. This place shall be your tomb. The towering figure of the celestial demon stepped forward, his gaze penetrating, exuding a sinister power that sent chills down the spine. Send someone to find me? Huh. You likely have no one left to send, Lu Yuan retorted coldly. The so-called 3 demon generals of the Demon God Palace have already met their demise. Do not rush. Your turn is next. What did you say? The celestial demon was taken aback, an ominous premonition blooming within him. Logically, Mo1 and Bai Luan should have received word and come to provide assistance. Yet, having fought alone for so long, he had seen no one. Could it be as he claims? Realizing this possibility, the celestial demon's eyes turned icy, his murderous intent unparalleled. Even a nearby Dao East Saintess, Taichu Saint's son, and the 2 top experts of the illusionary extinction palace exchanged solemn glances. The 3 demon generals were all slain? Is that true? If so, the Demon God Palace has suffered an immense loss this time. Just as the crowd grappled with this uncertainty, a sudden roar pierced the air. Lu Yuan, you killed my brother. Prepare to pay with your life. Meng Yao's eyes blazed crimson as he saw his nemesis, descending into a frenzied state, charging from the other side like a madman. However, Yin Tiandu was already aware of their enmity. The moment he saw Lu Yuan arrive, he was prepared. Meng Yao, your opponent is me, Yin Tiandu declared, his brow glowing. With his left hand embodying the yin and his right the yang, he interwove a terrifying chaos energy, slamming his palm down to obstruct Meng Yao's advance. Get lost. Meng Yao's gaze was fierce, an overwhelming divine power, surging from within him as he unleashed a devastating finger strike. Boom! The void trembled violently. The great severing finger, reputed to be able to sever even the heavens, failed to break through the chaotic river unleashed by Yin Tiandu, preventing him from advancing even a step. Yin and Yang transformed into chaos. Yin Tiandu had mastered the half-scroll of the ancient chaos scripture from the Wanshu Holy Land. A multitude of elite youths were struck with trepidation. The chaos law, regarded as the origin of all things and the culmination of myriad doctrines, is notoriously difficult to master. Even the esteemed sacred land of Wanshu has only managed to grasp half a volume of ancient scriptures since its inception, with very few individuals successfully attaining mastery. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yin Tiandu has achieved it. He is indeed a prodigy of celestial proportions, a formidable figure that commands respect. What a chaos law! Do you truly intend to obstruct my path? Meng Yao's demeanor was icy, exuding a menacing aura. The sacred body had slain his younger brother, leaving their parents in mourning and their elders in tears. He vowed that unless this grudge was avenged, he would be unworthy of the Meng family's lineage. You possess the cultivation of the 7th layer of the cave heaven realm, while Brother Lu has only recently embarked on his path of cultivation, barely stepping into the cave heaven. With your oppressive force, I shall not stand idly by. Yin Tiandu maintained a calm expression and spoke with a measured tone. Very well, then I shall strike you down first. Upon hearing this, Meng Yao realized that crossing over Yin Tiandu to slay the sacred body had become an impossible task. He resolved to eliminate this Wanshu saint's son first to seize his opportunity. Feel free to give it a try. Yin Tiandu responded with unwavering composure, embodying the invincible prowess of the younger generation's strongest. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew tense, and a terrifying energy began to rise, causing distant stones to crack and ancient trees to splinter. Many spectators were filled with dread, recognizing that the top contenders of the younger generation were about to engage in earnest combat, a confrontation that could be deemed a battle between the future kings of the Eastern Wilderness. The mere aura emanating from them was enough to instill fear in even the most seasoned cultivators of the cave heaven realm. On the other side, the saint son of Daoi also wore a grave expression, poised for the impending clash. Just as the tension thickened among the crowd, a light, airy voice suddenly emerged from the opposite side of the mine. "No witties. Brother Yin, let him come." Lu Yuan appeared to tread upon the void, his garments billowing, his countenance devoid of any fear, instead beckoning Meng Yao with a gesture. Is the sacred body so audacious? The celestial demon seeks his life, and so does Meng Yao. Does he truly believe he can face two foes alone? Many present were taken aback, silently acknowledging yet another madman among them. Do you truly believe you can succeed? Do not overestimate your capabilities. Meng Yao and the celestial demon are not to be trifled with. Yin Tiandu frowned and swiftly conveyed his thoughts. Lu Yuan regarded him with a smile, unwavering in his resolve. Yin Tiandu's gaze flickered, and after a moment's reflection, he sighed softly, dispersing the river of chaos. He understood that genuine strength is forged through the trials of blood and fire. Since Lu Yuan possessed such confidence, he would allow him the chance to prove himself. Ha ha! How delightful! Utterly fascinating! Though I do not comprehend the source of your confidence to contend with me, rest assured, once I shatter every bone in your body, I shall uncover the truth. With the obstruction of the chaos river removed, Meng Yao let out a wild laugh, taking a formidable step forward, enveloped in an overwhelming and terrifying might, charging towards Lu Yuan with ferocity. The claims of being a useless body may hold some truth, yet this arrogance is undeniably genuine. Beside them, the celestial demon could not help but reveal a mocking smile. "Can you handle this?" Gu Qinghuang transmitted, her voice tinged with concern. "No problem, just be careful." Lu Yuan replied succinctly, and without further ado, soared into the skies. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a formidable strike known as the Great Heaven Finger towards the onrushing Meng Yao, brimming with provocation. Subsequently, with a flick of his left hand, he retrieved 3 bloodied heads of demonic beasts from his storage pouch and hurled them towards the celestial demon. Mo1, Bailuan, and Shimei. "You!" The celestial demon seethed in fury. Meng Yao, shattering the Great Heaven Finger attack before him with a single punch, immediately realized it was the same technique he had acquired from Meng Zhao. His eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Ah, I will kill you, Kulme." Lu Yuan's lips curled into a sly smile as he activated the movement technique, transforming into a streak of golden light, racing towards the densely clustered mountains. Behind him, 2 furious figures pursued relentlessly. Chapter 69. 1 against 2, intense battle. 3 figures stood in the void, delineating a separate battlefield. The palpable aura of lethal intent seemed to solidify, causing the trembling mountains to quake. Lu Yuan stood tall, facing the impending clash with calmness. This marked his inaugural encounter with the elite of the younger generation from the Eastern Wilderness. Both opponents were at the 7th level of the cave heaven realm, far surpassing him in strength. Yet, he felt no fear, only exhilaration and a thirst for battle. Golden blood energy coursed around his body, his bones resonating with an echoing clang, emanating an astonishing spirit of combat. With a singular command, attack. There was no superfluous chatter. Tian Yao and Meng Yao, unable to suppress their murderous instincts, transformed into streaks of light, launching themselves forth to strike. Boom! The initial clash of physical bodies erupted in a deafening roar within the void. Lu Yuan was enveloped in the imperial dragon energy, his blood surging forth. As a massive golden hand, like a grinding wheel, swung through the air with thunderous momentum, delivering a ferocious onslaught. Tian Yao's eyes gleamed with chilling intensity. her demonic energy surging, unfazed by the primal strength of the ancient sacred body, engaging in close combat with relentless punches that struck with visceral force. In contrast, Meng Yao found himself unable to compare in this domain, swiftly being forced back after just a few exchanges, his arms numb and aching, as if he had struck against divine gold and iron. Boom! Boom! Tian Yao and Lu Yuan unleashed their fists and feet like a tempestuous storm, engaged in a frantic melee. Each collision sent the void into violent tremors, threatening to collapse under their immense power, an unimaginable force. Clang! A massive sword ray, cloaked in purple thunder, surged from the side, its overwhelming might threatening to engulf everything in its path. This was a deadly technique, an indiscriminate attack. As a member of an ancient clan, Meng Yao harbored no significant trepidation towards Tian Yao, intent on eliminating both adversaries here, as they sensed the approaching thunderous sword ray. Both combatants briefly exchanged glances before retreating. Swish! A fierce light blazed upon Lu Yuan's brow, as resounding Tao sounds flowed through his heart. Glimmering ancient characters of the Tao surged forth, transforming into a vast ocean of gold that surged ahead. Tian Yao took a step back, her eyes flashing with purple light as she unleashed a torrent of innate essence, surging forth in a wild flow. Boom! The purple thunder, the golden ocean, and the innate essence imbued with purple energy engulfed the void, blindingly brilliant. Lu Yuan activated the secret of the movement character, bursting forth from the luminescent mass with unparalleled speed. Clenching his fist, imbued with divine light, he aimed a powerful punch at Meng Yao's head. Boom! Meng Yao's expression shifted, awestruck by the staggering velocity. However, as a seasoned warrior, he swiftly summoned a defensive spiritual treasure, placing it before him. Clang! The terrifying force descended like a comet, shattering all in its path. Even with the protection of the spiritual treasure, Meng Yao was sent plummeting, his body akin to a cannonball, crashing into the mountaintop, fracturing numerous boulders before finally coming to a halt. Cough! Meng Yao's internal organs quaked, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet in the next instant, before he could catch his breath, a dark mountain radiating an ominous glow loomed in the void, magnifying with a force that seemed to rival the weight of the heavens, descending with an earth-shattering impact. Boom! The Yuan magnetic prison peak crashed down, shattering rocks and shaking the very earth, engulfing Meng Yao's form. Lu Yuan, seizing the advantage, pressed on relentlessly. With a series of resounding thuds upon the prison peak, he unleashed devastating power, flattening the towering mountain beneath his feet. A figure embedded within the mountainside was forcibly pressed into the ground, creating a deep pit, their fate unknown. Clang! At that moment, the celestial demon burst forth from the luminous sphere, moving with the swiftness of lightning, its claws arched, unleashing 5 piercing streaks of azure light that cleaved the heavens and the earth. Hiss! Blood splattered as several ghastly gashes appeared across Lu Yuan's chest. Yet he did not retreat. As he turned, without hesitation, he swung his right fist towards the celestial demon's head. Bang! The celestial demon staggered back several dozen paces from the heavy blow. However, it was a creature of formidable lineage, known as the strongest physical embodiment among the demon race. Such minor injuries would not hinder its resolve. Kill! I shall bathe in divine blood and ascend to kingship. The celestial demon roared in madness, its presence overwhelming. As it lunged forward once more, the two engaged in close combat, their fists and feet colliding with a ferocity that could be likened to needles against wheat. They battled from the heavens to the earth, from the void into the mountains, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Buzz! The celestial demon's gaze was mesmerizing, a violet aura flowing from its brow, unleashing a series of serpentine ancient characters that echoed with a profound resonance throughout the cosmos. These were the writings of the demon race, ancient scriptures left behind by a once great demon emperor, emanating a palpable aura of slaughter, utterly terrifying. Lu Yuan dared not underestimate the threat. His divine palace radiated light, his sea of consciousness roiling with golden energy. the imperial dragon aura coiling around him as he focused his mind, manifesting a golden heavenly blade that swept forth. Clang! Clang! The void resonated with a metallic clang, as violent energy rippled outward like waves upon water. Simultaneously, with a thunderous roar, the immense Yuan magnetic prison peak was hurled into the air. Meng Yao, who had been suppressed for a moment, broke free from its grasp. He was enveloped in raging, thunderous power, his countenance icy and filled with murderous intent. It was one thing to be subdued by a spirit artifact. It was an affront to be trampled mercilessly. In the next moment, Meng Yao waved his hand, and a spear forged from the essence of thunder appeared in his grasp. Writhing arcs of violet lightning crackled ominously, radiating a fearsome aura. This was a formidable secret technique, far beyond mere spiritual energy manifestation. Quite impressive, but this is where it ends. Meng Yao stepped forward, the ground beneath him fracturing, transforming into a sea of thunder and lightning. Like a living thunder god, brandishing his fierce spear, he charged forward. Kill! On the other side, the celestial demon, unwilling to yield, exuded a formidable aura of bloodlust, its malevolent energy palpable as it charged once more towards Lu Yuan. Utterly audacious. Witness my power as I dismantle you. Lu Yuan's disheveled black hair danced wildly, his gaze intense and commanding. With a single step, he traversed the void, his hands weaving in an intricate and mysterious manner, seemingly invoquing un parallèle secret technique. Ultimately, he brought his hand down with a resounding clap, causing the very fabric of the heavens to tremble. A vast, ominous mountain descended from the celestial realm, its presence overwhelming. Upon its slopes, ancient trees stood tall, silver cascades flowed like ribbons, and mighty rivers surged, teeming with life. The scene was strikingly vivid, as if an entire mountain had indeed plummeted from beyond the realms, its grandeur and terror beyond measure. What in the world is this? Even the celestial demon and the likes of Meng Yao were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes. Chapter 70. The art of combat and the power of the forbidden realm. Everyone knows that a mountain cannot simply descend from the heavens. It must be the result of some arcane technique. Yet, its reality is so astounding that it defies belief. Boom! A colossal, ominous mountain descended, looming over the sky demon and Meng Yao, leaving them with no option but to withstand its weight. What if it is real? I too can pierce the heavens and the earth. The sky demon roared like a wild beast, his aura surging immensely. Defying the odds, he surged upwards, his demonic form radiating brilliance as he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending massive boulders flying and carving a path through the chaos. On the other side, Meng Yao refused to remain idle. In an instant, he channeled an ancient and formidable scripture, causing the depths of his inner realm to resonate thunderously, fully unleashing the power of his current level. Armed with a thunderous spear, he soared skyward. Can you withstand this? Lu Yuan gazed down with a condescending glare. While speaking, his hands continued to weave, invoking the sacred art of combat. With a mere flick of his wrist, clouds would gather. With another, rain would fall. As the great mountain loomed, majestic and overwhelming. Boom! Boom! A dark mass of mountains rained down one after another from the heavens, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble. Cultivators are well aware that to wield such a colossal technique consumes a tremendous amount of one's spiritual energy. Yet, Lu Yuan's power, drawn from the depths of the sea of suffering, seemed inexhaustible, allowing him to unleash his assaults without restraint. Each strike he executed was a sweeping, devastating magical technique that left onlookers aghast. What is happening over there? Surrounding the mines, the young elites of various factions were visibly shaken. Even those of saintly lineage paused momentarily, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Remarkable, to take on two opponents and still maintain the upper hand. His combat prowess has nearly entered the realm of the forbidden. Even Yin Tiandu could not help but express genuine admiration. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance. Captivated by the spectacle, after several rounds of assault, both the Sky Demon and Meng Yao found themselves in dire straits. Their faces were pale, and their bodies severely battered. Particularly Meng Yao, who, lacking the formidable physique of the sky demon, had his body nearly shattered, with broken bones and dislocated organs. His injuries were grave. Is this all the power that one at the 7th level of the inner realm can muster? Lu Yuan's gaze lowered, coldly remarking, "A mere half-wrecked physique, and yet you dare to be arrogant, as if the heavens would allow you to ascend. I shall take your head and hang it upon the gates of the demon god palace." The sky demon, indignant, could not possibly concede defeat, viewing it as a disgrace that must be washed away with blood. "I refuse to believe you can endlessly wield that technique. You, at the 1st level of the inner realm, are far from matching my spiritual might. Let us see who tires first." Meng Yao, equally defiant, his eyes gleaming with a chilling malice, shouted with fervor, "Kill!" Lu Yuan ceased to waste words, his figure plummeting as he activated the walking character secret, propelling himself forward at astonishing speed, charging towards the 2 adversaries. Boom! Boom! The 3 figures clashed once more. However, this time, Lu Yuan's onslaught was exponentially more ferocious than before. Every gesture and movement was imbued with arcane techniques. With a mere flick of his fingers, he unleashed devastating martial prowess. Radiating immense power, his left hand shone with resplendent golden light, resembling a great golden sun slowly ascending, suddenly striking forth, embodying the ancient solar scriptures mastered by Yin Tiandu. His right hand glimmered with icy brilliance, freezing the air for miles, emanating a lunar aura that nearly solidified the very essence of the soul. A tide of murderous intent that was utterly unstoppable. With a piercing sound, the celestial demon was struck by a terrifying solar holy fist, coughing up blood. Its bones shattered beyond count. The thunder spear in Meng Yao's grasp was likewise obliterated, arcs of purple electricity dancing chaotically, sending him hurtling backward. Boom! Lu Yuan, relentless in his momentum, urged forth with unparalleled speed, executing his unparalleled offensive techniques. His fists, fingers, shoulders, elbows, knees, and even each strand of hair radiated piercing divine light. Changing form with dazzling variety, the aura surrounding him surged magnificently, his presence unmatched, his vitality and spirit profoundly distilled, his combat prowess having ascended to the realm of the forbidden. Bang! Bang! After several exchanges, the celestial demon found itself retreating step by step, its formidable physique struggling to withstand the onslaught, beginning to crack, revealing ghastly white bones in certain areas, a sight that was truly shocking. In the end, a colossal hand, akin to a grinding millstone, gripped the demon's head with an ironclad hold, exerting tremendous force, intent on crushing its skull on the spot. The demon's eyes blazed crimson, a frenzied roar escaping its lips as strands of violet light burst forth from its crown, infused with a tyrannical, demonic power, forcefully repelling Lu Yuan's grasp. Then it executed a rapid retreat, seeking a moment's reprieve. Thinking to escape? A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he lifted a single crystalline strand of hair, transforming it into a golden spear through the art of battle, and hurled it towards the demon. Thud! The spear pierced its body, drawing forth a cascade of flesh and blood. The demon's form was propelled away, both body and spear impaled upon a towering mountain. Its blood flowed down the mountainside, forming a small stream. Die for me! At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. Meng Yao seized the opportunity, gathering his strength to unleash a thunderous strike. The spear, imbued with the force of thunder, carried the weight of ancient scriptures, manifesting unparalleled ferocity as it surged forward. Thud! Lu Yuan, sensing the formidable nature of the incoming attack, deftly shifted his body, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the assault. Nevertheless, the thunder spear glided forth like a dragon, piercing through his shoulder blade, splattering blood in a dramatic display. Ha ha ha! D. Meng Yao laughed maniacally, gripping the spear tightly, his eyes crackling with lightning, as waves of annihilating energy surged through the spear's tip, invading Lu Yuan's body. He was the embodiment of thunder, wielding the supreme power of the thunderous path. Once it penetrated the body of his adversary, it could instantaneously obliterate all vitality. Yet, in this critical moment between life and death, Lu Yuan exhibited not a trace of fear. Instead, a mocking smile graced his lips. With a mere thought, he unleashed the primordial chaos within him. All forms of destructive, thunderous energy were annihilated, rendered utterly non-existent. He advanced boldly, ignoring the thunder spear that had pierced halfway through his shoulder. In a swift motion, he seized Meng Yao's arm with an iron grip. "You!" Meng Yao was taken aback, his pupils dilating in disbelief, as if witnessing the inconceivable. In the next instant, a searing pain coursed through his arm. With a brutal tug, Lu Yuan wrenched his entire arm off, blood erupting in a gruesome display that was nothing short of horrific. Chapter 71. The Tides Conclude, Power to Shake Mountains. Meng Yao let out a pained roar, resolutely relinquishing his severed arm, transforming into a streak of lightning as he retreated, creating a significant distance between himself and Lu Yuan. In contrast, Lu Yuan, with his tall and robust physique, remained steadfast, standing like an insurmountable mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. With a sharp sound, the thunderous spear, entwined with violet arcs of electricity, was forcefully extracted by Lu Yuan, his fingers tightening around it before it erupted in a thunderous blast. In the next moment, a vibrant green light shone, a surge of revitalizing energy manifesting on his shoulder. As his wound writhed and the flow of blood ceased, he was astonishingly recovering from his injuries at an incredible pace. Phoenix Calamity Rebirth Technique. This was a supreme secret art from the Saint's legacy, now unveiled for the first time by Lu Yuan, proving to be remarkably effective. What? He possesses a healing sacred art. Meng Yao clutched his severed arm, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Witnessing Lu Yuan's injuries mending swiftly, a palpable fear crept across his face. Even he, so filled with self-importance, had to concede that Lu Yuan's combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Having already stepped into the realm of the forbidden, he could traverse 7 minor realms and counterattack against him. Furthermore, his physical form, consciousness, spells, and ancient scriptures were all flawless, devoid of any weaknesses. Now, he displayed such rapid recovery with his sacred art. To put it bluntly, he had nearly attained an invincible position. With this thought, for the first time, a sense of retreat began to take root in Meng Yao's heart, and he felt the sting of defeat. Remaining vigilant, he cast his gaze to the other side. There, the celestial demon was in a similarly dire predicament. Its entire body was nailed to the mountainside, struggling and roaring in agony, the wounds a chaotic mass of blood and flesh, yet still unable to escape. If Lu Yuan were to divert his attention, there would be a risk of demise. The scene fell into a heavy silence, a deadlock. Lu Yuan's wounds had scabbed over and were nearly healed. Just then, a rumble erupted. The distant ground violently shook, as if an army was galloping forth. An endless black mist surged from the depths of the primordial ancient mine. Within that black fog, one could even glimpse headless knights and the silhouettes of ancient beings, wielding battered swords and spears, charging forth. The ancient mine's tide had concluded. Lu Yuan gazed intently, his expression shifting drastically. Not far away, the celestial demon and Meng Yao were equally taken aback by this sight. They had not anticipated that the ancient mine tide, which had persisted for 3 days previously, would conclude early on the 2nd day this time. Should they be ensnared by those eerie entities, they would undoubtedly perish within the confines of the life-restricting zone. The celestial demon, no longer concerned about its injuries, suddenly unleashed a furious roar. Gripping the spear tightly, it broke free from the mountainside, splattering blood in all directions, and surged toward the outskirts of the primordial ancient mine. Saintly body Lu Yuan, you are fortunate. When we meet again, I shall take your life. Meng Yao, having made up his mind, gritted his teeth and transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, fleeing with astonishing speed. Is the ancient mining tide coming to an end? Concurrently, the various sects engaged in fierce battles near the mine sensed the unusual disturbances emanating from the depths, their expressions shifting. Oh, someone approaches. It is the young lord of the demon god palace, Tian Yao. A long spear protrudes from his chest, the other end tethered to a small mountain. Has he returned in disgrace? Many gasped in shock. Tian Yao's countenance was frigid, his gaze piercing as he swept over the crowd before departing without uttering a word. Meng Yao, the Meng family Meng Yao has also emerged. What? He is missing an arm? The assembled cultivators from various factions were all astounded, including those of saintly rank. It is evident how brutal the battle must have been. The two most elite youths of this generation return with such grievous injuries. Meng family disciples, heed my command. Withdraw from the Taichu ancient mine at once. At this moment, Meng Yao paid no heed to the strange gazes of the crowd and bellowed. In an instant, numerous Meng family members gathered and swiftly vanished into the void. Go! With that commanding voice, the Meng family was the second to retreat. Shortly thereafter, a golden light erupted from the nearby mountains, appearing at the mine's vicinity. The onlookers focused their attention. Aside from his tattered robes, Lu Yuan bore no apparent injuries and appeared as vigorous and formidable as ever. The disparity in strength among the three was immediately evident. Dao Yi, the saintly disciple, Tai Chu's holy maiden, and the young powerhouse from the illusory extinction palace, Gu Qinghuang, along with Yin Tiandu, all turned their gazes, feeling a shiver of awe at Lu Yuan's prowess. Junior brother Lu, are you unharmed? Yin Tiandu's lips moved as he conveyed his thoughts. Gu Qinghuang, her attire fluttering, swiftly approached Lu Yuan to examine him closely. I am unscathed. They're the ones in trouble. Unfortunately, the ancient mining tide concluded prematurely, allowing them to escape with their lives, Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang instantly exhaled in relief. Disciples of Dao Yi, follow my lead in retreat. The Dao Yi saintly disciple cast a final glance at the mountain, sighed softly, and without hesitation, issued the order to withdraw. Meanwhile, the forces of Tai Chu and the illusory extinction palace also gathered, heading towards the periphery of the ancient mine. It is a relief that junior brother Lu is safe. Let us retreat as well. Yin Tiandu gazed into the distance, watching the terrifying black mist surging from the depths of the ancient mine, and hastily spoke. Agreed. Disciples of Wan Chu, withdraw from the Taichu ancient mine. Gu Qinghuang nodded, her mind scanning the surroundings as she called out. In an instant, core disciples from the Wan Chu sacred land gathered, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Are we truly abandoning this vast mine rich with divine essence? Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the mine and spoke. Alas, we have no choice. There exists no treasure vast enough to encompass an entire mountain. Time is of the essence. The moment for cutting has passed. Should one become ensnared by the enigmatic beings lurking within the black mist, escape would be impossible. Yin Tiandu sighed softly, expressing his lament. Allow me to attempt it. Lu Yuan leaped forward, arriving at the base of the mountain. Huh? Gu Qinghuang was taken aback. Yin Tiandu wore a puzzled expression. Lu Yuan, what is he intending to do? Surely he does not mean to lift this mountain? The disciples of the Wan Chu Holy Land felt their eyelids twitch involuntarily, a sense of foreboding settling over them. Madman, the ancient god-body youth, Mu Chong, curled his lip and snorted disdainfully. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan tore away the tattered robe draped over him, revealing his bare torso, a testament to his long and powerful physique. Boom! With a single step, the ground crumbled beneath him, his feet sinking deep into the earth. In the next instant, he spread his fingers wide, resembling 10 sharp celestial swords, plunging directly into the mountain's core. Ah! Lu Yuan roared, his muscles bulging with power, an aura of terrifying vitality emanating like a dragon awakening, spreading forth in a vast tide. Within the depths of his suffering, extraordinary phenomena interwove, reaching to the heavens and the earth. Every inch of flesh glowed with brilliance, as he summoned the might of the sacred body to its ultimate peak. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the entire mountain began to tremble violently, enormous boulders cascading down, lifting off the ground. Ah! Lu Yuan's black hair whipped about wildly, resembling a deity or demon, as he bellowed, unleashing another surge of strength. raising his arms to lift the entire mountain onto his shoulders. In that moment, the entirety of the scene was left in awe. Chapter 72. Has the mountain transformed? This mountain, with its source and stone skin, how heavy could it possibly be? It is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Yuan managed to shoulder it. Junior brother Lu. Tiandu's expression was one of shock, his words caught in his throat. Beside him, Gu Qinghuang was equally taken aback. Her beautiful eyes, wide open, and her delicate hand covering her lips, utterly astounded. Is this a human? The disciples of Wan Chu stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, as they gazed up at the mountain. Even several core disciples who had just entered the divine palace realm were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. Have I ever competed alongside such a person? Han Jiang felt parched, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Mu Chong, standing nearby, was equally shaken, unable to utter a word for a long while. Move! A thunderous shout jolted everyone back to reality. As Lu Yuan lifted the mountain and took a step forward, the earth trembled and rumbled, splitting apart like a spider's web. Hurry! Tiandu and Gu Qinghuang quickly regained their composure and urged everyone to flee. In the next instant, every disciple of Wan Chu soared into the air, rushing toward the outskirts of the ancient mine. Boom! Boom! The ground beneath them continued to echo with tremendous sounds. To others, it appeared as if a mountain had sprouted legs, racing wildly across the terrain. Such a grand spectacle was visually stunning, with the mountain upon his shoulders. Each step Lu Yuan took shook the very earth. In his wake lay a scene of desolation, not a single inch of flat ground to be found. Yet, as he ran, Lu Yuan's speed increased dramatically. Moments later, he seemed to exert far less effort, his feet gliding gracefully as if flying. His pace rivaled that of some divine palace cultivators in flight. The power of the sacred body is truly terrifying. Junior brother Lu is indeed a celestial being. Tiandu marveled, guiding the divine rainbow as he expressed his heartfelt admiration. This journey had left him profoundly shaken. Simply carrying back this mountain was an immense contribution. Even the saint would cast a sidelong glance. At the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine, the powerful figures of various factions awaited with bated breath. Even the divine realm cultivators could not penetrate the veil of mist surrounding the mine. Thus, none knew what transpired within, and they could only await in silence. At that moment, a sudden cry of astonishment erupted from the nearby mining area. They've emerged. Someone has come out. Instantly, waves of potent spiritual consciousness rushed toward that direction, seeking to uncover the truth. It is the heavenly demon, the young master of the demon god palace. My heavens! How is there a spear protruding from his chest, blood continuously seeping forth? This young man is hailed as one of the mightiest in the northern region. Who could inflict such a wound upon him? Many elders' expressions shifted, their hearts filled with confusion. Yet, before those spiritual senses could linger for long, a significant figure from the demon god palace descended. With a casual cold snort, all surrounding mental energies were dispersed. Who has harmed you? What of them won by Luan? And she may? A prominent figure from the demon god palace urgently inquired. They are all dead. The others remain unaware. As the words left his lips, the celestial demon spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. His injuries were grievous, the flesh on his chest a chaotic mass, revealing even the pulsating heart within, while countless bones lay shattered. We must return. The prominent figure from the demon god palace, taken aback, dared not press further. With a swift motion of his hand, he enveloped the celestial demon and soared towards the mining district of the demon god palace. Before long, a group of young disciples from the Meng family burst forth from the primordial ancient mine. The others appeared relatively unscathed, yet the leader among them, Meng Yao, bore a shocking sight. One of his arms was utterly missing. "Meng Yao, your arm!" exclaimed several elders from the Meng family, their pupils constricting in shock. "Who did this? I am not dead yet. I shall avenge this grievance myself. Let's return." Meng Yao's countenance was as dark as stormy waters as he raised his remaining arm, signaling the elders to lead them back to the mining district. Subsequently, forces from the Tao, East Sacred Land, Kanglin's Sacred Land, Taichu's Sacred Land, the Illusionary Palace. The Lu family, the Gu family, and others began to stream forth from the ancient mine. Scattered disciples of the demon god palace and other factions fled in disarray. Upon questioning those they captured, the prominent figures of the various factions learned that black mist had surged from the depths of the ancient mine, prompting the tide to conclude prematurely. It was no wonder so many had returned simultaneously. However, no disciple from the Wanchu Sacred Land had yet been seen. Even the figures of the Holy Son Yin Tian and the Holy Maiden Gu Qinghuang were absent. Were they lost within? Many harbored secret glee at the thought. If true, the Wanchu Sacred Land would suffer immensely. At this moment, the elders of the Wanchu Sacred Land, along with Shangguan Ra, anxiously awaited above the mining district. Powerful beings from various divine realms extended their vast mental energies over 1,000 miles, vigilantly observing any signs of movement within the ancient mine. The Grand Elder. Still no sign. A sense of foreboding stirred in some hearts, prompting a voice to tremble as it spoke. What are you panicking for? Shangguan Ruo chided coldly, her brows furrowing. Yes, the individual lowered their head, falling silent as they continued to wait. At that instant, a series of dull thuds erupted from within the ancient mine, growing louder and clearer as they approached. Within moments, the intensity escalated, causing the very ground beneath to tremble violently. What is this? It seems something is about to emerge, exclaimed an elder from the sacred land, their pupils narrowing in alarm. Could it be an enigmatic being lying in wait within the forbidden zone? Behold the spectacle. It appears to be advancing towards our mining district. In an instant, the entire Wanchu Sacred Land's mining area became agitated. The earth trembled with a resounding roar, prompting numerous disciples from both the inner and outer sects who were excavating underground to rush forth in fear, exclaiming, "Elders, there's been an earthquake. The mine is going to collapse. Prepare the formation." Shangguan Ruo wore a grave expression and shouted decisively, "The beings from the Forbidden Zone do not belong to this era. They are far too terrifying to be taken lightly." Indeed, several elders of the sacred land, each surpassing the divine realm, occupied different voids, their divine light shimmering in their hands, poised to take action at any moment. However, the scene that unfolded next left everyone present utterly astonished. The first to burst forth from mist was none other than the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of Wanchu's sacred land. Following them were several true disciples and core disciples. Ultimately, a massive mountain inexplicably emerged from the fog, trailing in their wake. What? Has the mountain from the primordial ancient mine become sentient? Is it pursuing our disciples? Someone screamed, rubbing their eyes. "Stop the nonsense. Look beneath that mountain. There's a person. It is Lu Yuan." Chapter 73. The tremor from all directions in an instant. Within the mining area of the Wanchu Sacred Land, tumultuous waves erupted. Many discerning elders and stewards immediately recognized that it was a mountain. The mountain's body pulsated with vital energy, shimmering with a brilliant luster. It appeared to be no ordinary mountain. It might harbor astonishing divine sources. Lu Yuan had, astonishingly, unearthed a mountain. This was truly remarkable. The elders beyond the divine realm, witnessing such a sight, found it difficult to remain composed. The inner and outer disciples were even more awestruck. Such power was unfathomable, leaving them all in utter disbelief. The people of Wanchu Sacred Land are emerging. What is that? A junior carrying a mountain? The powerful figures from various factions, probing with their divine sense, displayed expressions of astonishment. A mountain? The young talents, upon hearing their elders speak, were momentarily dumbfounded. In the next instant, those who had participated in that battle, the Holy Sun Dao, the Holy Maiden Tai Chu, Meng Yao, and others, simultaneously speculated on the possibility, their pupils involuntarily constricting. Who bore out? Was it a young man? They inquired in unison from different locations. Indeed, it was a young man. Several prominent figures nodded in affirmation. Lu Yuan. It must be him. No one besides the sacred body could possess such physical strength. Even Yin Tian could not match it. The figures of the Holy Sun level were all astounded. What is that mountain? An elder from a Meng family inquired. Is the object we previously contended for. a large source mine rich with divine origins. Meng Yao gritted his teeth as he spoke. What? The higher-ups of the Meng family were taken aback. Meanwhile, on the other side, due to the absence of the Gu family, Lu family, and Kanglin's sacred land in the mining contention, they were all left bewildered by the situation at Wanchu's sacred land. Soon, they withdrew their divine senses, paying it little mind. Phew! Lu Yuan's face flushed, gasping heavily. Even with his physical strength, carrying the mountain here had reached his limit. He could advance no further. Just then, a few radiant beams of divine light surged forth from the mining area. Lu Yuan immediately felt the burden on his shoulders lighten, releasing all pressure. Well done, young one. The figures of several elders from the sacred land manifested in the void, their expressions warm and approving as they gazed at Lu Yuan. Greetings, esteemed elders. The disciples of Wanchu's sacred land quickly bowed in respect. No need for such formalities. Qinghuang, assist him back to the mining area. An elder waved his hand and spoke. Understood. Gu Qinghuang nodded, her delicate figure shimmering as she conjured a spacious robe from thin air, draping it over Lu Yuan. Then, she took his arm and soared towards the mining area. However, in the next moment, a rumble resounded as the sky above suddenly. A colossal hand, interwoven with the terrifying power of the laws, reached forth from the fissure, aiming to seize Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan with audacity. The elders' countenances shifted dramatically, poised to intervene. Not far away, from the mining area, a divine furnace soared into the sky, illuminating the heavens with a resplendent radiance, its brilliance dazzling and ethereal, exuding an aura of annihilation. Boom! The vast hand, traversing the realms, shattered instantaneously, transforming into scintillating specks of light that dissipated into the cosmos. Master! Gu Qinghuang exclaimed with delight, her face aglow. The demon god palace possesses audacity. Do they dare to declare war against my sacred land of Wanchu? A regal woman clad in palace attire strode forth, her jade feet treading upon the void, causing it to collapse beneath her weight. The celestial laws coiled around her, making the very firmament tremble, elevating her presence to that of a divine being. So, it is you, Dao Shangwan. After a millennium, it seems your cultivation has indeed advanced. A cold voice resonated from the void, devoid of warmth, as if untouched by any emotional fluctuation. It is you, the immortal old fool. After thousands of years of cultivation, you still dare to act against the younger generation? Truly, you seem to regress with age. Shangwan Ruo's gaze remained icy, her vigilance unwavering. A formidable being of the celestial realm could traverse vast distances in an instant to vanquish foes, their methods elusive and unpredictable, warranting caution. It was merely a warning. Arrogant youth, tread carefully. The figure from the demon god palace scoffed, choosing not to strike again after her initial failure. The overwhelming power receded like a tide, and the rift in the void gradually sealed. Lu Yuan gazed skyward, his eyes frigid, lost in contemplation. All is well now. My master is stationed here and will ensure no harm befalls you. Allow me to assist you back to rest. Gu Qinghuang spoke softly. Yes. Upon encountering Elder Shangwan, please inquire about the identity of the assailant. I shall take my vengeance upon him. Lu Yuan replied, his gaze flickering with intensity. Very well. Gu Qinghuang nodded vigorously. Their conversation hastened as she led him back to the mining area. Soon after, upon consuming several recovery elixirs, Lu Yuan succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber within a chamber. The successive battles and the strain of resisting the mines had thoroughly drained his stamina. He truly required a restorative respite. Before long, a gathering of disciples from the sacred land emerged from the Taichu ancient mine. Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, the various elders, and Shangwan Ruo were all present. The sound of an endless deluge echoed as boundless source minerals cascaded forth from their respective spatial treasures, forming mounds that towered high. The surging essence of heaven and earth nearly enveloped the area in a mesmerizing haze, captivating all who beheld it. Additionally, Lu Yuan had brought back a massive source mineral. The gains from this expedition far surpassed those of the first ancient mine tide. Truly a bountiful harvest. Indeed, indeed. My dear disciples, you have all worked diligently. Once the statistics are finalized, the sect will distribute rewards based on each of your contributions. A satisfied smile graced Zhui Qiao's face as she expressed her approval. Thank you, Elder Taishang, the crowd echoed in unison. Oh, by the way, Qinghuang, what else transpired in the ancient mine? Zhui Qiao inquired, perplexed, as it was indeed curious that Lu Yuan could provoke a celestial being to intervene on his behalf, with intentions beyond mere mining. Well, he nearly killed a celestial demon. Gu Qinghuang pondered for a moment before revealing. Meanwhile, Yin Tiandu interjected, not only that, but Meng Yao also had his arm severed by junior brother Lu, nearly to the brink of death. Chapter 74. The renowned and unfortunate Kanglan Sacred Land 1 against 2? An elder from the Sacred Land inquired. His expression visibly changed. Indeed, Gu Qinghuang affirmed, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. Upon receiving this confirmation, Shangguan Ruo and several elders of the Sacred Land could no longer remain composed. The heavenly demon and Meng Yao were both paragons of the younger generation, their prowess rivaling that of the sacred sons from various esteemed sects, their reputations widespread. Yet now the two of them, united in their assault against Lu Yuan of the first level of the Cave Heaven realm, had suffered such dire consequences, nearly losing their lives. The sheer magnitude of their combat power was astonishing to behold. The sacred body, truly a testament to the might of ancient times. One elder remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. Once embarked on the path of cultivation, its growth is swift and unstoppable, possessing the potential to be unrivaled among peers. Alas, another elder interjected with a sigh. The subsequent cultivation of the sacred body remains shackled by the chains of heavenly principles. Ascending to divinity is an immense challenge. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has managed to breach that celestial chasm. Nearby, another individual seemed to recollect something, sighing quietly. Ever since this physique fell under the curse of the heavenly Tao, numerous top-tier forces have endeavored to nurture a sacred body, hoping to revive the glory of ancient times. It is said that even the infinitely wealthy Tianqing Merchant Association once harbored such secret plans, pouring in countless resources. Yet in the end, all met with failure, perishing beneath the tribulations of ascending to the divine realm, reduced to ashes, never to return. What a pity! Enough of this topic. Regardless, Lu Yuan's endeavors during this tidal expedition have undoubtedly brought great merit to our sacred land. How to reward him is a matter for the sacred lord to decide. Shangguan Ruo waved her hand, interrupting the ongoing discussions, and then commanded, organize the disciples from various mining regions to swiftly extract the source stones. We shall return to the southern domain shortly. Yes, the elders promptly responded, hastily departing to make arrangements. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. The battle at the ancient mine's tidal event, witnessed by the disciples of various forces, soon spread like wildfire. After several rounds of discourse, countless cities in the northern domain, large and small sects alike, became aware of this news, sending waves of shock through their ranks. Meng Yao was relatively unscathed, being a prodigy from the southern domain. However, the heavenly demon was different. He hailed from a local sect in the northern domain, the Yao God Palace's foremost figure, being defeated by the sacred body, nearly impaled on a cliff by a spear, left countless admirers of the heavenly demon among the northern domain's demon cultivators feeling as though the sky had fallen. After all, the heavenly demon body is reputed to be the most formidable physique among the demon race. To battle against the human sacred body signifies not merely personal honor or disgrace, but also touches upon the broader conflict between races. In an instant, whenever demon cultivators traversing the northern domain found themselves in disputes with humans, this incident would be evoked by human cultivators, leaving them humiliated and unable to retort. The name of the sacred body, Lu Yuan, resonated ever louder across this desolate and vast land. Even the southern regions and the central areas of the eastern wilderness are well known to many, enjoying a considerable reputation. Furthermore, it has been rumored through unofficial channels that the Lu family of Tianqi has convened numerous high-level meetings to fervently discuss this matter. However, over the past few days, no significant news has surfaced. Those who are observant understand that the upper echelons of the Lu family still lack confidence in nurturing a divine body to rise. Ultimately, the outcome is likely to remain unresolved. Although the ancient aristocratic families share a bloodline, they are not as straightforward as sections. Even the sovereign of an ancient family may not have the authority to make unilateral decisions, as they are subject to the checks and balances of the esteemed elders from various branches. The intricacies of lineage and power are far too complex to be elucidated in a few brief sentences. Just as the exploits of Lu Yuan were being enthusiastically recounted in the taverns and tea houses of the northern domain, another astonishing piece of news began to circulate, sending shockwaves throughout the entire region. The mining area of the Qinghuang sacred land was brutally slaughtered overnight. Not only were elders above the divine connection realm affected, but even the most formidable beings at the celestial god level fell victim. Only a handful of outer disciples managed to escape. Upon learning of this, the Lord of Qinghuang was immediately filled with rage. Without hesitation, he expended immense resources to lead a multitude of powerful beings from the central region of the eastern wilderness, crossing the domain gates to descend upon the northern domain. They swiftly located the surviving outer disciples and, after thorough questioning, discovered that the root of the bloodshed stemmed from the ancient mind's tidal phenomenon. It was said that a disciple had found a divine source, roughly the size of a human head, in a secret location. The value of such a divine source was immeasurable. Naturally, the Qinghuang disciple was overjoyed and brought it back to the mining area for the elders of the sacred land to examine. After a round of deliberation, the divine source was cut open, revealing the head of a fully realized monarch sealed within. What does it mean to be a fully realized monarch? One can traverse the cosmos with their physical form, and with a mere sweep of their divine consciousness, they can encompass half of a life-bearing ancient star. Such a figure is rare in this age of decline. Upon its emergence, the 5 domains would tremble, and every great sovereign would quail in fear. For it was an unstoppable force. Once the head of the fully realized monarch re-emerged into the world, it sensed the surrounding environment and realized that it was still in this age of decline. Eroded by the passage of time, its lifespan was rapidly diminishing, leading it to erupt with vengeful fury. In a fit of rage, it bloodily slaughtered the entire mining area of the Qinghuang sacred land. Celestial gods suffered catastrophic fates, meeting their unfortunate demise. Ultimately, that head, brimming with malevolence, flew back to the primordial ancient mind. Upon hearing such news, countless beings in the northern domain were left in shock. Just how terrifying is the might of a fully realized monarch? Merely a head is capable of slaughtering celestial gods and true gods as if they were mere weeds. What kind of divine power would be unleashed if its entire body were intact? It is truly unimaginable. In recent days, the mining area of the Qinghuang sacred land has begun a systematic reconstruction, with many disciples being summoned from the central region. The expressions of the upper echelons, including the Lord of Qinghuang, were as grim as if they had consumed a dead fly. The presence of a fully realized monarch's head was more than enough to instill dread. The characters still lingering in the ancient mind of Taichu find themselves unable to contemplate vengeance. It is utterly implausible to summon the ancestors sealed within the divine source for the purpose of launching an assault on the ancient mind of Taichu. Such an action would be tantamount to courting death. No figure akin to an ancient fossil would willingly emerge from obscurity in this age of decline for such trivial matters. Ultimately, they are left in a state of silence, their banners lowered, reduced to mere fodder for discussion among the myriad sects and countless cultivators. Meanwhile, the slumbering Lu Yuan has long since awakened. The wounds and fatigue that once plagued him have dissipated entirely, and he has experienced a slight enhancement in his cultivation, breaking through to the second level of the cave heaven realm. The substantial quantity of source stones transported from the ancient mine has also been completely processed and stored aboard the ancient vessel. Lu Yuan, along with Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and a host of supporting true disciples and core disciples, follows the lead of Shangguan Ruo as they enter the domain gate, returning to the southern domain. Chapter 75. Mutual gratitude. Returned to the southern domain, the ancient vessel soared through the skies, transforming into a swift beam of light as it traversed the interdimensional spatial array of the divine city, vanishing in an instant. Before long, a group of individuals had returned to the southern domain. Endless greenery, majestic mountains, and vast landscapes unfolded before them, a sight of unparalleled beauty. In stark contrast to the desolation and barrenness of the northern domain, it was as if they had entered an entirely different world. Upon the deck of the ancient ship, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang stood at the bow, gazing down at the picturesque mountains and rivers, the atmosphere harmonious. From time to time, they were met with glances filled with awe, envy, and admiration, drawing attention to their presence. Following the event at the ancient mine tide, Lu Yuan's reputation had been firmly established. In the hearts of many disciples, he had ascended to a status comparable to that of the saints. Even the few true disciples no longer dared to regard themselves as seniors in his presence, conducting themselves with utmost caution. By the way, Qinghuang, where is Elder Shangwan? I have matters to discuss with her, Lu Yuan suddenly inquired, as if recalling something important. Master is in the uppermost cabin, Gu Qinghuang replied without hesitation, extending her slender, porcelain-like finger to point upward. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded gently and strode towards the upper cabin. In the ancient mine tide, he had acquired 8 pieces of primordial fate stones. These stones were immensely beneficial to beings beyond the divine realm. However, for him at this moment, they held little value. Moreover, with his formidable holy body and astonishing vitality, his lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Even in his later years, he would have no need for such items. Elder Shangwan had always shown him great care. Just a few days prior, she had intervened to help him dispel the lethal intent of a formidable foe from the demon god palace. This kindness was something Lu Yuan would surely remember. Thus, he decided to present these primordial fate stones to Shangwan Ruo as a gesture of reciprocity. Elder Shangwan, this is your disciple Lu Yuan, seeking an audience, Lu Yuan announced as he stood outside the cabin, cupping his hands in respect. Komin, a calm voice beckoned from within, and Lu Yuan pushed the door open. Elder Shangwan appeared in her traditional attire, her complexion radiant and youthful, untouched by the passage of time. It seemed she had practiced some secret techniques for retaining youth, or perhaps consumed rare fruits to maintain her ageless beauty. "Huh? My dear child, it has only been a few days, yet your cultivation has advanced significantly. You have reached the second tier of the cave heaven realm," Elder Shangwan remarked, her eyes sparkling with astonishment as she regarded Lu Yuan. Great fortunes lie in the realm of life and death. Unfettered by burdens, one is destined to gain. Lu Yuan replied with a smile, maintaining a demeanor of modest confidence. Your resolve is commendable. Elder Shangwan nodded silently, unable to suppress her admiration. The might of a celestial realm expert, directly striking with intent to kill, the grandiose laws of the Tao reverberating, the void collapsing in destruction. What an overwhelming spectacle it was. Had it been an ordinary cultivator with a wavering heart, they would likely have been paralyzed by fear, leaving behind shadows on their path of cultivation, sowing the seeds of inner demons. However, this particular trait seems entirely absent in Lu Yuan. He possesses the innate potential of a paramount being, with an unwavering heart and an unyielding conviction. Fear appears to be a foreign concept to him. In fact, he even prompted her disciple to inquire about the divine name of the celestial being dispatched by the demon god palace, a clear indication of his vengeful intentions. This inevitably caused even this seasoned celestial being, who had encountered countless individuals, to regard him with newfound respect. Lu Yuan, have you come to seek my counsel regarding something? Shangwan Ruo inquired. As her words lingered in the air, Lu Yuan wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. With a grand gesture, 8 peculiar stones, shimmering with ethereal brilliance, soared forth. Shangwan Ruo received them and examined them closely, her gaze suddenly sharpening with surprise. Primordial fate stones. Having been under your care for nearly a year, these 8 primordial fate stones are but a token of gratitude from this junior, Lu Yuan declared sincerely, inclining his head respectfully. This revelation elicited a flicker of hesitation on Shangwan Ruo's face. Accepting a gift from a junior was somewhat incongruous with her esteemed position. Yet, the primordial fate stones were indeed items of great necessity for her. Rare treasures unattainable even from the source or divine source, exclusively found within the ancient primordial mines. Very well, I shall graciously accept your offering, she ultimately decided after careful contemplation. After a brief pause, she gazed towards the heavens and continued. Your contributions during this ancient mine tide have been substantial. The value of the divine source and pure source extracted from that large mine amounts to several million pounds. I understand that the cultivation of a sacred body demands immense resources. Therefore, during the high-level meeting, I shall ardently advocate for the maximum allocation of resources on your behalf. Furthermore, I shall also fulfill my prior promise regarding the chaotic stone tablet. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's countenance brightened, and he once again bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Shangwan. The half-scroll of the chaotic ancient scripture from the Wanchu sacred ground is of paramount importance to me. Should I succeed in my cultivation, I will wield chaotic techniques and traverse the world unfettered. There is no need for such formality, Shangwan Ruo replied, her expression softening with a smile. Following this, the two engaged in further conversation, after which Lu Yuan gradually withdrew from the cabin and returned to the deck. The ancient vessel traversed swiftly, reaching the Wanchu sacred ground in less than 2 hours. A multitude of disciples returning from the northern region disembarked in succession. Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger, upon Lu Yuan's suggestion, accompanied him to the spirit peak designated for the allocation of core disciples. Not long after, news of Lu Yuan's exploits in the Divine City and his achievements within the ancient primordial mine began to circulate throughout the Wanchu sacred ground. Countless outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples were left in awe, igniting a fervor of discussions. Even many elders of the sacred ground were astonished by Lu Yuan's rapid growth, expressing their astonishment. Soon after, when the value of the several million pounds of source began to cascade from the ancient vessel, the excitement reached new heights. The senior figures of the Wanchu sacred land widened their eyes in astonishment, filled with profound delight. Such an acquisition far exceeded the initial tidal wave of the ancient mines, surpassing the expectations of all. Subsequently, upon learning of the developments, the master of Wanchu promptly summoned the high-ranking officials of the sacred land to convene, gathering together to deliberate on a strategy for resource allocation. Chapter 76. The Great Era Approaches. The Sacred Land's Decision. At the Sacred Master Peak, within the Grand Hall of Deliberation, the high-ranking elders of the Wan initial sacred land filled the seats, leaving no space unoccupied. Occupying the principal seat was a middle-aged man with a countenance resembling a jade crown. His eyes flickered with divine laws interwoven, emanating a terrifying aura. He was none other than the current sacred master of the Wan initial sacred land. During the two ancient tidal events, our sacred land acquired over 8 million pounds of source stones. Nearly half of this was brought back by Lu Yuan. How shall we allocate these resources? Speak your thoughts, the sacred master said calmly, casting a glance at the gathered assembly. As his words fell, a wave of discussions erupted within the hall. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. Some communicated discreetly through divine thoughts, sharing their opinions. After a brief moment, an elderly woman with gray hair spoke first, respectfully, Sacred Master. In my humble opinion, half of the harvest should be allocated to the sect's treasury, while the remainder should be distributed evenly based on contributions. As for the sacred body, Lu Yuan, he may be awarded an extra 30,000 pounds of source stones. 30,000 pounds? The sacred master frowned, non-committal, and turned his gaze to the others. At the auction in the Divine City, Lu Yuan merely gifted my disciple, Qinghuang, the tiny divine essence, which is valued at 30,000 pounds of source stones. Elder Hua, do not underestimate him. Oh, is that so? I had been unaware, the elderly woman replied, her dry skin twitching slightly as she expressed her apologies. The intent of the sacred master is clear. Let me speak plainly. This discussion is not merely about the allocation of over 8 million pounds of source stones, but rather I wish to know your views on nurturing the sacred body. Shangwan Ruo stated flatly, her expression devoid of emotion. As a being of divine strength, she could disregard certain protocols, articulating her thoughts without hesitation. Upon her pronouncement, the faces of the elders gradually grew serious. Nurturing the sacred body was no trivial matter. Investing millions of pounds of source stones might yield little return and required careful consideration. Historically, since the arrival of the heavenly Tao shackles, no sacred body had successfully ascended to divinity. They either fell victim to the innate Tao diagram or were reduced to ashes amidst the catastrophic trials. The prospect of nurturing a sacred body was fraught with risk, outweighing potential benefits. The Grand Elder, Mu Tonghai, after a moment of contemplation, spoke gravely. Moreover, with the turmoil in the northern regions subsiding, despite Lu Yuan's extraordinary combat prowess, there has been no movement from the heavenly pool, indicating their lack of confidence. Why should we take such a risk? He paused for emphasis and continued. Of course, Lu Yuan's contributions during the ancient tidal events were invaluable. We can reward him with 100,000 pounds of source stones as recognition. The other elders nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning compelling. 1 million units of source. For cultivators at the cave heaven realm, is an immeasurable fortune, undeniably substantial. Although Lu Yuan himself physically transported an entire mountain, worth over 4 million units of source, the Holy Land also exerted considerable effort. Without the protection of the elders at the celestial god realm, despite possessing immense capabilities, he would find it impossible to seize such an abundance of source under the watchful eyes of various factions. Elder Shangwan, what is your perspective? Inquired the Holy Master of Wanshu. Insufficient, Elder Shangwan replied, shaking his head lightly. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens. In this tumultuous world, only one can attain the Tao. One may ascend to emperorhood, while the rest merely serve as mere embellishments, reduced to dust. Who can claim to foresee the future with certainty? Precedents set by predecessors may indeed be shattered. Even the most renowned physique, painstakingly nurtured, may falter on the path to becoming an emperor. I possess considerable confidence in Lu Yuan, setting aside whether he can ultimately transcend his shackles and successfully ascend to divinity. From another perspective, if my disciple Qinghuang could give birth to an innate holy body, and both parents are pivotal figures within our Wanshu holy land, the divine embryo will undoubtedly gravitate towards us. Such a physique would almost guarantee sanctification, incomparable to mere millions of units of source. Elder Shangwan's words left many present, including several elders, appearing somewhat helpless. All were mere assumptions. Assuming Lu Yuan could attain divinity. Assuming Gu Qinghuang could conceive a divine embryo. To be frank, it bore no distinction from gambling. However, those who have cultivated to such heights must have lived for at least a millennium, each a master of their craft. In Elder Shangwan's discourse, several unfamiliar terms caught the attention of the elders. Tao attainment, the path of the emperor, the future, the holy master. A few elders at the pinnacle of the true god realm sensed a hint of revelation, turning their gazes towards the holy master of Wanshu, their eyes shimmering with unspoken significance. Seeing this, the holy master ceased to conceal his thoughts. He slowly rose, walked to the entrance of the grand hall, gazed at the heavens, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Yesterday my ancestor imparted a message to me. Recently, the laws of the universe have slightly weakened. Based on ancient precedents, there are only two possibilities. First, the current emperor's lifespan is nearing its end, and he is about to achieve transcendence. That supreme existence has only walked the path for 7,000 years, still in the prime of life, accompanied by an elixir of immortality. This scenario is nearly impossible. Second, the current emperor has willingly chosen to sever himself, transforming into a supreme being of the forbidden zone, returning to the heavens. My ancestor speculates that the likelihood of the second possibility is exceedingly high. In as short as 30 to 50 years, or at most a century, the imperial laws will dissipate, heralding the dawn of another great era. Upon uttering these words, the countenance of the gathered elders changed dramatically. Many abruptly stood, their eyes gleaming with intensity. Such news was undeniably shocking. The ancestors of the Holy Land are beings of saintly caliber, possessing the most acute awareness of such grand principles. Even when sealed within the source of divinity, they can sense the fluctuations of the heavenly laws. The words spoken are certainly not mere fabrications. The era devoid of emperors is renowned as the Golden Age. In due course, an array of exceptional talents will emerge, vying fiercely on the ruthless path to ascendancy, contending to establish a new emperor. The world is on the brink of upheaval, and sage kings shall once again grace the realm. This period brims with countless uncertainties. It is at this juncture that the sacred body fortuitously rises. Perhaps it is indeed worth a try. Some reminisce about ancient times, murmuring softly, "Elder Yin, what is your opinion?" The Lord of Wanchu turned to gaze upon an elderly figure, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Recently returned from the northern domain, he holds the sacred body in high regard. I believe it is worth attempting. The elder, with his eyes perpetually closed, spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone that none dared to overlook. For he is the previous sovereign of Wanchu sacred land. Very well, if that is the case. My decision is made, and further discussion is unnecessary. Prior to the divine connection realm, allocate 3 batches of resources to Lu Yuan. The first, 100,000 gene of essence. The second, 300,000 gene of essence. The third, 500,000 gene of essence. Tomorrow, we shall unveil the lowest level of the dragon's nest, summoning the 9 great chaotic stone monoliths, sealing the earthly dragon veins. Additionally, all registered outer disciples, inner disciples, and offerings shall see their provisions doubled. Core disciples will receive triple, and true disciples will receive quintuple. For the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, tenfold. The grand era is approaching. Preparations must be made promptly. The words of the Lord of Wanchu resonated powerfully as he made his resolute decision. Chapter 77. Entering the Gorge. The dragon veins of heaven and earth. Indeed, the 2 previous sovereigns have spoken thus. This matter has been conclusively settled, leaving no room for further deliberation. The elders present rose in unison, acknowledging with a chorus of agreement. Subsequently, each of them flickered away from the grand assembly hall. Soon, the news of the offerings rising in stature spread throughout the entirety of the Wanchu Holy Land, causing considerable upheaval. After a night of tender communion, the following day, Shangguan Ruo arrived early at Lu Yuan's doorstep to convey the results of the high-level meeting. She presented him with a spatial secret treasure, within which lay heaps of source stones, an astonishing quantity exceeding 100,000 pounds, dazzling to behold. Even Lu Yuan could not help but take a sharp breath. In addition, the deepest layer of the Yulong Gorge will be exclusively open for you. The 9 chaos stone monuments will also be summoned to seal the dragon veins of heaven and earth, for a duration of 1 year. Lu Yuan, prepare yourself. We shall proceed together. Shangguan Ruo spoke with a smile. The deepest layer of Yulong Gorge, and the chaos stone monuments. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she delicately covered her lips. Such treatment had never been afforded to her, even as a saintess. Clearly, the high-ranking officials of the Holy Land were resolute in their decision to cultivate the saint body. It was evident that her master, Shangguan Ruo, had exerted considerable effort in this matter. Thank you, Elder Shangguan. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude with a formal bow. No need for excessive courtesy. I have previously stated that since you have formed a bond with Qinghuang, you are akin to my half-disciple. Naturally, I shall endeavor to secure additional benefits for you. Shangguan Ruo waved her hand with a gentle smile, saying, "Very well, it is time to set forth. Several elders await us." Qinghuang returned to Qi Xiaopeak. I have matters to discuss with you later. Yes, master. Gu Qinghuang nodded, offering a graceful bow before retreating to the back hall to find Mu Linga, then leaping away. A moment later, Lu Yuan accompanied Shangguan Ruo to the Yulong Gorge. At this moment, the valley, once bustling with activity and long lines, appeared unusually desolate. Only a few elders, their auras unfathomable, stood guard there. As a being of chaos, Lu Yuan possessed considerable understanding of the power of the Chaos Stone monuments. The 9 monuments would seal the dragon veins of heaven and earth, creating a barrier of chaos power. Not a single wisp of the essence of heaven and earth could escape. The outer layers of the Yulong Gorge would inevitably lose their effect, remaining stagnant for a year. This clearly demonstrated the sincerity of the high-ranking officials of the Wan Chu Holy Land, filling Lu Yuan with gratitude. They have arrived. Let us commence. Shangguan Ruo glanced around calmly before speaking. Yes, Grand Elder. The several elders of the true God realm nodded in agreement. In the next instant, each took action. Boom! An unimaginable force erupted from the elders, shaking the very heavens. With a swift motion, the profound laws of the great Tao resonated thunderously, causing the void to collapse. As if the very heavens and earth were on the verge of splitting apart. Beings that transcended the realm of divinity had begun to grasp the potency of these laws, elevating their existence beyond the mundane, instilling a fearsome aura. Hiss! Hiss! 9 ancient stone tablets tore through the distant void, summoned forth. Subsequently, they transformed into streaks of obsidian light, plunging into the depths of the earth, sealing the dragon veins of the world. Lu Yuan, proceed. Shangguan Ruo signaled with a glance, her voice commanding yet gentle. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, his form flickering as he transformed into a golden beam of light, diving into the subterranean realm. Once that elongated silhouette vanished entirely, the elders simultaneously withdrew their powers, allowing the Long Jian to return to its serene state. A year. To what heights will this sacred body ascend? Let us await the revelation. The subterranean world was not shrouded in darkness. Rather, it shimmered with brilliance. The earth's dragon energy surged and divine power flowed, as if a true dragon lay in slumber within. Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, inhaling deeply, and an infinite stream of celestial essence surged forth. The richness was beyond description, akin to being immersed in a vast ocean of source energy. Truly, it was the dragon vein of the earth, cultivated over countless eons. Astonishing indeed, Lu Yuan felt a jolt within, and his gaze drifted toward the periphery. The 9 chaotic stone tablets stood resolutely in each corner of the subterranean realm, oriented in 9 directions. Above them, a shimmering obsidian light pulsed, and chaotic energy flowed, revealing enigmatic inscriptions that flickered in and out of visibility. The tablet in the southeast bore inscriptions that Lu Yuan found profoundly familiar. It was the very stone that had previously enabled him to comprehend the chaotic divine demonic visualization technique. Their encounter once more felt like a fateful reunion across the ages. He had transformed from an outer disciple of the Bitter Sea realm to a practitioner of the Celestial Cave realm, comparable to the esteemed sons and daughters of revered sanctuaries. A sense of destiny, reminiscent of a bygone era, surged within his heart. However, Lu Yuan understood that this was merely a resonance between the chaotic stone and his own chaotic body. The stone tablet was not sentient. It served merely as a vessel for the Tao. Without further contemplation, Lu Yuan sought out an open space, settling down to begin his cultivation. Boom! As the chaotic essence within him stirred, an endless torrent of dragon vein energy surged forth, manifesting as visible streams of energy that rushed into Lu Yuan's mouth and nose. The bitter sea within him erupted in a golden blaze, tumultuous waves rising to the heavens, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, akin to crashing tides that soared skyward. Above the bitter sea, a blue lotus emerged, its leaves gently swaying as chaotic energy surged forth, utilizing its wondrous power to assist in refining the vast amounts of life essence flooding into him, nourishing his being. Simultaneously, the celestial cave within Lu Yuan began to expand rapidly. An overwhelming force, pure life essence, surged forth, relentless as a tidal wave, washing over every inch of his flesh and blood. Even the very bones began to shimmer, resembling translucent jade, imbued with an aura of sanctity and unparalleled majesty. Thunderous roars echoed throughout the subterranean realm, as ancient characters of the great Tao and profound resonances of cosmic principles engulfed Lu Yuan's entire being. This was the heart of the ancient emperor scriptures, a means to establish an unshakable foundation, elucidate the essence of cultivation, and perceive the wellspring of power. Simultaneously, the royal dragon energy, previously refined by Lu Yuan, appeared to resonate in an extraordinary manner with this place. It grew ever more potent and solid, resembling golden dragons coiling and soaring around him, exuding an unmatched ferocity. Chapter 78. A year, fourth layer of the law, manifestation realm. Time swiftly flows by. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In a certain expanse of the subterranean world, a grand celestial sound reverberates incessantly, divine radiance emanating in all directions, illuminating the heavens with a breathtaking spectacle. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, a resounding thunderclap suddenly echoes, shaking the very foundations of earth and sky. An overwhelming, sacred aura erupts forth, as a colossal ethereal figure intertwines above, enveloped in myriad streams of holy light. With boundless pathways surging, resembling a true celestial king descending from the nine heavens, gazing down upon the mortal realm in awe-inspiring splendor. The second manifestation of the holy body, the celestial king gracing the nine heavens. It is accomplished. Lu Yuan opens his eyes, unleashing a blinding brilliance that seems to illuminate this world. This signifies his formal entry into the next realm of the cave heaven, the law manifestation realm. Law manifestation, as its name implies, is a state wherein practitioners utilize themselves as conduits to commune with heaven and earth, cultivating divine powers and manifestations to empower themselves, thus attaining the law manifestation realm. However, for those with special constitutions, such as the holy body or divine body, in this realm, the manifestation is a unique phenomenon. The emergence of the second stage of a constitutive manifestation serves as a harbinger of entering the law manifestation realm. Lu Yuan rises, stretching his limbs, and a cacophony of sounds akin to popping beans resonates throughout his body. In this moment, he feels an unprecedented surge of strength. A mere clench of his fist releases a torrent of vigorous blood energy, a sensation akin to 1,000 galloping steeds. As if a single punch could shatter this very world, this embodies an unparalleled conviction, a perfect embodiment of power in the forbidden domain. Soon after, Lu Yuan's figure flickers as he approaches a chaotic stone tablet, sitting cross-legged before it. He begins to ponder the profound inscriptions etched upon the tablet. Each obscure ancient character and symbol of the great paths swiftly glides before his eyes, intertwining in a dazzling display of light and shadow. Through the continuous disintegration, reformation, arrangement, and combination of the primordial chaos, he swiftly enters a state of profound enlightenment. 2 days later, Lu Yuan rises and begins to contemplate the second stone tablet. 5 days later, he commences his understanding of the third stone tablet. Thus, the cycle continues until half a month later. Lu Yuan has comprehensively absorbed the inscriptions recorded upon the 9 chaotic stone tablets. His hands move rhythmically, embodying the grand momentum of the cosmos, manifesting the profound principles of ancient scriptures. At times, the power of the moon reveals itself, freezing vast expanses, with a chill akin to descending into the depths of hell. At other times, the power of the sun dominates the skies, radiating with the might of a celestial sun, illuminating all of time with unparalleled brilliance. 2 distinctly profound ancient scriptures intertwined in Lu Yuan's hands as divine light surged forth. Uncertain of how long he had been in a meditative state, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. From his obsidian pupils emanated a terrifying aura of chaos. This chaotic energy surged outward like a tidal wave, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. In that fleeting moment, 9 chaotic stone tablets illuminated brilliantly, as if they had awakened an extraordinary resonance. The void twisted violently, faintly echoing the lament of myriad laws, a terror beyond comprehension. So this is the ancient scripture of chaos. A wave of joy washed over Lu Yuan. The Wanchu sacred land was renowned for its cultivation of the yin, yang, and chaos laws. However, generations of sages had passed away without fully unraveling the profound mysteries of the 9 chaotic stone tablets. Only managing to deduce a fragmented scroll of the ancient scripture, a true pity. Yet now, Lu Yuan had comprehended all the inscriptions, utilizing the essence of chaos to reconstruct and attain the authentic, complete text. In the future, he would seize an opportunity to pass down this method as a gesture of gratitude to the sacred land. Then, with a resounding rush, the spatial treasure illuminated, and the remaining essence surged forth like a deluge, layering the subterranean expanse with several strata. Pure celestial essence flooded the entire space, an extravagance of the highest order. Previously consumed were 70,000 pounds of essence, the majority from his own reserves. What he now utilized were resources provided by the Wanchu sacred land. With less than half a year before the closure of the Longyang Gorge, Lu Yuan aimed to break through to a higher realm at this juncture. After all, such a sacred cultivation ground was a rare opportunity, and there was no reason to hesitate. Consequently, Lu Yuan once again entered seclusion, delving into profound cultivation. However, this time, he did not merely operate one singular scripture. The ancient texts of yin, yang, and chaos, along with various ancient characters of the great Tao, erupted forth, weaving together beams of light that resonated in a harmonious symphony. A majestic sound of the Tao resonated throughout the heavens and earth, akin to the morning bells and evening drums, reverberating through the soul, a truly astonishing spectacle. How formidable would the foundation be for one who cultivates all 4 ancient scriptures? Such depth is unfathomable, indeed rare in the world. As time swiftly flowed by, the essence dwindled, yet Lu Yuan's strength surged exponentially. His cultivation, though devoid of bottlenecks, made him acutely aware that as his prowess increased, so too did his consumption of essence. The nature of the sacred body resembled an insatiable abyss. The more he advanced, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of depletion. This was not a matter of the shackles of the heavenly path, but rather the profound source of his formidable physique. Each minor realm required the body to be refined to perfection before advancement could occur. The sea of suffering was similarly vast, with no knowledge of the shore. The richness of his magical power was impossible to gauge against peers of the same level. However, for Lu Yuan, he did not perceive this as a burden. Aside from the chaotic entity, there exists a system. As long as one continues to engage with the world, the options for rewards from the system will inevitably be triggered. Even the deepest abyss will one day be filled. Thus, there is no need for concern. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. The once barren ground is now devoid of any remnants of the half-pound source, all reduced to dust, completely consumed. In the central region, divine radiance shimmers, and vital energy rises in ethereal waves. A tall figure, with long, flowing black hair, sits in a wooden-like stillness. Surrounding him are 81 golden dragons, swirling majestically, inhaling and exhaling chaotic energy, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. At that moment, a powerful wave of divine consciousness gradually descended from above. A year has elapsed. Lu Yuan, it is time for you to emerge from your seclusion. As the words resonated, a thunderous sound erupted, and the 81 golden dragons transformed into a blinding beam of golden light, merging into the tall figure. Lu Yuan gradually stood up, dispersing the surrounding chaos with a mere glance, before retrieving a pristine robe from his storage bag to don. His entire being glimmered, radiating a luminous aura, embodying an ethereal quality akin to a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. In the realm of Dharma manifestation, he had reached the 4th heaven. Lu Yuan murmured softly, taking a step forward, soaring into the sky. Chapter 79. This era is on the brink of eruption. His speed was astonishing, akin to a golden beam erupting from the underworld, slicing through the heavens. At this moment, there were but a few figures beyond the mountain gorge. Only 3 elders stood vigil. Lu Yuan has emerged, one exclaimed, while the other two turned their gazes in unison. These three esteemed elders were familiar to Lu Yuan. They were the same individuals who, a year prior, had summoned the Chaos Stone Tablet alongside Shangwan Ruo to seal the earthly dragon veins. In terms of power, they were at the initial stage of true divinity, a position far from ordinary for elders of such a sacred ground. Soon after, Lu Yuan flickered and approached them, cupping his hands in respect. "Greetings, esteemed elders." "There's no need for such formalities," replied the elder at the forefront, a venerable man with hair as white as snow. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Lu Yuan should not concern himself with the niceties of etiquette. In that very instant, as the three elders probed Lu Yuan's cultivation with their divine senses, their expressions stiffened, and they could not help but exclaim, Your cultivation? Have you broken through to the fourth layer of the Dharma aspect realm?" "Indeed," Lu Yuan replied with a gentle nod, his demeanor remarkably composed. Upon receiving his confirmation, the elder's astonishment deepened. In just 1 year, he had ascended from the second layer of the cave heaven realm to the fourth layer of the Dharma aspect realm, a leap across 11 minor realms, in addition to a major realm barrier. Even with the assistance of 1,000,000 pounds of source energy and the earthly dragon veins, such a pace of cultivation was undeniably terrifying. Could it be that the holy body, upon resuming the path of cultivation, faced no bottlenecks whatsoever? Setting aside combat prowess, merely considering his age and cultivation level, he was already poised to outshine his contemporaries, standing shoulder to shoulder with the holy sons and daughters of various formidable factions. The three elders were deeply moved. After a brief silence, the leading elder finally spoke with admiration. "Excellent, excellent, Lu Yuan. You have indeed lived up to the holy ground's expectations of you. The Holy Master instructed me to convey that your subsequent batches of cultivation resources can be allocated to you at any time. Just a word will suffice." "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. However, I do not require them just yet." Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude once more. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. A year had passed, and his cultivation had surged too rapidly, causing his mental state to lag behind. He needed a period of worldly experience to solidify his foundation. Hence, he was not in a hurry. Subsequently, Lu Yuan inquired about the recent circumstances of Gu Qinghuang, in Tiandu, and others. The elders were forthcoming with their knowledge, patiently explaining. When Lu Yuan learned that the environmental conditions of the world were subtly shifting and that the golden era was on the horizon, his gaze flickered with anticipation. He hailed from an extraordinary lineage and possessed a keen understanding of the golden era, a time of unparalleled talent and fierce competition. The throne of the emperor was soon to be vacated. In the forthcoming century, and even millennia, the relentless flames of war shall stretch across the land, birthing new emperors and sovereigns to reign supreme. The present reality aligns closely with Lu Yuan's imaginings. Gu Qinghuang, in Tiandu, and various renowned disciples from esteemed sacred places have ventured to the central regions of the eastern wilderness for exploration. The ancient aristocratic families, immortal sanctuaries, and grand doctrinal sects have also revealed their concealed prodigies at this pivotal juncture. Even figures of unparalleled greatness from millennia past have emerged, breaking through the divine source to contend for supremacy, drawing upon the accumulation of several lifetimes. The formidable physiques, such as the royal body, Tao body, and divine body, which merely flickered in the age of decline, now flourish abundantly, converging into a dazzling spectacle of brilliance. In summary, this era is on the brink of an explosive upheaval. After assimilating the information from the past year, Lu Yuan made an immediate resolution to journey to the central regions. This area stands as the heart of the eastern wilderness, home to several sects that have previously produced emperors. As the Grand Era approaches, it undoubtedly presents the most thrilling opportunities. Do you also intend to venture to the central regions? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's thoughts, the elder at the forefront of the sacred place hesitated slightly before nodding to himself, stating, "That is well. Relentless seclusion equates to building a cart behind closed doors. Immersing oneself in the world can greatly enhance one's state of mind. Please wait." I shall find a few Nirvana realm attendants to accompany you. No need, I can manage alone. Lu Yuan firmly shook his head. The several elders of the sacred place exhibited expressions of helplessness, and seeing his resolute demeanor, they refrained from further objections. Nonetheless, they earnestly advised him to be wary of the Meng family and the Demon God Palace. Meng Yao and Tian Yao are both unruly individuals. After suffering a significant setback in the northern domain, their reputation tarnished, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. It is said that over half a year ago, both had already broken through to the law manifestation realm. Their current true cultivation might not differ greatly from Lu Yuan's. Not to worry, they are merely defeated foes. Lu Yuan's gaze remained calm and unperturbed as he smiled faintly. Previously, when his cultivation lagged behind theirs by 6 or 7 minor realms, he could still take on 2 adversaries. Now that their levels are comparable, the outcome of battle is assured. Gods shall be slain by gods, and demons by demons. Whoever comes shall meet their demise. After exchanging a few more words, the 3 elders of the sacred place ceased further discourse and began preparations to restore the access to the Yunlong Gorge, unlocking the array connecting the 9 chaotic stone tablets. Lu Yuan then returned to his residence at Lingfeng, tidied up briefly, and officially set forth on his journey. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet swiftly receded. Lu Yuan's steps danced through the void, traversing rapidly through the air. The expanse of the eastern wilderness is vast. The distance between the southern domain and the central regions remains considerable. An ordinary cultivator relying solely on flight would require several months to arrive, necessitating the use of a large spatial domain gate for traversal. 2 days later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared within a grand city of the southern domain. Here lies a spatial domain gate leading directly to the central region, constructed by the Celestial Star Chamber of Commerce. It opens once a month, with a fee of 20,000 pounds of essence. For Lu Yuan, this sum is utterly trivial, so he decides to linger here and wait. However, after merely half a day, he observes that the number of young talents gathering seems to increase, as if they are not simply awaiting the opening of the spatial domain gate. This elder wonders if there has been some grand event in the ancient Mulberry City recently. Seated on the 2nd floor of a tavern, Lu Yuan beckons the proprietor to inquire. The young man seems to sense his curiosity regarding the increasing presence of skilled youth in the city. The tavern keeper smiles mysteriously and responds, the intentions of the inebriated are not solely for the wine, but for the beauty. The esteemed Miss Yi Qingli of the Celestial Star Chamber has arrived with her worship, journeying from the far south. It is said that she offers complimentary passage to various young talents heading to the central region. Many here, in truth, are not in need of those 20,000 pounds of essence. They linger primarily to catch a glimpse of her unparalleled grace. Chapter 80. The Emperor's Selection Plan, Yi Qingli. As Lu Yuan listened, his gaze flickered momentarily. He had encountered this woman at the auction in the divine city of the northern region. Indeed, she possessed an extraordinary beauty and an unparalleled grace. Even when compared to Gu Qinghuang, she was not the slightest bit inferior. Throughout the entire eastern wilderness, few women could rival her. Furthermore, her identity and background were astonishingly impressive. It was no wonder that she had caused such a commotion in ancient Mulberry City. Just then, a sudden mechanical voice quietly resonated within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Ding! Detecting the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. 1. Board Yi Qingli's worship and travel to the central region. Reward: 1 divine artifact. 2. Pay no heed and continue to await the opening of the interdomain spatial array. Reward: 1 ancient divine medicine. A reward has been triggered. Lu Yuan's expression sharpened as he hesitated briefly. A divine artifact is a weapon crafted by cultivators of the divine connection realm. Above this level, there are 2 tiers, the True God Artifact and the Celestial God Artifact, both of which are easily comprehensible. Weapons that reach this tier have already woven the essence of Tao, wielding immense power far beyond ordinary spiritual treasures, and are of great value. As for the second option, the ancient divine medicine, it would likely possess healing properties, extend lifespan, or perhaps enhance cultivation. For Lu Yuan at this moment, its utility was rather limited. After considerable reflection, Lu Yuan made his choice within his heart. He then continued to enjoy his drink on the second floor of the tavern. 2 days later, the void above suddenly, and a massive ancient ship emerged from the rift. The ship's body was colossal, seemingly crafted from a peculiar material, emanating a shimmering dark light that imparted a sense of heavy oppression. At the top, a grand flag stood tall, adorned with intricate patterns of celestial stars, exuding an impressive aura. The warship of the Celestial Star Merchant Association had arrived. It was enormous, more magnificent than our sect leader's palace. In ancient Mulberry City, a wave of excitement ensued. Many young cultivators were awestruck, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Unsophisticated bumpkins who have never seen the world. What insignificant sect dares to compare itself with the Celestial Star Merchant Association? Nearby, a well-dressed young noble sneered, offering a scathing retort. You, the young cultivator, turned red with anger, about to retort, but upon noticing the two ferocious guards behind him, he immediately swallowed his words, lowering his head in frustration. With the arrival of the Celestial Star Merchant Association's warship, the entire ancient Mulberry City erupted into a frenzy, crowded and bustling with activity. Many people stood on tiptoe, straining to catch a glimpse of Gu Qinghuang's enchanting visage. At this moment, Lu Yuan also stepped out from the tavern, casting his divine sense towards the sky. However, his thoughts diverged from the crowd. He was merely curious as to why the Celestial Star Merchant Association would engage in such a business, offering free passage to some cultivators bound for the central region. Indeed, it is not only Lu Yuan who harbors such doubts in his heart. Numerous cultivators are equally perplexed, engaging in hushed discussions. One individual possesses 20,000 pounds of source energy. 100 individuals would amount to 2 million pounds. Is the Celestial Star Commerce engaging in charity? Some scratch their heads, earnestly calculating the figures. You young ones, your thoughts are solely focused on the source. Your vision too myopic to fathom the deeper implications. Nearby, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe waved his whisk with a casual air, exuding the demeanor of a recluse. Oh, it seems the elder possesses some hidden knowledge. I am eager to hear more. Upon hearing this, the man was not irked. Rather, his eyes brightened as he leaned in, appearing eager to learn. The business scope of the Celestial Star Commerce extends far beyond the 5 domains of the world. It flourishes across numerous ancient life stars in the outer realms. One can only imagine the astounding wealth this entails. In the realm of cultivators, where the weak are devoured by the strong, safeguarding such wealth necessitates the presence of unparalleled power. The prosperity of the Celestial Star Commerce to its current stature is, to a significant extent, linked to the choosing the emperor plan. The Taoist elder spoke these words with nonchalance. Choosing the emperor. Upon hearing this term, many cultivators' expressions shifted, and they hastily inquired, Elder, what is the choosing the emperor plan? In the Golden Age, amidst the vast cosmos, only 3 or 5 individuals are chosen per generation. The Taoist elder stated solemnly. As these words fell, the crowd instantly grasped the implications of such a selection. Throughout history, have any true emperors had connections with the Celestial Star Commerce? Someone continued to question. If I knew, would I be here idly chatting with you young ones? The Taoist elder shot a disdainful glance at the questioner, retorting with irritation. It turns out he is just a dilettante. I had thought him a master. Bah! Several left, initially excited but now disheartened, grumbling as they departed. This conversation, of course, did not escape Lu Yuan's keen perception, having already registered in his mind. The choosing the emperor plan. Quite intriguing. Lu Yuan pondered thoughtfully, gently nodding, as he began to comprehend the unusual actions of the Celestial Star Commerce. At that moment, a voice as melodious as a celestial chorus floated down from the ancient ship. Dear friends, the ancient vessel is about to set sail, heading towards the central region of the eastern wilderness. Those under the age of 30, capable of flying aboard unaided, may do so free of charge. You have a limited time of 1 incense stick. As the words echoed, countless prodigies from the southern domain in Gu Qinghuang City erupted in excitement. This was a rare opportunity to gain the favor of Miss Yi Qingli from the celestial star commerce, akin to a pathway to the heavens. Naturally, no one wished to let such a golden opportunity slip away. In an instant, numerous figures soared into the sky, divine rainbows crisscrossing, radiating brilliance, all rushing towards a vessel above. However, just as they ascended halfway, an invisible and terrifying pressure enveloped them. Boom! Many young warriors, unable to bear the weight of the moment, lost their balance and plummeted from the heights like dumplings falling into boiling water. Among them were even a number of cultivators at the cave heaven realm. Thud! Thud! One by one, figures tumbled down, crashing into the city in a disarrayed manner. A few others came hurtling directly towards Lu Yuan's location. With a frown, Lu Yuan unleashed a terrifying aura that erupted from within him. It spread like a shockwave, sending the surrounding crowd flying, with many cultivators in the spirit gathering and divine palace realms succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, kneeling on the ground. What? The law manifestation realm. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. A cultivator of the law manifestation realm at such a young age? Who could this be? A prodigious figure from a prestigious sect, or perhaps a direct disciple of a reclusive ancient lineage? In an instant, countless gazes were drawn to him, filled with awe and shock. However, Lu Yuan paid no heed to the commotion. With a firm step, the bluestone ground cracked beneath him. He transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye, seemingly encountering no resistance. Within 3 breaths, he successfully boarded the ship. On the deck, figures were bustling, with many young experts arriving from various places. As Lu Yuan scanned his surroundings, he suddenly sensed a chilling, killing intent and overwhelming demonic energy converging towards him. Bang! Lu Yuan's body trembled, effortlessly dispersing the myriad of killing intentions. He then walked directly to the side of the approaching figure, seated himself boldly, and with a grin, revealed a sinister smile. Greetings! Chapter 81. Encountering the Celestial Demon Again. The trial of ascendance, you worthless body. How dare you appear before me? The celestial demon turned her head, her expression frigid, her violet-hued eyes sharp as blades, exuding an air of imminent conflict. It had been a year since their last encounter, and the celestial demon had completely healed from her injuries, her cultivation having advanced significantly, now at the 3rd level of the Dharma form realm, making her even more formidable. A defeated foe dares to show bravado. Were it not for being aboard the Starry Sky merchant's vessel, I would have slain you on the spot. Lu Yuan's smile remained, yet his words were imbued with overwhelming force. The crystalline flesh glimmered, radiating an intense aura of blood and power akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, suffocating those nearby. Last time in the northern region, I was careless. This time, your luck has run out. Once you disembark, you shall surely meet your demise. The celestial demon articulated her murderous intent coldly, her expression darkening as she recalled the battle at the ancient mine tide. For one so arrogant, this defeat was undoubtedly a deep humiliation that demanded retribution in blood. You young one, the heavens will inevitably collect what is due. Offending the demon god palace leaves you with no future. Behind her, 2 gray-robed elders regarded Lu Yuan with unfriendly gazes, their voices icy and menacing. Though these 2 appeared unremarkable, resembling mere attendants, the overwhelming aura of demonic energy they exuded, combined with their wild and defiant spirits, commanded respect. They were at least formidable demons from the northern region, each having undergone 2 or 3 rebirths. Lu Yuan glanced back at them, a sneer forming on his lips. Is the demon god palace so lacking in capable protectors that you send these 2 old demons to shield you? You should at least have someone from the divine realm to ensure your survival. Sharp-tongued, the 2 reborn demons felt their pride wounded by such mockery, their faces darkening as divine light flickered at their fingertips, their murderous intent palpable. At that moment, the many young elites on the deck sensed the tension in the air, several recognizing Lu Yuan's identity, gasping in astonishment. The holy body has arrived. He too is headed to the central region. Indeed, the rumors had not exaggerated. His audacity was evident as he provoked the celestial demon and disregarded the two guardians of the demon god palace, showcasing immense bravado. Many shifted uncomfortably, wary of the potential for these individuals to lose control and unleash chaos around them. Amidst this charged atmosphere, a light, melodious laughter echoed from the depths of the ship's cabin. Lu Yu, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. Since our parting in Divine City, it seems fate has brought us together again. Yi Qingli gracefully approached, adorned in an exquisite gown that accentuated her enchanting silhouette, captivating all who beheld her. Monsieur, Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile and a nod of acknowledgement. What, are the two of you criticizing the narrowness of my starry sky merchant's vessel? Two paragons of the sacred lineage squeezed together to find a seat. Yi Qingli's radiant eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased. Hearing Yi Qingli's insinuation, the two formidable guardians of the Nirvana realm from the heavenly demon and the demon god palace did not dare to act recklessly. To engage in conflict aboard the warship would undoubtedly be a provocation against the prestige of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce. No one would be foolish enough to behave thus. Miss Yi is jesting. The dignity of the Heavenly Star Chamber must indeed be respected. The heavenly demon spoke with a hint of indifference, casting a glance at the two behind him, prompting them to restrain their aura. He then turned his gaze to Lu Yuan, coldly stating, Our grievances shall be settled in the central region. Cherish your remaining moments of life. You too, prepare your final words. I shall see you on your way once we disembark. Lu Yuan merely smiled, responding with calmness. Oof. The heavenly demon snorted, unwilling to continue this verbal sparring, and with a wave of his hand, led his two guardians to another seating area. In ancient times, the corporeal bodies of the heavenly demon and the sacred body were often mortal enemies, one representing the mightiest flesh of the demon race, and the other epitomizing the pinnacle of human physique. It is indeed rare to witness the confrontation of these two bodily forms in the present age. Oh, Miss Yi seems to possess considerable knowledge regarding the lineage of the sacred body, Lu Yuan remarked, immediately intrigued. Indeed, our predecessors at the Heavenly Star Chamber once cultivated a sacred body. This is no secret. As she spoke, Yi Qingli's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lu Yuan for a prolonged moment before inviting him. If you wish to know about the tribulations faced by the sacred body in becoming a deity, I can share that information freely. Lu Yuan pondered briefly. Although he was uncertain of the woman's intentions, acquiring additional information could ultimately be beneficial, so he chose not to decline. Very well, fellow Taoist Lu, please follow me to the inner chamber. Yi Qingli gestured to lead the way. Meanwhile, the incense had burned for a while. The warship of the Heavenly Star Chamber slowly set sail, heading toward the next large city in the southern domain. The number of individuals boarding from Guzan City was few, merely 3 or 5. However, without a doubt, they were all exceptional talents among the younger generation. Among them were 1 or 2 unfamiliar faces with mysterious identities, not appearing to be renowned figures from the major factions. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the emergence of some hidden disciples of ancient fossil sects was hardly a rare occurrence. Soon, Lu Yuan followed Yi Qingli into the inner chamber of the warship. The decor was ancient yet elegant, lavishly adorned. Just as they settled in, a maidservant presented them with spiritual tea and fruits, offering attentive service. What exactly does the tribulation of becoming a deity that Miss Yi mentioned refer to? After taking a sip of tea, Lu Yuan inquired. 2 great tribulations, the innate Tao diagram and the 4-9 heavenly tribulations. The 4-9 heavenly tribulations annihilate the physical body, while the innate Tao diagram obstructs the primordial spirit. Yi Qingli recalled the ancient texts, speaking softly. Is it difficult? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Extremely difficult. It is essentially a situation of inevitable death. Yi Qingli gently shook her head and then spoke solemnly. The saintly body cultivated by my Heavenly Star Merchant Association was equally remarkable, rising from a desolate region, soaring triumphantly, and ultimately prevailing over all adversaries in the realm of divine paths. However, regrettably, he too succumbed to the calamity. He had nearly transcended the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. his corporeal form having entered the realm of divinity. Nevertheless, the innate Tao diagram, imbued with the will of the heavenly Tao, summons the chains of divine order to obliterate everything. It is simply beyond the capacity of beings of the nirvana realm to withstand. I see. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, his expression remaining calm. For him, this was not a formidable challenge. The path of chaos transcends all others. When one reaches a certain level of power, even the imperial laws of the great emperors cannot suppress them. They can break free from their shackles and forcibly attain enlightenment. An insignificant innate Tao diagram, of course, does not warrant Lu Yuan's attention. Becoming divine, there are no obstacles. Chapter 82. Divine Artifacts, the Prelude to War. Initially, I presumed that upon uncovering such a secret, my friend Lu would inevitably be engulfed by trepidation and doubt. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, his expression unchanging and his demeanor unruffled. Such a formidable resolve truly commands admiration from Qingli. As she scrutinized Lu Yuan's countenance, she felt an even greater sense of astonishment. "Miss Yi, you flatter me," he replied with a tranquil smile. "However, there is always a way forward when the cart reaches the mountain. Excessive contemplation serves little purpose." The two exchanged a few more casual remarks, after which Yi Qingli instructed her attendants to prepare a luxurious guest chamber for Lu Yuan, ensuring he would not be disturbed by the outside world. Such hospitality was indeed generous, and notably, there was no mention of any charges, leaving Lu Yuan somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted her kindness without hesitation. Once Lu Yuan departed from the inner hall, an elderly woman with a head of silver hair appeared silently behind Yi Qingli. "Miss, is a mere sacred body from an age of decline truly worthy of our Tianqing Merchant Association's special consideration?" The crone's eyes sparkled with curiosity, unable to fathom the situation. From the moment I first encountered him in the northern region, I had a strong intuition that this individual is far from ordinary, Yi Qingli mused. Extending a courtesy to him in trivial matters cannot be deemed a folly. Her jade-like fingers gently tapped the table as she articulated her intriguing thoughts. "Oh, what kind of intuition?" the old woman inquired, her expression growing more solemn. She was aware that her young mistress practiced a formidable ocular technique capable of perceiving what was hidden from ordinary sight. Thus her insights could not be mere whims. "I am uncertain, unable to see clearly," Yi Qingli replied, shaking her head, her thoughts shrouded in depth. The old woman nodded contemplatively before speaking. "This young one's cultivation is not to be underestimated. He has reached the 4th level of the Dharma manifestation realm, excluding the ancient aberrations sealed within the divine sources. He ranks among the foremost of the younger generation in the eastern wasteland. Do you know what his cultivation was when I met him a year ago in the northern region?" "Ye vingli simidet." "What was it?" the old woman asked. "1st level of the cave heaven realm," Yi Qingli disclosed. The old woman's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. In just 1 year, he had ascended a staggering 12 minor realms. Such a pace of cultivation could only be described as terrifying, especially for a sacred body burdened with the shackles of celestial laws, rendering it even more astonishing. "Could it be that you intend for him to be a candidate for the choosing the emperor initiative?" the old woman speculated after much deliberation. "Not at all. Ye vingli repliet succinki, shakink herhit." The precedents set by previous attempts to cultivate sacred bodies are clear. The Elder Council will not endorse such a resolution. It will be a futile endeavor. Furthermore, the Golden Age has yet to truly arrive. Discussing the choosing the emperor initiative at this juncture is premature. One must traverse a number of ancient celestial bodies before identifying preliminary candidates and plans. Indeed, the old woman pondered for a moment, then ceased to speak further. Upon arriving at the opulent cabin aboard the ancient ship, Lu Yuan extended his consciousness, surveying the surroundings. The decor was not only lavish but also adorned with numerous spirit-gathering arrays and barriers to isolate external forces. The atmosphere was rich in spiritual energy and remarkably tranquil, making it an excellent place for focused cultivation. Subsequently, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged upon the bed and quietly murmured within his mind, "System, claim the reward." Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing option 1. You have received 1 divine artifact. As the notification faded, a weapon materialized within the system space. With a mere thought, Lu Yuan summoned the divine artifact into his grasp. It manifested as a fierce war spear, entirely golden in hue, exuding an aura reminiscent of pure gold. The spear's blade was extraordinarily sharp, imbued with an unparalleled brilliance. A chilling aura of lethal intent enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine, interwoven with an ancient, rustic charm. Among divine artifacts, this one undoubtedly belonged to the elite class. Truly, it seems to be fate, Lu Yuan mused, gazing at the spear. Previously, in the primordial mines of the northern region, he had conjured a golden spear through his combat arts, nearly pinning a celestial demon against a cliff. Now, the system had bestowed upon him a genuine divine weapon. The fate and demise of the celestial demon could almost be foreseen. As for the 2 reborn demons beside him, Lu Yuan paid them no mind. Given his current combat prowess, vanquishing foes across a major realm was not a daunting task, even amidst peril. Utilizing the rapidity of the movement technique, he could easily evade danger. Thus, there was little to concern himself with. Afterward, Lu Yuan pricked his fingertip, drawing forth a drop of essence blood, which he let fall upon the golden spear. Buzz! The spear quivered lightly, producing a clear resonant hum. As a radiant light flickered across its surface, items acquired from the system are unclaimed. Binding them through essence blood is a straightforward process, resolved in mere moments. Once all was completed, Lu Yuan's eyes gradually closed. Seizing the opportunity of this interlude, he resumed his practice of the chaos divine demon visualization technique, refining his mental realm and strengthening his spiritual consciousness. Time swiftly passed. The battleship of the Tianqing Merchant Guild traversed the void at great speed. Following its departure from Gu Qinghuang City, it made brief stops at several large cities in the southern region, employing the same strategy to attract the young elite aboard. However, the duration of each stay was brief, lasting only about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Gradually, a small number of young powerhouses boarded the ship's deck, merely a dozen individuals after passing through several large cities. Upon reaching the 5th city, the Tianqing Merchant Guild's battleship ceased its stops and began to operate at maximum speed, heading directly toward the central region of the eastern wilderness. Amidst the magnificent mountains and vast landscapes, the rivers flowed swiftly backward. In merely 7 days, the warships of the Celestial Star Merchant Guild departed from the southern region, making their way to the heart of the eastern wilderness. At last, they anchored above a towering city, grand in its majesty. Finally arrived. At this moment, a group of young experts on the deck were invigorated, their eyes scanning the horizon, eager to disembark. Keep a close watch on that lad. Do not let him escape. The celestial demon, filled with pent-up fury, could no longer contain himself. As soon as the warship docked, he swiftly transmitted a message to the 2 formidable guardians behind him. Fear not, young master. As long as he dares to step ashore, he shall find no refuge. The expressions of the 2 guardians from the celestial demon palace turned icy, their cold gazes slithering across the deck like venomous serpents. Just then, the door of a private chamber suddenly swung open. A tall figure strode out with an air of confidence, his gaze sweeping down effortlessly to discern the positions of the celestial demon palace members. 800 miles beyond the city, does this serve as your burial ground? Chapter 83. The celestial demon body, nothing more. A single proclamation, resonant and firm, echoed through the air. Though calm, it concealed an extraordinary brilliance. Young one, do you truly believe you can escape 800 miles? A cold smile crept across the face of a guardian from the demon god palace as he fixed his gaze ahead. Unbeknownst to others, a thread of tracking consciousness had already locked onto Lu Yuan's presence. No need for your assistance. I shall personally slay this individual, bathe in sacred blood, and cleanse the shame. The celestial demon stepped forward, his towering form exuding an astonishing aura of vitality, his voice deep and commanding. The atmosphere, thick with tension, instantly captivated many formidable figures on the deck. The clash between the sacred body and the celestial demon body undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of the younger generation confrontations. Such a grand battle was not to be missed. Some eagerly anticipated the opportunity to witness such a high-caliber duel firsthand. Do not rush. I will send you all on your way shortly. With that, Lu Yuan did not look back, his robes billowing as he transformed into a golden beam of light, racing toward the horizon. What astonishing speed! Someone exclaimed, awestruck by the swiftness that evoked sheer astonishment, akin to a miraculous technique that shrank distances to mere inches, reaching an unparalleled velocity. There is no escape. The trio from the demon god palace, well prepared, leaped forth, their feet striking the ground as they transformed into swift streams of light, pursuing him relentlessly like unyielding parasites. The landscape beneath their feet rapidly receded. 800 miles beyond the city lay an ancient primordial forest, tranquil yet occasionally pierced by the low growls of beasts. Before long, the sound of wind and thunder descended, shattering the silence. Standing tall in the void, Lu Yuan halted, having reached this location. It was not a feigned stance for a decisive battle. He genuinely possessed the confidence to subdue all adversaries, including two formidable beings of the Nirvana realm. Seal the space. The two guardians of the demon god palace exchanged a brief glance before springing into action. Intricate patterns of energy intertwined at their fingertips, shimmering with brilliance as they struck downward, sealing off Lu Yuan's escape routes from all directions. Young master, be cautious. The sacred body is extraordinary. Do not underestimate him. One warned telepathically. How noisy! The celestial demon's gaze turned frigid, and with a cold snort, he lunged forward without hesitation. An age-old grudge was destined to be settled today, with silver hair billowing wildly in a frenzied, killing intent. He closed the distance in mere strides and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Lu Yuan remained expressionless, golden vitality radiating from his being as he wielded a colossal hand resembling a grinding wheel, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the area, signaling the clash of their bodies. Two titans meeting head-on. Both were renowned for their formidable physical prowess, though they clashed with flesh and blood. The power rivaled that of enchanted treasures. The mountains trembled, ancient trees swayed, and the creatures of the primordial forest shrieked in terror, fleeing in disarray. Yet, confined by the sealed space, they collided against the barriers, sustaining injuries and unable to escape. Kill! The celestial demon unleashed its full power, exuding a primal ferocity, with an overwhelming purple radiance enveloping its form. It resembled magnificent purple dragons swirling and soaring around, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. In an instant, the two adversaries clashed once more, their fierce strikes resembling a tempest, descending upon one another with a ferocity that rendered their movements nearly imperceptible to onlookers. The only visible spectacle was a dazzling interplay of golden and purple lights within that confined space. Each move, each strike, was as swift as lightning, instilling terror in the hearts of witnesses. The very fabric of the void crumbled beneath their onslaught, while energy storms raged, sweeping across the surroundings. The battle at the realm of the Dharma manifestation was capable of shattering the void itself, rivaling the might of Nirvana. In the distance, many young warriors observing the fight were visibly shaken, a hint of trepidation gleaming in their eyes. They prided themselves on not being weak, possessing names that resonated throughout the southern domain. Yet, in comparison to these two combatants, they were distinctly inferior, their combat prowess residing in an entirely different echelon. Clang! Lu Yuan and the celestial demon continued their relentless exchange. The golden fists collided with the claws shimmering in azure light, producing sparks that flew in all directions, accompanied by the resounding clang of metal striking metal, sending chills down the spine. After several rounds of engagement, boom, the 5 elemental divine lights of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged from Lu Yuan's fingertips, suddenly manifesting in the air, pressing down with tremendous force. Insignificant tricks. Celestial demon fist. The celestial demon bellowed, the purple light at its brow burning fiercely as it unleashed a formidable secret technique, launching a devastating punch. Boom! The colossal hand, infused with the 5 elemental divine light, was obliterated, along with the surrounding void, shattering into a chaotic maelstrom. The sheer terror of this technique was palpable. Intriguing, Lu Yuan mused to himself, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he gently waved his right hand, invoking the battle conqueror's law, transforming it into an unparalleled offensive maneuver. With a flip of his hand, he struck downward, once again unleashing the 5 elemental hand seal across the expanse. However, this time it was not merely a single strike. Lu Yuan pressed down with both hands in rapid succession, causing the sea of suffering to boil, his mana surging forth, unleashing a barrage of 5 elemental hand seals simultaneously. The entire void was bathed in resplendent light, resembling a celestial phenomenon, obscuring the sun, enveloping everything in its wake, and crashing down with unyielding force. What? The celestial demon's expression drastically changed, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure and desperately attempted to defend itself. Boom! The simultaneous descent of the multiple 5 elemental hand seals was nothing short of astonishing. There was no escape, as the celestial demon's form was engulfed in an instant, plummeting into the void. The sheer force obliterated towering mountains, shattering ancient trees and reducing rocks to rubble, leaving devastation in its wake. How? How could this be possible? Such a level of arcane art, and he managed to unleash it multiple times in the blink of an eye? Moreover, without any visible incantation, all executed instantaneously. This was truly remarkable. The young observers in the distance were utterly astounded. Such a display of skill transcended their understanding, leaving them at a loss as to how Lu Yuan achieved it. Moments later, the swirling dust was dispersed. The celestial demon pushed aside a colossal boulder that had pinned him down, coughing up a copious amount of fresh blood. Such an onslaught, even against his formidable physique, was unbearable. Numerous bones had fractured under the strain. In the blink of an eye, before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped his mind. The celestial demon's pupils constricted as he instinctively crouched low. A terrifying beam of light grazed his scalp, swiftly sweeping past him. Boom! Behind him, dozens of mountains were abruptly severed in half. Ancient trees were split asunder, and many creatures, oblivious to their fate, found their bodies torn apart mid-flight, succumbing to an untimely demise. The great finger of heaven, wielded by Lu Yuan, truly manifested a fraction of its celestial might, instilling a bone-chilling terror. Even the celestial demon, having reached the realm of the Dharma aspect, was rendered insignificant in comparison. Alas, this shall be your farewell. Lu Yuan cast a disappointed glance downward, uttering his words. And then with a flick of his hand, a golden war spear materialized in his grasp. He leaped through the void, descending to deliver a fatal strike. Chapter 84. The Celestial King descends upon the 9 heavens kill. The celestial demon roared, summoning his magical artifact to counter the assault. The enmity between the two had escalated to such an extent that reconciliation was impossible, leaving no avenue for retreat. It was a matter of survival. Either you perish, or I do. Clang! The golden war spear clashed with the crimson long blade, unleashing a terrifying blow. The vast void collapsed, and energy ripples spread rapidly. The celestial demon was sent flying once more, crashing into numerous boulders before finally halting. Divine artifact! The celestial demon felt his palms shatter, his hands trembling violently. With just a single strike, the attack had created a fissure in his top-tier spiritual artifact. This was indeed the might of a divine weapon. I shall witness your prowess. Reveal any remaining techniques you possess, for soon you will have no opportunity left. Lu Yuan's voice was cold and resolute, his tall figure enveloped in a golden aura, intertwined with the dense and majestic imperial dragon energy. He advanced with the golden war spear in hand, resembling a golden war deity, gazing down upon the heavens and the earth. I shall not be defeated. The celestial demon howled, unleashing an unparalleled surge of demonic energy. The void trembled violently. The overwhelming demonic force surged skyward. At an astonishing speed, it coalesced above his head, forming the immense phantom of a demon king. With horns sprouting from its head and wings unfurling from its back, its green visage and menacing fangs were truly fearsome. This was indeed the manifestation of the celestial demon's true form. Have you exhausted your skills? Your unique physique and its manifestations are of no use to me. Lu Yuan scoffed as chaotic azure lotuses materialized beside him. The 3 leaves quivered, radiating green light that washed over all things. Boom! In an instant, the Demon King's manifestation shattered, dispersing into countless specks of light, vanishing into the cosmos. The ancient sacred body, impervious to all evils, truly lived up to its reputation. Demon God S. 7 steps. The celestial demon, now frenzied, abandoned any hope for his previous manifestation and unleashed a supreme technique from the Demon God Palace. His aura intensified, and with a powerful leap, he ascended into the sky, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Do you wish to tread upon me? Too slow. Lu Yuan sneered, effortlessly seeing through the maneuver. He then swung his arm, sweeping the war spear horizontally. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of dazzling golden rays surged forth like an overwhelming tide. Each ray, sharp as a celestial sword, pierced through the void, exuding a lethal intent that shook the world. Boom! Boom! The celestial demon gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to block the assault, his crimson long blade swinging wildly, the blade light forming a sweeping arc across the heavens. However, with the power of his spiritual artifact, it was utterly futile against the onslaught of the divine weapon. After merely 2 or 3 breaths, the crimson glow emanating from the blade began to wane rapidly, until with a sharp crack, fissures spread across the blade, shattering it into over a dozen fragments, rendering it completely destroyed, a mere remnant. Simultaneously, the celestial demon's amassed momentum was forcibly disrupted, and his body was pierced in multiple places by the fierce golden light, sending him plummeting from the sky. The scene appeared drenched in blood, a sight of utter despair. In the realm of the same level, your disparity is insurmountable. My physical form, arcane arts, manifestations, and treasures surpass you in every aspect. How could you possibly defeat me? Lu Yuan spoke coldly. At this moment, he had entirely lost his patience and was determined to annihilate the celestial demon. Boom! In an instant, the golden lake of his consciousness surged, a blazing force emanating from his brow. The ancient scriptures of the sun and moon, the Taoist canon, and the chaotic texts resonated, as symbols of the great path burst forth from his forehead, swirling like dragons and serpents, launching towards the celestial demon. Bang! Bang! The celestial demon fought back fiercely, harnessing its own divine consciousness and the imperial scriptures of the demon clan. Yet, it was ultimately futile, as it was soon engulfed by a myriad of brilliant lights. Its hands and feet were ensnared by the power of the ancient scriptures, firmly immobilized in the void. Lu Yuan raised the spear in his hand and hurled it with all his might. A golden streak of light, in the terrified gaze of the celestial demon, rapidly expanded, bringing forth an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Impudent Junior! Just then, a thunderous voice erupted from his side. The 2 guardians of the Nirvana realm from the Demon God Palace could no longer contain themselves and charged forward to intercept this lethal assault on the celestial demon. Although the young master had previously commanded them to refrain from interference, the stakes were too high to heed such orders. If the young master were to perish before their eyes, they would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the old master's wrath. Saintly Body Junior, your murderous intent is too heavy. You are unfit to linger in this world. Allow me to conclude your existence. One of the guardians from the Demon God Palace spoke coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura of nirvana that sent shivers through the hearts of many young powerhouses nearby. Such needless chatter. I have awaited you for this very moment, perfectly timed to send you all to the underworld. Lu Yuan scoffed, a thought commanding the spear to execute the celestial demon. Without further ado, he lunged toward the 2 guardians of the Demon God Palace. A mere 4th level of the Dharma realm dares to defy the heavens? One of them bellowed, their voice resonating like thunder. In the blink of an eye, the three engaged in combat. What defines the Nirvana realm? It is the culmination of physical and spiritual prowess, refined through countless trials into a state of unparalleled perfection. Such strength can topple mountains and shatter cities. At the center of the fray, the demonic energy surged like a rainbow, vast and boundless, piercing through the heavens and the earth, a terrifying spectacle. Lu Yuan's disheveled black hair danced wildly, his blood vitality erupting. Facing two formidable guardians of the Nirvana realm, he did not yield an inch, truly embodying what it means to ascend into the realm of forbidden combat. His golden hand struck down from above and below, incessantly slamming forth, reducing the void to dust while the earth trembled ominously. Even the guardians of the Nirvana realm could scarcely endure such devastating blows, spitting blood as they were sent reeling, their demonic forms battered and broken. 1 against 2, defying the might of the Nirvana realm. Is this truly the kind of power possessed by one of the Dharma realm? The young powerhouses observing from a distance stood in awe, their hairs standing on end, utterly shocked by the scene unfolding before them. This young man is extraordinary. Unleash your full power. The two great guardians of the demon god palace, sharing an unspoken understanding, suddenly bellowed in unison, summoning the manifestations of heaven and earth. Thunderous roars echoed as two magnificent divine forms spanned the firmament. One was an ancient totem, resembling a blazing celestial chart, ablaze with fierce flames that obscured the world, as if it could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. The other was the ethereal shadow of the demon clan's protector, vast wings stretching across the sky, casting a pall over the void, transforming day into night. Mere insignificant beings. Allow me to demonstrate to you what an extraordinary spectacle truly is. Lu Yuan's hair danced wildly, infused with boundless divine light, as he abruptly descended, seemingly shattering the very heavens beneath his feet. A celestial embodiment, identical in appearance to him, emerged, towering and majestic, suddenly manifesting, high amidst the 9 heavens. Surrounded by the essence of a universe, he gazed down upon all beings, his presence commanding respect from myriad spirits, exuding an immense grandeur. Chapter 85. The Slaying of the Sacred Body Manifestation. The Celestial King descends upon the 9 heavens. At this moment, all present were utterly astonished, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon the battlefield. Such a spectacle was overwhelmingly grand. The Celestial, a legendary existence surpassing the great emperors, had never been witnessed by mortal eyes, and its existence remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, the aura it emanated was undeniably palpable, instilling a sense of dread that reverberated through the souls of all observers, transcending the realm of ordinary divine powers. Kill! Lu Yuan's voice boomed like thunder. The colossal form of the Celestial King suddenly became animated. From the mist-laden heavens, a gigantic hand emerged, suffused with celestial light, descending with the force of cataclysmic upheaval. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as this expanse of void erupted into chaos. Shrouded in obscurity, the manifestations conjured by the two guardians of the demon god palace were obliterated in an instant, dissipating into the ether. What? Both were taken aback and furious, never anticipating that their painstakingly refined divine manifestations would crumble so effortlessly before the sacred body's manifestation, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the Celestial King's form cascaded down, bathing Lu Yuan in a radiant glow, enveloping him in boundless celestial resonance, rendering him an embodiment of sanctity. This was the union of heaven and man, capable of exponentially augmenting one's combat prowess. Swish! A golden light cleaved through the firmament as the secret movement of the character technique activated. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan had surged forth, charging towards an adversary. Boom! His golden fist descended with unyielding force, a torrent of blood surging skyward, unstoppable. Even the guardian of the demon god palace, exerting all his might to resist, was utterly shattered, his defenses collapsing like a house of cards. The overwhelming power pierced through his chest, unleashing a cascade of blood. You! The Guardian's pupils dilated in terror, his words garbled as he coughed up fragments of his innards. Before he could utter a complete sentence, Lu Yuan twisted his divine power, extinguishing all remnants of life within him. Only you remain. Lu Yuan cast a cold glance back, then, without hesitation, leaped forward to continue his assault. Junior, do you truly wish to forge an eternal enmity with my demon god palace? By slaying us, the eastern wilderness shall no longer harbor a place for you. The remaining guardian in the Nirvana realm panicked, retreating rapidly while hoarsely shouting. However, such threats bore no fruit. Instead, they provoked an even fiercer onslaught. In the state of union with heaven and man, Lu Yuan's divine might surged forth, his momentum ferocious and unparalleled. A golden hand stretched across the void, instantly sealing it, leaving the foe nowhere to hide. Boom! The divine fist struck down, shattering myriad laws with a single blow, piercing through the very fabric of reality. Even a great demon whose physical form had undergone 3 transformations was left with shattered bones and tendons, crashing heavily to the ground. Utterly defenseless. Swish! Lu Yuan's gaze was indifferent as he waved his hand, summoning swirling imperial dragon energy that instantaneously transformed into multiple roaring golden dragons, descending upon their prey. A chilling scream erupted from the desolate ruins below, but before it could travel far, it was drowned out by the thunderous roars of the golden dragons, silencing it forever. This harrowing scene was witnessed by the assembly of young elites present, sending a shiver down their spines, a coldness enveloping them from head to toe. 2 elder powerhouses of the Nirvana realm were effortlessly slaughtered, their demise swifter than the fall of the celestial demon. Was this the might of the forbidden domain, able to transcend the barriers of grand realms and launch an unprecedented assault? In merely a year, the sacred body had ascended to such heights. Who among the younger generation could stand in opposition? Many faces turned pale, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. After concluding his actions, Lu Yuan's gaze fell once more upon the celestial demon, bound and powerless. The golden battle spear hovered in midair, having unleashed its unparalleled brilliance multiple times, leaving the demon utterly exhausted, its magical energy depleted, incapable of resistance. Like a lamb prepared for slaughter or fish upon a chopping block, it was utterly defenseless. A grand era was set to commence, and yet, I find myself falling here. My heart is unwilling. My heart is unwilling. The celestial demon's eyes burned crimson, descending into madness as it emitted earth-shattering roars, imbued with deep despair and resentment. It was defeated. Both Nirvana realm guardians lay dead. There was no turning back. It was a near-certain death. Is this your final words? If so, then let us proceed. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly, gesturing with his finger, issuing a lethal command to the divine artifact. With a swift motion, the spear sliced through the air, piercing the celestial demon's body with unimpeded force, penetrating its heart. The towering form was propelled backward, just as before, impaled upon the mountain's precipice. Blood cascaded down the steep rocks, forming a hauntingly beautiful pattern that was utterly shocking. The celestial demon was dead. In the distance, many young powerhouses witnessing this scene felt their pupils constrict. A being yet to attain divinity, its primordial spirit not yet solidified, upon having its heart pierced, faced inevitable demise. No savior could intervene. The sacred body, Lu Yuan, truly was without taboos, a formidable figure, boldly slaying the young master of the demon god palace. He disregarded all consequences. A stir erupted among the spectators, many experiencing a prickling sensation at the back of their necks, their expressions shifting dramatically. Everyone understood that the celestial demon was the favored disciple of the old master of the demon god palace, nurtured with great devotion. Yet, before the golden era could arrive, he met his untimely end, pinned to the mountainside. One could almost predict the chaos that would ensue upon this news reaching the northern domain. Moreover, this marked the first casualty of a saint-level figure before the onset of the Grand Era. The tale would undoubtedly spread across the world, a topic of discussion for all. the ensuing uproar impossible to quell. Following this, Lu Yuan extended his hand, summoning the blood-stained golden spear, which gracefully returned to his grasp. As for the myriad gazes directed towards him, he chose to disregard them entirely. With an air of nonchalance, Lu Yuan collected several storage bags from those around him. He then activated the Xingzi secret technique, traversing the void sealed by numerous intricate patterns, and proceeded towards the distant earth. Chapter 86. The Rising Fame a few days later. Astonishing news reverberated throughout the eastern wilderness. The young master of the demon god palace, the celestial demon, had been impaled by the saint body, Lu Yuan, on a cliff in the central region. Even with two formidable Nirvana realm guardians by his side, he could not escape death, as they all perished on that battlefield. When the forces of the demon god palace stationed in the central region arrived, the celestial demon had already bled out, utterly beyond salvation. Thus, the celestial demon was completely erased from the annals of history. Consequently, an uproar erupted across the northern domain. It was rumored that the furious elder master of the demon god palace, in a fit of rage, wept blood and issued a decree, dispatching not just one, but several powerful beings above the divine realm to scour the world for the saint body, intent on eliminating him. Simultaneously, this news swiftly spread throughout the central region of the eastern wilderness, sweeping through the strongholds of various factions. Numerous cities buzzed with discussions among countless cultivators. The saint body, Lu Yuan, had indeed arrived in the central region, and he had already accomplished a monumental feat, slaying the celestial demon within a bustling large city. Many cultivators gathered in a tavern, animatedly discussing the event, creating a lively atmosphere. The celestial demon had been renowned since ancient times, celebrated as the most formidable physique among the demon race. Unfortunately, he never even caught a glimpse of the golden age, having met his untimely demise along the way. Truly, it was a stroke of ill fortune. An elder sighed, expressing his lament. It is not merely misfortune. Ultimately, it is a failure of strength. Though the saint body has fallen for several 100,000 years, his name may not shine as brightly. Yet one must not forget that beyond the immense resource expenditure and the arduous path to divinity, there still exists the legend of his invincibility within the same realm. In the era devoid of the heavenly Tao shackles, hardly anyone could suppress him across the vast cosmos. Another individual interjected, offering a balanced analysis of the situation. Invincibility within the same realm? How bold of you to assert such. Looking back to before the ancient times, the saint body was not truly invincible, as there were instances of bloodshed. Moreover, in the current celestial environment, the inability to attain divinity ultimately renders it but a fleeting phenomenon. The imperial path is merely a backdrop, destined to be littered with the bones of the fallen. Such is his future. At that moment, a distinguished young man clad in blue approached, elegantly fanning himself, and disdainfully remarked, "Your words are exceedingly presumptuous. Do you dare to seek a life and death battle with the saint body?" The man turned his head, indignantly replying, "Why should I engage in battle with him? I possess my own grand path to divinity, an unobstructed journey ahead. I am not to be compared with some doomed fool." The blue-clad young man remained unperturbed, continuing with an air of arrogance. Seeing his demeanor, the other felt a surge of contempt. It was evident he hailed from a prominent faction, a spoiled scion who had never been tempered by the fires of conflict. Engaging in verbal sparring with him was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Little did he know, in the later stages of cultivation, mere levels of realm could hardly create significant disparities. Only strength in battle remained eternal. Ancient texts recorded that during the Golden Age, exceptional individuals had managed to briefly ascend into the realm of divine restrictions, crossing a major boundary to slay their foes. The true gods slay the celestial deities vanquish the sovereigns, and the sovereigns defy the sages in an audacious manner that defies conventional reasoning. Such feats are only achievable through an indomitable will and unparalleled combat prowess. This embodies the fundamental qualities of those destined to attain enlightenment, a power so supreme that it escapes the grasp of mere boastful minds. Therefore, further discourse is futile. Within a profound and shadowy palace, a young man, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with a terrifying lightning glare. "What did you say? The celestial demon is dead?" Meng Yao was taken aback by this news, appearing utterly astonished. Indeed, he perished 800 miles beyond Tianguan City. Both of his companions, guardians of the Nirvana realm, fought valiantly but succumbed in battle. A guard, resembling a member of the Meng clan, reiterated the information with utmost respect. In just a year, he has reached this juncture. Was it not said that the cultivation of the ancient sacred body was a slow process? In terms of realm, he nearly surpasses me. Meng Yao's expression shifted, and a torrent of apprehension surged within him. Ever since the battle at the ancient mine tide in the northern domain, he had been consumed by the desire to redeem his honor. Yet, the celestial demon's fate loomed before him, instilling an inexplicable fear that clung to his heart. To speak candidly, the confrontation between the law manifestation realm and the sacred body not only lacked any advantages, but was akin to binding oneself. The second stage of the divine body's manifestation was completely countered by the sacred body, rendering it nearly ineffective. Meng Zhao's blood feud would likely be postponed further still. "Is he the one who severed your arm?" A man seated nearby inquired with a calm demeanor. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, yet his eyes betrayed a depth of experience that belied his youthful appearance. "Yes," Meng Yao nodded, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze as he spoke of this matter. Although his arm had been regenerated through ancient divine medicine, considerable effort was still required to restore it to its original strength. Otherwise, in combat, it would remain a liability. When it came time to refine his body in the Nirvana realm, it would pose an even greater challenge, hindering his progress in cultivation. How peculiar. In this era, there are still those who fail to learn from past lessons and endeavor to cultivate the sacred body. Quite intriguing. If I were to encounter this individual in the central region, I would gladly eliminate him, the man remarked, shaking his head with a smile. His tone nonchalant, as though dispatching a law manifestation sacred body was a trivial matter. Meng Yao parted his lips, but ultimately swallowed his words, refraining from further elaboration. Elsewhere, Gu Qinghuang, Im Tiandu, and others traveling through the central region became aware of this news, each experiencing a tumult of emotions. Several true disciples from a myriad of initial holy lands could not help but express their admiration for Lu Yuan's audacity. In doing so, he had irrevocably forged a deadly enmity with the demon god palace. Now, while traversing the world, one must remain perpetually vigilant against ambushes from powerful beings of the divine realm, a reality that is indeed daunting. However, what is done is done. There is little left to say. A grand era is about to unfold, and the world shall descend into